Chapter 81. Annihilate them all. Reward. Supreme skill. Time pause. Assisting Li Muin to her feet, Chen Fan hastily approached Nuan side. Observing Nuan's face, reddened from being pinched, and the dust that marred her white frilly dress. Chen Fan turned to regard the woman who was gazing at him with infatuation, his eyes icy and brimming with lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, as the woman met Chen Fan's gaze, she involuntarily shuddered. It felt as though countless venomous serpents were encircling her, poised to devour her whole at the slightest misstep. "Beautiful sister, are you all right?" Nuan called out to the limping figure approaching them, her knees scraped, blood oozing forth in crimson rivulets. "I am fine," Li Muin replied, shaking her head. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she squatted before Nuan. Tenderly and with a sense of remorse, she cradled Nuan's face, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It is my failure to protect you that allowed these people to bully you. It's not the beautiful sister's fault. It's them. They're the unreasonable ones." As Li Muin's tears threatened to spill, Nuan gently lifted her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Li Muin's eyes. "Daddy, they are bullying Nuan and the beautiful sister." Raising her head, Nuan pouted, suppressing her urge to cry. "They took the things that the beautiful sister bought for me." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan slowly raised his foot and strode towards the two. Chen Fan was inherently protective. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, he would not let the bullies of Nuan go unpunished. Not to mention, it was not Nuan's fault to begin with. What do you intend to do? This is a society governed by law." The woman, intimidated by Chen Fan's formidable presence, struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Ding dong. System notification. Task updated. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Chen Fan coldly looked down at the two retreating figures at his feet. With a mere thought, he manipulated the virtual panel and opened the task menu. Task. Eliminate all who have wronged Nuan. Reward. God-level skill. Time pause. Time pause. This skill sounds particularly useful. Furthermore, even without the task, he would undoubtedly not let these two escape unscathed. "Chen Fan, my people will arrive shortly." Just as Chen Fan closed the virtual interface, Li Muin's voice reached him from behind. "It's all right. I will handle these two." Chen Fan tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the injured Li Muin. Had he not been bored waiting and watching Sha live streams, witnessing the scene of Li Muin being bullied and rushing over at the fastest speed, that beast might have audaciously assaulted Li Muin in front of so many people. The mere thought of this sent Chen Fan's gaze piercingly toward the man. Truly, he was deserving of death. With a mere thought, Chen Fan directly transported the two individuals into the void he had acquired. "What is this place? Where are we? Weren't we in Sydney?" The woman exclaimed in panic as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The expanse before them was an endless sea of white, so stark it induced a sense of trepidation. "What is this place?" Chen Fan emerged from the mist, his handsome visage adorned with mockery. Why you? How could you?" Upon seeing Chen Fan, the woman's initial anxiety transformed into sheer terror, rendering her oblivious to the man beside her as she turned to flee. Seeking to escape? Observing the woman's frantic attempts to elude him, Chen Fan remained expressionless. He stepped forward to confront the man who also sought to run, lifting him effortlessly. After tossing him into the air, as the man descended, Chen Fan delivered a swift kick to his waist. The sound of bones fracturing resonated ominously within the void. The woman, fleeing for her life, froze in horror at the sound that echoed behind her. The man emitted a cry that was utterly grating. Unfazed, Chen Fan discarded him like refuse onto the ground, then advanced, placing a foot upon the man's chest. Just now it was his hand, wasn't it? Chen Fan fixated on the man's hand, which had been poised for malevolent deeds. Without waiting for an answer, he seized the hand and twisted it violently. The man's anguished screams intensified. "I was wrong. I beg you. I beseech you to spare me." Sweat dripped from the man's face, his complexion pale to the point of translucence, as he desperately pleaded with Chen Fan, summoning his last vestiges of strength. "Spare you?" Chen Fan scoffed, and in the next moment, he raised his foot and stomped down on the man's groin. With a resounding thud, It felt as though he had crushed a balloon filled with air, bursting it in an instant. Ah! The man writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back. From that moment forth, he would never again be a normal man. With a swift motion, Chen Fan wrenched the man's head clean off. Subsequently, like a soccer ball, he kicked it towards the woman, who stood petrified by his earlier actions. Upon witnessing her husband's bloodied head roll to her feet, the woman's eyes widened in terror, as if they might burst from their sockets. Her mind was consumed by fear, prompting her to flee. It was only when Chen Fan approached her that she regained her senses. Realizing escape was futile, she collapsed to her knees before him. I was wrong. I had no idea she was your daughter. Had I known, I would never have treated her that way. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, the woman repeatedly bowed her head before Chen Fan. Please, show mercy. Consider that I, like you, have a precious daughter. Spare me for her sake. A child can survive without a father, but not without a mother. If I die, what will become of my daughter? Noting Chen Fan's unwavering demeanor, the woman quickly sought to present a compelling argument. A daughter. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling this pertinent detail. A family should remain intact. Leaving only her behind would be dreadfully pitiable. In the next moment, a little girl appeared in the void. Ah, Mommy. The girl, initially bewildered, rushed towards her kneeling mother upon spotting her. Wan. Seeing her daughter appear, the woman's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as she gazed up at Chen Fan, an ominous premonition brewing within her. He wouldn't treat her daughter as he had her husband, would he? With this thought, the woman crawled closer to Chen Fan, grasping his pant leg and pleading in a subdued tone. I implore you, if you spare us, I will give you anything you desire. We're wealthy from our mining ventures. Money is no object. Chapter 82. Rejecting the bribe, securing 4 mine rewards. Mining. Chen Fan scoffed contemptuously at the suggestion. In the past, he would have readily acquiesced to such a proposition without a moment's hesitation. However, now, did he, Chen Fan, appear to be a man in need of money? To think that a single mine could quell his fury was an egregious underestimation of his temper. Indeed, my family possesses several mines in the South City. If you spare me, I can unconditionally transfer one to you. Rest assured, all the paperwork is in order, as long as you agree. I can provide you with anything you desire. Seeing that Chen Fan had not resorted to violence, the woman mistakenly believed that he was swayed by her offer and hastily rose from the ground. Kneel, Chen Fan commanded sharply. When had he ever consented to her standing? With a thud, the woman, who had previously worn a triumphant smile, immediately knelt, her expression replaced by trepidation and anxiety. How could this be? This man had seemed moved by her proposal. Why had he suddenly changed his demeanor? Is one not enough? Perhaps 2 will suffice. The woman, still on her knees, raised 2 fingers towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan regarded her with indifference, his expression unyielding, his eyes betraying only coldness. 3. Surely, 3 is acceptable. My family has 3 mines. They are all yours. Just spare my life and that of my daughter. Noting Chen Fan's persistent disinterest, the woman gritted her teeth and raised another finger. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, manipulating the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task: reject the opponent's bribe and obtain 4 mines. 4 mines? After closing the virtual interface, he cast a disdainful glance at the woman at his feet. How audacious of her to attempt to deceive him. Mommy. The little girl rushed to the woman's side. Observing this, the woman glanced at Chen Fan, relieved to see that he had no intention of harming her or her daughter, believing she had been spared. In the next instant, the little girl was suddenly lifted. The woman's eyes widened in shock and horror as she turned to face the cause of her dread. Chen Fan. What are you doing? She questioned in disbelief. What am I doing? Chen Fan replied with a cold laugh, tightening his grip around the delicate neck of the little girl and mercilessly snapping it. Crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed, reminiscent of dry wood splintering. The little girl, who had been crying just moments before, now lay lifeless, her eyes wide with terror. Blood trickling from her mouth. Chen Fan remained unyielding, callously discarding her body beside the woman. Wan. The mother, seeing her daughter devoid of breath, went mad with grief, cradling the lifeless form in her arms while frantically slapping the girl's face. Why? You promised. Why did you have to harm my precious daughter? The woman glared at Chen Fan, her face contorted with rage. When did I ever promise you anything? Chen Fan retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. He had never agreed to her terms. You. The woman was taken aback, then consumed by fury. Now, it is your turn. Chen Fan pronounced with chilling cruelty, issuing the decree of death. Me? The woman, clutching her daughter, immediately panicked, shoving the girl away and kneeling before Chen Fan, tears streaming down her face as she grasped his pant leg. Just let me go. I will grant you anything you desire. Please, spare me. You have already killed them. Get away. Chen Fan disdainfully kicked the woman aside. As she fell, he approached, looking down with a mocking expression. Did you ever consider that this might be the consequence of bullying my daughter? With that, Chen Fan stomped down on the woman's leg, preventing her from retreating. Ah! She screamed, her wail piercing. Do you understand why you are the last? He continued, increasing the pressure on her leg. I want you to experience the terror of watching those you love perish one by one. As he spoke, he intensified his grip. Mere physical torment was insufficient for this woman. Chen Fan sought to inflict a dual suffering. The last woman he had dealt with had met a swift end. Far too lenient for his taste. This time, he would ensure that those who had tormented Wan would endure a fate worse than death before he finished them off. Ah! It hurts, my bones, my leg. The woman shrieked, her eyes bulging in agony. What is this pain compared to what you have inflicted upon others? Chen Fan persisted, applying even more force. After rendering her leg useless, he seized her arm and forcefully snapped it as well. In a matter of moments, he had twisted her limbs, rendering her an immobile shell of a person, trapped in a state of helplessness. Amidst the pool of blood, Chen Fan appeared unaffected, waving his hand as if to dismiss the scene. The once white void transformed instantaneously, resembling a presentation slide, shifting to a new setting. Above, the blazing sun bore down upon an expanse of scorching sand, revealing that they had inexplicably found themselves in a boundless desert. What is this place? In a mere moment, the woman felt parched, as if all moisture had been drained from her body, plunging her into a state of extreme dehydration. So hot, so thirsty. If I do not drink soon, I will collapse. Where could this be but hell? Chen Fan stood by, watching as the woman's skin cracked and peeled under the punishing sun, revealing raw, crimson flesh beneath. In just a few short minutes, the woman succumbed to the relentless heat, her body lifeless and blood flowing from her orifices, a ghastly sight. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have acquired the extraordinary skill. Time pause. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have obtained 4 mines. As he claimed his rewards, Chen Fan waved his hand and reappeared among the crowd. The surroundings remained unchanged from when he had departed. Daddy. Wan rushed to Chen Fan's side, sniffing. You must take the pretty sister to the hospital. She has lost so much blood. Of course, Chen Fan readily agreed. Around them, whispers from onlookers filled the air. What happened to this family? They haven't even been harmed. Yet all 3 suddenly fainted. Hey, look at that little girl on the ground. What happened to her? Her eyes are bloodshot. Wait, why is there blood coming from her mouth? Chapter 83, Reward, Extraordinary Skill, Blink. Oh my goodness, not just her. Look at this woman. Her lips are cracked and dry. And her skin, how could it have turned into this? The crowd erupted into chaos, horrified at the sight of the 3 individuals who had previously been unconscious, now appearing as though they had died in the void, causing bystanders to recoil in fear, as if they bore some invisible contagion. Let us go? Chen Fan disregarded the commotion, moving to Li Muwan's side. It was then he noticed that not only had her knee been injured, but her face and arms bore various degrees of abrasions. If a scar were to mar her exquisite visage, would it not be a grievous waste? Such a stunningly beautiful face, irreparably damaged? I'm fine, Li Muwan replied, shaking her head, then turned her gaze towards Wan. Uncertain whether her scalp had sustained any injury, the woman who had violently snatched Wan's headband had been quite brutal. Upon hearing Li Muwan's words, Chen Fan lowered his head to meticulously inspect the crown of Wan's head. His brows furrowed slightly, although there was no bleeding. There was a conspicuous patch devoid of hair, and the skin was reddened. That woman truly deserves to be punished. Daddy, I'm all right, Wan exclaimed, eager to alleviate Chen Fan's worries, shaking her head vigorously. Please don't be upset. Chen Fan was not truly upset. Rather, he felt a twinge of guilt for not having protected her better. He bent down and scooped Wan into his arms. I'm sorry, Chen Fan said, and Li Muwan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. It was her failure to safeguard Wan that had allowed her to be bullied. I didn't mean it like that. You've done remarkably well, she quickly reassured him. She truly had no intention of placing blame on Li Muwan. After all, she had not merely stood by, but had fought fiercely for Wan without a thought for her own safety. Such selflessness was not something just anyone could muster. And through this incident, Chen Fan recognized that if Li Muwan were Wan's mother, she would undoubtedly excel in that role. Yet, I still let Wan get hurt, Li Muwan lamented, her head bowed and eyes reddened. This was her first outing with Wan. And it had taken such an unfortunate turn. Pretty sister, it has nothing to do with you. It was their lack of manners for taking someone else's belongings. Wan quickly consoled Li Mu Wan. Look, pretty sister, the headband you gave me is still here. Wan, with great effort, held Li Mu Wan's high-heeled shoes in one hand and pointed to the little white rabbit headband adorning her neck. As she lifted her head, Li Mu Wan looked at Wan, who was striving to cheer her up, and felt a warm glow fill her heart, dispelling all negative emotions. Daddy, please put Wan down, Wan said, noticing Li Mu Wan's furrowed brow begin to soften. All right, Chen Fan replied, though unsure of what Wan intended to do. He complied and set her on the ground. Wan approached Li Mu Wan, placing the high-heeled shoes at her feet. Pretty sister, you should put on your shoes. The ground is dirty. Okay, Li Mu Wan nodded, and, just as she was about to search for her bag that had been discarded on the ground, it came into view. Following the hand that held the bag, Li Mu Wan was momentarily taken aback. This is your bag, isn't it? It seems you were carrying it just now. Chen Fan observed the logo on the bag, which was quite rare and likely expensive. Thank you, Li Mu Wan stammered, regaining her composure as she accepted it. She then retrieved a wet tissue from the bag and cleaned her feet before slipping into her shoes. Just then, a group of bodyguards suddenly surrounded the three of them. One of them approached Li Mu Wan, bowing slightly, presently, turning her head. Li Mu Wan glanced at the three individuals on the ground, who seemed to have lost all vitality, her gentle gaze transforming into a fierce glare. You properly deal with those three. Even if they are dead, this matter is not over. I want their entire family to apologize to Wan. Yes, presently. The bodyguard immediately understood the gravity of the situation upon following Li Mu Wan's gaze. Truly, she was a formidable female CEO, taking decisive action without a hint of hesitation. Chen Fan held a deep admiration for Li Mu Wan's demeanor at that moment. Pretty sister, your wound is still bleeding. We should hurry to the hospital, Wan said, her small but warm hand clasping Li Mu Wan's. She looked up at her, voice filled with concern. All right. To ease Wan's worries, Li Mu Wan softened her expression and reached out to ruffle Wan's hair, but remembering how her hair had been pulled, she opted instead to gently caress Wan's cheek. Can you walk? Chen Fan inquired. However, before Li Mu Wan could respond, Wan's urgent voice rang out. Daddy, how can you let the pretty sister walk on her own? Huh? Chen Fan looked at Wan, puzzled. Wan tugged at Chen Fan's shirt, whispering, Daddy, at a time like this, you should carry the pretty sister. Chen Fan was taken aback. Didn't Wan think that Li Mu Wan couldn't he hear her? But Li Mu Wan was right beside her. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. A task had been assigned at such a time? What could it possibly be? Curiosity piqued. He quickly accessed the virtual interface and opened the task section. Task, follow Wan's suggestion. Reward, godly skill, blink. What the heck? Blink? Chen Fan was taken aback. Was there any need for hesitation? Closing the virtual panel, he promptly approached Li Mu Wan, bent down, and with one arm around her waist and the other under her legs, he lifted her in a princess carry. Chen Fan. Li Mu Wan was momentarily flustered, her face flushed as she protested, I can walk on my own. Pretty sister is being dishonest, Wan chimed in. Skipping along beside Chen Fan, one hand clutching Li Mu Wan's, and the other pulling on Chen Fan's shirt. Pouting, she could hardly walk just now. That was an accident, Li Mu Wan replied, her head bowed, her cheeks burning even more, making her appear even more enchanting. It's just a short distance. It's not strenuous, Chen Fan remarked, surprised at how easily flustered she was. Then, thank you. Li Mu Wan looked up, her gaze meeting Chen Fan's as she expressed her gratitude. Wan continued to bounce along, seemingly unfazed by the conversation between the two. Ding. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving the godly skill, blink. Chapter 84. The grand owner of the Four Seasons chain hotel. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chen Fan glanced down at Li Mu Wan in his arms, a sweet fragrance wafting from her, one that was uniquely hers. It was truly captivating. Chen Fan, perhaps you could set me down now. It's only a few steps. Keeping her head lowered, Li Mu Wan dared not meet Chen Fan's gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Pretty sister, you needn't worry. My daddy is very strong. Wan interjected before Chen Fan could speak. I didn't mean it that way. Li Mu Wan quickly clarified upon hearing Wan's words. Rest assured, your weight is as light as a feather to me, Chen Fan reassured her. Is that so? Li Mu Wan raised her head to glance at Chen Fan, relieved that her weight was not burdensome, otherwise it would be difficult for him. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed as he continued towards the VIP passage. In no time, they reached the parking lot on the first floor via the elevator. In the parking area, Besides their group, there were a few unfamiliar faces. The entirety of the Zhou family had long since vanished. Chen Fan gently placed Li Mu Wan in the car, then lifted the adorable Wan Wan, who was trying to climb up with her short legs, into the vehicle as well. He then turned to head towards the driver's seat. "Ah, beautiful sister. Let me blow on it for you. It will hurt less." Sitting beside Li Mu Wan, Wan Wan slid off her seat, taking a deep breath. Her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish as she blew gently on the wound on Li Mu Wan's knee. Li Mu Wan smiled softly. "Wan Wan, you are so thoughtful." Her heart was already overwhelmed with gratitude. "Wan Wan, it's fine. I'm not in pain, not at all." She quickly reached out to stop Wan Wan from blowing on her injury any further. However, it was only a short while before Wan Wan began to breathe a little heavily. If this continued, Li Mu Wan genuinely worried that Wan Wan might exhaust herself. "Pretty sister, you're lying. You've lost so much blood. How could it not hurt?" Wan Wan pouted, visibly displeased. "It really doesn't hurt, because you're here." "My dear Wan Wan," Li Mu Wan said as she gently lifted Wan Wan back onto her seat. "Really? Does Wan Wan have such great magic?" Wan Wan's eyes widened. Her bright, dark orbs fixated on Li Mu Wan. "Yes, my dear Wan Wan, you possess such remarkable magic," Li Mu Wan replied with a smile, affectionately stroking Wan Wan's smooth cheek and nodding. "If you don't believe me, you can ask your father if that is true." "Daddy, is what the beautiful sister said true?" Wan Wan immediately turned to look at Chen Fan, who was driving. Chen Fan glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror and nodded. "Yes, my dear Wan Wan is very impressive." Hee. The beautiful sister truly didn't deceive Wan Wan. Elated, Wan Wan raised her hand in celebration. Li Mu Wan couldn't help but laugh at Wan Wan's joyful demeanor. Yet, as her smile widened, it tugged at the injury on her face, causing her to involuntarily gasp in pain. "Beautiful sister, what's wrong?" Wan Wan, noticing Li Mu Wan touching her face, asked anxiously. "It's nothing." Li Mu Wan gently patted Wan Wan's head in reassurance. The car swiftly headed towards the premier private hospital in Jiang City. This time, the security guards, upon spotting Chen Fan in the driver's seat, exhibited a markedly different attitude than before. "Mr. Chen," they greeted him with utmost respect. Chen Fan didn't let it bother him. After all, this private hospital was now his, and it was clear that the guards had recognized his status. The car smoothly entered the hospital parking lot. Once parked, Chen Fan promptly opened the door and stepped out, making his way to the back seat. "I can walk by myself," Li Mu Wan asserted this time. "All right." Chen Fan nodded, extending a hand to help Li Mu Wan out of the car, while he carried Wan Wan in his arms. As he cradled Wan Wan, he noticed Li Mu Wan staggering and nearly losing her balance. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to steady her. Thank you," Li Mu Wan said, looking up at Chen Fan. Still feeling a bit shaken. Had he not intervened in time, she might have fallen in front of so many people. "Let us go?" Chen Fan firmly grasped Li Mu Wan's hand. She appeared so delicate. Her hand felt as if it could break with the slightest pressure. Li Mu Wan nodded, keeping pace with Chen Fan. Yet, with each step, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, as if 1,000 needles were piercing it simultaneously. "Are you really insisting on walking by yourself?" Chen Fan noticed Li Mu Wan's pale face and the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, frowning slightly. Why was she trying to be so strong in front of him? Couldn't she be like other girls and accept help? Li Mu Wan lifted her head and nodded. If she allowed Chen Fan to carry her inside, it might attract unwarranted gossip. While she didn't mind how others viewed her, she was concerned about how it might affect Chen Fan and Wan Wan, especially since she hadn't yet gained Wan Wan's approval. Misunderstandings were best avoided. Very well. Seeing Li Mu Wan so resolute, Chen Fan chose not to press the matter further. After all, he couldn't force her to accept help. Well, if it isn't the renowned Li Mu Wan, who is said to be indifferent to men. Suddenly, a boisterous male voice cut through the air. Turning towards the sound, Li Mu Wan saw a man in a black suit, looking rather dapper, walking towards her with a woman of decent appearance by his side. As she scrutinized the approaching figure, Li Mu Wan couldn't recall ever seeing him before. "You don't remember me?" The man, noticing Li Mu Wan's unfamiliar gaze, was taken aback. "I'm Ji Haoyang, the owner of the Seasons hotel chain. We dined together at Zhang's table before. How could you not remember me?" "Is that so?" Li Mu Wan furrowed her brow, trying to recollect. How could she not remember such a person? "Damn, Li Mu Wan, are you doing this on purpose?" Ji Haoyang was visibly flustered. It was astonishing that she had no recollection of him. "Mr. Ji, this is the notable Li Mu Wan," the woman beside him sneered, sizing Li Mu Wan up. "She's not all that impressive. I expected more. After all, she relies on men." "Rely on men?" Li Mu Wan echoed, her gaze settling on the hand that Chen Fan had placed on her. "So that is what she meant. I've heard that you're allergic to men, Li Zong. You keep your distance from them. Yet what I see now contradicts what I've heard. The woman continued to mock. Aside from her looks and slightly better background, how was Li Mu Wan any different from her? Why was Ji Haoyang so fixated on her? Why did she have a man who was taller and more handsome than Ji Haoyang devoted to her? That only proves you lack your own judgment. Li Mu Wan calmly stated the facts in response to the mockery. You, who are you calling brainless? The woman was instantly infuriated, realizing the obvious implication in Li Mu Wan's words. Obviously you. Is there any doubt? Li Mu Wan replied with a cold smile. You. The woman was taken aback. She had never anticipated Li Mu Wan would so boldly acknowledge it. Mr. Ji, the aggrieved woman turned to Ji Haoyang, pouting. Look at her. How can she treat me this way? Li Mu Wan, you are truly crossing the line. Ji Haoyang, already displeased by Li Mu Wan's lack of recognition, seized the opportunity to confront her. It's said that one should consider the owner before striking a dog. Is it appropriate for you to bully my friend in front of me? Oh, so you merely regard her as your pet? Li Mu Wan remained composed in the face of Ji Haoyang's aggression. You dare call me a dog? The woman was seething with rage. Li Mu Wan, don't think you can bully others just because you have some connections in Jiang City. I'm not afraid of you. What do you want? Speak quickly and don't waste my time. Li Mu Wan furrowed her brow, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Are you okay, beautiful sister? Nuan Wan asked with concern, noticing how pale the woman's complexion had become, which was quite alarming. I'm fine, Li Mu Wan replied, glancing back at Nuan Wan and forcing a smile. It was then that she noticed the little girl cradled in Chen Fan's arms. The moment she looked closer, she was taken aback. The child's face bore a striking resemblance to Li Mu Wan's. Oh, this little girl looks quite similar to you, generally. Could it be that you had a child with some wild man? Wild child? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. The system's notification echoed in his mind, compelling Chen Fan to set aside his thoughts for the moment and focus on the task at hand. He opened the virtual interface and clicked on the taskbar. Task, give her a slap. Reward, max level piano skill. Max level piano skill? Chen Fan was taken aback. Did this mean he would possess skills akin to a master? Piano, guitar, guzheng, violin, cello, and more, all within his grasp? What the hell? Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement. After all, he was tone-deaf and utterly inept with anything musical. If he were to acquire this skill, he would become a musical prodigy. A mere slap could bestow upon him a max-level skill. What was there to ponder? Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan turned to Li Mu Wan and said, just hold on a moment. Huh. Li Mu Wan was still trying to comprehend Chen Fan's words when he gently set Nuan Wan down. Nuan Wan, close your eyes. Okay. Daddy. Nuan Wan obediently shut her eyes, despite not understanding why her father wanted her to do so. Without further ado, Chen Fan approached the woman, and amidst the puzzled and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. The loud crack echoed, drawing considerable attention. The woman, caught entirely off guard by Chen Fan's sudden action, was sent reeling several steps before crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, the woman felt something hard in her mouth and spat it onto the ground, two of her teeth, enveloped in blood. In disbelief, she probed her mouth with her tongue, confirming the painful reality of her missing teeth. You actually hit me? She exclaimed, clutching her stinging face and pointing a trembling finger at Chen Fan, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring max-level piano skill. The system's notification resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Hit you? And pick a day for it? Li Mu Wan snapped back to reality, fully aware of the reason behind that slap. That companion of Ji Haoyang deserved it. How dare she call Nuan Wan a wild child in front of her? Even if Chen Fan hadn't intervened, she would not have let it slide. You shameless couple. You're going too far. I am a top talent from Jiangxing Nan University's Music Academy. The woman shouted furiously at Li Mu Wan. Who asked you to speak such vile words? Li Mu Wan retorted coldly. She deserved it. Gee, General. The woman looked at Ji Haoyang with a pitiful expression. What if my face is ruined? I have a city competition coming up. Li Mu Wan, my presence is still here, and you're bullying my people so brazenly? Do you think so little of me? Ji Haoyang's face darkened. She brought this upon herself. Unfazed by Ji Haoyang's accusations, Li Mu Wan stood her ground. Isn't it you who keeps saying she isn't? Besides, I believe she has a point. With that, Ji Haoyang's gaze shifted to the little girl standing beside Li Mu Wan, her hands covering her eyes. There's no way this girl is related to Li Mu Wan. Ji Haoyang. Fearing the words wild child would escape Ji Haoyang's lips, Li Mu Wan hastily interjected. If you have nothing more to say, take your companion and leave. I don't want to hear any more unpleasantness. Otherwise, I will personally take action. Is this a threat? Ji Haoyang stared incredulously at Li Mu Wan. She was willing to confront the Ji family for the sake of this little girl? Could it be that the girl truly was her illegitimate child? If so, Who was her father? Ji Haoyang's gaze shifted from Wan to Chen Fan, suddenly coming to a halt. No, it can't be him. Chapter 86. Self-Destruction. General Ji, do we really need to ask? She's clearly threatening you, challenging your authority and limits. The woman hastily fanned the flames. Li Muwan, I was initially impressed by you, thinking you were a person of integrity. Who knew you were so debauched behind the scenes? Giving birth to a bastard with some wild man. Upon hearing this, Ji Haoyang felt increasingly that Li Muwan regarded him with utter disdain. And his temper flared as he openly mocked her. What a spectacle. If this gets out, you, Li Muwan, might just become the laughingstock of Jiangqing's elite. Ji Haoyang, if you have grievances, bring them to me. Before Li Muwan could finish her sentence, Chen Fan had already taken a swift stride toward Ji Haoyang, landing a punch squarely on his face. In the blink of an eye, Ji Haoyang was sent flying, crashing onto the hood of another car with a thud, creating a substantial dent. Hiss! Ji Haoyang's face paled in pain, rendering him momentarily immobile. Ji General. The woman, having regained her senses, disregarded her own pain and scrambled to Ji Haoyang's side. Approaching the car, she reached out to assist him but hesitated, fearing she might cause him further injury. Turning her head, she glared at Chen Fan and weakly exclaimed, "You have quite the audacity. You dare to lay a hand on General Ji." Afterward, she averted her gaze, directing it toward Li Muwan. Li Muwan, you are truly overstepping. Don't talk about bullying. Even if I were to kill you, what would you do about it? Chen Fan scoffed. You. The woman was left speechless by Chen Fan's retort. Li Muwan, you're finished. Ji Haoyang slowly pushed himself up, gritting his teeth as he glared at Li Muwan. I will not let you or the Li family off the hook. You will pay for this. With that, Ji Haoyang tremblingly retrieved his phone from his pocket. What are you waiting for? Hurry and call my brother. Ji Haoyang thrust the phone into the woman's hands. All right, General. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reached for the phone. General, what's the password? She asked, raising her head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Ji Haoyang impatiently replied, 971015. 971015? Upon hearing that number, Li Muwan knitted her brows and repeated it in astonishment. Ji Haoyang suddenly realized something, his complexion darkening as he defensively retorted, do not flatter yourself. My password is not your birth date. It's merely a coincidence. Chen Fan interjected. What a classic case of misdirection. Li Muwan, however, remained silent, bewildered by Ji Haoyang's self-revelation. The once elated woman felt her demeanor shift upon hearing Ji Haoyang's words, and when she glanced at Li Muwan, her eyes sparkled with envy. Gripping her phone tightly, she pursed her lips and located Ji Haoyang's elder brother's number in her contacts, promptly dialing it. Li Muwan's brazen disregard, even going so far as to reduce Ji Haoyang to such a state, would not go unnoticed by the Ji family. Despite Ji Haoyang's infatuation with her, the family would never allow her to wed into their clan. Let us depart, Chen Fan remarked, noticing that Li Muwan was struggling to maintain her balance, her frail form swaying precariously. He quickly extended a hand to steady her. Li Muwan glanced at Ji Haoyang and the woman engrossed in her phone call. Your health takes precedence, Chen Fan insisted, lifting Wan with one arm while supporting Li Muwan with the other. Very well, Li Muwan conceded, following Chen Fan into the hospital. Mr. Li. Upon entering the hospital lobby, several doctors and nurses rushed towards Li Muwan, expressing concern over her pallid complexion. You don't look well. Are you experiencing discomfort? Please fetch me a wheelchair, Li Muwan replied, feigning calmness. Of course. They responded hastily. In a matter of moments, a wheelchair was procured. Once seated, Li Muwan finally confessed, it appears I have sprained my ankle. It seems rather severe. We should get an X-ray. A doctor squatted before her, observing her condition with a serious expression. Agreed, Li Muwan replied, turning to Chen Fan. I apologize for the trouble. Perhaps you could take Wan a play for now. I fear I cannot accompany her today. No, Wan wishes to stay here with the beautiful sister. She cannot leave her alone in the hospital, Wan insisted, clinging to Chen Fan's neck and shaking her head resolutely. It's so sad for the beautiful sister to be hurt and left alone. Indeed, Wan is right. We should wait until the results come back before we leave. Chen Fan concurred. Very well, Li Muwan relented, unable to argue further. Soon, under the guidance of the doctor and nurses, they took the elevator to the examination room. Outside the examination room, Wan paced anxiously before Chen Fan, her little face scrunching up in worry as she occasionally peeked through the doorframe. Daddy, the beautiful sister seems to be in a lot of pain, she said, turning her worried expression towards Chen Fan. She is biting her lips so hard. And I see tears in her pretty eyes. It makes my heart ache. Pain is a part of the healing process. Chen Fan attempted to console her, ruminating for a moment before uttering the words. Is that so? But Wan doesn't want the beautiful sister to hurt, she replied, stepping closer to him. If you were hurt like the beautiful sister, I would be very sad. Rest assured, Daddy will not get hurt, Chen Fan said, affectionately ruffling Wan's hair. Grateful for her concern. Brother, it's them. A woman's voice, dripping with malice, suddenly rang out nearby. Are you certain? A man, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Ji Haoyang, responded. In an instant, Chen Fan recognized this aggressive middle-aged man as Ji Haoyang's elder brother. Yes, I am certain it is them. Mr. Ji, he is the one who injured me. The woman exclaimed, but was abruptly silenced by the middle-aged man. The man glared down at Chen Fan, his expression rife with disdain. Speak, how do you intend to make amends? Or would you prefer to face death instead? Make amends? Death. Chen Fan rose slowly, disliking the notion of looking up to others, relishing the feeling of looking down instead. Yes. Do you wish for a private settlement? Or a public one? The man, imposing in stature, locked eyes with Chen Fan, disdain evident in his gaze. As he seemed appalled that his brother had been bested by someone like Chen Fan. There's no need to even consider it, Chen Fan replied. Smirking as he shook his head, no compromise would be reached, whether privately or publicly. You little brat. Are you mocking me? The middle-aged man was taken aback by Chen Fan's refusal to take responsibility. And what if I am? Chen Fan squinted, discerning that the Ji family seemed rather lacking in intelligence. You are far too arrogant. The man scoffed coldly. I will grant you one more chance. Think carefully, or you shall not escape my wrath. Unnecessary, Chen Fan waved dismissively. Not even 10 or 100 chances would sway my stance. Very well. I, Ji Haoming, have never encountered such an arrogant individual in my life. You will undoubtedly regret this. The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving. Mr. Ji, you cannot reason with someone like him. It would be wiser to teach him a lesson, to demonstrate the Ji family's might, the woman urged, her tone insistent. As she recognized that some people only learn through harsh experiences. Upon hearing this, Ji Haoming shot her an annoyed glance, as if to say he did not require her guidance. Realizing her misstep, the woman quickly bowed her head, regretting her outburst. If Ji Haoming redirected his anger towards her, she would be the one to suffer. Is this your daughter? Ji Haoming remarked coldly, eyeing the obedient little girl beside Chen Fan. How pitiful. She appears to be only 3 or 4 years old, and she is already facing the prospect of losing her father. Life will surely be arduous for her. As Ji Haoming's gaze fell upon his precious daughter, Chen Fan instinctively stepped in front of Wan, his imposing figure shielding her completely. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will ensure the entire Ji family pays the price. What audacity! Ji Haoming paused, then erupted with fury. Do you truly think I would hesitate? To speak so boldly to the Ji family requires a certain audacity. Ding dong. System prompt. Task has been updated. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Fan quickly focused on the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Task: defeat the opponent. Reward: Super God Skill, Mastery in Medicine. Medicine? Chen Fan's heart soared with excitement. Possessing medical skills would allow him to treat Wan himself in the future if she were to sustain any injuries. I am not threatening you, Chen Fan said coolly, a smirk playing on his lips as he swiftly approached Ji Haoming, seizing his collar and pinning him against the hard wall before delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! Ji Haoming gasped in pain. Before he could recover, Chen Fan forcefully shoved him to the ground. Ji Haoming had no opportunity to resist or struggle as he crashed down. Before he could rise, Chen Fan had already pounced on him, raining down blows upon Ji Haoming's face and head. Someone! Help! We're being attacked. The woman, paralyzed by fear at the unfolding scene, finally regained her senses and began shouting for help. Before anyone else could arrive, Chen Fan had already pummeled Ji Haoming to the ground, leaving him bloodied and battered. His face a ghastly sight. Sir, this is a hospital. You cannot cause a disturbance here, others who had rushed and exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Ding. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and acquired divine medical skills. Upon hearing the notification from the system and glancing at the motionless Ji Haoming on the floor, Chen Fan finally rose from his position. He had never encountered someone so contemptible, akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, as one after another came to present themselves as sacrificial lambs. Mr. Ji, a woman, evidently concerned for Ji Haoming, rushed to his side, kneeling and shaking him fervently. However, Ji Haoming remained unresponsive, completely unconscious. He's dead. The woman, now terrified, stumbled back, casting a fearful glance at Chen Fan. You dare to kill someone in a hospital? Fool. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Warm, are you scared? Approaching Warm, he bit his lip, realizing too late that in his haste to complete the task, he had forgotten to instruct her to close her eyes. He worried that witnessing his violent side might instill fear in her, causing her to distance herself from him. Daddy is so amazing. You took down the bad guy in just a few moves. Worm stared wide-eyed at the incapacitated Ji Haoming. Chen Fan. This reaction was truly unexpected. Daddy, are you a superhero? Worm withdrew her gaze, excitedly grasping Chen Fan's hand. Shouldn't be, right? Chen Fan scratched his head in uncertainty. Ah, what a pity. But Daddy is just as powerful as a superhero. Worm hugged Chen Fan tightly, reveling in having such a formidable father. This family member, rest assured, he is not dead. He merely fainted. A doctor, after conducting a brief examination of Ji Haoming, addressed the woman who was now petrified with shock. And no dead? The woman snapped back to reality, immediately shouting at the doctor, "Then what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and save him. Isn't at your duty as doctors? Do you even know who he is? He is the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel, Ji Haoming." Ji Haoming. The doctor paused, recognizing the name, which held considerable weight in Jiang City. Who would dare to save him? Chen Fan straightened up and declared, "Ahem, sir, it is our duty as doctors to save lives. We cannot simply choose not to." The doctor coughed awkwardly. After all, he is the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel. How could I stand idly by? Whoever dares to intervene, I will make them leave. Chen Fan stated coldly. Leave? The doctor shot a glance at Chen Fan, dismissing his words entirely, before signaling the nearby nurses to assist in lifting Ji Haoming. As for his threats, they paid him no mind. No authority? Chen Fan chuckled derisively. This entire hospital belongs to me. How can you claim I have no authority? What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The hospital is his? Chapter 88. Dismiss the target. Reward. Skill, attribute, 10 charisma. You? How can that be? The woman, taken aback, quickly rebutted, eager to expose Chen Fan's facade. Do you even know what kind of hospital this is? This is a facility catering solely to the influential. Even the Li family, including Li Muan, only holds a 20 stake here. After her scornful proclamation, she continued, you mustn't think that just because you've attached yourself to Li Muan, that this hospital is now yours. What about the other shareholders? Where do they stand? So, you're just a kept man of President Li. No wonder you are so audacious. Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Tianyao adjusted his glasses, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Fan. Isn't it said that President Li prefers women? It seems that that's not entirely true. Had he known the rumors were false, he wouldn't have remained idle. If he had acted sooner, Li Muan would have been his by now. Kid, don't think you can act so brazenly just because you have President Li backing you. Mr. Ji is not someone you can compare yourself to. Zhou Tianyao's disdain for Chen Fan grew. Apart from his good looks, what else did he possess? He had thought Li Muan valued substance over appearance. But it seemed she was like the rest, merely a beauty enthusiast. Stop dawdling. Quickly follow my orders and take Mr. Ji to the intensive care unit. Zhou Tianyao no longer glanced at Chen Fan, turning to instruct the other nurses. However, his connection to President Li made the others hesitate. What does President Li matter? Mr. Ji is the largest shareholder's close friend. If his treatment is delayed, can you bear the consequences? Do you wish to lose your jobs at this hospital? Seeing no one willing to take the initiative, Zhou Tianyao approached Ji Haoming, performed a brief examination, and then began to assist him. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chen Fan had no choice but to allow the others to proceed, directly manipulating the virtual interface to access the task list. Task. Dismiss the target Zhou Tianyao. Reward. Skill, attribute, 10 charisma. Charisma, huh? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface. He indeed needed a boost in charisma, lest others continue to perceive him as a mere freeloader. You best bring the hospital director here, or you will face the consequences. Chen Fan surveyed those lifting Ji Haoming onto a stretcher. Zhou Tianyao immediately seized upon Chen Fan's words. Who are you trying to intimidate? With such a significant incident. Even without your prompting, I would call the director. Just wait to be imprisoned. How dare you lay hands on Mr. Ji? You truly have a death wish. What's all this commotion? Just as Zhou Tianyao finished speaking, a commanding voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a white coat, with graying temples, strode purposefully towards them. Director. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Tianyao's smug demeanor instantly shifted to one of humility. Aren't you too busy with your duties? What brings you here? You are the director? The woman scrutinized the man before speaking. You are aware of Ji Haoming, the owner of the Four Seasons Hotel, correct? Raising her hand, she pointed at Chen Fan. Her tone sharp as she declared, it was he who beat Mr. Ji to this state. We have no idea if he is alive or dead. You must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, if the Ji family pursues this, I fear you will not retain your position as director. Ji Haoming. Mr. Ji? The director faltered, then approached the stretcher. Director, rest assured, Mr. Ji is not in serious condition. He merely suffered some superficial injuries and fainted. Zhou Tianyao whispered to the director as he stood beside him. Is it truly he who did this? The director looked at Chen Fan from a distance, noting the severity of his actions. Yes, indeed. Director, Hurry and call the police. We cannot allow him to escape. If he flees, the incident occurring in our hospital means we will surely bear the responsibility. Zhou Tianyao nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Once this man was apprehended, wouldn't he have the opportunity to draw closer to Li Muan and seize the moment? In that moment, for Li Muan, wouldn't it be a matter of mere convenience for him to orchestrate everything as he pleased? Sir, may I inquire your esteemed surname? You have rendered this individual in such a state. Regardless of right or wrong, we must involve the authorities in this matter. The director fixed his gaze upon Chen Fan. Noting the youthfulness of the young man who had acted with such impulsiveness, it was evident that he had never faced the harsh realities of society. If he dared to lay hands on Mr. Ji today, he might next dare to assault the mayor of Jiangqing. It was time to teach him a lesson to ensure he remembers this encounter. Chen Fan merely responded with a scornful smile. What did you just say? The director, who had been observing the injuries on Ji Haoming, abruptly turned his head to fix a penetrating stare at Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Could it merely be a coincidence of names? What are the odds? Director, what seems to be the issue? Is there something amiss with that name? Zhou Tianyao, standing beside the director, was the first to notice the director's change in demeanor and his astonishment. It's just a common name. One that you could find on any street. How could it provoke such a significant reaction from you? And nothing. The director raised his hand dismissively, convincing himself that he must have been overthinking. How could the individual before him possibly be the person he feared? With that demeanor and age, it was clear he was not that individual. Director, while others may not know me, you surely cannot be unaware that I, Chen Fan, hold 80% of the shares in Rengsentang Hospital. Chen Fan, with one hand holding onto Yuan and the other casually tucked in his pocket, spoke with an air of indifference. 80% of the shares? Before the director could utter a word, Zhou Tianyao exclaimed in disbelief. He quickly refuted. Are you jesting? Li Muan holds merely 20%. Where could you possibly acquire 80? If you wish to flaunt, do not do so in front of those of us who understand the situation. It's utterly ridiculous. I have but one demand. Right now, immediately, terminate him. Chen Fan, disinterested in further dialogue, directed his unwavering gaze towards Zhou Tianyao, who was mocking him. Terminate me? How amusing. Zhou Tianyao retorted incredulously. Do you know who I am? I am a doctoral candidate from the prestigious Columbia University. You think you can just terminate me at will? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhou Tianyao burst into laughter, convinced that such a brilliant mind could not simply be dismissed by an outsider. After all, it was the vice president of Renetang who had persistently called him from abroad, pleading for his return. The idea of his dismissal was utterly absurd. Chapter 89. No entry for the Ji family and dogs. You are truly Chen Fan? The director swallowed hard, seeking confirmation. After all, what if this individual was an imposter? This seemingly youthful doctor was known to him. He was recognized as a prodigy within the medical school, exhibiting exceptional talent. To dismiss Zhou Tianyao based solely on the word of another would be grossly unjust. Even if they later sought to apologize to Zhou Tianyao, a man of his pride would hardly accept such an apology. Would this not result in a considerable loss for the hospital? You, as the director, must be aware of the telephone number, correct? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Is it so difficult to ascertain my identity? There is one. The director, upon hearing this, quickly retrieved his phone. Although he had never dialed that number, it had been saved in his contacts since the day the shares were redistributed. What do you mean? Zhou Tianyao glanced at the director, suddenly feeling uneasy. The director's silence in response to Zhou Tianyao's question only heightened his apprehension. Chen Fan had the audacity to allow him to confirm via phone, and the director was already 90% certain that Chen Fan was indeed the largest shareholder of Renetang. As the phone rang, the previously raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush. Slowly, Chen Fan took out his phone, donning a smirk of disdain as he answered, "Hello." Listening to the voice on the other end, the director immediately bowed in apology. "My apologies, Mr. Chen. I failed to recognize your significance." Zhou Tianyao, the woman, and a multitude of onlookers, each with their own thoughts. Impossible. How could he possibly be the largest shareholder of Renetang? He is merely Li Muan's kept man. The woman shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept this astounding truth. "I have no desire to repeat myself," Chen Fan declared, ending the call and tucking his phone back into his pocket. He could have avoided this charade, yet these individuals seemed to relish being proven wrong. How exasperating. Yes, the director hastily concurred. Though he felt immense reluctance, he turned to Zhou Tianyao with a serious expression. "Zhou Tianyao, effective immediately, you are terminated from Renetang Hospital. You are no longer a doctor here. Please remove your hospital attire and collect your belongings at once." "Director, what are you saying? You intend to dismiss me?" Zhou Tianyao, recovering from his shock, regarded the director in disbelief. "You were the ones who begged me to join. It is not without reason. the director corrected sternly. Your recent actions have offended Mr. Chen. Just this alone disqualifies you from remaining at the hospital. While the essence of a hospital is to save lives, Mr. Chen is the largest shareholder and all expenses are fundamentally covered by him. Without Mr. Chen, the hospital cannot operate, cannot procure the most advanced medical equipment, nor can it retain the rare talents of the medical field with high salaries and excellent benefits. How can we fulfill our mission of saving lives otherwise? In comparison to Mr. Chen's contributions, your efforts are insignificant. To keep you would jeopardize everyone else due to your actions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the director maintained a firm stance. I refuse. I will not leave. Why should I? He is a fraud. How could he possibly be the largest shareholder? Zhou Tianyao adamantly clung to his white coat. After a brief glance at the unyielding Chen Fan, the director stated, this is not up to you. He then signaled to others, instructing them to remove Zhou Tianyao's coat and escort him and his possessions out of the hospital. Zhou Tianyao was given the chance to leave with dignity, but his failure to appreciate that opportunity left him with no one to blame but himself. You dare, he protested, asserting his status as a high achiever. Yet, before he could finish his protest, several doctors and nurses approached him, forcibly stripping him of his white coat, dragging him away. Mr. Chen, do you have any further instructions? Once Zhou Tianyao was gone, the director turned to Chen Fan with utmost respect. From this moment forth, no member of the Ji family or any dogs are permitted entry into this hospital. Chen Fan cast a glance at Ji Haoming on the stretcher. In his hospital, he made the rules. Yes, Mr. Chen. The director understood Chen Fan's intent and immediately signaled to others. The crowd hurriedly lifted Ji Haoming off the stretcher and placed him beside the woman. You dare treat Mr. Ji this way? The woman could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. This was Ji Haoming, the grand owner of the Four Seasons chain hotels. How could they be so audacious? I wish to see none of them, Chen Fan declared, turning his back to the director. Yes, I will take care of it right away. The director instructed several individuals to escort Ji Haoming and the woman out. Chen Fan, how dare you be so arrogant? You will surely regret this. Offending the Ji family will have dire consequences for you. The woman, unable to break free from the security's grasp, could only hurl insults at Chen Fan. What is happening? As the door creaked open, a faint voice emerged from Li Muan. Chen Fan lifted his gaze to see her ankle wrapped in white bandages, slowly making her way out with the aid of a cane. Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry and support the beautiful sister, don't let her fall. Nuan quickly released Chen Fan's hand and pushed him forward. Chen Fan stepped forward, gently offering his support to Li Muan with the other hand. After all, she had sustained her injuries while protecting Nuan. He felt a sense of responsibility for her condition. Thank you. Li Muan looked up at Chen Fan. It's the least I can do, he replied nonchalantly, as it was a mere triviality. I heard a commotion outside while I was examining in the room. Why is it so quiet now? Li Muan curiously surveyed her surroundings. Noticing that apart from Chen Fan and Nuan, there were no other individuals present. Yet, she distinctly recalled the earlier uproar. However, she had been preoccupied with her examination and had no opportunity to check on the situation. It's all taken care of. The troublemakers have been dealt with. Chen Fan said calmly. I see, Li Muan replied, choosing not to press further. As the three of them moved forward, the director hurriedly approached. Mr. Chen, we have a serious problem. Observing the director's flustered demeanor, Chen Fan remained composed. Aside from Nuan, no issue seemed significant in his eyes. Mr. Chen, the deputy mayor of Jiangcheng has suddenly been admitted to the hospital and specifically requested Zhou Tianyao to be his attending physician. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Chen Fan with a mix of anxiety and urgency. Zhou Tianyao hasn't gone far. If we can call him back, it may resolve the situation. However, I fear he may refuse to return, and worse still, Mr. Chen, he is against Zhou Tianyao's return. In such a large hospital, is there truly no one more capable than Zhou Tianyao? Chen Fan scoffed dismissively. Mr. Chen, you may not be aware, but despite Zhou Tianyao's youth, he possesses a rare medical talent that ordinary individuals lack, mastering numerous skills typically reserved for experts. His prowess in neurosurgery is unmatched throughout Jiangcheng, the director explained. His urgency palpable. After all, this was the deputy mayor, not just anyone. Offending him could jeopardize the hospital's existence. Isn't Zhou Tianyao the highly esteemed graduate from Columbia that the hospital hired at great expense? What has happened to him? Li Muan interjected, bewildered by the conversation. How could Zhou Tianyao possibly be connected to Chen Fan? Ms. Li, Mr. Chen, the director cautiously glanced at Chen Fan, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. I dismissed him, Chen Fan interjected promptly. Dismissed? You? Li Muan exclaimed in astonishment. How could you dismiss Zhou Tianyao? What right do you have to do so? She knew that even she lacked the authority to determine Zhou Tianyao's fate. Beyond his status as an exceptional student, He was also the deputy mayor's prospective son-in-law. Offending him would equate to offending the deputy mayor himself. Business people like them dreaded incurring the ire of officials. A conflict with them could complicate their futures immensely. Yes, Chen Fan was unfazed by Li Muin's shock. He had anticipated her reaction. After all, she remained oblivious to the fact that he was the largest shareholder of Renatang Hospital. You have that authority? Li Muin questioned, her astonishment evident. Ms. Li, are you not aware? The director appeared bewildered. He observed the apparent camaraderie between Chen Fan and Li Muin, yet she seemed utterly uninformed. Awareness of what? Li Muin shifted her gaze from Chen Fan to the director, questioning what she should know. Mr. Chen is our hospital's largest shareholder, the director blurted out, only to realize the gravity of his words. This was a matter that should have been disclosed by Chen Fan himself. The reason for his silence was undoubtedly significant. By so openly divulging it, he risked undermining Chen Fan's plans. My apologies, Mr. Chen. It was thoughtless of me to speak so hastily, the director lamented, slapping his own mouth. No matter, Chen Fan raised his hand to halt him. He had never intended to keep this from Li Muin. Eventually, she would learn of it. You are the largest shareholder of Renatang? Li Muin was utterly taken aback. She was aware of the significant changes within the board of directors of Renatang recently. But she never imagined that the enigmatic figure behind it all was Chen Fan. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded. Li Muin was left speechless. What other secrets did Chen Fan hold? However, the pressing matter at hand was not Chen Fan's status as the largest shareholder, but rather the deputy mayor and Zhou Tianyao. It was understandable that Chen Fan, newly appointed as the major shareholder, might not fully grasp the implications of the situation. Chen Fan, why did you dismiss Zhou Tianyao? Recognizing that Chen Fan was not one to act without reason, she felt it necessary to clarify his motivations. Zhou Tianyao defied Mr. Chen and opposed him. The director quickly stepped in to defend Chen Fan and rectify his earlier misstep. Is that so? Li Muin nodded, conceding that Zhou Tianyao indeed warranted dismissal. Director, take me to see the deputy mayor. After a brief silence, she spoke decisively. This was a matter she needed to address personally. All right, yes. The director, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. With one holding 80 of the shares and the other 20, he had no choice but to heed the requests of either party. Chen Fan, I will handle this matter. Li Muin turned to Chen Fan, asserting her intent. Indeed, Chen Fan replied, though he found it amusing how the situation seemed to be treated as if the world were coming to an end. Beautiful sister, are you leaving? Your injury hasn't healed yet. Wan stepped forward, gently tugging at Li Muin's sleeve. It's all right. This minor injury is nothing. Li Muin bent down, tenderly ruffling Wan's hair. Hey, you can't come in. A flurry of urgent voices erupted from behind them. Chen Fan. Zhou Tianyao's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Turning his head, Chen Fan saw Zhou Tianyao being restrained on the ground by several security personnel. His eyes gleamed with arrogance, a smug expression plastered across his face. Let me go now? Zhou Tianyao shouted. Chen Fan frowned, the phrase petty triumph fitting Zhou Tianyao perfectly. Quickly, release him, the director urged. With the director's command, the security personnel reluctantly let Zhou Tianyao rise. Dusting himself off, Zhou Tianyao strode towards Chen Fan with an air of superiority. Should you kneel and beg me, I might consider helping you with the deputy mayor's predicament. He taunted. Dream on. Before Chen Fan could utter a word, Li Muin interjected. You are not worthy of demanding him to kneel. Chen Fan cast a surprised glance at Li Muin, having expected her to urge him to prioritize the greater good and compromise like everyone else. Li, you are aware of my relationship with the deputy mayor. Do you truly not consider the hospital's future? Zhou Tianyao gazed at Li Muin with a mixture of love and hate. Isn't he merely a favored son-in-law? Li Muin curled her lips in disdain. Do you think that if the deputy mayor discovered your infidelity and fickleness toward his daughter, he would treat you kindly? You, Zhou Tianyao exclaimed, taken aback. Do not slander me. Slander you? Li Muin chuckled coldly. I possess ample evidence. What are you all still doing? The deputy mayor's condition cannot afford any delay. Hurry and arrange the surgery. Just as Zhou Tianyao was about to retort, a middle-aged woman with silver-rimmed glasses approached, urging them on. Secretary Huang swiftly spoke up, looking towards Chen Fan. This matter was beyond his jurisdiction. The authority lay with the man beside him. Humph. In the whole of Jiang City, aside from Zhou Tianyao, who dares to undertake this surgery? Zhou Tianyao smugly crossed his arms. This surgery must be performed by me. However, for him to agree to perform it, Chen Fan would have to kneel and apologize. Ding dong. System prompt. Task has been updated. As Chen Fan disdainfully regarded Zhou Tianyao's words, the system's notification echoed in his mind. A task had arrived? Chapter 91. Saving Lives, the Greatest Reward, the Venetian Casino. Contemplating. Chen Fan mentally manipulated the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task: step in to save the deputy mayor. Reward: the Venetian casino. What the heck? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the Venetian casino that was all over the internet? If he were to intervene and save this so-called deputy mayor, it would be his. He double-checked, and indeed, it was the Venetian casino. Lee, regarding the hospital's survival, you must know which is more important, right? Offending the deputy mayor will jeopardize your future in Jiang City. Seeing the silence among the group, Zhou Tianyao continued. My demand is simple. I want Chen Fan to kneel before all the doctors and apologize. Li Muwan furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I will do it. I will kneel and apologize. You? Zhou Tianyao was astonished. The lofty Li Muwan, who had never regarded him highly, was actually willing to comply with his demand? That could work. He thought of the days when he was ignored by Li Muwan, and a twisted smile crept upon his face. He would reclaim the dignity that Li Muwan had trampled upon. Taking out his phone, Zhou Tianyao activated the recording. He wanted everyone in Ren Hitang Hospital to witness how this icy beauty, Li Muwan, would kneel before him, begging for his mercy. Just as Li Muwan set down her cane, preparing to kneel, a hand grasped her wrist. She turned to see Chen Fan, knowing that if she did not kneel, it would surely offend the deputy mayor. For the sake of the hospital's future and her relationship with Chen Fan, she felt compelled to do so. A man's knee is worth its weight in gold. However, witnessing Chen Fan kneel to the despicable Zhou Tianyao was something she simply could not bear. Chen Fan, let go, Li Muwan implored. You need not kneel to him. Chen Fan exerted a slight pull, effortlessly raising her. If Li Muwan's intention to handle the situation was to do so in this manner, it would be better for him to resolve it himself. I will perform the deputy mayor's surgery. You? The moment Chen Fan uttered these words, the faces of those around him were filled with disbelief. Haha, how amusing. What gives you the audacity to make such a claim? This is a brain surgery. Do you think you can just step up and do it? Zhou Tianyao seized the opportunity to mock. Chen Fan, are you serious? Li Muwan fixed her gaze intently on him, knowing that such matters were not to be taken lightly. Yes, rest assured, this is but a trifling matter for me. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, then placed the child, Nuan, in Li Muwan's care. Nuan will be under your watch for now. Yes, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Li Muwan assured, holding Nuan's small hand. Despite her understanding that Chen Fan was not one to boast, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Chen Fan, if it becomes too difficult, you must let me know, she whispered, her voice just audible to the two of them. Chen Fan smiled faintly at her words, confidence radiating from him. A man should never admit to his limitations. Li Muwan was momentarily taken aback, as if at that moment, Chen Fan was enveloped in a radiant glow, making it impossible for anyone to look away. What a show-off. You, an amateur, dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you think the operating table is just for anyone to step onto? Observing Li Muwan and Chen Fan whispering to each other, Zhou Tianyao was consumed by jealousy. Having known Li Muwan for so long, he had never seen such a worried expression on her face. It was clear how much she cared for Chen Fan. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Fan, already displeased with Zhou Tianyao, stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on Zhou Tianyao's face. In an instant, Zhou Tianyao was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Before he could slide down, Chen Fan reappeared before him and delivered another blow to his abdomen, throwing him to the ground. With one foot planted on Zhou Tianyao's chest, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. You dare demand that I kneel? Applying pressure with his foot, Zhou Tianyao cried out in pain, raising his hands in a futile attempt to dislodge Chen Fan's foot from his chest. But no matter how hard he struggled, the foot felt as if it were welded to him, refusing to budge. Leaning down, Chen Fan seized what little hair Zhou Tianyao had and forcefully slammed his head against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone was left in shock at the scene before them. Li Muwan quickly covered Nuan's eyes. In mere moments, bright red blood began to seep from the back of Zhou Tianyao's head, and he fell unconscious. You, how dare you? The secretary's face turned pale as she looked at Chen Fan, who stood upright, as if nothing had happened. Do you still want your deputy mayor to live? If so, take me there now. Chen Fan calmly directed his gaze at the secretary. Now, apart from me, no one else can save him. The secretary bit her lip, glancing down at the unmoving Zhou Tianyao. What makes you think you are the only one who can save our deputy mayor? Why should I believe you? What makes me think? It seems you are unaware that the best equipment in Jiang City is right here in our hospital. Or do you believe that Zhou Tianyao, outside of our hospital, possesses such capabilities? Chen Fan scoffed. Upon hearing this, the secretary was rendered speechless. Even if Zhou Tianyao were a skilled doctor, without the best equipment to assist him, his chances of survival would be drastically diminished. If the deputy mayor were to die, she would lose her protector. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I implore you, please save our deputy mayor. I beg you. The secretary immediately changed her tone, pleading desperately. Now that's more like it. Chen Fan said, raising his chin. What are you still standing there for? Lead the way. Yes, 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 Mr. Chen. The secretary hurriedly guided Chen Fan away. As the two figures receded into the distance, the director, drenched in perspiration, turned to Li Mu Wan and exclaimed, Ms. Li, this matter is no jest. If anything were to befall the deputy mayor, we would all be implicated. I have faith in Chen Fan. He will undoubtedly save the deputy mayor. Should any misfortune arise, I shall bear all responsibility, Li Mu Wan declared, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Chen Fan's retreating silhouette. He merely needed to pursue his endeavors without concern for the consequences. She would shoulder them. Seeing Li Mu Wan's determination, the director refrained from further objections, casting his eyes upon the lifeless Zhou Tianyao sprawled on the ground. Then, Ms. Li, he is at your discretion. Li Mu Wan merely cast a cursory glance at Zhou Tianyao before withdrawing her hand from the warm eyelids. Come, Nuan Wan. Let us await your father outside the operating room. Okay, Nuan Wan nodded obediently, trailing closely behind Li Mu Wan. The two swiftly arrived outside the operating room. And as they observed the ominous red light, a flicker of anxiety stirred within Li Mu Wan's heart. Upon spotting them, the secretary immediately adopted a more confrontational demeanor, striding over to Li Mu Wan with an air of superiority. Li Mu Wan, should anything happen to our deputy mayor, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. You and your family shall find no foothold in Jiangcheng, and you will not see the sun rise again. Chapter 92. A kick that sends her flying, rewarding unparalleled skills. That fierce lady resembles Grandma Huang, Nuan Wan whispered, her small hand gripping Li Mu Wan's tightly as she furrowed her brows in fear at the secretary's departing figure. Do not be afraid, I am here. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Hearing this, Li Mu Wan gently crouched down and enveloped Nuan Wan in her embrace. Who is Grandma Huang? She inquired softly while soothing Nuan Wan's back. Nuan Wan explained, Grandma Huang was the old woman who took care of me before, and she was quite unkind, never letting me have any meat. Her little mouth pouted in displeasure. She wouldn't let you eat meat? What did she give you then? Li Mu Wan's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. Leftover scraps, and sometimes she wouldn't let me eat at all, leaving me hungry, Nuan Wan replied, pursing her lips. Not allowing you to eat? Li Mu Wan's expression darkened further. Yes. And there was also a chubby boy at Grandma Huang's who often stole my things and hit me. Nuan Wan nodded, her small face scrunching up, clearly haunted by the memory. He hit you? A surge of indignation welled within Li Mu Wan's chest. But pretty sister, it's all right now. Nuan Wan is with Daddy every day, and he treats me so well, Nuan Wan reassured, noticing the anger on Li Mu Wan's face. She reached out, gently patting Li Mu Wan's shoulder in a babyish attempt to comfort her. Unsure of how to respond, Li Mu Wan pulled Nuan Wan tightly into her arms, holding her close. It's all right, it's all right. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will protect you with all my strength, even if it costs me dearly. Nuan Wan, though not fully comprehending the weight of Li Mu Wan's words, nodded in agreement and mimicked the earlier gesture, patting Li Mu Wan's back gently. Pretty sister, don't be angry. The TV says that anger makes one ugly. Li Mu Wan, initially fuming, found herself amused by Nuan Wan's innocent remark, the gloom in her heart dissipating. Nuan Wan was truly a little angel. Releasing her, Li Mu Wan caressed Nuan Wan's cheek, marveling at her cuteness and charm. At that moment, the red light of the operating room suddenly extinguished. Is the surgery completed? The secretary's astonished voice echoed behind them. Could it be that the deputy mayor encountered some mishap? Upon hearing the secretary's words, Li Mu Wan swiftly turned her head towards the operating room's entrance, and as expected, the tightly shut door began to open slowly. Clad in protective gear, Chen Fan emerged at the threshold. Daddy, Nuan Wan exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Fan. Nuan Wan, darling, I'm dirty. Wait until Daddy takes this off before you come close. Chen Fan replied, removing his protective gear as he spoke. How did the surgery go? Was it successful? If anything happens to our deputy mayor, I will hold you accountable. The secretary demanded, striding up to Chen Fan in her high heels. Accountable? By what right do you presume to threaten us? Chen Fan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the secretary. The secretary, momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's gaze, bristled with indignation. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare? That I am merely trying to frighten you? Ignoring her, Chen Fan discarded the protective gear onto a nearby chair and scooped Nuan Wan into his arms. Hey, I'm speaking to you. The secretary, infuriated by Chen Fan's disregard, reached out to tug at his clothing. Let go, Chen Fan warned, his brows knitting together. I want to let go. What will you do about it? The secretary retorted, defiantly lifting her chin. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan momentarily set aside the secretary and focused on the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Task, kick the secretary away. Reward, unparalleled skill, pain transfer. Pain transfer? That implies he could transfer his own suffering onto another? The system's rewards were undeniably tempting. There was not a single one that was useless. I warn you, if anything befalls the deputy mayor today, none of you shall escape unscathed. The secretary continued her threats, her hand now gripping Nuan's slender arm firmly. This must be your precious daughter. Surely you wouldn't want her to face a future devoid of sunlight, would you? Nuan winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at Chen Fan. Daddy, it hurts. Hearing Nuan's cry of pain, Li Wan, leaning on her cane, stepped forward. Chen Fan turned his head to see the secretary maliciously gripping Nuan's arm, the girl's fair skin turning red. His expression hardened. With one arm around Nuan, he seized the secretary by the neck, his voice low and threatening. Let go, or I shall twist your head off. Had he not been concerned about harming Nuan, he would never have resorted to such threats. I'll let go. The secretary gasped, her breaths becoming shallow as she reeled Nuan. Please sit here quietly for a moment. Father has some matters to attend to, all right? Chen Fan gently placed Nuan down, settling her on another chair. Go ahead. I will keep a watchful eye on her, Li Wan said, leaning on her cane as she approached Nuan. Upon noticing the bruises on Nuan's arms, her expression hardened as she turned sharply towards the secretary, who was anxiously patting her chest. The secretary, meeting Li Wan's gaze, felt a jolt of fear. However, recalling her own status, she straightened her back defiantly, thinking, what are you looking at? If our deputy mayor doesn't survive, it wouldn't be out of place to strangle her or drag her along to accompany the deputy mayor in death. Chapter 93. Rewards for completing 2 tasks. To even think of laying a hand on her, you truly are a fool who fears no consequences. Without hesitation, Chen Fan strode directly to the secretary and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. In an instant, the secretary slammed against the surgical room door, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the extraordinary skill of pain transfer. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Chen Fan quickly accepted the reward and turned towards Nuan. You actually dared to strike me? You are doomed. I will ensure that you all pay dearly. Amidst the chaos, the secretary, clutching her aching stomach, managed to rise and threaten Chen Fan's retreating figure. Chen Fan feigned ignorance, letting out a cold snort, thinking that she could come back to taunt him only if she managed to survive. Nuan. He knelt beside her, grasping her hand and intentionally transferring her pain to himself through his newfound skill. To him, this pain was trivial. How strange. Why does Nuan's pain disappear after Daddy touches her hand? Nuan's eyes widened in curiosity as she inquired. Because Daddy is a superhero, capable of alleviating Nuan's suffering, Chen Fan replied, releasing her hand and gently ruffling her hair. As he lifted Nuan from Li Wan's embrace, he pretended to accidentally brush against Li Wan's arm, swiftly employing his extraordinary skill to transfer pain. How peculiar. Li Wan frowned, suddenly standing up, perplexed by her newfound lack of pain. It felt as though she bore no injuries at all. Beautiful sister, what's wrong? Nuan tilted her head, confused. And nothing. Li Wan stammered, shaking her head. She could hardly admit to feeling no pain. Such a claim would surely invite disbelief and label her as an anomaly. After some contemplation, she deemed it wiser to remain silent. After all, she was still under evaluation, and she certainly did not wish for her child's mother to be perceived as mentally unstable. With a sigh of relief, Chen Fan noted that Li Wan had not sensed anything amiss. He then turned his gaze towards the secretary, who, despite having only received a kick, displayed a defiant demeanor even with her internal injuries. Secretary Yang? A feeble, yet weathered voice drifted from the surgical room. Is that the deputy mayor's voice? Li Wan gasped, her eyes fixed anxiously on the door. Deputy mayor, you are all right? The secretary rushed forward upon hearing the deputy mayor's voice. The deputy mayor, lying on a stretcher, coughed lightly. The secretary, who had been about to extend her hand, suddenly hesitated and withdrew it. Deputy mayor, you are well. This is truly wonderful, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. This is all thanks to Dr. Chen, the deputy mayor casually remarked, noticing Chen Fan not far away. Although he had been unconscious during the procedure, he had been informed by the doctors about everything that transpired in the operating room upon regaining consciousness. Dr. Chen. Upon spotting Chen Fan, the deputy mayor struggled to sit up. Deputy mayor, you have just undergone surgery. It is unwise to move, the secretary quickly interjected. I am fine, the deputy mayor insisted, raising a hand to halt her. I am profoundly grateful for Dr. Chen's life-saving efforts. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will do my utmost to assist you. The deputy mayor's gaze was intense as he looked at Chen Fan, and upon closer inspection, one could even see the glimmer of tears in his eyes. Very well, your words are not in vain. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Deputy Mayor, he truly saved your life? Does he possess such remarkable abilities? The secretary's tone was laced with skepticism as she scrutinized Chen Fan. Is he truly more skilled than Zhou Tianyao? It is said that even Zhou Tianyao only had a 60% chance of successfully completing this surgery. How is it that this man achieved 100%? If not him, then who else? The deputy mayor was displeased with the secretary's doubt towards Chen Fan's abilities. The fact that he could successfully leave the surgical room was entirely due to Chen Fan's efforts. How could she disrespect the miraculous physician in front of him? Yes, I misspoke. The secretary quickly lowered her head, grinding her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. That Chen Fan has truly outsmarted me. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the ultimate casino venerable. As the system notification resonated in his mind, Chen Fan accepted the reward. Closing the virtual interface, he addressed Li Muwan, let us depart. Since the task is complete, there is no longer any need for us to remain here. Dr. Chen, if it is convenient for you, could you leave a contact number for future communication? As Chen Fan prepared to exit, the deputy mayor hastily interjected. No need. If necessary, I will find a way to locate you, Chen Fan replied, continuing on his way with Li Muwan and Wan in tow. Truly a miraculous physician. Unlike any other, the deputy mayor felt no anger at Chen Fan's departure. Instead, he was sincerely grateful, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have encountered such a miraculous healer, allowing him to continue living. Deputy Mayor, are you certain you haven't been deceived? He hardly seems the part of a miraculous physician, the secretary remarked, only to feel a sudden pang in her chest. What do you know? Don't think that because I was in the operating room, I am unaware of what you said and did to Dr. Chen outside. The deputy mayor shot a cold glare at the secretary, who flinched and immediately lowered her head. I require ample rest in the coming days. I do not wish to see you, the deputy mayor stated bluntly. Yes, deputy mayor. The secretary felt disheartened but dared not voice her feelings, swallowing her bitterness as she trudged towards the elevator. Yet, upon stepping into the elevator, she felt an even sharper pain in her chest, as if a heavy iron hammer had struck her. Suddenly, something began to surge from her throat. Ugh. With that, the secretary expelled a copious amount of blood. Chen Fan, are we really just leaving? Li Muwan inquired, leaning on her cane as she observed Chen Fan stepping out of the elevator. Yes, Chen Fan paused, waiting for Li Muwan to catch up. What is there to stay for? However, Li Muwan's face was clouded with worry. That secretary was clearly not a benign character. Their departure left her anxious about what the secretary might say to the deputy mayor. Rest assured, she won't last much longer, Chen Fan confidently assured her. Not much longer? Li Muwan was taken aback. Before she could await Chen Fan's response, a terrified scream pierced her ears. In the elevator, there's a dead body, a corpse. Chapter 94. Will you leave on your own, or shall I intervene personally? Dead. A corpse? Hearing this, people rushed over. Oh my God. Isn't that the secretary of the deputy mayor? Quick, call for help. The air was filled with the frantic voices of the crowd. Li Muwan turned her head, instinctively glancing at Chen Fan, and at that moment, she comprehended the implication behind Chen Fan's earlier words, that she had mere minutes to live. Chen Fan had anticipated this. How remarkably prescient. Just as a few of them exited the hospital, they noticed dozens of people clamoring at the entrance. Among the crowd, Chen Fan immediately spotted the hospital director surrounded by doctors and nurses. The director, clearly at a loss, raised his hand toward the raucous crowd, saying, I truly apologize, but I must ask you to leave. Why can't our CEO G be hospitalized? He sustained his injuries in your hospital. You must take responsibility. If you refuse, we will tear your hospital apart. Yes, not only will we dismantle your hospital, but we will also ensure it can never operate again. No one will step foot outside this hospital. Others echoed in agreement. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Just as Chen Fan utilized his keen hearing skill to eavesdrop, a system prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. Another task? He had assumed today's tasks had reached their conclusion, yet here was a new one awaiting him. Quickly, Chen Fan summoned the virtual interface and opened the task tab. Task, successfully resolve the current predicament. Reward, 10 trillion Dawabik. Goodness. 10, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Chen Fan stared at the long string of zeros, meticulously counting them. 13 zeros. Remarkable. After a long hiatus from receiving rewards in Dawabik, Chen Fan felt an exhilarating surge within him. With 10 trillion Dawabik, He wouldn't even bat an eye at the Four Seasons hotel chain, let alone Hilton. Moreover, the Ji family merely owned the Four Seasons Hotel in Jiangcheng, not the entire nation. Their total assets likely didn't even amount to a fraction of his own. It seemed that the Ji family had employed a group of professional enforcers. Li Muin noticed Chen Fan gazing towards the hospital entrance and followed his line of sight. Professional enforcers? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. No wonder the Ji brothers dared to be so audacious. Indeed, these individuals are ruthless and fierce. The Ji family has invested a considerable sum in maintaining them. Whenever trouble arises at the Four Seasons Hotel, they dispatch these enforcers. And the troublemakers invariably vanish without a trace, Li Muin explained earnestly. Ah, the brute force suppresses all, Chen Fan smirked. You all get in the car. I will handle this matter. With that, he opened the car door, placing Nguyen inside, then nonchalantly took out his phone and dialed. Perhaps I should accompany you, Li Muin suggested, feeling uneasy as Chen Fan hung up shortly after murmuring a few words into the phone. After all, Chen Fan was entirely unfamiliar with the Ji family. No need, just keep an eye on Nguyen for me. If the Ji family wishes to stir trouble on my territory, they must first seek my consent. Chen Fan shook his head, determined to resolve this swiftly. All right. Li Muin glanced at Nguyen, who was already settled in the car. Indeed, she should remain to look after her. Subsequently, Li Muin also climbed into the vehicle. Seeing this, Chen Fan closed the car door. As the window rolled down, Li Muin called out to Chen Fan's retreating figure. Chen Fan, if you cannot resolve this, return to find me. I will intervene. The Ji family had business dealings with her Li family, and it would be unwise to sever ties. It would afford her family some degree of respect. Chen Fan said nothing, merely raised his hand and waved it behind him, continuing towards the hospital entrance. Clear the way, Chen Fan shouted. Who does this guy think he is, acting so arrogantly? Can't you see we're dealing with a situation? The crowd turned around, visibly displeased. To glare at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen? The director, upon seeing Chen Fan, immediately emerged from the safe circle of his protectors, approaching Chen Fan with utmost respect. What brings you out? Was the deputy mayor's surgery successful? I never engage in ventures devoid of certainty, Chen Fan replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the hospital's nurses, doctors, and security, landing on the enforcers outside clad in matching attire. Will you vacate voluntarily, or shall I take matters into my own hands? The words not only stunned the enforcers, but left even his own people bewildered. Who was this Mr. Chen? Daring to speak so boldly to a group of enforcers who would stop at nothing? Did he not fear their collective response? They were professionals. He surely could not take them all on single-handedly. Truly, some individuals just could not resist posturing. Haha kid, you've got guts. Do you even know who we are? What gives you the audacity? The lead enforcer brandished a metal baseball bat, rhythmically striking the ground to produce a menacing sound, a warning directed at Chen Fan. No wonder these enforcers were the Ji family's dogs. They were full of empty threats. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating a numerical comparison. Once his own people arrived, he would see if these enforcers dared to maintain their bravado before him. The director, sensing the escalating tension, urgently pulled at Chen Fan's arm, quietly advising, Mr. Chen, perhaps you should step back. I can handle this. You handling it? Chen Fan crossed his arms, challenging, what is your plan? This crowd is here solely because they are aggrieved that the Ji brothers received medical attention. Clearly, they aim to coerce us into capitulating and not only allowing the Ji brothers treatment, but also compensating them. The director was rendered speechless by Chen Fan's probing question. After all, Mr. Chen had already made his stance abundantly clear. No Ji family members or their dogs were permitted in the hospital. Observing the director's hesitation, unable to utter a word, Chen Fan forcefully pushed him aside. Your duty is to manage the hospital effectively. Do not meddle in matters beyond your purview. Yes, Mr. Chen. The director's heart sank, and he quickly bowed his head in acquiescence. He was acutely aware that Mr. Chen was both chastising and warning him to focus on his responsibilities. Just as the enforcer's spirits surged, one of them raised his bat to confront Chen Fan. Hey, are you playing the coward? Weren't you quite the tough guy a moment ago? Come out, or we'll come for you and break your legs, making you regret your insolence. Director, should we call the police? The crowd, intimidated by the enforcer's brazen demeanor, retreated in fear, casting anxious glances at the director. The director looked at Chen Fan, torn, for everything hinged on Mr. Chen's decision. He was the one in charge here. Slowly, Chen Fan walked to the front of the crowd, his gaze fixed on a black business vehicle approaching. Has no one informed them that to provoke me, Chen Fan, will cost them dearly? Chapter 95. Resolve the trouble. Earn a reward of 10 trillion Dawabik. The jarring sound of parking drew the attention of the henchmen, who were glaring at Chen Fan. A group of robust men, clad in black suits and sunglasses, descended from the vehicle with remarkable discipline. They exuded an aura more formidable than that of soldiers, akin to an organization honed by years of specialized training. The leader, striding past the stunned henchman, approached Chen Fan directly. "It's them. Make your move," Chen Fan remarked, lifting his eyelids to cast a languid glance at the henchman. Yes, the newcomer, having received the command, raised his hand and pointed downwards as if issuing orders. Immediately, all the black-suited bodyguards sprang into action against the still-dazed henchmen of the G family. Even though they were unarmed, in mere moments, they deftly disarmed their opponents, pinning them to the ground with swift and decisive movements. In terms of strength, these henchmen were no match for Chen Fan. In terms of numbers, his bodyguards outnumbered them 2 or even 3 to 1. What could they possibly use to contend with Chen Fan? "Take them away," Chen Fan stated coolly. "Understood, Mr. Chen," the head bodyguard replied, efficiently seizing the henchman from the ground before turning to leave. In less than a minute, the once crowded entrance was cleared as if no troublemakers had ever been present. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a reward of $10 trillion. Soon, the system's notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. "Mr. Chen." The director regained his composure and approached Chen Fan with an expression of reverence. He had previously thought that controlling 80 of Rena Hall's shares at such a young age was impressive, only to realize that there was someone even more formidable behind him. "Now that the matter has been resolved, let them go about their business," Chen Fan suggested. The director immediately nodded in agreement. However, just as he was about to turn away, he noticed the vice mayor striding toward them. The director was taken aback. Hadn't the vice mayor just undergone surgery? How was he now appearing as if nothing had happened, devoid of any signs of post-operative fatigue or weariness? "Dr. Chen," the vice mayor called out from afar, addressing Chen Fan with respect. "Dr. Chen?" The crowd was taken aback to hear the vice mayor refer to Chen Fan in such a manner. They were unaware that a divine physician had arrived at the hospital. They only knew that the hospital had a new leader, seemingly due to Zhou Tianyao inadvertently provoking this authority, resulting in a brutal beating and a dramatic expulsion. "Dr. Chen, I heard from the nurse attending to me that there was a disturbance at our hospital. Rest assured, with me here, I will not allow anyone to cause trouble at our establishment. Anyone who dares to do so will face the full brunt of the law." The vice mayor approached Chen Fan ingratiatingly. "I have already dealt with it." "You are late," Chen Fan replied, feeling a modicum of satisfaction at the vice mayor's demeanor. Although his intervention to save the vice mayor was part of the task assigned by the system, no one relished the thought of saving someone who was ungrateful and oblivious to kindness. "Oh, you've handled it?" The vice mayor's mouth fell open, evidently realizing that the debt of gratitude might never be repaid. "However, since you wish to assist me, let me inform you that the troublemakers are from the G family of the Four Seasons Hotel." After speaking, Chen Fan patted the vice mayor on the shoulder, hoping he would restore peace to the hospital. Yes, Dr. Chen, I will take care of this matter and will not show any leniency." The vice mayor immediately pledged, slapping his chest in assurance. The crowd murmured in astonishment. "My goodness, how can a vice mayor treat someone called Mr. Chen with such deference? Who is this Mr. Chen? He must have significant influence. Didn't I hear that the vice mayor was gravely ill and urgently needed surgery with only a 70 survival rate? How does he look so well now?" "I heard the same. When the vice mayor entered our hospital, he was in a coma. Isn't this Mr. Chen, or rather, Dr. Chen, someone we should be curious about? Why does the director call him Mr. Chen while the vice mayor calls him Dr. Chen? It's all so baffling." Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Silence." The director raised his hand, solemnly introducing Chen Fan to everyone. "Today's events unfolded too abruptly for me to introduce this gentleman properly. This is Mr. Chen Fan, our hospital's largest shareholder, holding 80 of Rena Hall." Once the crowd quieted, the director quickly laid out Chen Fan's credentials. The vice mayor, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then quickly donned a flattering smile. "Dr. Chen is quite impressive at such a young age. It truly opens one's eyes. Wait, he is the largest shareholder of our hospital? He looks younger than us. I have a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Zhou Tianyao's downfall was due to provoking him? That is possible. I heard Zhou Tianyao was the vice mayor's attending physician. Could that be connected? Who can say for sure? After all, if you can get close to the vice mayor, isn't that like having an official shield?" Hearing the speculations, Chen Fan smirked disdainfully. Did he need to rely on others? What a joke. It was enough that others sought the shade of his great tree. Enough noise. The director and vice mayor were not entirely aware of the murmurs, only catching snippets. Upon the director's command, everyone fell silent. "And do not spread rumors. Had it not been for Dr. Chen's timely intervention, I would not have returned to normal so swiftly. What was supposed to have a mere 70 survival rate became a certainty under Dr. Chen's care. Does that not speak volumes?" The vice mayor stepped forward to defend Chen Fan, unwilling to let his savior be misrepresented. So, the vice mayor's surgery was a success? But he seems nothing like a man who just faced death. Is this Chen Fan truly that remarkable? Which institution did he graduate from? Under which medical giant did he train? Regardless of his background, the point is, isn't he incredibly skilled? To have performed brain surgery in such a short time, and for the vice mayor to appear so revitalized, it's akin to a medical miracle. No wonder the vice mayor refers to him as a divine physician. Chapter 96. The ex-girlfriend's brother knocks on the door. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Chen Fan remained unfazed. Enough of this talk of divine physicians. It matters not to me. All right, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Fan uttered his parting words, not waiting for the director or the vice mayor to respond, as he turned and walked toward the car parked not far away. Indeed, esteemed Dr. Chen, please take care. The deputy mayor inclined his body, offering compliments. Mr. Chen, may you have a smooth journey, the dean echoed, unwilling to be outdone. Approaching the car, Chen Fan promptly opened the door and slipped inside. Is the matter resolved? Li Mu-wan inquired. Yes, the deputy mayor will handle the Ji family issue. You needn't worry, Chen Fan replied from the driver's seat, glancing at Li Mu-wan in the rearview mirror. Her expression revealed her concern about the situation. The deputy mayor is handling it? Li Mu-wan instinctively turned her head to look through the car window at the deputy mayor at the hospital entrance. She murmured, if the deputy mayor is willing to assist, that would be splendid. After all, our business dealings often rely on the favor of officials. Indeed, Chen Fan responded nonchalantly. He neither engaged in commerce nor politics. He chose whom to show favor to and whom not to, living life on his own terms. As they drove, upon arriving at the entrance, the deputy mayor and the dean stood on either side, both exclaiming, Mr. Chen, please take care, and Dr. Chen, take care, in unison. Observing their demeanor towards Chen Fan, Li Mu-wan instantly understood that the Ji family's affair was settled. How about we go to my house? Chen Fan remarked. Noticing the sigh of relief from Li Mu-wan, which prompted a faint smile from him. Do you truly doubt my capabilities? Beautiful sister, why not recuperate at my home? My father is quite skilled. He will take good care of you. Before Li Mu-wan could respond, Nguyen-wan eagerly interjected, clutching her hand resting on her lap. Li Mu-wan met Chen Fan's gaze in the rearview mirror, unguarded and direct. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively turned her head away. Yet, within a blink, she composed herself and turned back, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she caressed Nguyen-wan's face. Do you enjoy spending time with me? Yes. I like the beautiful sister, Nguyen-wan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Mu-wan's waist, fearing Chen Fan's reaction. She quickly added, I also love Daddy. He is the best in the whole world. Haha. Li Mu-wan felt a wave of joy. The little girl seemed to have inherited Chen Fan's charming nature. Beautiful sister, you must come. You need someone to take care of you while you're injured. Nguyen-wan, not catching Li Mu-wan's precise reply, shook her delicate hand and pouted adorably. All right, I'll listen to you. Li Mu-wan softly patted Nguyen-wan's fluffy head, speaking gently. Oh yay. Upon hearing Li Mu-wan's agreement, Nguyen-wan excitedly raised her hand. Daddy, the beautiful sister has agreed to come to our home. Yes, I heard, Chen Fan replied with a smile from the driver's seat. His daughter, it seemed, had a penchant for matchmaking at such a tender age. He wondered how many couples she would unite as she grew up. The car swiftly made its way to Tianfu Garden. As soon as they halted, the butler hurried over. Sir, we have apprehended a thief. However, he denies stealing, claiming he is here to retrieve what belongs to him, what you owe him and his entire family. Chen Fan furrowed his brow at the butler's words. Where is he? Chen Fan inquired, then turned to the back seat, opening the door to assist Li Mu-wan out of the car, and subsequently cradled Nguyen-wan in his arms. We have him subdued and did not call the police. It seems he indeed knows you, the butler responded. All right, I'll take a look. Chen Fan nodded, pondering the audacity of this individual. Following the butler, the three returned to the grand villa, heading straight to a secluded room within. If Chen Fan recalled correctly, this room merely housed miscellaneous items and coal. Mr. Chen, the butler unlocked the tightly shut door. Chen Fan, you're here? An eager voice echoed from within. It's him, Zhao Tingting's brother. Shouldn't he be at a private school for high school? What is he doing here? And attempting to steal? Chen Fan, quickly tell them to untie me. Before Chen Fan could speak, Zhao Tingting's brother, Zhao Yuting, shouted. How did you know I lived here? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. After all, even Zhao Tingting was unaware of his residence, let alone Zhao Yuting. Humph, that's simple enough. Want to know? Then hurry up and tell them to loosen my bindings, Zhao Yuting teased. Chen Fan, hearing this, chuckled coldly. At this point, who still dared to threaten him? Bring him out, Chen Fan commanded, ready to settle the score. Aunt Yang, please take Nguyen-wan back inside. He instructed the standing Yang-yi. Understood, Mr. Chen. Yang Yi approached and gently took Nuan from Chen Fan's arms. Nuan, Daddy will come to play with you soon, all right? Chen Fan said, holding Nuan's tiny hand. Okay, Nuan readily agreed. Once Nuan was carried away by Yang Yi, Li Muwan asked, should I step aside? No need. Chen Fan shook his head. What is there to avoid? I have acted in front of you before. Go fetch a chair for Miss Li, he directed the butler. Although he had alleviated Li Muwan's pain, her wound had yet to heal. Even with his unparalleled medical skills comparable to that of Hua Tuo, he could not mend her injury in a single day. Yes, Mr. Chen. After bringing Zhao Yuting out from the small room, the butler quickly fetched a chair and placed it beside Li Muwan. Miss Li, please take a seat. Li Muwan's gaze shifted from the thoroughly bound young man to the chair as she sat down. The young man looked somewhat familiar, and he was not very old, seeming to have just reached adulthood. His tone earlier suggested he was quite familiar with Chen Fan, yet he showed no respect, calling him by his name rather than addressing him with a title. Who exactly was this person? Chapter 97. A mental blow, rewarding an extraordinary skill. Kneel. Chen Fan commanded coldly. What? Chen Fan, did I hear you correctly? You want me to kneel? Zhao Yuting's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it his imagination? Or did Chen Fan seem different? It was as if he had transformed into another person. Not only did he appear significantly more handsome, but even his demeanor had changed. He no longer exuded the aura of a poor wretch. Instead, he radiated the essence of a wealthy heir. Indeed, wealth could alter a person profoundly. No wonder it was said that horses are adorned with saddles and people are dressed in finery. Seeing that the other party remained unmoving, even questioning him, Chen Fan strode over and delivered a swift kick to Zhao Yuting's knee. In less than a second, Zhao Yuting fell to his knees with a thud. However, it is fortunate that the pristine lawns here are meticulously maintained, allowing him to feel no pain whatsoever. Chen Fan, how dare you treat me this way? As Zhao Yuting regained his senses and attempted to confront Chen Fan, he suddenly felt a tremendous force pressing down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Why would I not dare? Chen Fan grasped Zhao Yuting's hair firmly. In an instant, Zhao Yuting was compelled to tilt his head back, as if his entire scalp were about to be wrenched off. Damn it, Chen Fan, do you not wish to remain on good terms with my sister? Indeed, my sister was correct. Men become corrupt once they acquire wealth. The moment you became affluent, you discarded her. You even caused my mother to be denied hospital accommodation. Chen Fan, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Zhao Yuting berated Chen Fan vehemently. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Suddenly, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Another task? Chen Fan hastily manipulated the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Task: achieve 100 psychological damage points on target Zhao Yuting. Reward: super divine skill, cell control. Cell control? Does this mean that upon acquiring this skill, he would be able to manipulate cell decomposition and recombination? If that were the case, he would be more formidable than Hua Tuo and Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine. This task must be accomplished. Psychological damage, you say? That is a simple matter. Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and released Zhao Yuting's hair. You need not explain how you came by my address. It matters not. Trespassing into a private residence will be dealt with accordingly. What? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Chen Fan's disregard for their prior relationship, Zhao Yuting immediately grew anxious. What should be done? Butler, what do you suggest? Chen Fan turned to the butler. Proceed according to the law. Call the police, the butler replied. Call the police? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuting's complexion drained of color. Ding. System notification. Psychological damage to target character, 10. Chen Fan, you cannot call the police. You cannot send me to the police station. That place is no place for a human to endure. Zhao Yuting exclaimed in a panic. If he were to go there, he would face punishment and beatings. He would rather die than go. If you choose not to go, that is also an option. Chen Fan raised his hand, stroking his chin. He had merely intended to frighten Zhao Yuting. To truly send him to the police station would be too lenient. Moreover, he would not be able to fulfill his task. Phew, I knew you would not disregard our relationship as brothers-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuting exhaled a sigh of relief. Brothers-in-law? This phrase jolted Li Muwan, who had been watching from the side. No wonder she found him somewhat familiar, yet could not recall where she had seen him. It turned out that the resemblance between this young man and Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Tingting, was the cause. Even without a direct comparison, it was evident they were siblings. Their likeness was strikingly uncanny. Brothers-in-law? Chen Fan snorted disdainfully, yanking Zhao Yuting, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet. You dare claim such a title? With that, he unceremoniously tossed Zhao Yuting back onto the ground. Already bound hand and foot, Zhao Yuting lost his balance and rolled several times on the grass. He attempted to rise, but was unable, turning his head to look at Chen Fan with confusion. You caused my sister to be unable to remain in school, spreading all sorts of slander about her, accusing her of infidelity. You forced me to beg hospitals for shelter. Chen Fan, how can you treat me this way? Have you no conscience? Listening to Zhao Yaoting's accusations, Chen Fan maintained an impassive expression. Is this not a sentiment better directed at your family? Zhao Yaoting paused, taken aback. For years, I sacrificed my college education to provide for your family. Yet how have you repaid me? Your sister cheated, and your mother merely seeks to exploit my wealth. As for you, need I remind you of the incident at school that I resolved on your behalf? And you dare accuse me of lacking a conscience? My sister's infidelity? That is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies. Surely, I cannot allow my sister to remain ensnared in your grasp for eternity. As for my mother and I, that was your own volition. Zhao Yaoting retorted with disdain. Who compelled you to act like a sycophant? We never forced you into this position. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Fan smirked coldly and advanced toward Zhao Yaoting. As Chen Fan approached with deliberate steps, Zhao Yaoting suddenly felt a surge of panic. Why had Chen Fan's demeanor shifted to such an overwhelming presence, inciting genuine fear within him? He sought to evade, but found no refuge. He yearned to flee, but could not escape even a fraction. What do you intend to do? Hitting someone is against the law. Zhao Yaoting stammered, threateningly. Against the law? Chen Fan placed his foot firmly on Zhao Yaoting's back. You broke into my home. How is striking you a violation of the law? With that, Chen Fan exerted pressure. And in an instant, Zhao Yaoting was forced into an awkward position, his head craned back as he emitted a pained cry. Ding. System notification, psychological damage to target character, 20. Too little. Chen Fan, growing impatient, removed his foot and looked down upon the wailing Zhao Yaoting. Do you know why you cannot attend school? That is entirely my doing. What? Zhao Yaoting, who had been lamenting, suddenly froze. The reason for his expulsion from school, despite being the top student, was indeed Chen Fan's influence? Ding. System notification, psychological damage to target character, 50. I will kill you. If it were not for you, I would have undoubtedly been admitted to a prestigious university this year, altering my destiny and propelling my success. Zhao Yaoting shouted, his eyes aflame with rage, blaming Chen Fan for destroying his future. Kill me? Chen Fan chuckled derisively, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ding. System notification, psychological damage to target character, 50. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the super divine skill, self-control. Now that the task was completed, Chen Fan slowly approached Zhao Yaoting. Given that Zhao Yaoting had already threatened to kill his entire family, Chen Fan would certainly not grant him the chance to live. After all, the only family he had left was Nuan. If Zhao Yaoting were to harm his precious Nuan, what else could it be but a death wish? Activate skill, Void Abyss. Where is this? Zhao Yaoting, still reeling from the sudden shift in surroundings, looked around at the blinding white expanse. He was no longer in Chen Fan's villa's garden. How had the scenery changed so drastically? This is your burial ground. Chen Fan's voice echoed ominously from above Zhao Yaoting's head. Chen Fan. The sound of Chen Fan's voice sent chills down Zhao Yaoting's spine. Raising his head, Zhao Yaoting stood there in bewilderment. All he could see was white, devoid of any trace of Chen Fan. Lowering his gaze, Zhao Yaoting, in a state of panic, glanced around frantically, shouting into the vast whiteness, Chen Fan. Don't think I'm unaware of your tricks to scare me. Dream on. I have been frightened since childhood. You think your petty little skills can deceive my eyes. I am a staunch materialist. Is that so? Suddenly, Chen Fan manifested before Zhao Yaoting, causing his legs to weaken, and he collapsed onto the ground. Why you? How could you? Zhao Yaoting stammered, his complexion ashen. How could Chen Fan, who had been absent moments before, appear in the blink of an eye? What kind of infernal place was this? Without uttering a word of explanation, Chen Fan stepped closer, slowly crouching before Zhao Yaoting. Just as Zhao Yaoting was engulfed in confusion, Chen Fan swiftly seized his neck. Chen Fan, let go of me, let go. Zhao Yaoting flailed desperately at Chen Fan's hand. Anyone daring to lay a hand on Nuan must face death. With that, Chen Fan tightened his grip. Zhao Yaoting's pale face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging with blood, giving him a frightful appearance as if his very eyeballs might burst forth from their sockets. His tongue, hanging from his mouth, writhed like that of a hanged man, stretching out incessantly. Suddenly, with a loud pop, one of his protruding eyeballs exploded, splattering blood across Chen Fan's face. Zhao Yaoting's struggling hands fell lifelessly to the ground. Chen Fan squinted, releasing the now lifeless Zhao Yaoting, and expressionlessly departed from the void. The terrified cries of the butler and servants echoed in his ears. Chen Fan turned to witness Zhao Yaoting's eyes bulging grotesquely, as though they might tumble from their sockets, a truly horrifying sight. Subsequently, Zhao Yaoting clutched his own neck, his tongue extended unnaturally long. as if an invisible force were throttling him. Before Chen Fan could continue observing, Li Muin suddenly approached, grasping his hand. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. There's something off about this person. Keep your distance from him. With that, Li Muin pulled Chen Fan away from the very peculiar state of Zhao Yaoding on the ground. Just as they had taken a few steps, Zhao Yaoding suddenly dropped dead. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his demise appearing exceedingly gruesome. The servants' terrified screams filled the air. He dead. My goodness. How could he suddenly die like this? So terrifying. Chun, Mr. Chun, this. The butler, his face pale, approached Chen Fan, struggling to suppress his inner fear. You handle this. Chen Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at the bloody Zhao Yaoding, his expression unchanged. Yes, of course, the butler hastily nodded. Let us go? Turning, Chen Fan grasped Li Muin's hand. The atmosphere was thick with an unpleasant odor, tinged with a nauseating scent of blood. Li Muin, snapping back to reality from her shock, lifted her feet to follow Chen Fan into the villa. After hesitating for a few seconds, she spoke to Chen Fan. You really don't need to feel any burden over that person's death. He must have had underlying health issues that led to his sudden demise. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan, did he ever display any concern for Zhao Yaoding's life or death? Was Li Muin perhaps misunderstanding something? I understand. However, I worry you might feel some guilt or self-reproach. Seeing Chen Fan nod, Li Muin still appeared somewhat unconvinced. I won tea. Chen Fan released her hand. He would not harbor any emotional sentiments for someone who deserved their fate. Feeling the emptiness where Chen Fan had grasped her hand, Li Muin instinctively looked down, her heart stirring with ripples. Just moments ago, she had held hands with Chen Fan. Despite being in her 20s, she felt a flutter of nervousness over holding hands with a male. Could it be due to her lack of romantic experiences or friendships with the opposite sex? That must be it. Ding dong. System prompt. Task updated. The familiar sound of the system prompt resonated in his mind. Chen Fan immediately focused his thoughts to manipulate the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Task: heal the target person, Li Muin's injury. Reward: attribute skill, appearance 20. Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan turned to Li Muin and suddenly said, sit. Li Muin, momentarily distracted by her thoughts, was taken aback but involuntarily obeyed Chen Fan, walking towards the sofa in the living room under his gaze. Chen Fan, was he about to address something with her? Could it pertain to Nuan? Or perhaps Chen Fan was dissatisfied with her performance today, especially since Nuan had been bullied after she had been with her. Chen Fan, grant me another chance. I know it was my failure to protect Nuan today. I assure you, such an incident will never occur again. The thought of losing her position as Nuan's mother filled Li Muin with urgency, prompting her to plead fervently with Chen Fan. If I let Nuan suffer even the slightest harm in the future, do with me as you will. Hit me, scold me, anything. Please allow me one last opportunity to prove I can be a competent mother to Nuan. With that, her enchanting eyes brimmed with a pleading that was hard to refuse. Chapter 99. Gained attribute skill, appearance 20. Even more handsome. Chen Fan. Why did Li Muin think he intended to revoke her position as Nuan's mother? When did he ever utter such words, or display such an attitude? When I'm addressing ISNT that matter. Chen Fan sighed in exasperation. Though it was true that Nuan had sustained a minor injury, he had witnessed Li Muin's unwavering resolve to protect Nuan, risking everything. A prominent female tycoon of Jiangcheng, she had fought in bare feet amidst a crowd. Unconcerned for her image, all for Nuan. Wasn't he that enough? When it came to being Nuan's mother, no one could be more suitable than her. How could he possibly refuse her? Then, what do you want to say? Li Muin was bewildered. Could it be that she had overthought things? Let me show you your injury. Chen Fan crouched before Li Muin, examining her ankle, heavily wrapped in white bandages. No, it's unnecessary, honestly. It doesn't hurt much at all, she replied, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment as Chen Fan scrutinized her foot. Would he think her leg unattractive? Did he find her too slender, resembling a mere stick without any appeal? In a fleeting moment, a torrent of insecurities surged within Li Muin. Chen Fan disregarded her refusal, directly reaching out to gently grasp her slender calf. Li Muin. Chen Fan's hand was actually holding her calf? She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his palm. In a sudden rush, Li Muin's face flushed crimson. She yearned to resist, but felt it would be rather excessive, particularly since Chen Fan bore no ulterior motives. He was merely lending a helping hand to examine her injury. Coming to terms with this, Li Muin regained her composure and allowed Chen Fan to proceed as he wished. Chen Fan gently removed the disposable slippers from her feet, and upon seeing her delicate foot adorned with crimson-painted toenails, he was momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly remain unfazed by such beauty? It resembled an exquisite piece of art, flawless in every way. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan suppressed his inner turmoil and feigned calmness, as if he had seen nothing amiss. While extending his other hand to rest her foot upon his kneeling thigh, Li Mu Wan. Was this gesture not too intimate, too suggestive? However, witnessing Chen Fan diligently unwrapping the gauze from her ankle, she dared not entertain any errant thoughts, repeatedly assuaging herself that Chen Fan held no feelings for her. She must not misinterpret his kindness. As the white gauze was peeled away, Chen Fan's brow furrowed. Although he had previously alleviated Li Mu Wan's suffering, he found himself powerless regarding the injury on her foot. He had assumed her visit to the doctor would have resulted in some improvement, but the reality was far worse than he had anticipated. Her ankle was swollen, resembling that of a pig's trotters, marred by a mottled array of bruises and fluid retention. Pressing gently, it left a deep imprint that took time to revert to normalcy. Is it serious? Noticing Chen Fan's prolonged silence and furrowed brow, Li Mu Wan grew anxious. The doctor had advised her to rest at home for over a month to recuperate. Somewhat, Chen Fan replied, meeting her gaze. But fortunately, I can manage it. With that, he placed his hand upon her ankle, invoking his ability to control cells. In mere moments, a light sheen of perspiration appeared on Chen Fan's forehead. While the bruised areas on Li Mu Wan's ankle began to heal at an astonishing pace, the swelling gradually subsiding. All done. Just as a bead of sweat was about to cascade down his brow, a handkerchief, imbued with the fragrance of gardenias, brushed against his cheek. The delicate scent, combined with Li Mu Wan's natural aroma, was surprisingly pleasant. Is it all right? Li Mu Wan quickly withdrew her hand, nervously clutching the handkerchief. Yes, try moving it, Chen Fan said as he withdrew his hand from her ankle. It was then that Li Mu Wan realized he referred to her foot injury and not to her unauthorized act of wiping his sweat. Her gaze fell upon her ankle, and her eyes widened in astonishment. How could her previously swollen foot now appear entirely normal? No, beyond her foot injury, her scraped knee was also healed. As if it had never been harmed, her skin was flawless. Chen Fan, what on earth happened? Li Mu Wan exclaimed, rolling up her sleeve to find no trace of the abrasions on her arm. The title of miraculous healer was not conferred without merit. Chen Fan gently placed her foot down and helped her into the disposable slippers. Li Mu Wan. Chen Fan, you truly are miraculous. She had clearly witnessed him do nothing but rest his hand on her ankle, and yet her injuries had vanished. It was utterly bewildering. Ding. System, congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have gained the attribute skill of Beauty 20. The system's notification echoed in his mind, prompting Chen Fan to open the taskbar and claim his reward. As Li Mu Wan stood and tentatively moved her foot, she gasped in delight. She felt completely unimpeded, with not a trace of pain. Am I really fine? Li Mu Wan beamed, looking up at Chen Fan. Noticing her gaze, she found herself momentarily spellbound. Was it merely her imagination? Chen Fan's features appeared even more defined and striking than before. He had always been handsome, but now he possessed an unforgettable allure. Is there something on my face? Unaware of the effect he had on her, Chen Fan instinctively raised a hand to wipe his face. No, not at all. Your face is quite clean, Li Mu Wan stammered, unable to meet his eyes. Could it be that Chen Fan's healing of her wounds had inadvertently cast him in a halo of charm? Otherwise, how could his appearance have transformed so dramatically in such a short span? Just as Li Mu Wan wrestled with her self-doubt, a servant approached. Mr. Chen, is there anything specific you wish to have for dinner today? Anything is fine, but you ought to consult Ms. Li, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. The servant, upon catching sight of Chen Fan's striking visage, froze in place, utterly astonished, instinctively covering her mouth to stifle a gasp of admiration. Chapter 100. Yet another max-level skill reward. Is there anything else? Chen Fan inquired, observing the servant's wide-eyed expression with a slight furrow of his brow. And no, nothing, she stammered, shaking her head. But not before casting one last lingering glance at Chen Fan as she departed. Li Mu Wan chuckled softly. Chen Fan truly was a man of unwavering oblivion, completely unaware of the evident affection from a young girl. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan turned to find her smiling, momentarily taken aback. When not smiling, Li Mu Wan emanated an air of aloof elegance, reminiscent of a queen. Yet, when she smiled, it was as if a gentle spring breeze enveloped him, evoking the feelings of first love. He had never witnessed such a harmonious blend of contrasting qualities in one person. Truly, she was both his white moonlight and his red rose. Nothing, Li Mu Wan quickly composed herself, denying any implication. By the way, you've been such a tremendous help in healing my wounds. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. How about I personally prepare dinner tonight? Her suggestion was an attempt to avoid seeming overly formal in treating Chen Fan, given his status and stature. After all, had he ever dined on something she could offer? You can cook? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Li Mu Wan from head to toe. She appeared far from someone who would be adept in the kitchen. Her delicate fingers suggested she had never touched so much as a drop of water. I can learn, Li Mu Wan quickly interjected. She was no fool. Cooking was merely a task. How difficult could it be? Chen Fan, learn on the spot? Could he refuse? Gazing into Li Mu Wan's earnest eyes. The words of refusal simply would not form on his lips. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Soon, the system's prompt resounded in his ears, and he swiftly opened the virtual interface. Task, agree to let Li Mu Wan cook dinner. Reward, max level skill in cooking. Max level cooking skill? Would he even have a use for that? Nevertheless, given that it was a system reward, and a max level one at that, who would ever complain? Skills are always beneficial. Are you certain? Ultimately, Chen Fan sought to reconfirm. Yes, I am certain, Li Mu Wan affirmed with a resolute nod. She already owed Chen Fan enough favors. She could not allow their relationship to remain imbalanced. In her profession, one can owe many debts, but never the debt of human kindness. Very well then. Shall I instruct them to teach you step by step? Observing Li Mu Wan's unwavering determination, Chen Fan could only acquiesce. I think that is feasible, he replied. Li Mu Wan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Chen Fan's guidance, the two entered the kitchen in succession. Please teach President Li how to cook, but refrain from anything overly complex. Chen Fan instructed the 5 busy servants in the kitchen. Understood, Chen Zong, they responded promptly, setting aside their tasks to acknowledge him with respectful nods. That will suffice. You may proceed, Chen Fan said, glancing at Li Mu Wan who stood beside him. Thank you for your assistance, she replied with a gentle nod, stepping into the kitchen. Leaning against the kitchen door frame, Chen Fan crossed his arms, observing the sight of Li Mu Wan donning an apron, exuding a unique charm. It was truly hard to fathom that someone of her stature would personally take to the kitchen to express her gratitude. With the presence of the 5 servants, there should be no unforeseen mishaps. Ding. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving a maximum level skill reward. After watching for a while, Chen Fan set his hands down and turned to ascend the stairs. Mealtime was approaching, and he needed to awaken his dear little treasure. President Li, would you like to wear gloves? Your hands are meant for. Before the servant could finish, she was interrupted by Li Mu Wan. No need. Please do not regard me as President Li. I am but a novice. At that moment, she sincerely inquired of the 2 servants. What do we plan to prepare for dinner tonight? The servants recited the menu, detailing over a dozen dishes. Then let us begin. What is the first step? Li Mu Wan asked with curiosity. Washing the vegetables, one of the servants replied. All right, I will wash them, she declared, striding towards the sink. Observing the harmonious atmosphere in the kitchen, Chen Fan noted that despite their similar heights and temperaments, he could easily identify Li Mu Wan among the 5 servants. For her essence was distinctly different. Before long, Li Mu Wan had nearly finished washing the vegetables. She intended to chop them but was sternly halted by a servant. President Li's hands should not be used for such tasks. If she were to injure herself, we could not bear the consequences. After some deliberation, they decided that Li Mu Wan would learn to stir-fry instead. Although it was merely a simple stir-fry, one servant was assigned to remain at her side. When can I pour the oil into the pan? Li Mu Wan inquired innocently, holding a spoon. President Li, wait until the pan is a bit hotter, approximately 20 seconds. The servant responded. After silently counting to 20, Li Mu Wan picked up the oil bottle and began to pour it into the pan. Li Zong, that's enough, the servant stammered, seeing the oil level rising alarmingly. Oh, Li Mu Wan set the oil bottle down, her eyes shining with anticipation as she looked at the servant. What about now? Wait another 20 to 30 seconds before adding the washed vegetables, the servant instructed, placing the oil bottle aside. Then I shall count to 20, Li Mu Wan declared, setting the spoon aside and lifting the basket to pour the vegetables into the pan. With a sizzle, the hot oil reacted with the moisture from the vegetables, causing it to splatter everywhere. Li Mu Wan was splashed with oil and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. President Li, are you all right? The servant asked anxiously while stirring the contents of the pan. I'm fine, Li Mu Wan feigned calmness, disregarding the multiple red marks forming on her arm. I will handle it. Very well. The servant reluctantly relinquished the spoon back to Li Mu Wan. Thank you, she expressed, imitating the stirring technique she had observed. However, when it came to adding salt, Li Mu Wan, uncertain of the quantity, accidentally added a tad too much, even with the servant's presence beside her. The servant swallowed hard, thinking it might turn out exceedingly salty. What is it? Li Mu Wan, blissfully unaware, blinked her innocent eyes at the servant. Nothing, President Li. Let it cook a bit longer, and it will be ready to serve, the servant replied, forcing a smile. They dared not voice their true thoughts, fearing to offend her. As Li Mu Wan plated the seemingly satisfactory dish of vegetables, the servant suddenly exclaimed, "President Li, your hand has been burned. Moreover, blisters were forming. It's nothing. Let us proceed to the next dish," Li Mu Wan said nonchalantly, shaking her head despite the blisters appearing on her fair arm. She was eager to learn how to prepare the next dish so that she could cook for her little treasure in the future. The servants exchanged complicated glances, and one of them quietly exited the kitchen. This was President Li, of unmatched status. How could they act as though nothing had happened? This matter must be reported to Chen Zong. Chapter 101. Reward Attribute Skill Telekinesis 10. Chen Zong, there's trouble. A servant rushed upstairs to warm up the room. What has happened? At that moment, Chen Fan was assisting his little treasure with her shoes. Hearing the servant's urgent tone, he turned toward the door, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this one of the servants bustling about in the kitchen? Had something happened to President Li? The mere thought of this possibility heightened Chen Fan's tone. President Li. She got burned by hot oil, but she insists on staying in the kitchen. The servant nodded. Chen Zong had indeed guessed correctly. System prompt. Task updated. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Chen Fan focused on the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Task. Show concern for the target, Li Mu Wan. Reward Attribute Skill Telekinesis 10. Very well, I shall go check on her. Chen Fan straightened up and instructed Aunt Yang. Once you have tidied up for your little treasure, please come down. I will head downstairs first. Yes, Chen Zong, Aunt Yang promptly replied, hastening his pace. Chen Fan made his way from upstairs to the kitchen. The hot oil was no less dangerous than a spark. How could they let Li Mu Wan get injured with 5 servants present? Is this amount of salt acceptable? As soon as he arrived in the kitchen, he overheard Li Mu Wan in a friendly tone asking the nearby servant. Yes, President Li, that amount is just right, the servant nodded. Chen Zong, the other servants, seeing Chen Fan approach with a stern expression, immediately set down their tasks, bowing their heads, too intimidated to breathe in the chilling atmosphere. Chen Zong, is Chen Fan here? Li Mu Wan turned her head to see him approaching with a displeased look. Are you hungry? She quickly explained, it's all my fault. I was too slow. And the dishes are coming out much later than everyone else's. However, before Li Mu Wan could finish her sentence, Chen Fan snatched the spoon from her hands. Gripping her wrist firmly, he commanded, come with me. His authoritative tone prompted Li Mu Wan to instinctively follow his lead. What is the matter? Li Mu Wan was utterly perplexed. Why did she sense that Chen Fan was angry? Gripping her hand, Chen Fan led her into the living room, then released her grasp, turning to scrutinize the back of her hands and her arms. As if sensing Chen Fan's gaze, Li Mu Wan, feeling guilty, instinctively concealed her hands behind her. There are only 2 dishes, it's almost done, she mumbled, her head lowered like a child caught in wrongdoing, too timid to meet Chen Fan's eyes. Is this about the food? Chen Fan sighed in exasperation, utterly at a loss with Li Mu Wan, just as she had healed from her injuries. How could she end up hurting herself again? Did she truly revel in suffering? Her fair arms bore several shiny blisters, as if they would burst upon the slightest touch. Did she genuinely believe that by hiding her hands, he would not notice anything at all? What else could it be? Are you dissatisfied with the dishes I prepared? But you haven't even tasted them yet, Li Mu Wan anxiously explained, glancing at the already retreating Chen Fan. They did smell decent, albeit slightly inferior to those prepared by others. Ding dong, come here, Chen Fan commanded as he approached the sofa, his tone authoritative. Oh, Li Mu Wan replied, obediently walking over. Sit down, Chen Fan instructed. Li Mu Wan remained silent, complying with his request. Extend your hand, Chen Fan prompted. Li Mu Wan hesitated, just as she was about to follow his command, realizing that she could choose not to. What do you think? Chen Fan regarded her from a superior position. Li Mu Wan felt overwhelmed by his commanding presence, leaving her with the distinct impression that she had no choice but to comply. Ultimately, she extended her hands. Not only were there blisters on her arms, but her hands were also dotted with numerous red marks, a clear indication of burns. Does it hurt? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. It does hurt, but it's manageable, Li Mu Wan replied honestly. Do you have an affinity for pain? Chen Fan remarked as he grasped her hand, once again employing his ability to alleviate pain, and continued to utilize his extraordinary skill to manipulate her cells. Li Mu Wan's blisters visibly diminished at an astonishing rate, and the red marks from the burns gradually faded away. After a considerable time, Chen Fan finally released her hand, and at that moment, both her arms and hands had returned to their original state. Li Mu Wan gazed at her hands in astonishment. The pain had vanished entirely. How could it be? All her blisters and burn marks had disappeared? Chen Fan, she began, intending to inquire about the miraculous transformation, but before she could finish her sentence, a warm voice interrupted her. Pretty sister. Upon seeing Li Mu Wan, the little darling, Wan immediately broke free from Aunt Yang's grasp and scampered towards her with tiny footsteps. She wrapped her arms around Li Muwan's leg and looked up, exclaiming, "I thought I wouldn't see my pretty sister after waking up. How could that be? Didn't I promise to stay with you for the night?" Li Muwan replied. Her heart warmed like sunshine upon seeing Wan. "Hee hee, I knew my pretty sister was the best." A hug. Wan opened her arms wide, her cherubic face radiating a smile more brilliant than the sun, more dazzling than the stars. It was utterly adorable. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Muwan bent down and scooped Wan into her arms, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Wan, you are just too cute. Too lovable." Wan, wrapping her arms around Li Muwan's neck, tilted her head to glance at Chen Fan, her little lips pouting. "Daddy, when can we eat? My tummy is rumbling. Aunt Yang, could you check when dinner will be ready?" Chen Fan instructed the nearby Aunt Yang. "Yes, Mr. Chen," she replied promptly. Realizing he had yet to complete his task, Chen Fan shifted his attention back to Li Muwan, who was still holding Wan with great affection. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired. "Huh." Li Muwan, entirely focused on Wan, was momentarily taken aback before realizing Chen Fan must be referring to her injuries. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Are there any other discomforts?" Chen Fan continued to question. "No, everything feels fine. See, there are no injuries left," Li Muwan responded, shaking her head as she glanced down at her smooth arms. Of course, this miraculous recovery was thanks to Chen Fan. Otherwise, she would not have healed so swiftly. "What's going on? Has the system malfunctioned?" Chen Fan pondered, perplexed as he had not received a notification from the system indicating task completion. "Mr. Chen, the meals are ready." A servant's voice chimed in. Chen Fan acknowledged, then turned to Wan and Li Muwan, saying, "Let us go eat." "Okay, Daddy," Wan eagerly replied. Then looked at Li Muwan. "Pretty sister, let's go eat together." "All right," Li Muwan agreed without hesitation, captivated by Wan's charming face. Grasping Li Muwan's hand, Wan followed closely behind Chen Fan as the trio made their way to the dining room. "Mr. Chen, these 2 dishes were prepared by Ms. Li," the servant announced after Chen Fan, Li Muwan, and Wan were seated. After all, if Mr. Chen thought these dishes were made by them, he might assume their skills were lacking and dismiss them. At Tianfu Garden, they could guarantee that no other owner was as generous as Mr. Chen, providing such excellent benefits. If they were dismissed, they would regret it for life. "Okay." After wiping his hands with the wet towel handed by the servant, Chen Fan picked up his chopsticks. Finding the appearance of the dishes rather mediocre, there was a noticeable gap compared to the meals prepared by the servants. Perhaps it was due to his own culinary skills being at an advanced level. In the past, he would have devoured such food without a second thought, but now, even before tasting it, he could already sense it would not be palatable, even feeling a tinge of disdain. After all, who could manage to turn a simple stir-fried vegetable into something resembling charcoal? "Wan, would you like to try my cooking?" Li Muwan inquired, turning to the little darling seated between her and Chen Fan. "Wow, yes. I want to eat the food made by my pretty sister." Wan nodded excitedly. "Then I'll serve you a bit." Saying this, Li Muwan picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of vegetable into Wan's bowl. Ding dong. System prompt. Task updated. The system notification echoed in his mind. A new task. Chen Fan quickly focused his thoughts on the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Task. Take a bite of the food made by Li Muwan. Reward. Taste attribute 10, smell attribute 10. "I'll sample it first," Chen Fan declared, reaching for Wan's bowl. Besides the task, he was also worried that this meal might upset Wan's stomach, given her prior issues with her digestive system due to inconsistent meals. "All right," Li Muwan nodded, not thinking much of it. Subsequently, Chen Fan transferred the food from Wan's bowl to his own. Under Li Muwan's hopeful gaze, he expressionlessly brought it to his mouth. Salty. Moreover, it was exceedingly salty. Nevertheless, Chen Fan valiantly suppressed the urge to regurgitate and swallowed it down. Subsequently, he feigned nonchalance while lifting the glass of boiled water on his left, sipping quietly. "How is it? Is it acceptable?" Li Muwan inquired with hopeful anticipation. Quite satisfactory. However, you have just sustained an injury, and such bland fare is not suitable for you," Chen Fan remarked, straightening up as he reached across to take the empty bowl before Li Muwan, filling it with various nourishing delicacies like donkey hide gelatin and ginseng. In mere moments, the originally vacant bowl was transformed into a small mountain of sustenance. He then placed the bowl back before her, admonishing, "You are too slender. You must eat more." Gazing at the food before her, Li Muwan lifted her eyes to Chen Fan, wondering if he was genuinely concerned for her health. Thank you." Regardless of whether his sentiments were sincere or merely polite, she quickly regained her composure and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "No need for thanks. I wouldn't want anyone to misconstrue my actions as mistreatment of my child's mother," Chen Fan replied as he took his seat. Li Muwan stared at him, astonished and exhilarated. Could it be that he did not hold her previous missteps against her, believing her unfit to be Nguyen's mother? Do eat. It may become oily if it cools, he added. Noticing how unabashedly she gazed at him, Chen Fan, despite his confidence in his own fortitude, felt an unexpected wave of shyness. In his eyes, no woman could rival Li Muin's beauty, even surpassing the stars of television. To be scrutinized so intently by such a stunning beauty would have left many a lesser man overwhelmed with joy to the point of fainting. All right, Li Muin nodded, picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the attribute skill telekinesis 10. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Finally, the task was accomplished. Chen Fan exhaled in relief, while Nguyen, who was covertly glancing at Li Muin and stifling giggles, stealthily maneuvered her chopsticks. Daddy, can I ask the pretty sister to be my mommy? She inquired cautiously as Chen Fan placed the bowl before her. Li Muin, who had been enjoying her meal, looked up in disbelief, her gaze fixed firmly on Chen Fan. Internally, her emotions surged uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that while she yearned to be Nguyen's mother, caring for her and providing the love and attention of a mother, Nguyen also wished for her to assume that role. Certainly, Chen Fan replied, gently ruffling Nguyen's hair and casting a glance at Li Muin. If Nguyen desired it, then what was there to prevent it? Really? Upon hearing Chen Fan's affirmation, Nguyen immediately turned to Li Muin, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with hope and trepidation. Pretty sister, can you really be my mommy? Of course. Overcome with excitement, Li Muin set her chopsticks down, turning slightly to place her hands on her thighs. Addressing Nguyen with utmost sincerity, rest assured, my dear Nguyen, I will take good care of you and ensure no one bullies you. If anyone dares to harm you, your mother, shall fight fiercely for you. Yay, Nguyen has a mommy. Hearing Li Muin claim that she was her mother, Nguyen raised her tiny fist triumphantly, exclaiming to everyone present, Nguyen has a mommy now. All right, let us eat, Chen Fan remarked, witnessing the radiant smile on Nguyen's face. Feeling entirely convinced that his decision was indeed the right one. Yes, Nguyen nodded vigorously, her smile unwavering. Hee, Nguyen has a daddy and a mommy. I'm so happy. Hearing this, Li Muin and Chen Fan exchanged glances. In that electric moment, Li Muin's porcelain-like face flushed a visible crimson, the blush spreading to her ears and delicately along her slender neck. Chen Fan. Could she possibly be suffering from food poisoning? Chapter 103. Acquired Attribute Skills. Taste 10, Smell 10. Before Chen Fan could utter a word, Li Muin quickly bowed her head, focusing intently on the dish he had served her. Refusing to meet his gaze. Are you all right? Chen Fan inquired, concerned that Li Muin had just begun her role as Nguyen's mother, and he wished to avoid having her become a single parent so soon. I'm fine, Li Muin replied softly, her only discomfort being her flushed face and heated body. Perhaps the supplements were too potent, as she felt an unusual warmth coursing through her veins. All right, if you feel unwell at all, you must speak up, Chen Fan insisted. Recognizing her discomfort, Li Muin nodded in response, her already rosy cheeks reddening further from his concern. Chen Fan glanced at another dish that appeared more palatable, realizing both dishes had been prepared by Li Muin. However, this particular dish seemed significantly better than the previous one, at least in terms of its visual appeal. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the attribute skills Taste 10, Smell 10. I'll give my dish a taste to see how it turned out, Li Muin suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a pang of conflict within him. Should he seize this opportunity to inform her of her culinary inadequacies or conceal the truth? Ultimately, he chose the former, confident that Li Muin was not one to possess a fragile heart. After all, a woman who could ascend to the position of a formidable business leader could hardly be weak-willed. Then do give it a try, he encouraged as he turned the table. I want to try too. Nguyen chimed in softly. Sweetheart, wait until your mommy has a taste first, all right? Chen Fan said, gently pinching Nguyen's cheek. Okay, she agreed, understanding that delicious food should be savored by her parents first. As the dish reached Li Muin, she picked up her chopsticks, taking a small portion before bringing it to her mouth. Chen Fan could only brace himself, for no one knew just how salty the dish truly was. Tui. The moment it touched her lips, Li Muin's brows knitted together, her previously rosy cheeks turning ashen, her expression transforming into one of anguish. Quickly, she grabbed a nearby napkin and turned away from the others, hastily expelling the food, no, the poison, from her mouth. She then grasped the cup beside her. I apologize. I must excuse myself, she said, rushing towards the nearest restroom. Once inside, Li Muin rinsed her mouth repeatedly, exclaiming, Goodness, how could it be so salty? I barely added any salt. Are you all right? Chen Fan's concerned voice filtered through the door. How could you eat that without a change in expression? Li Muin turned, bewildered. As she faced Chen Fan, she had initially believed she possessed some aptitude for cooking, but it appeared her assumptions were misguided. The dish she prepared was nothing short of a culinary disaster, utterly inedible for anyone. After all, it was her first attempt at cooking, so a modicum of leniency was warranted. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly and remarked, under different circumstances, one might question the concept of face. What good is it if one cannot eat? Li Muan, feeling embarrassed, forced a smile in response. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Chen Fan had attempted to restrain Wan, suggesting she eat first. Fortunately, Wan had not tasted it. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. It seemed that cooking was not her forte. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, Li Muan emerged from the restroom. It's quite all right. There's really no need for you to cook at home. If you were to take their jobs, wouldn't he that leave them idle? Chen Fan dismissed the issue nonchalantly, adding that goodwill need not be demonstrated solely through culinary skills. Indeed, I shan't compete for that role, Li Muan naturally acquiesced. Understanding that Chen Fan was offering her an out, as they walked back to the dining room, they spotted Wan sticking out her tongue and incessantly sipping milk. So salty, she exclaimed, waving her little hands. Mr. Chen, Ms. Li, we didn't let the young lady try it. Yet she insisted, the maid remarked, visibly distressed. No matter. This way, our little family of 3 shares the same hardships, Chen Fan said, casting a meaningful glance at Li Muan. Upon hearing this, Li Muan looked up in surprise, her mind racing with the notion of a family of 3. This was a tacit acknowledgement from Chen Fan. Unaware of the significance of Li Muan's gaze, Chen Fan proceeded to the dining table, wiping Wan's mouth affectionately and asking, will you still listen to Daddy in the future? Of course, I'll listen to everything Daddy says. Please don't be angry, Daddy. I only wanted to taste the dishes made by the beautiful sister, Wan pleaded, pulling at Chen Fan's finger in a sweet, endearing manner. That's more like it. Chen Fan thought, never intending to blame Wan. Still thirsty? He inquired, picking up the empty cup. Yes, it's so salty. Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. Aunt Yang, could you fetch some more milk? Chen Fan chuckled softly, reasoning that if it weren't salty, he would have let her have some. After all, it was Li Muan's heartfelt effort. I apologize for my first culinary attempt being such a failure, Li Muan expressed with genuine remorse. Not at all. Beautiful sister, you did wonderfully. Wan quickly reassured her. Still calling her beautiful sister? Chen Fan gently patted Wan's head. Oh, Wan suddenly realized. I meant beautiful mommy. At this, Li Muan's expression shifted slightly, a hint of pink brushing her cheeks as she shyly nodded in affirmation. After dinner, Li Muan received a call, her demeanor turning serious, her elegant brows knitting slightly. Chen Fan, do you have a computer here? Yes, let me show you, he replied, leading her upstairs. Upon reaching the study on the 2nd floor, Chen Fan opened the door, having only been inside once before. The computer is right there. Feel free to use it, no password required. Thank you, Li Muan said, quickly walking to the desk and sitting down. She opened the computer and immediately became engrossed in her work. Her phone, placed nearby, buzzed intermittently with reports from her subordinates. Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Fan watched her focus intently on her tasks, momentarily awestruck. They often say that a man is most handsome when engrossed in his work. But this sentiment equally applied to Li Muan. In her element, she exuded an undeniable authority, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. This was her true side as a formidable businesswoman. Chapter 104. Delivering late-night snacks. Reward attribute skill speed 10. Once Chen Fan had lulled Wan to sleep and descended for a drink of water, he noticed that the light in the study was still on, with Li Muan's commanding voice resonating from within. He approached the door to see her sitting before the computer, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard, creating an illusion reminiscent of a pianist performing a graceful ballet, a sight as mesmerizing as a piano princess, radiant and captivating. After observing her for a while, he opted not to disturb her and turned back downstairs. Mr. Chen, you haven't rested yet? A maid inquired upon seeing him. Ding dong. System prompt. Task progress has been updated. The familiar notification echoed in his mind. Chen Fan promptly opened the virtual interface that had appeared before him. Task. Prepare a late-night snack for the target, Li Muan, and deliver it. Reward attribute skill speed 10. Another skill reward awaited. Closing the virtual interface, he poured himself a glass of water and instructed the maid, please prepare a cup of coffee for Miss Li and ask if she needs anything to eat. The system hadn't mandated that he personally cook or deliver the snack to Li Muan, and judging by her current engagement, she would likely be occupied well into the night. It was best not to interrupt her. Understood, Mr. Chen, the maid replied before getting to work. After finishing his water, Chen Fan ascended the stairs, still able to hear Li Mu-wan discussing stocks and profits. Merely listening to these terms made his head ache. Once back in his room, he kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed, reflecting on the day's events. He had accomplished quite a bit in terms of tasks. Each task yielded a reward of 510 points. With this thought, Chen Fan mentally navigated the virtual interface, clicking on My in the lower right corner. To his astonishment, he saw his name accompanied by a total of 728 points. So soon, he sat up, astonished that he had amassed over 700 points in just a few weeks. According to the system's rules, he needed 1,000 points to upgrade. After the upgrade, the rewards would become even more plentiful. He had previously thought that such an upgrade was far off, considering how difficult it was to earn points and complete tasks. However, after this period, he found the tasks to be remarkably simple, and he had completed each one. He couldn't help but wonder what consequences or penalties awaited if he failed to complete a task. Lying back on the bed, he closed the virtual interface. Perhaps due to his current level being 0, the system interface was rather sparse. Aside from a taskbar and a My section, nothing else was present. Upgrading from level 0 to level 1 required 1,000 points, while moving from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 10,000 points, and from level 2 to level 3, 100,000 points, and so forth. Presumably, as one progressed, the rewards would become increasingly impressive, and naturally, the points would not remain at 510. The more he thought about it, the more eager he became to complete all tasks, advance to the highest level, and unlock even more skills. In the study on the other side, a servant approached the door, balancing a tray laden with a midnight snack and coffee, gently rapping on the door. "Come in." Li Muan's eyes remained fixed on the computer as she spoke. "Miss Li, this is prepared for you by our general manager Chun," the servant announced, placing the items on Li Muan's desk. "For me?" Li Muan paused her relentless typing, lifting her gaze to the servant. Her eyes traveled from the servant's face to the tray she held, which contained a steaming bowl of noodles, delightful pastries sure to uplift one's spirits, and a cup of fragrant coffee. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise lit up Li Muan's eyes. Did Chen Fan send this? Had he been here? She quickly glanced towards the door, only to find it empty. Chen Fan must have gone upstairs to rest. "Thank you, you may place it here," Li Muan said to the servant with a measured tone. "Yes, Miss Li," the servant nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the threshold. Glancing back at the now busy Li Muan, they were all aware of what transpired at the dining table that day. After all, the young lady had excitedly told each of them that she had a mother, a beautiful mother, and that mother was none other than the current head of the household. Li Muan, as the lady of the house, it was only natural to curry favor with her to avoid being dismissed. "Miss Li, do take care and rest early." "All right," Li Muan replied, suddenly halting as she fixed her penetrating gaze on the servant preparing to leave. "Is this truly the intention of your general manager?" The servant chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, the general manager wishes for you to rest early, as staying up too late is detrimental to one's health." "I understand. I will make haste," Li Muan said, a genuine smile breaking across her face, her heart swelling with joy. "Then I shall not disturb you any further, Miss Li," the servant remarked, relieved to see a smile on Li Muan's typically stern visage, thankful she hadn't misspoken. Li Muan responded lightly, her focus returning to the computer screen. She needed to finish her work swiftly and rest early, not wanting to disregard Chen Fan's thoughtful gesture. The following day, when Chen Fan awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. Perhaps it was due to the delightful dreams of the previous night, where he envisioned himself as the wealthiest man in the nation, with all those who once looked down upon him now bowing before him like supplicants. "General Manager, you are awake?" Upon seeing Chen Fan descend the stairs, the servant who was polishing the handrail quickly stood aside. Chen Fan yawned. "Would you like breakfast now?" The servant inquired further. "No need, I'm not very hungry," he replied, surveying the bright surroundings, yet failing to spot either Nguyen or Li Muan. "Nguyen. And Miss Li?" Chen Fan asked. "Ah, it's Monday. Miss Li personally took Nguyen to school at 8, the servant answered candidly. "Has it truly already become Monday? How swiftly time passes," he mused, opening a virtual interface that had popped up. "Claim reward. System, congratulations. Host has completed the task and gained the attribute skill speed 10. What time did Miss Li sleep yesterday?" Chen Fan casually questioned. "She only went to bed at 6 in the morning and slept for just over an hour." The servant continued. "Just over an hour, then off to take Nguyen to school? In truth, with Aunt Yang and the butler. She needn't worry about that at all." Chen Fan chuckled. Indeed, no one was better suited to be Nguyen's mother than Li Muan, who was so dedicated to her. Very well. Chen Fan decided not to pursue the matter further and was about to head to the living room when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's thought, he chose to answer. "Chen Fan, what should I do?" Came the heart-wrenching sound of Li Muan's cries through the phone. Instantly, Alarm bells rang in Chen Fan's mind. Despite having been bullied previously, Li Muin had not shed a tear. Now, could something have happened in Wan? Where are you? He quickly inquired. I'm at the airport, Chen Fan. You need not worry. Wan is at school and is fine. Realizing her emotional lapse, Li Muin choked back her sobs, striving to suppress her feelings. What are you doing at the airport? Chen Fan frowned, his heart racing, sensing something was amiss. It's work-related, she replied, glancing at the bodyguards around her, unsure of what to say. Her heartache stemmed from her uncertainty of when she would return, or when she would see Wan and Chen Fan again. Chen Fan, I will be leaving Jiangqing for a long time. I do not know when I will be back. I'm so sorry for leaving her like this after you so graciously accepted me as Wan's mother. Please tell her that I truly love her, and I cannot bear to be away from her. If I could, I would choose to die by her side. At the thought of the caring little girl, Li Muin's forced smile turned sorrowful, her eyes glistening with crystalline tears, her heart aching like a knife. Whenever she saw Wan, it reminded her of her child who had passed away, believing Wan was her redemption, yet now she was leaving without even saying goodbye. A long time, Chen Fan detected a hint of reluctance in her words. Yes, I don't know when I will return. If someone more suitable to be Wan's mother appears, she trailed off, biting her lip and gripping the phone tightly. Miss, it's time to board. A bodyguard's voice interrupted her thoughts. Just give me a few more minutes, please. Li Muin pleaded, turning to the butler beside her. Miss, you know how the master is. The butler replied sternly. At these words, Li Muin trembled. Chen Fan, goodbye. Perhaps it will be a farewell forever. Ding dong. System prompt. Task updated. Suddenly, Chen Fan heard the system's notification. He immediately focused on the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Task. Successfully persuade the target, Li Muin, to stay. Reward. Super God skill teleportation. Teleportation? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan queried, which airport are you at? As he saw other bodyguards approaching to seize her phone. Li Muin shouted, Jianyuan Airport. However, before she could finish, the bodyguards swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp, and she was restrained by 2 female bodyguards, leaving her no chance to escape. Miss, I advise you to be compliant. We are quite rough, and if we accidentally hurt you, you cannot blame us. Li Muin had no choice. Even if she had 1,000 reluctances, she was forcibly taken to the airport after sending Wan to school. Jianyuan Airport, is it? After hanging up, Chen Fan vanished from his location. Unfortunately, his teleportation skill had spatial and regional limitations, preventing him from instantly appearing at the airport. The past flickers by, momentarily appearing before him. Yet, in mere minutes, Chen Fan finds himself at the airport. Amidst the bustling crowd, none seem to notice the unexpected presence of an additional individual. Li Muin. With a single glance, Chen Fan immediately identifies her position at the boarding gate. Li Muin suddenly pauses. Is it merely an illusion? Did she just hear Chen Fan's voice? Miss, hurry up, her bodyguard urges incessantly. Li Muin, just as she is lost in thought. A gentle tap on her shoulder brings her back. She and her bodyguards turn in unison. Chen Fan. The moment she sees him, Li Muin is utterly stunned. How could he be here? Who are you? The bodyguard eyes Chen Fan warily. If you don't wish to depart, then stay. As for what you wish to convey to Wan, I believe it would be better if you expressed it personally, Chen Fan replies, disregarding the bodyguard's inquiries while gazing intently at Li Muin, whose eyes are reddening, on the verge of tears. Who could imagine that this seemingly fragile individual before him was once a formidable woman, commanding respect and authority with rationality and confidence? Who the hell are you to stop our miss from leaving? One of the bodyguards steps forward, pushing Chen Fan aside. But Chen Fan remains unyielding. A rock amidst the storm. Hey kid, you've got some guts. The bodyguard stares in disbelief at his own hands before looking back at Chen Fan, astonished at the boy's unwavering balance. For the first time, he finds himself at a loss. Hey, Fong, are you alright? Have you been hitting the clubs too much lately? The other bodyguards chime in teasingly. I didn't even use much force, retorts the one named AE defensively. Chen Fan, how did you? Li Muin gazes fixedly at Chen Fan, utterly unprepared to see him one last time before leaving Jiang City. As long as you don't wish to leave, I have my ways to ensure you stay, Chen Fan asserts. Although his task is to keep Li Muin from departing, he abhors the thought of coercing her, especially since she is a woman unlike any other. Aye. Li Muin casts her eyes downward as the butler approaches. Thank you for coming to the airport just as I am about to leave, Chen Fan. But I must go. Despite Chen Fan's formidable capabilities, he cannot stand against the influence of her father. She is reluctant to bring any trouble to Chen Fan or Wan due to her own circumstances. You're being disingenuous. Chen Fan's intuition tells him that Li Muin's words are insincere, as she cannot even bear to meet his gaze while speaking them. In desperation, he resorts to his mind-reading ability. I'm sorry, Chen Fan. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot let you be implicated because of me. I will miss Wan. I will miss everything here. Yet, I cannot be so selfish. I cannot endanger you. Breaking off the mind reading, Chen Fan shakes his head. See, I told you she was speaking against her true feelings. The butler, a middle-aged man who has completed all necessary formalities, strides toward them, causing the spectators to stand in reverence. You must be Chen Fan, Mr. Chen. I know you've been getting rather close to our Mississippi. The butler's eagle-like gaze fixates on Chen Fan, and Chen Fan raises an eyebrow defiantly. I advise you, if you wish to maintain your current peaceful life and ensure your daughter's safety, stay out of our Miss affairs. You are not of her kind. The butler warns ominously. Enough. There's no need to put him in a difficult position. I will go with you. As tensions rise, Li Mu-wan admonishes the butler loudly. Aren't we boarding? Why are we still standing here? Yes, miss. The butler sneers at Chen Fan before turning to lead Li Mu-wan toward the boarding gate. Don't go. Chen Fan reaches out, firmly grasping Li Mu-wan's arm. Before the two female bodyguards can react, he swiftly strikes one's back with a seemingly gentle, yet immensely powerful blow. The female bodyguard feels an overwhelming force hit her, lifting her off her feet. In a swift motion, Chen Fan kicks the other female bodyguard's thigh, sending her crashing to her knee. Seizing the moment, he pulls Li Mu-wan into his embrace. You needn't worry excessively about Wan's safety, he reassures her, glancing down at the astonished Li Mu-wan. He can manage what she fears. You little brat. You're asking for it. Witnessing his comrade's defeat, Ae, still seething from earlier humiliation, raises his fist to strike Chen Fan. Chen Fan deftly dodges, then delivers a swift kick to Ae's chest, sending him flying. The others rush forward. But before they can even touch a single hair on Chen Fan, he effortlessly dispatches them to the ground. Let us go, Chen Fan declares, taking Li Mu-wan's hand as they stride away, leaving the stunned onlookers behind. Once in a secluded corner, Chen Fan envelopes Li Mu-wan in a tight embrace and employs his skill to teleport. Close your eyes, he instructs her. All right, she responds obediently, albeit puzzled. Upon arriving beside Tianfu School, Chen Fan looks down at Li Mu-wan, who is tightly clutching his waist, her eyes still shut. You may open your eyes. As she hears this, Li Mu-wan slowly opens her eyes, gasping in astonishment as she realizes this is Tianfu School? How do we end up here? We were at the airport. Let us go. We need to get Wan out first. Chen Fan provides no further explanation, knowing that the intricacies of his extraordinary powers cannot be succinctly conveyed. Moreover, he has no intention of revealing everything to Li Mu-wan. The mention of Wan restores her composure. Her primary objective is to secure Wan's safety before her father's other forces can intervene. Soon, they arrive at Wan's classroom. At that moment, Wan is joyfully playing with other children. Suddenly, a girl strides up to her, brazenly pushing her aside. With her hands on her hips and chin raised, she shouts, You little vixen, stay away from our prince. He is ours. I'm not a vixen. My name is Chen Wan, but you can just call me Wan. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Wan innocently explains, thinking the girl doesn't know her name. Who cares what your name is? You're an unwanted little wildling, born to a father but raised without a mother. You don't belong in our school. Another girl with a bun hairstyle, wearing a pink tutu, steps forward to shove Wan. As she was pushed back and forth by several individuals, Wan suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Raising her hand, she rubbed her eyes and began to cry, lamenting that she had a mother and was not a wild child. Just then, Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan arrived at the entrance of the classroom, instantly hearing Wan's heart-wrenching sobs. Wan, Chen Fan furrowed his brow and hurried inside. Daddy? As she lowered her hand and spotted Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan, Wan immediately ceased her crying. Who bullied you? Chen Fan asked, lifting Wan into his arms, his heart aching as he wiped away her tears with his thumb. We didn't bully her. We just warned her to stay away from our little prince. The little prince belongs to all of us. The girls who had just been shoving Wan began to shout defiantly. Who is the little prince? Chen Fan's frown deepened. I don't know. Wan shook her head. The little prince is classmate Han Lei, the leading girl declared with her chin held high, brimming with pride. Li Mu-wan interjected. It's that useless nephew of his again. Ding dong. System alert. Task updated. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan controlled the virtual interface with his mind. Task. Slap those who bullied Wan. Reward. Mastery of a divine skill in manipulation. Manipulation? If he were to acquire this skill, he could control everything, including people at will. Just you few who bullied on Wan. Chen Fan approached, towering over them with authority. She deserves it. Before the leading girl could finish her sentence, Chen Fan slapped her, sending her flying. He then proceeded to deliver a slap to each of the other girls. If a dog happened to pass by at that moment, it would likely receive a slap as well. Wow, why you hit me? I'm going to tell my daddy to beat you up. They cried. Wow, mommy. I want my mommy. The classroom erupted with the wails of the girls. One, let's go. Hearing the cacophony of cries, Chen Fan's brow nearly knitted into a knot. Irritated by the noise. Okay. One sniffed and nodded. Mr. Chen, please take care, the teacher quickly said as they noticed Chen Fan preparing to leave. Daddy, wait. One suddenly called out. Chen Fan paused. Daddy, can you put One down? Her voice still carried a hint of sobbing. Of course. Chen Fan readily complied with his precious daughter's request, bending down to place her on the ground. One walked directly to Li Mu Wan, took her hand, and headed toward the sobbing girls. Chapter 107. Trouble Comes Knocking. One. She raised her hand, wiped her tears, and looked up at Li Mu Wan, sniffling. One has a mommy. She is One's mommy. One is not a wild child without a mother. Upon hearing One's words, Li Mu Wan furrowed her brow tightly, crouched down, and embraced One, gently wiping away her tears. Don't cry, One. Mommy will be heartbroken. Li Mu Wan then lifted One, her gaze coldly fixed on the girls, radiating an aura that frightened them into loud sobs. Why, I want my daddy. I want my mommy. If you keep crying, I'll throw you out. Li Mu Wan's voice was icy. The little girls looked up at Li Mu Wan with tear-streaked faces, appearing especially pitiful. However, Li Mu Wan's focus remained solely on One, ignoring the other girls. One, dear, don't listen to their nonsense. You are not a wild child. You are mommy's precious daughter. They are all bad people, and their words cannot be trusted. Okay. One nodded earnestly. One has a mommy. She is not a wild child. One won't pay attention to them anymore. She wrapped her arms around Li Mu Wan's neck and nodded seriously. Expel those little girls. Li Mu Wan carried One back to the entrance and coldly instructed the nearby teacher. Yes. The teacher glanced at the silent Chen Fan and quickly agreed. With one being the largest shareholder of the school and the other its hidden owner, she dared not refuse. All right, let us hurry and leave. Li Mu Wan urged Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan nodded in response. Soon, they left Tianfu School and took a taxi towards Tianfu Garden. Chen Fan, I'm sorry for dragging you and One into this, Li Mu Wan said seriously as they sat in the car. We can't stay at Tianfu Garden for long. They will likely find us soon. Then let's go elsewhere. I have other properties under my name. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, as he had more than just Tianfu Garden. Good. But I'm worried One might have some difficulty adjusting. After all, she has just gotten used to the people here. At this point, Li Mu Wan looked down at One, who was sitting between her and Chen Fan, her expression filled with concern and guilt. We can't take everyone. At most. We can bring Aunt Yang, Chen Fan said, shaking his head. Having too many people would complicate matters. All right. Li Mu Wan did not press for further explanation. The car soon arrived at Tianfu Garden. Upon reaching Villa Number 1, as Chen Fan and Li Mu Wan held One's hands and opened the door, Chen Fan immediately sensed something was amiss. Usually, there would be a servant stationed at the entrance, and the first words upon entering would always be, Mr. Chen, welcome home. However, at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Stay behind me, Chen Fan instructed, stepping forward to shield Li Mu Wan and One. What happened? Li Mu Wan peered out. You finally returned. A voice echoed from the staircase as a young man in a dark gray suit descended. Cousin? Li Mu Wan was taken aback, realizing their pursuers had arrived faster than expected. Mu Wan, you must listen to Uncle's arrangements and stop resisting futilely, the young man said sternly, leaning against the staircase railing. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave Jiang City. Li Mu Wan bit her lip, tightly gripping One's hand, as this place held her significant ties. You know Uncle's temper. If he wants you to leave, you must comply. Mu Wan, I don't want to make things difficult for you. It would be best if you accepted it, the young man sighed, displaying a hint of resignation. If she doesn't want to leave, no one can force her, Chen Fan interjected, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on the young man, who bore a striking resemblance to that little boy from kindergarten named Han Lei. This man must be the boy's father. Chen Fan, right? I know you. The young man shifted his attention from Li Mu Wan to Chen Fan. Causing such a commotion at the airport will only bring unnecessary trouble for Mu Wan. Huh? Chen Fan scoffed dismissively. What are you laughing at? Chen Fan, I acknowledge you have some capabilities. You hold 70 of the shares of Tianfu Garden. But that does not mean you are worthy of Mu Wan. Noticing the disdain mixed with mockery on Chen Fan's face, the young man frowned, visibly displeased. Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? Before Chen Fan had a chance to speak, Li Muan had already interjected, stating, all this time, I have merely been reaching for those beyond my grasp. The one entangled is her, not him. Muan, I concede that this fellow possesses a certain charm. But do not be deceived by his facade. He is a man who carries an unknown daughter, Such individuals harbor no benevolent intentions. The young man immediately adopted a stern expression as he admonished Li Muan. Which virtuous person adopts another's child at such a tender age? Overflowing with compassion? Huh? Do you truly believe that? Either he harbors ulterior motives concerning that young girl, or she is, in fact, his illegitimate daughter. Han Yuan, enough. Li Muan's brows knitted tightly as she shouted at the young man, her expression darkening. How could he utter such words in front of Yuan Yuan? He himself was a father. Han Yuan, taken aback by Li Muan's outburst, rubbed his nose awkwardly. He then solemnly advised, Muan, everything I say is for your own good. You may evade him for a moment, but you cannot escape forever. He is not worthy of you. An uncle will certainly disapprove of you associating with such a complicated individual. This time, I shall take control of my own life. Taking a deep breath and recalling Chen Fan's words, Li Muan declared with unwavering resolve, even if she were ultimately captured again. She wished to cherish every moment spent with Yuan Yuan and Chen Fan, ensuring no regrets lingered. Then you refuse to heed my counsel? You insist on remaining? Han Yuan's frown relaxed, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Indeed, Li Muan met Han Yuan's gaze, unflinching. Muan, do not blame me for being unkind. I am merely following uncle's orders. With that, Han Yuan clapped his hands. Everyone come out. No matter the means, you must take Li Muan away today. As soon as the command was issued, dozens of bodyguards emerged from all directions, surrounding Chen Fan, Li Muan, and Yuan Yuan tightly. Chapter 108. Reward, the indestructible skill. Han Yuan raised his chin and sneered at Chen Fan. I have heard you are quite the fighter, but alas, you now face a group of elite individuals selected nationwide. If you are wise, you will persuade Muan to reconsider. Perhaps then I might spare you and your daughter. Ding dong. System alert. Mission updated. Upon hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Chen Fan leisurely manipulated the virtual interface to open the task list. Task: defeat all opponents. Reward: indestructible skill. Indestructible? Isn't that akin to being impervious to harm? Incredible. Chen Fan gulped. Possessing such a skill would render him virtually invincible. Han Yuan, do not push your luck. Before Li Muan could voice her protest, Chen Fan's voice interrupted. Elite? Look at them. Chen Fan scoffed, dismissing their threat. Han Yuan was incensed by Chen Fan's reaction. Is this how a normal person should respond? This Chen Fan is insufferably arrogant. I must crush his spirit and teach him that arrogance comes with consequences. What are you all waiting for? Attack. Beat them to a pulp. Han Yuan immediately ordered his subordinates. Yes, Mr. Han. The men responded in unison. Who dares? Li Muan shouted coldly at Han Yuan, her voice laced with warning. If you dare to let them strike, I will not let you off. Muan, I am left with no choice. If you wish to seek accountability, you must approach Uncle. Han Yuan's expression stiffened. Attack. He repeated his command to his men. There is no need for dialogue with such individuals, Chen Fan interjected, halting Li Muan's words. Reasoning is not always an option. Some people must experience the taste of a fist to understand. Before the adversaries could charge, Chen Fan struck first, swiftly incapacitating the nearest assailant in the blink of an eye. Observing this, the others rushed in. Wow, Dad is amazing. Go, Dad, Yuan Yuan exclaimed, excitedly bouncing on the spot and clapping for Chen Fan as he single-handedly rendered his foes helpless. Encouraged by Yuan Yuan's cheers, Chen Fan became even more vigorous, landing a punch that knocked out a foe's front teeth. This person is not only strong but also astonishingly fast, terrifying. The remaining few, injured, began to retreat, none daring to approach Chen Fan, fearing they might end up as motionless victims at his feet. Mr. Han, this person is abnormal. One of them glanced at Han Yuan. His speed is astounding, and his strength is formidable. He can easily lift a person with one hand. We stand no chance against him. Witnessing the chaos, Han Yuan descended the stairs, exclaiming, useless fools. Pushing a few aside, he slowly drew a handgun, thinking, no matter how skilled he is, my bullets are far more formidable. Han Yuan, what are you doing? Li Muan, fixated on Chen Fan, felt her mind blank upon seeing the gun in Han Yuan's hand. Her body, however, acted independently, rushing in front of Chen Fan to shield him with open arms. If you dare pull that trigger, I will take the bullet myself. Chen Fan, observing Li Muan resolutely standing in front of him, felt a tremor in his heart, an indescribable sensation of shock and a hint of gratitude. Muan, do not think I will hesitate. Han Yuan yelled, incensed that Li Muan would threaten him for a stranger, showing him no respect. Then shoot. Li Muan retorted with a cold laugh. If Han Yuan dared to fire, she would relish how he would explain himself to her father and the Li family. Han Yuan pursed his lips, furrowing his brow. You said it. Ultimately, Han Yuan pulled the trigger, aiming the black barrel at Li Muan. Seeing this, Chen Fan swiftly appeared behind Han Yuan. Where did he go? Han Yuan was dumbfounded. He merely blinked, and Chen Fan had vanished from behind Li Muan. Had he fled? But he had not seen him run away. How could someone simply disappear? Are you looking for me? Chen Fan whispered devilishly in Han Yuan's ear. Before Han Yuan could react, Chen Fan snatched the gun from his hand and pointed it at Han Yuan's forehead. What are you going to do? Han Yuan stuttered, feeling the cold, hard metal against his skin. Sweat pouring down his face. What can I do? Weren't you just intent on killing me? Standing behind Han Yuan, Chen Fan could distinctly feel him trembling. If you dare to kill me, neither the Han family nor the Li family will let you off. Han Yuan feigned calmness as he threatened. I am eager to see how they will not let me off. With that, Chen Fan pulled the trigger. The gunshot did not pierce through Han Yuan's forehead. Instead, it struck his thigh with a jarring impact. In an instant, the expansive villa reverberated with Han Yuan's agonizing cries. Collapsing to the ground, he clutched his wounded leg, his voice a continuous wail of distress. Several subordinates, witnessing this scene, recoiled in fear, daring not to approach Han Yuan even a step closer. Is this all? Chen Fan smirked, then resumed firing at Han Yuan with relentless shots. Li Muan hastily covered the ears of little Nuan Wan, shielding her from the cacophony, for the sound was deafening, a potential threat to the delicate eardrums of a child. All the bullets rained around Han Yuan. Terrified, Han Yuan curled up, his hands over his head, howling in pain, his complexion paling as he became paralyzed with fear from the bullets whizzing perilously close. Losing control of his bladder, sensing the acrid odor of urine, Chen Fan scoffed. I thought you were braver than this. Turns out, you're just like everyone else. As Han Yuan turned his head, preparing to retort, the click of the trigger resounded once more. With wide, horrified eyes, Han Yuan felt his consciousness slipping away as Chen Fan aimed the gun at his forehead. Suddenly, he lost all semblance of awareness and fainted. Ding. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and acquired the superpower of indestructibility. Chapter 109, Southport No. 1 Villa. Observing the unconscious Han Yuan, Chen Fan smirked disdainfully and tossed the now empty gun beside Han Yuan's body. Turning away, he strode towards Li Muan and Nuan Wan. Bending down to scoop Nuan Wan into his arms. Gently pinching her cheek, he asked, My dear Nuan Wan, we are going to move to a new home. Is there anything you would like to take with you? If so, go fetch it. Daddy, are we moving again? Nuan Wan inquired with a puzzled expression. Why are we changing homes? Daddy is taking you to live in a palace that is even larger and more beautiful than this one. How does that sound? Chen Fan patiently explained. Okay. Upon hearing that it would be grand and magnificent, Nuan Wan's head bobbed eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. All right, go on then. Seeing her accept the idea so cheerfully, Chen Fan set her down. I'll accompany her, Li Muan said, her voice laced with concern. What if there are others still in the house? Indeed, it's better to clear the place out, Chen Fan acknowledged. Grateful for Li Muan's insight as he hadn't considered such details. It was evident that men lacked the meticulousness often found in women. With that, the trio ascended the stairs. Chen Fan first led Li Muan and Nuan Wan to Nuan Wan's room, meticulously checking every corner. Lock the door from the inside. And wait for me to return, he instructed Li Muan, who was helping Nuan Wan pack. I'll check the other rooms. All right, she replied, setting down her belongings and following him to the door. After Chen Fan departed, she promptly locked the door as instructed. Satisfied, Chen Fan tested the door handle before leaving. He proceeded to push open the tightly shut doors, one by one. Upon reaching the final door at the end of the corridor, he found the housekeeper, the servants, and Aunt Yang, all of whom had their mouths stuffed and limbs bound, trapped in a circle, facing away from one another. Chen Fan approached, stooping to untie the housekeeper's ropes. The housekeeper immediately set about freeing the others. Mr. Chen, I need to explain the situation. One servant, pale and anxious, began. You needn't say a word. I already know, Chen Fan interrupted, raising his hand. Mr. Chen, may I resign? Another servant asked timidly. Of course, Chen Fan nodded. In fact, I had intended to let you all go. Everyone but Aunt Yang may leave. I will compensate each of you with a year's salary. A year's salary? The others exchanged astonished glances, considering that it was still spring. Yes, each person will receive 100,000, Chen Fan affirmed. 100,000? The crowd gasped in disbelief at the substantial compensation, their initial trepidation overshadowed by joy. Truly, it felt like a windfall. All right, if there is nothing else. You are free to leave, Chen Fan continued. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Each servant expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they approached him. Before long, only Chen Fan, the housekeeper, and the remaining servants were left in the room. Mr. Chen, am I free to go as well? The housekeeper inquired. Yes, Chen Fan confirmed. After the housekeeper exited, Aunt Yang cautiously asked, Mr. Chen, may I inquire why you chose to keep me? You have become quite familiar with Nuan Wan during these days. Chen Fan replied, elucidating his reason for retaining her. I understand, Aunt Young nodded. Noticing her silence, Chen Fan continued, should you choose to accompany us, you need not worry about your benefits. However, should you prefer to remain, I will not compel you. Mr. Chen, I have no objections. Aunt Young quickly shook her head. She had never doubted her benefits. Rather, her concern was that such incidents might recur, and at her age, she feared the shock could lead to unforeseen consequences. After some contemplation, she ultimately agreed. Mr. Chen, I will go with you. I will ensure the well-being of Miss Wan. Having weighed her options, Aunt Yang decided to follow Chen Fan, recognizing his integrity in both dealings and welfare. All right, gather your belongings. We shall leave immediately, Chen Fan instructed, nodding before heading towards the door. After a thorough inspection, finding no items missing or damaged, he quickly made his way to Wan's room. At the door, he knocked and called, "Open up." Hearing his voice, Wan, who had been anxiously gripping a heavy object to deter any unwanted intruders, immediately set it down. "Chen Fan, you're back." She opened the door just a crack to confirm his identity before swinging it wide. "Yes," he nodded. "Have you finished packing?" "All done," she replied. "Then let us go," he said with a nod. Soon, the group descended from the upper floor, laden with their belongings. "Mr. Chen, look at the carnage on the floor." Aunt Yang gasped, her face drained of color. "They are not dead," Chen Fan replied coolly. He then turned to Wan, contemplating her thoughts on the matter, especially regarding the fact that he had shot her brother in the leg. With this, after concluding all matters, Chen Fan drove directly towards the Southport No. 1 villa. "Mr. Chen, where are we headed? Surely, we aren't leaving Jiang City?" Aunt Yang, seated in the back and attending to Wan, couldn't suppress her curiosity as she craned her neck to inquire. "We're not leaving Jiang City," Chen Fan replied, casting a glance at Aunt Yang in the rearview mirror. At this juncture, he had no intention of departing Jiang City for another locale. "Oh, that's a relief." Aunt Yang nodded contentedly upon receiving his assurance. She could not forsake Jiang City, for she needed to visit the cemetery to pay her respects to her late husband during festive occasions. After half an hour of travel, the vehicle arrived at the foot of a verdant mountain. There was but a single road leading up the mountain, where stood magnificent houses resembling palaces, evoking awe and envy. "Isn't this Southport, a place reserved for officials?" Wan exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Chen Fan, imploring him not to suggest that they were to reside in such an esteemed location. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded affirmatively, as he halted the car before the security checkpoint. A staff member clad in a wine-red security uniform approached. "I apologize, but outside vehicles are not permitted here. Please turn back." The staff member was courteous, quite unlike the arrogant security personnel encountered elsewhere. "I am the owner here," Chen Fan stated, lowering the window to address the bowing security guard. "Owner?" the guard questioned, scrutinizing Chen Fan's face, which he found unfamiliar despite having worked there for several years. "Sir, please adhere to our regulations," the guard cautioned, dissuading any attempts to deceive. "I am Chen Fan, the proprietor of Southport No. 1 Villa. If you doubt my claim, feel free to verify it via phone," Chen Fan replied, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel. The guard studied Chen Fan closely for a moment, and sensing no deceit in his demeanor, coupled with the unique aura that surrounded him, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. "Please hold on, I will verify." With that, the guard turned and departed. "Did you just say Southport No. 1? Once the guard had left, Wan, seated in the passenger seat, inquired with visible agitation. "Yes, Southport No. 1. Is there a problem?" Chen Fan turned to face her. "No, not at all. I just didn't expect to be residing at Southport, let alone Southport No. 1. Wan shook her head, observing Chen Fan's demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the implications of their situation. Only the wealthiest individuals in Jiang City, or those with significant political clout, could inhabit such a prestigious location. Southport No. 1 was even more exclusive, with the city's richest unable to secure a residence there, much less the mayor of Jiang City. The influence of the richest and the mayor in Jiang City was immense, and their inability to reside at No. 1 spoke volumes about the caliber of individuals who could. Suddenly, a loud horn blared from behind, followed by a disgruntled voice. "Hey, are you moving or not? If you're not, don't block the road. Good dogs don't obstruct traffic, you know?" Chen Fan glanced at the rearview mirror to see a conspicuous red sports car halted behind them. "What kind of car have I not seen? Is he trying to flaunt his wealth in front of me? What a fool," the young man in the driver's seat declared, ready to teach this ostentatious individual a lesson. "Brother, is that really a good idea?" A woman, resembling a social media influencer, in the passenger seat urged him to reconsider. "Don't worry. I want to see who dares to show off in front of me." The young man waved his hand dismissively and marched towards Chen Fan's vehicle. Upon reaching the rear of the car, he forcefully knocked on the window. The impact startled Wan, who had been sleeping, causing her to wail, "Daddy, I'm scared." "Don't cry, Wan. Daddy's here." Chen Fan, suppressing the urge to confront the young man, turned to comfort the frightened child. That's right, Wan, no need to cry. After wiping away her tears with a tissue, Li Wan opened her arms, inviting Wan to her lap. Okay, hearing her mother's reassuring words. Wan quickly jumped down from the back seat, aided by Aunt Yang, and settled on Li Wan's lap. I'm not crying anymore. Li Wan gently wiped the tears from Wan's face. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, a thunderous banging interrupted him. It's just a limited edition car. Does he really think I can't afford it? What an arrogant fool. The young man continued to pound on the hood of the car, his irritation palpable. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. As Chen Fan reached for the door handle, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Task, teach the individual a lesson. Reward, limited edition Kalman King. Kalman King? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, questioning the existence of such a brand, which he had not heard of before. Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan exited the vehicle. Oh, it's you. The young man's bravado surged upon recognizing Chen Fan. Your car is blocking my way. Move it now. Otherwise, I'll smash it. This road is wide enough, isn't it? What is the problem? Can't you drive? Chen Fan surveyed the ample space, noting that the road could easily accommodate 4 vehicles side by side, and he had parked to the side. This person was simply looking for trouble. Who are you calling a poor driver? I'm a race car driver. How dare you insult me? The young man seethed, his rage boiling over. Provoked by Chen Fan's retort, he swung a fist towards him. As the young man unleashed his full force, Chen Fan, instead of evading, recalled the indestructible body he had recently acquired and decided to test it. The young man's punch landed squarely on Chen Fan's abdomen, but to his astonishment, Chen Fan remained entirely unscathed, while he himself grimaced in pain. Ouch! My hand! The young man cradled his injured hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What kind of body does this guy have? Is he made of steel? Now, it was Chen Fan's turn. Narrowing his eyes, he seized the young man's shoulder and effortlessly brought him crashing to the ground. How dare you hit me? The young man lay on the ground, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Brother, seeing her boyfriend fall hard, the influencer rushed out of the car, sprinting to his side and struggling to help him up. Damn it! The young man glared furiously at Chen Fan. You're going to regret this. Humph, Chen Fan replied with disdain. After all, he had lost count of how many times he had heard the same words. Witnessing the utter disdain with which his adversary regarded him, the man erupted in fury, forcefully shoving aside the glamorous influencer who had been supporting him. Get away. If I don't teach this arrogant little scoundrel a lesson today, I swear I won't bear the surname Lei. Chapter 111. Dare to put a green hat on me? I will destroy you. Teach him a lesson? Upon hearing those words, Chen Fan let out a chilling smile. Even before his opponent could swing a fist in his direction, he launched a rapid assault. A powerful blow struck the man's abdomen, followed immediately by another punch to his face. Ugh! Hiss! The man, still reeling from the pain, barely had time to react before Chen Fan delivered a high kick straight to his chest, sending him hurtling backwards. He collided heavily with his own conspicuously red sports car. The influencer stared at Chen Fan in dumbfounded admiration, completely forgetting which side she was on. So handsome. She had never encountered a man so striking and so formidable. He was undeniably magnetic, irresistibly captivating. Ugh! The man crashed onto the hood of his car, desperately trying to prop himself up despite the pain, only to spit out blood. Ding! System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the limited edition Kalman King. As blood continued to seep from the man's mouth, the familiar notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Just as he was about to turn to leave, the security personnel who had previously departed rushed back, visibly anxious. Mr. Chen. The security officer wore an expression of regret as he addressed Chen Fan. I sincerely apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. It's all right. Verifying identities is entirely reasonable. Chen Fan replied graciously, waving his hand dismissively. The security officer's demeanor had been relatively respectful from the start, unlike those disdainful guards he had encountered before. Mr. Chen, if you could just hold on a moment, I will record your license plate and input it into the system. The security officer, relieved that Chen Fan did not pursue any grievances, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Good heavens, what a benevolent individual. He bore no resentment towards him at all. Indeed, those of true substance should be this way. Handsome, possessing a noble demeanor, and with such a commendable temperament. If everyone were like Mr. Chen, how wonderful that would be. Very well, Chen Fan nodded. The security officer, keenly aware of the value of a wealthy person's time, promptly retrieved his device and approached Chen Fan's vehicle to scan the license plate. He then proceeded to photograph the entire car. Suddenly, the security officer froze. His gaze shifted from the device to the red sports car parked behind Chen Fan's. Lei, young Master Lei? Staring at the man bleeding profusely. The security officer was rendered speechless. He quickly put away the device and hurried over. Young Master Lei, do you require an ambulance? Are you blind? Look at me. I'm in this state, and you still ask? Why don't you wait until I'm dead to inquire? The man lay sprawled on the car hood, utterly drained of energy and racked with pain, his voice weak but filled with rage. Yes, I'll call for an ambulance right away. The security officer maintained his composure, as if he had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Having completed his task, Chen Fan chose not to linger and swiftly entered his vehicle. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. He took down the bad guy so quickly. The sweet, soft voice of Nuan filled his ears. Daddy is so strong. He can protect our little Nuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he ruffled Nuan's hair. Yes, with Daddy around, no one can bully Nuan. Nuan's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled brightly, then turned to look up at Li Mu, who held her. Daddy must also protect our beautiful mommy. Chen Fan turned his head to glance at Li Mu, meeting her enchanting gaze, which sparkled like a fox's eyes in the night. He nodded. Of course, Daddy will protect mommy. Li Mu's eyes suddenly ignited with a light akin to a match struck in darkness. Thank you, she whispered, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Chen Fan said nothing further, driving directly up the mountain. Meanwhile, the influencer, still lost in her admiration, snapped back to reality upon hearing the roaring engine. She turned to see the distant vehicle, and a tremor ran through her as she quickly searched for the man's figure. Brother. Upon spotting the man lying on the hood, his face smeared with blood, she rushed over without a second thought. Stop your wailing. I'm not dead yet. The man's voice was frail. His chest throbbed painfully, as if a vice were clenching his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. I will not let him get away with this. The man seethed with anger, recalling how he lay in this pitiful state due to that man named Chen. His eyes were ablaze with rage, filled with a desire to tear his adversary apart. Brother, it's not me saying it. You provoked him first. The influencer blushed at the thought of Chen Fan. What did you say? You're supposed to be mine, yet you speak in his favor? The man, preparing to rest his eyes, shot up in disbelief at her words. Seeing her infatuated expression, he quickly grasped the situation. You've fallen for that guy, haven't you? Wang Mingyi, if you dare to put a green hat on me, I swear I'll kill you. Just as the man finished his furious outburst, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, struggling to breathe. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed back onto the car. With his head lolling to the side, he became unresponsive. Brother. Upon seeing his lack of response, the influencer's heart raced with panic. No, if Lei Longtian dies, his father will never forgive me. He cannot die. You can't die, Lei Longtian. What will I do? How will I explain this to your father? She desperately shook his body, her hands trembling. Miss, please stop shaking him. You might cause him further harm, the security officer interjected, alarmed by her actions. After all, young Master Lei had suffered an incident at the entrance. Should anything happen to him, they would bear the responsibility. Is that so? Upon hearing the security officer's warning, the influencer immediately withdrew her hands. In the distance, the wail of an ambulance grew louder. Before long, it arrived, and several doctors and nurses disembarked, working together to lift young Master Lei onto the stretcher. As she watched him being loaded into the ambulance, the influencer hurriedly turned to the security officer beside her. Do you know that man's name? Does he live in the southern port? Which building? Chapter 112. Mission accomplished. Receive ultra-godly skill rewards. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. The security guard was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, shouldn't she be more concerned about the severely injured Mr. Lei? Why then? Was she inquiring about Mr. Chen instead? Just tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. After uttering this, the internet celebrity glanced around furtively before retrieving her wallet from her crossbody bag, extracting several crisp red bills, and forcibly stuffing them into the security guard's hands. I'm afraid I cannot accept, the guard replied firmly. For the residents of South Harbor, their privacy was paramount. Not even the police could elicit a single word from them. Just as the internet sensation was about to say something further, the voice of a doctor pierced the air. Who among you is the patient's family? Please accompany us. Forget it. If you want to speak, I have my ways. The internet celebrity hastily shoved the bills back into her bag and dashed towards the ambulance. A man as strikingly handsome and distinguished as him, truly one of a kind, would not be difficult for her to find. Sooner or later, she would track him down and make him hers. Seeking him as a boyfriend would surely evoke far more envy from her friends than settling for someone like Mr. Lei. As the ambulance receded into the distance, the security guard, clutching his equipment, turned back towards the security booth. This Mr. Chen was no ordinary individual. He was a resident of South Harbor No. 1. And even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare to divulge a single detail about himself to outsiders. The vehicle glided smoothly along a winding yet impeccably clean road. Following the navigation's guidance, Chen Fan drove directly to the mountain summit. Before him stood a mansion of unparalleled opulence, reminiscent of a palace, majestically towering like a grand white castle. Was this truly the infamous South Harbor No. 1? As Lee Muen alighted from the vehicle, she found herself unimpressed by the magnificent structure before her. Although she had encountered numerous awe-inspiring buildings abroad, those were relics of the previous century. The edifice before her, however, was evidently a modern construction, and no photographs of South Harbor No. 1 existed on the market. All descriptions were conveyed solely through words. Previously, she had felt that employing such extravagant language to depict a building, particularly in a modest city like Jiangxing, was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, after witnessing it firsthand, she felt a deep sense of shame, realizing she had underestimated both Jiangxing and its builders. Wow, what a grand castle! Even more beautiful than those in fairy tales. Nuan looked up, her mouth agape in awe, excitedly tugging at Chen Fan's sleeve. Daddy, are we going to live here? Indeed. From now on, this shall be our home. How do you feel about that? Chen Fan scooped Nuan into his arms, gently pinching her recently plump cheeks. I love it. I absolutely adore it. Nuan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. From now on, she would be a princess, with her father as the king and her beautiful mother as the queen. Yes. You are the cherished little princess, and I am the king. While your mother is the beautiful queen, Chen Fan responded, his heart melting at Nuan's innocent voice. Mr. Chen? Amidst their playful banter, a commanding voice echoed from the top of the steps. The group looked up to see a line of neatly dressed maids in black and white uniforms, complete with headpieces, along with two middle-aged individuals at the forefront. The man wore a black vest paired with a white shirt, adorned with a black bow tie, while the woman, unlike her fellow maids, donned a simple yet elegant long qipao. Flanking them were four robust men clad in black suits. I am, Chen Fan replied, surveying the gathering. He estimated that there were at least 30 individuals present. Mr. Chen, welcome to South Harbor No. 1. Upon his acknowledgement, the crowd erupted in unison, as if they had rehearsed the greeting. Mr. Chen, I am your butler, Old Zhang. After the introduction, Old Zhang immediately descended the steps. You need not come down. We shall proceed upstairs, Chen Fan stated, glancing at the vehicle parked behind him. Very well, Mr. Chen. Old Zhang retreated, instructing a nearby man. Why aren't you assisting Mr. Chen with parking? Yes, sir, the man replied, hastily making his way down the steps. Mr. Chen, I will take care of your vehicle. Bowing slightly, he addressed Chen Fan. All right, Chen Fan said, handing over the car keys. This is Yang Yong, your dedicated chauffeur from now on, Old Zhang explained. Chen Fan nodded. Such treatment was not unfamiliar to him, as he had experienced similar hospitality at Tianfu Garden. Just as Chen Fan prepared to ascend the steps, Old Zhang's voice resonated from above. Mr. Chen, those steps are not for you. Chen Fan. Why couldn't he walk up the stairs to his own villa? This is for your visiting guests. You have your own exclusive passage, Old Zhang clarified. An exclusive passage? Chen Fan was taken aback. Old Zhang gestured to another direction. Mr. Chen, this is the elevator. This is the elevator? Chen Fan was astonished. He had noticed the beautifully entwined pavilions along both sides of the staircase, appearing picturesque enough to become a popular photo spot. Yet, he never imagined that it was, in fact, an elevator. That one is the freight elevator. For transporting vehicles and other goods, Old Zhang continued. A freight elevator? And vehicles don't park here? Chen Fan pressed his lips together, feeling enlightened. This way, please, the man said, leading Chen Fan to the exclusive elevator. Chen Fan glanced back at Li Muen as they proceeded. With the press of a button, the discreet elevator doors slid open, revealing a spacious interior capable of accommodating dozens, with ample ventilation. Additionally, it was equipped with an air purifier and stocked with beverages and snacks. Now this is what true wealth looks like. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. Wait, are they really coming up? Chen Fan was stunned. It felt extraordinarily smooth, without a hint of motion. As the doors parted, his gaze fell upon an expansive golden hall, creating an illusion of opulence. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and acquiring the super skill of teleportation. Chapter 113. Walls worth close to $1 billion, ready to be torn down. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chen Fan instinctively turned to glance at Li Muen beside him, then redirected his attention to the magnificent white castle before him. Truth be told, the rumors were not exaggerated in the slightest, not even a hint of embellishment. Daddy, what a grand and beautiful house. Nestled in Chen Fan's embrace, Nuan gazed around with curiosity, marveling at the surroundings that bore an uncanny resemblance to the palatial homes depicted on television, where princesses reside. Do you like it, my darling Nuan? Chen Fan diverted his gaze to the little girl in his arms. I love it especially, she exclaimed. Daddy, will we live here with beautiful mommy from now on? Nuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, Chen Fan replied with a smile, affirming her enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, a voice suddenly interjected, breaking their moment. Following the sound, Chen Fan spotted old Zhang, the butler, approaching from the grand entrance. Do you require additional staff? Old Zhang inquired. That won't be necessary. Chen Fan replied, casting a glance at the few individuals gathered by the entrance. Merely 4 in total, comprising 3 adults and a child. There's no need for such an abundance of care. Moreover, Aunt Yang's primary responsibility is to look after Nguyen Wan. Both Li Mu Wan and I are quite capable of managing without excessive assistance. Besides, too many people only complicate matters. I'm not one to micromanage. Understood, old Zhang acknowledged. Sensing Chen Fan's resolve, shall we then proceed to take your luggage upstairs? He asked, noting that the driver had already retrieved the bags from the vehicle and was awaiting instruction. Yes, Chen Fan nodded, though he had yet to explore the rooms. The luggage would need to be moved eventually, so sooner rather than later made little difference. Mr. Chen, would you like a tour of our estate? Old Zhang suggested. After all, this was Chen Fan's first visit to the White Palace, and it would be beneficial for him to familiarize himself with its grandeur. That would be acceptable. Chen Fan replied, acknowledging the vastness of the castle, which was beyond mere estimation. He had neither the time nor inclination to inspect every corner. Ae, please take Mr. Chen's luggage to the master suite on the 3rd floor. Old Zhang instructed the waiting driver. Yes, sir. Ae responded before making his way up the grand spiral staircase with the luggage in tow. Now, allow me to inform you about the specifics of our White Palace. Old Zhang began. Constructed 5 years ago at a staggering cost of 3 billion yuan, it spans over 6,000 acres with a total built area of approximately 18.3 million square meters. The palace's daytime beauty is rivaled only by its enchanting nightscape, where the stars twinkle and the lights shimmer, outlining the palace's contours reminiscent of an ancient European castle. The white walls, blue rooftops, and grand European-style windows reflect the silver light, enhancing the palace's ethereal, romantic allure. Due to its exquisite scenery and the presence of various protected bird species in the vicinity, photography is strictly prohibited to prevent unwanted attention. However, should you wish to take photographs, you are more than welcome. Unlike ordinary guests, the White Palace is your private domain. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded. Though he had little interest in capturing images, the most beautiful sights are best appreciated with the naked eye rather than through a lens. Our estate comprises 12 floors, each featuring over 30 rooms. It caters to all your needs for dining, leisure, and entertainment. This area serves as your garage, capable of accommodating 30 vehicles, complete with a dedicated car wash facility. Another garage, and it can hold 30 cars simultaneously? How impressive! Chen Fan was taken aback by old Zhang's explanation. He had always known that the world of the wealthy was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, and indeed, it was an extravagant realm. Mr. Chen, this is Diana's Rest, a masterpiece created by Francois Boucher in 1742, old Zhang continued, noticing Chen Fan's gaze fixated on a large, proportionally enlarged wall painting nearby. Diana, in Greek mythology, is Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, daughter of Zeus and Leto, and twin sister to Apollo. As Chen Fan studied the painting depicting 2 nude female figures, old Zhang elaborated. The figure on the right is Diana, adorned with a moon ornament. She is renowned for her beauty and cruelty. The artist's intent was not to depict mythology itself, but to symbolize the beautiful women of the court during the reign of Louis XV. Remove it, Chen Fan interjected, his brow furrowing. While he was not particularly conservative, having such a large nude painting in his home felt unsettling, especially with a young girl around. Remove it? Old Zhang asked, slightly taken aback. This artwork cost nearly 100 million yuan. Are you certain you wish to proceed? 100 million? Chen Fan grimaced. The women in the painting were hardly exemplary of beauty, with their figures lacking elegance, and he found it hard to comprehend spending such a sum on something so unappealing. Remove it. What purpose does it serve? It's both unattractive and inappropriate, especially for a home with a child. He was unconcerned about the cost since it wasn't his money being spent, and he would not allow it to compromise Nguyen Wan's values. Understood, old Zhang replied promptly, impressed by Chen Fan's decisiveness. Mr. Chen, you truly embody the essence of someone who is not lacking in wealth. He then signaled to the deputy butler, Aunt Wang, who promptly approached. Arrange for the immediate removal of this mural, he instructed. Yes, sir, Aunt Wang acknowledged before exiting. Mr. Chen, what do you intend to replace it with? Old Zhang inquired. Replace it? Naturally, I envision a family portrait of the 3 of us, Chen Fan mused. A family of 3? Li Mu Wan interjected, surprised by Chen Fan's implication that she would be included. Daddy, what does a family of 3 mean? Nguyen Wan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. A family of 3 means you, me, and mommy, Chen Fan replied, gently tapping Nguyen Wan's nose. Initially, he had considered placing Wan's photo there, believing it far superior to the so-called nearly 100 million yuan mural. Yet, upon reflection, this was the grand hall, a space traversed by all. Displaying their family photo prominently would indeed be quite the statement. Chapter 114. The misfortune of a poor guy matched with a rich beauty. Li Muwan lowered her gaze, a smile tugging at her lips uncontrollably. It was clear that Chen Fan had begun to view her as family. That sounds wonderful. Wan loves the idea of a family portrait. She clapped her hands in delight upon hearing Chen Fan's proposal. Indeed, Chen Fan said, satisfied by Wan's excitement. He then turned to Li Muwan. You don't mind, do you? Although, by virtue of her role as Wan's mother, it was only natural that they would be considered a family of three. He felt it necessary to seek her approval, lest he come across as overbearing. Of course I don't mind. I would be delighted to be featured on this wall, Li Muwan responded, lifting her head and nodding in agreement. Subsequently, she cast her gaze upon the mural that was destined for demolition. This mural, towering at 15 meters and stretching 40 meters wide, would, from this day forth, serve as a backdrop for their photographs. Any guest entering would catch sight of it at once. Thus, would it not imply that Li Muwan was unequivocally recognized as Chen Fan's wife, and he, Chen Fan, as her husband? The mere thought of this caused Li Muwan's cheeks to flush with a delicate hue. She had never imagined that one day she would possess a family of her own, for the notion of marriage had never crossed her mind. Daddy, Wan is so sleepy, the little one declared, stifling a yawn that revealed her long, curled lashes adorned with glistening tears, reminiscent of a mermaid princess, adorable and enchanting. Aunt Yang, please take Wan upstairs to rest, Chen Fan instructed, entrusting the child to Aunt Yang. Of course, Mr. Chen, Aunt Yang replied, receiving the sleepy Wan into her arms. Turning to the side, Chen Fan addressed Old Zhang. Old Zhang, she is specifically here to care for our Wan. In the future, you may defer to her instructions on any matters concerning her. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid that might be too much. I hardly have such authority. Aunt Yang's expression shifted upon hearing Chen Fan's words, surprised at the level of trust he placed in her. In Tycoon, she was merely an ordinary nanny. But to find herself elevated to such a status in this esteemed White House was an exhilarating experience, making her feel cherished by her employer. Indeed, she had not made a misstep in following Mr. Chen. He was exceedingly benevolent towards her. Aunt Yang, aside from me and Wan's mother, you know her best. I feel reassured leaving her in your care, Chen Fan interjected before Aunt Yang could respond. He wanted her to understand that as long as she followed him, there would always be sustenance for her. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I am truly grateful, Aunt Yang exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as she knelt before Chen Fan after placing Wan down. Until now, her greatest authority had been overseeing a handful of servants. Never had she managed so many. Even the original butler of the White House would now heed her commands. Enough, please rise and take Wan to rest. Chen Fan instructed Aunt Yang before turning to Old Zhang. Arrange for Aunt Yang's room adjacent to Wan's. Understood, Mr. Chen, Old Zhang responded promptly. Observing Wan, who was struggling to keep her eyes open, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Little one, are you that tired? In truth, he had considered the possibility of having Wan share a room with him. However, there is a saying that a daughter must avoid her father as she matures. And Wan was not his biological daughter. Furthermore, parenting experts had outlined several recommendations. Firstly, fathers should not change clothes in front of their daughters when they turn 2. Secondly, by age 3, fathers should not sleep in the same bed or bathe their daughters. Thirdly, by age 5, fathers should not share a room or lose their temper in front of them. And lastly, fathers are the first male figures in their daughters' lives. Thus, their behavior sets a standard for future relationships. Adhering to these expert suggestions seemed prudent. Previously, circumstances had not permitted such considerations, but now that conditions had changed, it was a different matter altogether. Old Zhang, having briefed the others, turned back to Chen Fan to inquire, Mr. Chen, should Miss Wan's room be on the same floor as yours? First, arrange a room for her, so she can rest immediately. Matters concerning the future can be decided later, Chen Fan replied. Their little Wan was clearly exhausted, her eyelids drooping heavily. Yes, Mr. Chen, my oversight. Old Zhang quickly acknowledged, signaling for someone to escort Aunt Yang upstairs. Li Muwan turned to Chen Fan, hesitantly suggesting, could Wan and I share a room? I wish to foster a bond with her. That is certainly feasible. Chen Fan, initially apprehensive about Wan sleeping alone, felt reassured by Li Muwan's proposal. However, considering Wan's affection for Li Muwan, it seemed unnecessary to cultivate any further connection. Li Muwan's concerns were indeed unwarranted. Thank you, Chen Fan. With Chen Fan's agreement, Li Muwan exhaled in relief. Is this the wife of Mr. Chen? Old Zhang scrutinized Li Muwan, noting her striking beauty, which set her apart from ordinary beauties. In terms of appearance, she and Chen Fan were a match made in heaven, akin to a golden boy and a jade girl. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered her visage before. Yes, she is Nuanwan's mother, Chen Fan replied, glancing at Li Muwan, whose cheeks now bore a rosy tint, before addressing Old Zhang's inquiry. Is it not obvious? Oh. Old Zhang suddenly recalled why Li Muwan's beauty struck a chord with him. Madam, is your surname Li? Yes, Li Muwan nodded. Could you possibly be the esteemed Ms. Li, the sole female proprietor among the most powerful business leaders in the city? Old Zhang asked, incredulously. Indeed, that is correct. Li Muwan confirmed with a slight bow. Ah, no wonder, Old Zhang remarked, nodding in realization. Ms. Li and Mr. Chen are truly a pair destined for greatness. A formidable alliance. The most powerful enterprise? Chen Fan glanced at Li Muwan, astonished to learn of her stature and prominence. Just as Old Zhang was about to speak further, a phone rang, interrupting the moment. Mr. Chen, I apologize, I must take this call. The butler sheepishly pulled out his phone. Go ahead, Chen Fan replied, folding his arms across his chest. He watched Li Muwan's retreating figure as she approached the mural, pondering how, without the system, he would merely be a penniless fool paired with a privileged beauty, a mere toad aspiring to dine with a swan. Yet, without the system, there would be no intersection between his life and Li Muwan's. She would not have formed a family with him for Nuanwan's sake. Thus, such a hypothesis was illogical and non-existent. What? You mean the richest man in Jiangxing wishes to meet with our Mr. Chen? Just as Chen Fan was contemplating, he heard the driver's astonished voice. I understand, I must consult Mr. Chen. I will provide an answer shortly. Once the call ended, Old Zhang approached Chen Fan with a hint of anxiety. Mr. Chen, the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing, Mr. Lei, wishes to meet with you. Do you have time? Ding. System notification, task updated. Before Chen Fan could respond, the system's alert chimed in his ear. He quickly focused on the virtual interface, opening the task list. Task: decline the meeting with the wealthiest man. Reward: 10 globally limited edition luxury cars. 10 luxury cars. The revelation left Chen Fan momentarily speechless. Mr. Chen? Noticing the prolonged silence, Old Zhang began to question whether Chen Fan had comprehended his previous words. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat, closing the virtual interface as he replied. Decline the meeting. In truth, even without the system's task, he had little desire to meet the so-called richest man in Jiangxing. Why should Chen Fan feel obligated to meet him simply because he wished to? He is now a resident of the Southport No. 1 White House, which certainly bestows upon him a certain level of prestige. Presently, he finds no need to ingratiate or flatter anyone. Rather, it is others who seek to curry favor with him. Mr. Chen, are you suggesting a refusal to meet with our city's wealthiest individual? Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Chen Fan to decline so decisively. After all, the person seeking an audience with him was not an ordinary individual. He was the richest man in Jiangxing, a figure to whom everyone extends their respect. Mr. Chen, may I speak candidly? Old Zhang hesitated several times, but ultimately mustered the courage to voice his inquiry. Speak, Chen Fan replied with a slight lift of his chin. You have just moved into our Southport No. 1, and the wealthiest man in Jiangxing resides in our Southport district as well. Perhaps you should consider meeting him. It could lead to future business opportunities. Old Zhang delicately cautioned Chen Fan against offending the man. No need, simply decline it for me. Chen Fan gestured dismissively. Why should he meet this wealthy individual merely because they lived in the same district? There was no such obligation in his book. Chen. A gentle voice called from a distance, and Chen Fan looked up in response. What is it? Come here quickly, Li Muwan beckoned to him. I suddenly have an idea. All right, Chen Fan replied, moving towards her. Meanwhile, Old Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Mr. Chen, still youthful and impetuous, was dealing with a formidable figure in Jiangxing's wealthiest individual, someone not to be trifled with. What is it? Upon reaching the partially demolished wall, Chen Fan inquired, observing Li Muwan's excited demeanor. You mentioned that this space is meant for photos of our family of 3, right? Li Muwan gestured. I think we should place some warm childhood photos of Nuanwan on either side. This way, it wouldn't look so monotonous. Chen Fan found her suggestion agreeable. Sounds good. When shall we take the photos? Whenever, he admitted, realizing he had not considered that question before. Perhaps, there's no time like the present, Li Muwan cautiously suggested, fearing that time was not on her side, as she could escape temporarily, but not indefinitely. Her father's people would eventually find her. In the limited time she had, she wished to undertake actions that would leave no regrets. That works. Today, I have no other engagements. Chen Fan nodded. Taking a few photos won't take long. Turning around, he beckoned Old Zhang over. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Old Zhang approached eagerly, secretly delighted, thinking perhaps Chen Fan had changed his mind. He reasoned that even though Mr. Chen had taken up residence in the Southport No. 1 White House, he was still a newcomer and should afford some respect to Jiangqing's wealthiest man. Please arrange for a professional photographer and have someone select a few suitable outfits for our family of 3 from the mall, Chen Fan continued to instruct. He had not brought his own clothes when leaving Tycoon. Old Zhang was momentarily stunned by Chen Fan's request, realizing he had overthought the situation. Regaining his composure, he quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. Chen. Should I arrange for custom outfits? Custom? How long would that take? Chen Fan inquired. He admitted he had never worn specially tailored clothing. He simply chose outfits from stores. Approximately 15 to 30 days, Old Zhang replied honestly. That long? Forget it. I'll wear something custom-made another time. Just have a few discerning individuals pick out suitable outfits for our family. As for custom orders, they can also come by today. After speaking, Chen Fan took out his phone. What is your account number? I'll transfer the funds to you. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Old Zhang was slightly taken aback. Having expected Chen Fan to provide a bank card instead of a direct transfer, he promptly recited his bank account number. As Chen Fan executed the transaction, Old Zhang soon received a notification from the bank. Account ending in 9822, on July 4th at 12:11 p.m., received 500 million yuan. Mr. Chen, did you perhaps enter the amount incorrectly? Old Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Chen Fan. At his age, he shouldn't be experiencing presbyopia. Yet there were so many zeros. That was 500 million. Indeed, 500 million. For food, drink, and everything else, I demand the very best. Do you understand? Chen Fan concluded, pocketing his phone and adding, if this isn't sufficient, come back to me. That is more than enough. Old Zhang nodded vigorously. 500 million was an amount that could never be exhausted, regardless of how one spent it. All right, you may go about your business. I have no further tasks for you here. Chen Fan gestured dismissively. Yes, Mr. Chen. Old Zhang gulped, feeling as if the phone in his hand had suddenly become weighty, heavier than a brick. He began to understand why Mr. Chen did not regard Jiangqing's wealthiest man with any esteem. It was not merely youth and inexperience, but rather the fact that Mr. Chen possessed the means to casually transfer 500 million yuan, rendering the opinions of others inconsequential. Isn't that too much? Aren't you worried he might run off with your money? Li Muan furrowed her brow as she watched Old Zhang depart. Human nature is unpredictable. She had wanted to caution Chen Fan, but recognized that this household was under his authority. Any interjection from her might undermine his position as the head of the household, making it difficult for her to voice her concerns. Chapter 116. Rolls-Royce, the elusive Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Run off? If he had the audacity to do so, I could track him down to the ends of the earth. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Then, what is your account number? Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering demeanor, Li Muan chose not to press further. Strangely, if anyone else had made such a proclamation, she would have dismissed it as boastful rhetoric. Yet, for some reason, when Chen Fan said it, she felt he was merely stating a fact. What do you need my account number for? Chen Fan inquired, eyeing Li Muan, hoping she wasn't intending to transfer money to him. During this time, I fear I will be relying on you for food, clothing, and shelter. So I ought to contribute something, Li Muan responded candidly. She understood that Chen Fan was affluent and did not need her paltry sum. But she couldn't exploit his generosity without offering something in return. Are you implying that you do not consider me family? Chen Fan did not take offense at Li Muan's words, but felt that she had yet to fully trust him. That is not it. You are Wan's father. So of course, I regard you as family. However, principles are principles. I cannot take advantage of you without reciprocation. Otherwise, how would I differ from those notorious gold diggers? Li Muan quickly clarified. You are not like them, Chen Fan stated with gravity. At this, Li Muan was momentarily taken aback, meeting Chen Fan's sharp gaze, which caused her heart to skip a beat unexpectedly. Since you are Wan's mother, I have every reason to earn money for you to spend. This has nothing to do with whether you are a gold digger or a materialistic woman, Chen Fan continued. The solemn demeanor and the compelling tone of voice rendered it impossible for Li Muan to refuse, further exacerbating her already irregular heartbeat. She found herself immensely curious about how Chen Fan perceived her. Li Muan. Ding. System. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received 10 globally limited edition luxury cars. As Li Muan remained taciturn, the notification from the system soon echoed in Chen Fan's ears. 10 luxury cars. He wondered which 10 they could be. Excitedly, he accessed the virtual interface. System. The delivery of the 10 luxury cars will take 25 days. Please be patient, host. Oh. It will take 25 days for them to arrive? Understood, understood. After all, most luxury cars are produced overseas, and shipping them does require some time. Upon clicking for details, Chen Fan nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. These are the 10 luxury cars? Rolls-Royce, Bugatti La Voiture Noire, Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, Rolls-Royce Ghost. Bugatti Senadiosai, Maybach Accelero, Bugatti Divo, Pagani Huayra Imola, Koenigsegg CCXR Trevita, Lamborghini Veneno. Absolutely magnificent. Truly, they are the epitome of luxury. Any one of these vehicles could dazzle onlookers and stand unattainably high. The mere thought of owning 10 of them, a whole 10, sent Chen Fan's spirits soaring. What is the matter? Noticing the uncontrollable smile creeping onto Chen Fan's lips, Li Muin inquired with a hint of confusion, "Have you thought of something particularly delightful?" "Nothing much. The hour is getting late, and we have yet to have lunch. What would you like to eat?" "I can have someone prepare it," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head, feeling particularly buoyant today. He never anticipated that moving into Nankang No. 1 would usher in the pinnacle of his life, possessing 10 globally limited edition luxury cars. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a reality. After all, these luxury cars are beyond monetary measure. Their worth cannot simply be gauged by wealth. "Mr. Chen, trouble is afoot." Suddenly, a man's anxious voice resonated from the entrance of the lobby. The richest man in Jiangcheng has come, and he brought many people with him, including law enforcement. They're here to apprehend you. Chapter 117. Reward, the divine skill of petrification. To apprehend me? Upon hearing the servant's words, Chen Fan scoffed, thinking that to capture him, the other party would need the requisite strength. "Chen Fan, this matter may not be so simple. Should we consider avoiding the storm? I can assist you in handling it," Li Muin suggested, sensing that the urgency of the situation warranted caution. If they were so desperate to see Chen Fan, there must be a significant reason behind it. If Chen Fan was unwilling to meet, it would be more than appropriate for her to step in. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. The system's notification reverberated in Chen Fan's mind. He immediately focused his thoughts to manipulate the flashing taskbar on the virtual interface. Task: meet with the richest man. Reward: divine skill, petrification. Petrification? Chen Fan paused momentarily, realizing the magnitude of this skill, which could completely turn a living being into stone, rendering them an inanimate object. No. After contemplating, Chen Fan reasoned that aside from the system's task, if he allowed Li Muin to resolve this issue for him, wouldn't that make him a coward hiding behind a woman? That simply wouldn't do. "Take me to see," he commanded the servant. "Yes, Mr. Chen," the servant replied. Subsequently, Chen Fan followed the servant's lead, making his way step by step toward the entrance. Li Muin, without a hint of hesitation, lifted her foot and trailed closely behind Chen Fan. Before long, they emerged from the lobby and stood atop the staircase. Chen Fan peered down, observing not only a sizable crowd but also police cars flashing with colorful lights, alongside law enforcement personnel. "What a grand spectacle. This is our Mr. Chen," the servant proudly announced to the crowd below. "Mr. Chen?" A young man clad in a black suit, glancing at Chen Fan, scoffed disdainfully. "Brother, while your demeanor and appearance are commendable, you are still far from being the so-called Mr. Chen. If you're attempting to deceive us, you should at least choose someone better than him. Who does he think he is, insulting us as if we were blind to the truth? What nonsense are you spouting? He is truly our Mr. Chen," the servant retorted indignantly. "Humph, compared to him, this lady resembles Mr. Chen more. It's a pity we've long been informed that Mr. Chen is a gentleman." The young man's gaze shifted from Chen Fan to Li Muin standing beside him. "This woman does seem somewhat familiar. I feel I've seen her somewhere before. Housekeeper Wang, he is indeed Chen Fan, Mr. Chen." Li Muin stepped forward to address the man below. "You recognize me?" Housekeeper Wang was momentarily taken aback. Few knew of his identity. Who exactly was this woman? "I am Li Muin, the head of the Li Corporation." Noticing Housekeeper Wang's puzzled expression, Li Muin spoke with an air of calm assurance. "I thought so. No wonder you seem familiar. Without makeup, you do appear somewhat different," Housekeeper Wang recalled instantly. However, in the workplace, Li Muin always exuded a competent and powerful demeanor. Her lips painted in vibrant red. Without makeup, she radiated a gentle aura, embodying the essence of a virtuous woman. Indeed, she appeared almost like a different person. It was not his fault for failing to recognize her at first glance. "Ms. Li, how do you prove that he is indeed Mr. Chen?" Housekeeper Wang continued to scrutinize Li Muin. Though her status was significant, he would not take her words at face value. This young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, was supposed to be Mr. Chen? "Why must I prove that I am Mr. Chen?" Chen Fan interjected with a cold smile, countering the inquiry. Just as Housekeeper Wang was about to say something further, a sleek black limousine pulled up behind him, and its doors slowly swung open, revealing a rather rotund face of a middle-aged man. The man glanced at the photo on his phone, tilted his head slightly, and uttered, "Xiao Wang." As the middle-aged man spoke, his threefold chin quivered in unison. "Sir." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Housekeeper Wang wasted no time. promptly retracting his gaze and turning toward the car, bending slightly as he cautiously inquired, "Sir, do you have any instructions?" The middle-aged man said nothing, merely raising his hand slowly. Housekeeper Wang instantly understood, stepping forward to assist him. Then, the middle-aged man, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the car. Raising his head, he cast a piercing gaze upon Chen Fan, who stood on the steps, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. Regardless of the motives behind this person impersonating the so-called Mr. Chen, one thing was certain. He was the person he had been searching for. Ding. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received the divine skill of petrification. Claiming the reward, Chen Fan met the scrutinizing gaze of the middle-aged man and impatiently remarked, "Spit it out quickly. You dare to speak so arrogantly to our master? You must be seeking death." Housekeeper Wang immediately reprimanded Chen Fan, noticing that he seemed to disregard the wealthy man entirely. "Xiao Wang," the middle-aged man called out calmly, adopting a congenial demeanor. "Indeed, my lord, it is I who have been overly hasty." The butler Wang immediately bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "I have come merely to ascertain one matter. Was it you who laid hands upon my son at the foot of Qing Mountain, rendering him hospitalized?" After reprimanding the butler, the middle-aged man continued to fix his gaze upon Chen Fan. Oh, it was only upon this reminder that Chen Fan discerned the striking resemblance between the arrogant young Lei and the middle-aged man before him. Hence, it would appear that they were indeed father and son, which explained the latter's quest for retribution. Yes, Chen Fan admitted, for what was there to hide in his actions? Li Muan, however, furrowed her brow, as she realized a startling truth from the middle-aged man's words. The individual Chen Fan had just assaulted was none other than the son of the wealthiest man in the region. Rumor had it that the Tycoon doted on his son immensely. Now, it seemed he had come to seek vengeance on Chen Fan. "How bold of you to admit it." The middle-aged man scoffed, then turned to the officer in charge. "You all heard it. It was he who assaulted my son, leaving him in critical condition. Rest assured, Mr. Lei, I shall ensure that this matter is addressed satisfactorily." The leading officer hastened to assure Mr. Lei. "What are you waiting for?" Mr. Lei's eyes reflected considerable displeasure. Yes, we shall act immediately." With that, the officer promptly commanded those stationed by the police vehicle, "Arrest this man and take him back to the station for thorough questioning." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. "There's no need for you to approach. I shall descend myself." Before the group could advance, Chen Fan preemptively spoke up. Li Muan, taken aback and perplexed, gazed at him. Chen Fan? At this moment of crisis, why would he willingly walk into the lion's den? "Fear not, they cannot harm a single hair on my head," Chen Fan reassured Li Muan, who was evidently worried for him. "Very well," she conceded, her anxiety somewhat alleviated, yet she still asked, "Should I accompany you?" "No need. You may remain here to observe." He waved off her concern, taking his leave down the staircase. "Ah, I must admit, I underestimated your audacity," Mr. Lei observed Chen Fan, whose demeanor remained unperturbed despite the gravity of the situation, and he could not help but snort derisively. In response to the taunts, Chen Fan merely smirked. "Should you wish for my demise, you must possess the capability to bring it about. You insolent brat, how dare you speak to our master in such a manner? Do you seek a beating?" The butler Wang, already harboring disdain for Chen Fan, seized the opportunity to escalate his grievances. As Chen Fan approached midway, his eyes narrowed, and employing his skills, he instantly appeared before the butler. Having long been vexed by the sycophant's incessant barking, he decided to indulge Wang's wish. Before anyone could react, Chen Fan delivered a resounding slap across Wang's face, sending the already portly butler flying through the air. How did you?" The wealthy Tycoon was momentarily rendered speechless. Having observed that Chen Fan had closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, the sheer force of the slap was astonishing. How could one mere strike send Wang soaring? "How am I so swift?" Chen Fan turned his sharp gaze toward Mr. Lei, who was questioning him. The latter instinctively stumbled backward, his earlier doubts about Chen Fan's identity dissipating like mist before the sun. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Chen Fan leisurely opened the virtual interface. Task, slap the wealthy Tycoon. Reward, 70 shares of the listed company Golden Xian Mining. Golden Mining? Chen Fan swallowed hard. This was indeed a veritable treasure. "You seek to trouble me, do you?" Chen Fan turned to face Mr. Lei directly. "You have reduced my son to such a state, incapacitating him. I merely seek to restore justice." Despite a flicker of trepidation in his heart, Mr. Lei, amid the gathered officers, steeled himself to maintain his composure. After all, he was the illustrious Tycoon of Jiangqing, and he could not believe that this man would dare to show him such disrespect. Even if he did, surely the officers would intervene. Restore justice? Chen Fan scoffed in response. He brought this upon himself. "Mr. Lei, Li Muin shouted from the staircase. It was your son who provoked Chen Fan first. If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely on him, not on Chen Fan. Preposterous. You are his ally. Of course you would defend him, even at the cost of distorting the truth. Mr. Lei seethed, incensed by Li Muin's words. Now, with his son absent and unable to speak or act, they were pinning all the blame on him. What are you all standing around for? Move swiftly. Are you officers really going to allow this criminal to roam free? Mr. Lei turned to the officers, his frustration palpable. Yes. The officers surged toward Chen Fan. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Upon spotting the license plate 6666, Mr. Lei's face lit up with triumph. You're finished. The mayor of Jiangqing has come for me. You cannot escape. Soon. The first person to emerge from the vehicle was someone Chen Fan recognized, the deputy mayor. Following closely behind was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the deputy. As if they were siblings. Mayor. Mr. Lei hurried to greet them. Mr. Lei, I have heard that you brought the officers here to Southport now. Want to cause a disturbance? You should be aware of the significance of this location to Jiangqing, the deputy mayor stated coldly, maintaining a professional demeanor. I am not causing a disturbance. I am here to seek justice for my son, Mr. Lei lamented. This scoundrel has left my son in such a state that it is uncertain when he will awaken. As Mr. Lei pointed, both the mayor and deputy mayor turned their gazes in that direction. It is you. The deputy mayor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected to encounter Chen Fan here. You know him? The mayor inquired, sensing his brother's astonishment. It is he. He performed my surgery. He is my savior. Chen Fan, the deputy mayor exclaimed excitedly. He is Chen Fan. The mayor also appeared taken aback by this revelation. What's going on? Mr. Lei was bewildered. How had Chen Fan suddenly become the deputy mayor's savior? Mayor, you must stand up for me. All these years, I have toiled for Jiangqing, if not for accomplishments. At least for my efforts. Mr. Lei clutched the mayor's arm desperately. Rest assured, Mr. Lei, we will get to the bottom of this, the mayor stated, brushing aside Mr. Lei's hand. Meanwhile, the deputy mayor, brimming with excitement, approached Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, what a surprise to see you here. I reside here, Chen Fan replied. Does that mean you are the owner of Southport No. 1? The deputy mayor's astonishment deepened upon hearing Chen Fan's admission. It appeared that not only was Chen Fan a skilled physician, but his status was also noteworthy. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded. Upon overhearing the dialogue between the two individuals, Mr. Lei was utterly dumbfounded. Could this person truly be CEO Chen? It seemed impossible. He was so young. How could he possess such formidable power? Far surpassing that of his own wealth. Mr. Lei, are you certain that CEO Chen has harmed your son? The mayor, observing the vice mayor and Chen Fan exchanging pleasantries not far away, directed his gaze at Mr. Lei. You must think carefully before you speak. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent man. After all, he is not only a resident of Southport No. 1, but also my brother's savior. I cannot believe that CEO Chen is capable of such actions. His words were laden with caution. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei's heart sank. He fixated intently on Chen Fan in the distance, his anxiety mounting. He had always assumed that the other party was merely a pretender, never anticipating that he was indeed the genuine article, CEO Chen. To reside in Southport No. 1, one must possess strength that undoubtedly eclipsed his own. Not to mention that the other party was the vice mayor's benefactor. Forget about seeking justice. If the other party wished to retaliate, he would have no choice but to endure it. As Chen Fan turned his head towards Mr. Lei, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring 70 of shares in the listed company Jiangqing. Chen Fan, how did the task get completed? Did I not do anything? Chapter 119, Reward, Limited Edition Extended Hongqi. Aren't you going to apologize to CEO Chen? The mayor glanced at the wealthy man, gently reminding him. Apologize? Upon hearing the mayor's words, the wealthy man immediately turned his gaze towards him, realizing from the mayor's serious demeanor that he meant it. After much contemplation, the wealthy man ultimately acquiesced. He had initially intended to trouble the other party, but had not anticipated that the other's strength far exceeded his own. To sacrifice his entire family for the sake of his youngest son was evidently an unwise transaction. After all, everything the Lei family possessed had been painstakingly built by him. CEO Chen, Mr. Lei declared, donning a smile as he approached Chen Fan. It was all a misunderstanding. My inept youngest son has offended you. He truly deserves punishment. Chen Fan. What is this nonsense? Had he misheard? The same Mr. Lei, who had just been boasting about seeking justice for his son, had suddenly changed his tune. CEO Chen, if I may suggest. Once my son is discharged from the hospital, I will certainly bring him to kneel before you and admit his wrongs. As Chen Fan remained silent, Mr. Lei's anxiety grew. Clearly, the other party did not intend to let this matter rest. No need, Chen Fan replied curtly, unwilling to even meet such a person. This was disastrous. Upon hearing Chen Fan's cold and unyielding refusal, Mr. Lei felt darkness envelop him. He barely steadied himself with a hand on his forehead. CEO Chen was unwilling to forgive them. What should he do? CEO Chen, perhaps I could visit you another day? Today was rather abrupt, and I came unprepared. Ultimately, Mr. Lei resolved to return home and prepare thoroughly, intending to offer a substantial gift to win over CEO Chen's favor. After all, no one would turn down money, unless, of course, that person was not in need of it at all. However, someone as carefree and generous as CEO Chen likely did not lack for funds, so he would have to approach it from another angle. Humph! Chen Fan let out a cold snort. From Mr. Lei's words, he discerned the underlying meaning. He had come to confront him with great fanfare, only to retreat in embarrassment, now needing to prepare gifts to curry favor with him. Mr. Lei probably never imagined he would end up in such a predicament. CEO Chen, might I inquire if this is acceptable? Seeing Chen Fan merely snort without further comment, Mr. Lei humbly asked, practically crawling in his humility. Chen Fan remained silent, his gaze drifting to the elongated Lincoln that Mr. Lei had arrived in. It seemed quite suitable for family outings, prompting him to consider visiting a dealership to explore such vehicles. Mr. Lei, who had been carefully observing Chen Fan's expressions, instantly grasped the situation when Chen Fan's gaze lingered on his Lincoln for 3 seconds. CEO Chen, to express my sincere apologies. Please accept this limited edition Lincoln as a token of my contrition. It pained him deeply, for he had only received the vehicle today at the cost of a fortune. Having driven it just once, he was now forced to part with it, which would be painful for anyone. You wish to give this to me? Chen Fan snapped back to reality, surprised at the offer. The car appeared to be in pristine condition. Yes, it just arrived today. Seeing Chen Fan's apparent interest, Mr. Lei continued to flatter. Ding. System notification. Task progress has been updated. In his mind, the familiar notification resonated. Chen Fan focused on the virtual interface. Opening the taskbar. Task. Accept the Lincoln. Reward. Limited edition extended Hongqi. System reminder. This Hongqi vehicle is globally limited to 1 and can be delivered within half an hour. A limited edition extended Hongqi? Chen Fan recognized the brand, which had historically been designated for official use, making it nearly impossible for the average person to purchase. Yet, with the passage of time, ordinary individuals could now afford them. Although a portion of the Hongqi vehicles remained unavailable for public sale, an extended version of the Hongqi was unprecedented to him, let alone one that was globally limited. Moreover, it could arrive within half an hour. With such enticing factors converging, it was hard not to feel tempted. Perhaps it is acceptable. Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and looked at Mr. Lei. Thank you, CEO Chen, for your immense generosity. Mr. Lei, who had initially felt apprehensive and uncertain, was overcome with gratitude upon hearing Chen Fan's response, immediately kneeling before him. The fact that CEO Chen was willing to accept his gift signified that they had been forgiven. Could he not feel overwhelmed with emotion? Rise. Chen Fan had not anticipated that his mere acquiescence would prompt the wealthy man to kneel and express his gratitude in front of so many onlookers. Yes, yes, yes. CEO Chen, Mr. Lei hastily responded. He then instructed his driver nearby. Why haven't you promptly handed the car keys to CEO Chen? The moment Chen Fan received the heavy car keys, the familiar notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring a limited edition extended Hongqi vehicle. Upon receiving the reward, Chen Fan lowered his gaze to the keys in his hand and casually tossed them to the side to the driver, i.e., take good care of these. They represent Mr. Lei's heartfelt intention. Yes, CEO Chen, the driver replied, accepting the keys. CEO Chen, may I inquire about your interests? Mr. Lei felt a portion of his anxiety dissipate, though another part remained. When it came to gift giving, delivering something that truly resonated with the recipient was far more effective. So he knew he had to ask. None, Chen Fan replied. He truly had no interests. His only dream had been to earn enough to provide a better life for those he loved. Now that his dream had been fulfilled, he had no further wishes. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei's eyes twitched slightly. What could he possibly do to win CEO Chen's favor? Raising his head, Lei observed Li Muin standing atop the staircase. Indeed, the close relationship between Li Muin and Chen seemed to indicate a budding romance. Perhaps he could leverage this connection to his advantage. Mr. Chen, congratulations on your residence at Nongguang No. 1. This is a special gift prepared by my brother and me for you. The mayor, noticing the easing tension between Chen and Lei, took it upon himself to approach Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, please accept this small token of our gratitude. You saved my life. These gifts pale in comparison to my existence. The deputy mayor chimed in, adding his encouragement. Ding dong. System notification. Task updated. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chen Fan accessed the taskbar. Task: accept the mayor's goodwill. Reward: enhanced adaptability skill. Chapter 120. System upgrade complete. Enhanced adaptability? Chen Fan was momentarily bewildered. What kind of skill was this? Although he was uncertain of its implications, he recognized it was a task and thus felt compelled to accept. Since this is the goodwill of both of you, how could I refuse? He merely cast a glance at the driver, i.e., who understood immediately and stepped forward to accept the gifts from the mayor's hands. If I had known the new resident was you, I would have prepared more gifts, the deputy mayor remarked, somewhat wistfully. He had previously attempted to find Chen to express his gratitude in person, but perhaps due to Chen's understated nature, he had received no word until now. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, Chen Fan offered a vague excuse. Were it not for the system assigning him a task, he might not have acted at all. Ding. System: congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the enhanced adaptability skill. Following the system's notification, Chen Fan continued navigating the virtual interface to claim his task reward. System notification: congratulations, host, on completing 87 tasks and earning 1,002 points. The system has upgraded itself. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased from LV0 to LV1, unlocking additional rewards. Wow. Chen Fan was astounded. In mere seconds, he had ascended from LV0 to LV1. The once azure glow of the virtual interface had transformed into a golden hue, confirming the upgrade. However, he still struggled to comprehend the nature of this enhanced adaptability skill. Though he had perused numerous wealthy narratives, each reward varied significantly, and this particular skill was unprecedented. System-friendly reminder: enhanced adaptability means the host can swiftly acclimatize to any environment. For instance, whether in water, fire, high altitudes, low altitudes, or in oxygen-deprived jungles, scorching subtropics, frigid Antarctica, or even outer space, the body can rapidly adjust to the environment and make necessary adaptations. Wow. Chen Fan was left speechless upon reading the system's detailed explanation. Incredible. This was indeed a remarkable benefit of leveling up. With the skill, would he not be able to plunge directly into the water? After all, he was a purebred landlubber. Mr. Chen, you've only just moved in, and I imagine you haven't had much rest. We shall not trouble you further, the mayor suggested, sensing Chen Fan's peculiar expression, which seemed to hover between amusement and perplexity. Very well, Chen Fan replied, shutting down the virtual panel. Then, Mr. Chen, we shall take our leave. The deputy mayor echoed in agreement. As the two brothers returned to their vehicle, preparing to depart, a truck slowly navigated alongside them, eventually halting next to an elongated Lincoln. May I inquire, which of you is Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen Fan? A staff member disembarked from the truck and scanned the area before addressing them. Brother, aren't we leaving? The deputy mayor inquired, puzzled by the mayor's failure to start the car. Let us observe for a moment, the mayor replied, fixated ahead. I am. Chen Fan stepped forward. You must be Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen Fan. This is the Hongqi vehicle you ordered. The staff member gestured towards the truck, where a car was entirely shrouded in black fabric. Shall we deliver it now? Yes, Chen Fan nodded. Subsequently, under the staff's guidance, the vehicle was safely lowered to the ground. Mr. Chen, it would be more ceremonious if you personally unveil the cover. After loosening the secured corners, the staff approached Chen Fan again. Without uttering a word, he walked aside, grasped a corner of the fabric, and yanked it off. Wow, the mayor, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't he help but exclaim upon seeing the car's true form. Brother? What is it? The deputy mayor was taken aback. He rarely witnessed his elder brother in such a state of astonishment. That was the globally unique, elongated Hongqi. Wealth alone could not procure it, especially in our small Jiangqing, where even cars worth over $1 million are seldom sold. The mayor gripped the steering wheel tightly. The price of this vehicle was not even in the billions. What on earth is Chen Fan's background? His strength is astonishing. Isn't the limited edition elongated Hongqi meant only for display and not for sale? I recall seeing it at the World Expo yesterday, the deputy mayor remarked, hastily setting aside his phone to gaze at the Hongqi parked not far away. It seemed to be identical to the one he had seen at the expo. Mr. Chen, if there are no issues, please sign here so I can report back. The staff member presented a document and pinned to Chen Fan. Very well. Chen Fan accepted the pen and swiftly signed his name. As the truck departed, the astonished Lei finally came to his senses, filled with trepidation and anxiety. He had thought his Lincoln was the pinnacle of luxury in Jiangqing, but in comparison to Chen Fan's vehicle, his seemed utterly inferior. At that moment, Lei felt a profound sense of relief that the mayor and his brother had intervened in time, preventing him from making a grievous error. Just the thought of the consequences left him feeling unsteady. Thankfully, he had not continued down that misguided path. Congratulations on acquiring a new vehicle, Mr. Chen Lei. Pale-faced and sweating profusely, forced a smile as he congratulated Chen Fan. Aren't you leaving? Chen Fan casually toyed with the car keys, casting a nonchalant glance at Lei. Isn't it clear that you are no longer involved here? The mayor has departed. What purpose do you serve by lingering? I'll be on my way, Mr. Chen. I'll be on my way, Lei stammered awkwardly, intending to turn, when he suddenly remembered that he had given his car to Chen Fan. Glancing back at the still-present mayor, he hastily made his way over, feeling a moral obligation to express gratitude for their timely intervention. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, may I request a ride? After we descend the mountain, I would be delighted to treat you both to a meal as a token of my immense gratitude for your assistance. Mr. Lei approached the mayor's vehicle, bending slightly to express his respect. There is no need for that. We have other matters to attend to. You may take the security officer's vehicle to depart. We shall proceed ahead. The mayor's response was cold and dismissive as he raised the car window. He glanced at Mr. Chen, mindful that even though Mr. Chen was not currently pursuing Mr. Lei, he could not allow Mr. Chen to perceive any semblance of camaraderie between the two brothers and Mr. Lei, lest it jeopardize their mutual goodwill. Chapter 121. No one but Chen Fan shall marry. Once they had left, Li Muin descended the steps, casting a glance at Chen Fan before stifling a giggle. What is so amusing? Chen Fan queried, perplexed by her reaction. Oh, it's nothing. I simply did not expect you to be so formidable. Not only did the wealthiest man kneel before you, but even the mayor of Jiangshan concedes you respect. Li Muin shook her head, acknowledging the many influential figures she knew, yet few could match Chen Fan's stature. In truth, he was likely the first of his kind. Impressive, is it? Chen Fan turned to observe the Lincoln not far away, finding it rather ordinary. To be candid, he had once thought this Lincoln exuded grandeur before the Hongqi car arrived, but now, juxtaposed with the latter, it appeared decidedly inferior, one resembling a master, the other a servant. Henceforth, let this vehicle serve as a delivery truck, Chen Fan remarked to Ai beside him. A delivery truck? Both Li Muin and Ai stared at Chen Fan in shock. This vehicle is not inexpensive. To use it for transporting goods seems rather wasteful, does it not? Well, how else are we to go down the mountain to buy supplies? Chen Fan nodded, for he had little interest in the car now, and rather than leave it idle, he preferred to put it to use. That is indeed true, but... Ai murmured, contemplating the idea of such a vehicle serving as a delivery truck. Understood, Mr. Chen. I shall relay your instructions. Ai quickly acquiesced, shaking his head. Mr. Chen is the master of this household, thus everything is at his discretion. Moreover, Mr. Chen likely has other intentions. What does it matter if the wealthiest man gifted the car? Mr. Chen scarcely values it. Should the affluent man discover that his forced gift to Mr. Chen is being utilized as a delivery vehicle, it would be akin to striking him in the face. It must be said, Mr. Chen is indeed exceedingly astute, humiliating the wealthy by such means while leaving them speechless. When Ai once more looked at Chen Fan, his eyes were filled with admiration. Let us go. Unaware of Ai's thoughts, Chen Fan turned to Li Muin and, after saying this, made his way toward the steps. Li Muin followed closely behind, and the two ascended the stairs to the entrance of the White House. After a light meal, Chen Fan and Li Muin took the elevator upward. Standing in the corridor, Li Muin bent down to gaze below. The real White House of the United States pales in comparison to the grandeur of the one they now inhabited, even failing to match half its size. Indeed, it is far larger than I had envisioned, Chen Fan remarked, resting his hands on the railing, absorbing the view below. By the way, does Nankong have a kindergarten? Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, turning to Li Muin. Although he now possessed ample funds to hire a personal tutor for Wan, children inherently thrive in lively environments. With everything he has now, he only wishes for Wan to experience a childhood devoid of regrets. There is, Li Muin nodded. However, this Nankong kindergarten differs significantly from the previous Tianfu kindergarten. The facilities are far more comprehensive, and naturally, the curriculum is extensive. To be honest, I would not recommend Wan attend such an intensely competitive institution. Li Muin expressed her opinion. Attending such a kindergarten means children are preoccupied with learning this and that, starting at a different line from their peers, dedicating time to academics unlike any other. Perhaps we should take Wan to visit one day. If she likes it, she may enroll here. If not, we can consider other schools. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan concluded that ultimately, the decision rests with Wan. He would not force her to learn everything or excel in all subjects. Agreed. Li Muin nodded, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy for Wan. In Chen Fan's heart, everything revolves around Wan. As they engaged in light conversation, the butler returned with the purchasing servants. After gathering his belongings, Chen Fan swiftly settled into the penthouse room. His new quarters were significantly larger than his previous one in Tianfu Garden, nearly double the size. The bedroom boasted a vast balcony. Upon opening the floor-to-ceiling windows and stepping out, one could behold the entirety of Jiangchen, evoking a sense of superiority, as if standing atop the world. As for Li Muan, she resided in the adjacent room. Although she had previously suggested living with Wan, considering the differing schedules of adults and children, and her occasional need to work late, she allowed Chen Fan to assign her a room. She did not anticipate being placed next to him. Chen Fan, however, had no ulterior motives. He simply believed that as Wan's mother, Li Muan deserved a room of similar quality. Thus, he selected a bedroom with a grand balcony, just like his own. After freshening up, Chen Fan lay on the large bed, falling into a deep slumber until the next day. Had it not been for the sounds of an argument, he might have continued sleeping. Clutching his pillow, Chen Fan slowly sat up, glancing towards the balcony that remained ajar. He slipped on his slippers and approached. "Dad, why do you insist on pressuring me? Why must you compel me?" Li Muan's voice, tinged with despair, drifted from next door. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Fan remained stationary, recognizing that she was likely on the balcony, speaking on the phone. "Must you truly drive me to despair?" she exclaimed in frustration. "Since you have stated it thus, I shall respond with but one declaration. I, Li Muan, shall marry no one but Chen Fan, unless I perish." With that, she hung up the phone, crouching beneath the railing, her arms wrapped around her shoulders as she quietly wept. She had toiled incessantly for the Li family, striving to demonstrate to her parents that even without marriage, she could elevate the family's stature. Yet, in their eyes, no amount of effort could outweigh the influence of a man. Hearing Li Muan's muffled sobs, Chen Fan hesitated, contemplating stepping outside, but ultimately refrained. He was not one to offer comfort, and he felt unsure of what to say. Furthermore, should he step out, it might give Li Muan the impression that he had been eavesdropping. After some deliberation, Chen Fan decided it best to retreat. He turned and walked toward the bathroom. After washing up and exiting his room, he encountered Li Muan, who was also emerging from her quarters. "Chen Fan, are you busy today?" Li Muan appeared fatigued, her eyes hollow and devoid of light. "Not particularly," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. He had no other engagements. "If you're free, would you accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Li Muan inhaled deeply, her hands tightly clasped. It was evident that she had summoned great courage to voice this request. "The Civil Affairs Bureau? What for?" Chen Fan asked, bewildered. Li Muan fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "To obtain our marriage certificate." Chapter 122. Obtaining the marriage certificate. Rewarding supreme skills restoration. What on earth? A marriage certificate? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, as if he had yet to awaken from slumber, perhaps experiencing auditory hallucinations. How else could he explain hearing Li Muan express her desire to accompany him to obtain a marriage certificate so early in the morning? "Chen Fan, I reiterate my previous statement. If you have someone you cherish, I am prepared to divorce you immediately, severing all ties without any entanglements." Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Li Muan, fearful of his dissent, continued, "As for your assets, I shall not claim a single cent. We can formalize this with a contract." "Are you serious?" Chen Fan had not contemplated signing any contract. Marriage was no trifling matter, nor was it akin to casual dating. He was a traditional man, one who had never entertained the thought of divorce once wed. Li Muan nodded emphatically. If it were destined for her to marry in this lifetime, the only person she wished to wed was Chen Fan. Beyond their warm relationship, there lingered a hint of personal desire. Through their time spent together, she had unwittingly become captivated by Chen Fan's charismatic personality. He was a man unlike any other. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Just as Chen Fan sought further clarification, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind. Opening the virtual interface, he accessed the taskbar. Task: successfully obtain a marriage certificate with the target individual, Li Muan. Reward: God-level skill restoration. Restoration? What does that mean? System reminder: this skill enables the host to recover from any internal or external injuries, as well as issues such as fatigue and mental control, at an astonishing speed, allowing the host to enjoy an unrestricted life of bliss. What the heck? Chen Fan was utterly stunned. A life of bliss? The system seemed to have considered every angle. Ahem. However, Chen Fan was merely in his 20s. Fatigue was hardly a concern for him. "If you are certain about getting the certificate with me, then let us proceed now." Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan spoke earnestly. At this moment, Li Muan still had the opportunity to reconsider. Once they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau to secure the marriage certificate, there would be no turning back. Absolutely. Li Muan replied with utmost seriousness. She was resolute. Chen Fan was the only man she wished to marry. She had never contemplated anyone else. "Very well. Since you say so, we shall go now." As Chen Fan began to step forward, Li Muan hurriedly called out to him. Having second thoughts, Chen Fan halted. knowing all too well that Li Mu-wan might indeed regret it. No, I just noticed that everyone who shares their marriage certificate seems to be wearing white shirts. Li Mu-wan observed Chen Fan's gray sports attire. That does seem to be the case. Chen Fan nodded. I will go change. All right, Li Mu-wan agreed. She too needed to change. Before long, the two emerged from their respective rooms, attired anew. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Li Mu-wan's eyes sparkled. It was the first time she had seen him in a suit. He looked remarkably handsome, as if he had stepped out of a television screen, dressed in a tailored white shirt and black trousers that accentuated his tall frame and broad shoulders. He resembled a walking mannequin. His striking appearance rendered Li Mu-wan unable to tear her gaze away. Does it not fit well? Chen Fan, sensing her lingering stare, felt a bit self-conscious and scratched his head. It was his first time wearing something so formal, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. No, it fits perfectly. Li Mu-wan quickly shook her head, murmuring softly, not only does it fit, but you also look very handsome. Then let us be off. Chen Fan, pleased by Li Mu-wan's compliment, flashed a satisfied smile. Li Mu-wan followed behind Chen Fan, glancing down at her own attire. She too wore a white shirt, paired with deep blue casual trousers, evoking a hint of retro Hong Kong style. Had she known Chen Fan would don black trousers, she would have opted for a black pencil skirt, resembling a couple's coordinated outfit. Daddy, pretty mommy, you're finally awake. Wan has been waiting for you both for ages. As Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan descended the elevator, Wan, playing in the lobby, immediately scampered toward them, her little legs moving rapidly. What are you waiting for, Wan? Chen Fan bent down and scooped her up. Waiting for Daddy and Mommy to take me out to play. It's so boring playing alone, Wan expressed. Then how about we take you out once Daddy and Mommy return? We have a surprise for you. Chen Fan affectionately tousled Wan's hair. Surprise? Wan paused, her round face filled with confusion. What surprise is Daddy preparing for Wan? That's a secret for now. You will find out when Daddy and Mommy return. Chen Fan glanced at Li Mu-wan with a smile. Okay, then Wan will be good at home and wait for you. Wan nodded dutifully, tilting her head to look at Li Mu-wan, eager to know about the surprise prepared by her mother. Wan is such a good girl. Li Mu-wan took Wan's hand. Hee, Daddy and Mommy, you can go ahead and be busy. Don't worry about Wan. Wan will play with Aunt Yang. Wan said sweetly. Mr. Chen, allow me to take care of Miss Wan. I noticed a large garden behind the White Palace. I can take her to gather some flowers. Aunt Yang approached, extending her hands. Very well. Chen Fan entrusted Wan to Aunt Yang. Be good at home and wait for us. I will bring you some treats. He patted Wan's head. Okay, Daddy. Wan nodded with a beaming smile. As they entered the elevator, the two exited the White Palace. The driver, A.E., had been waiting beside the Hongqi car. Mr. Chen, madam. He greeted respectfully upon seeing them emerge from the elevator. To the nearest Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Mu-wan instructed. Is it that urgent? Chen Fan turned to her, wondering if she was afraid he might change his mind. Yes, madam, A.E. replied, moving to the back seat to open the door. Once Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan settled into the car, A.E. closed the door and prepared to drive away. Just as A.E. was about to start the car, another vehicle pulled up in front of them. This car appeared quite unassuming, lacking any luxury brand insignia. A familiar face emerged from it. What was he doing here? Chen Fan frowned, fearing he might be here to thwart his plans. Mr. Chen, are you heading out? The newcomer approached the rear of the Hongqi car, bending slightly to gently tap on the window, wearing a sycophantic smile. What is it? Chen Fan lowered the window, barely glancing at the person. I returned home and thought it best to apologize to you in person. My behavior yesterday was inappropriate. I acted too rashly and offended you. Today, I have brought a gift to express my apologies, and I hope you can forgive my previous words, which were mere nonsense. Lei's demeanor was subservient. Realizing that his prior attitude towards Chen Fan had been a grave miscalculation, akin to a thunderstorm that might erupt at any moment. Thus, his original plan to extract useful information from Li Mu-wan over several days was now rendered impossible. He could not wait another moment. Directly bringing forth the treasured possession he had cherished for many years, Lei presented it to Chen Fan, as if nothing of consequence had transpired before. Chen Fan remained silent. Had not Lei already expressed his apologies yesterday? Mr. Chen, I have brought you an antique that I have collected for many years. One that I procured from England over a decade ago. I am certain it will delight you, Lei continued, noticing Chen Fan's reticence. Who could resist the allure of an antique? Beyond the joy of possession, its value was undeniable. This item was priceless, a rare gem indeed. If there is nothing else, please do not impede my time, Chen Fan concluded, raising the car window with finality. Very well, if you have matters to attend to, I shall not detain you, Lei replied awkwardly, hastily stepping back, acutely aware of the inopportune timing of his visit, coinciding with Chen Fan's departure. He hoped fervently that he had not disrupted any urgent business of Chen Fan's, for the ramifications would be dire, and even divine intervention might not save him. Standing there, Lei watched as the luxurious red flag vehicle carrying Chen Fan descended the hill before finally averting his gaze. It must be said, that car was indeed strikingly handsome. A true pride of domestic craftsmanship. Noticing several servants descending the steps, Lei promptly called out to them. "Mr. Lei?" The leader, old Zhang, exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the wealthiest man in the region. "You're here to see Mr. Chen, I presume?" "Alas, he just left not long ago. I did manage to see him, but he had pressing matters to attend to." Suddenly, an idea struck Lei. If he could persuade this man to accept his gift, it would be tantamount to Mr. Chen receiving it himself, and furthermore, it would be given without conditions. "Please wait," Lei instructed old Zhang, and turned towards his understated vehicle. The chauffeur emerged, promptly opening the trunk and retrieving a hefty black wooden box. "This is a special token of apology I have prepared for Mr. Chen," Lei announced to old Zhang. "An apology?" Old Zhang was taken aback. Hadn't the wealthiest man come to confront Mr. Chen just the day before? How had the narrative shifted so dramatically? Did he miss some pivotal development? "Indeed, Mr. Chen specifically instructed that I deliver this to you, as he is currently occupied with important affairs," Lei continued. Chen Fan, meanwhile, said nothing, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer, unable to fathom the man's intentions. Yet, this did not deter Lei from delivering his gift. As the adage goes, one who accepts a favor cannot later cause trouble. Old Zhang hesitated, for he had received no directives from Mr. Chen. "Hurry and call someone to bring it inside. I have other matters to attend to," Lei urged, his demeanor suddenly stern and serious. "Very well," old Zhang relented, yielding to the pressure of the wealthy man's influence, summoning the servants to carry the box into the residence. Watching the servants disappear beyond the steps, Lei felt a weight lift from his chest, content that the deed was accomplished. Turning away, he strolled back to his vehicle, satisfied. Observing the wealthy man's retreating figure, old Zhang scoffed, realizing that this display of obsequiousness towards Mr. Chen was most fitting. It seemed even the richest among them needed to curry favor. Mr. Chen truly commands respect. Meanwhile, Li Muan sat with her hands clasped tightly on her thighs, betraying her nervousness. "Are you all right?" Chen Fan asked, attempting to ease the tension. "I'm fine, just a bit anxious. It's my first time," she replied, shaking her head. The thought of impending marriage stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. "Who hasn't had their first time?" Chen Fan remarked, reflecting on his own lack of experience in marriage or visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Chen Fan, do you regret it?" she asked, glancing at the approaching Civil Affairs Bureau, her voice cautious. She feared he might have second thoughts about obtaining a marriage certificate with someone he did not love, for surely it would be a source of resentment for him. "Regret?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Why would I regret it? To have you as my wife is a dream many men aspire to." Li Muan was not only beautiful but also possessed intelligence and talent, making her a remarkable partner. There was little to criticize. Marrying her was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, her affection for Wan, treating her as her own daughter, made the prospect of their union even more appealing. "Come now, it's not as exaggerated as you make it sound," Li Muan laughed, momentarily disarmed by his humor. "I never exaggerate. I speak only the truth." Chen Fan felt a sense of accomplishment seeing her radiant smile, which transformed her typically aloof demeanor into one reminiscent of blooming spring, stirring feelings of joy. "Mr. Chen, madam, we have arrived," AE announced as he parked the car at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "All right, let us go," Chen Fan said, opening the door. Li Muan followed suit. Since Chen Fan showed no signs of retracting his decision, she resolved to proceed without hesitation. "Wow, what kind of car is that? It's incredible. I've never seen a design like it. It must be worth a fortune," exclaimed bystanders. "You're all too focused on the car and not the people. Did you not notice how strikingly handsome he is and how beautiful she is? They truly look like a match made in heaven." "Humph, a match made in heaven? Look at them. They're each walking their own way, and that woman's expression is so stern. Clearly, they're here to get a divorce," someone remarked. Chen Fan and Li Muan exchanged glances, both bemused by the misunderstanding. Before Chen Fan could respond, Li Muan unexpectedly drew closer, entwining her arm with his. Surprised, he turned to her. "I apologize. I merely wanted to avoid any misunderstandings about us being here for a divorce, since we are to be husband and wife. It's a small rehearsal. However, if you dislike it, I can let go," she explained, her cheeks flushed. Chen Fan, in a gesture of reassurance, took her hand in his. "Let us go?" Li Muan stared in astonishment at their intertwined hands, her heart racing as she followed him, wondering if this signified that he harbored some feelings for her after all. What a pity, she mused. She had initially thought they were arriving for a divorce. If this marriage were to end, I would immediately pursue that woman. "You?" You can't even support yourself, yet you wish to maintain a goddess? To call you an average man is an understatement. Damn, do you not understand the reason behind our divorce? Look at that fierce expression of yours. Who would want to support you? It's laughable that you think I would divorce you. Wasn't it me who initiated the divorce? Spare yourself the self-congratulation. You. Hearing the diminishing voice behind him, Chen Fan disdainfully curled his lips. With a monthly income of 3,000. Does he really think he can compete with him for Li Muan? What a joke. As Chen Fan and Li Muan entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, the onlookers seated in the lobby immediately gasped in astonishment upon seeing the couple. Are they celebrities? Are they here to obtain a marriage certificate or to divorce? Does that even need to be asked? The couple's fingers were intertwined, radiating affection. How could they possibly be here to divorce? The crowd engaged in lively discussion. Are you here to apply for a marriage certificate? A staff member approached the couple and inquired. Yes, Li Muan nodded affirmatively. Please take a number and wait over there. The staff member directed towards the self-service ticket machine. Allow me, Chen Fan offered. Okay, Li Muan replied obediently. After Chen Fan stepped away, Li Muan observed the myriad of couples around her, some deeply in love, others embroiled in heated arguments, even resorting to physical confrontations. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Do you have all your documents? The staff member asked once Chen Fan returned with the ticket. Yes, I have the household registration book and my ID card. Li Muan said, lowering her gaze as she rummaged through her bag. Not necessary at this moment. The staff member quickly interjected. Please follow me to the photo area. All right. Li Muan replied, slightly embarrassed, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the procedures of obtaining a marriage certificate. After all, marrying Chen Fan was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Let us go? Chen Fan feigned calmness as he discreetly withdrew his hand from his pocket, thinking they would require their household registration and ID. Li Muan nodded. And the two followed the staff member in silence. Soon, they arrived at the photography area. You two must be having a whirlwind marriage, the staff member inquired with curiosity. A whirlwind marriage? Li Muan echoed, glancing at Chen Fan, realizing that was what they were experiencing. You both seem somewhat unfamiliar with each other, the staff member observed. But there's nothing wrong with a whirlwind marriage. Some couples have been together for over a decade, yet they still divorce shortly after tying the knot. The staff member chuckled, sharing anecdotes of couples who divorced and then immediately fell for each other, seeking to obtain marriage certificates. Is that so? Li Muan felt a pang of regret upon hearing that some couples had been together for so long. Why, she wondered, did feelings change after marriage? I have no intention of divorcing, Chen Fan stated firmly. Since they were married, he had no plans to separate. The staff member smiled and shook their head. Many have said the same, only to tear up their marriage certificates right after receiving them. You need the marriage certificate when you divorce, after all. Li Muan nodded. Realizing the redundancy of their actions, they would have to return to finalize the divorce anyway, and at that point, mutual disdain would run rampant. All right, it's your turn. The staff member called out as the previous couple finished their photo session. In this world, where there are marriages, there are divorces, and sometimes, reconciliations. Everyone has their own choices. Cherish the happiness you have in front of you. As Chen Fan and Li Muan stepped inside, the staff member offered blessings, hoping they would grow old together and enjoy a harmonious life. Thank you, they both stammered in unison, with Li Muan being the first to respond. Chen Fan was perplexed. He thought the staff member was trying to dissuade them from marrying. Husband, I need to touch up my makeup. A good appearance is crucial for photos. And I don't want our wedding pictures to turn out poorly. Just as they continued walking, a nearby couple's voices caught their attention. What is the point of touching up? You look like that no matter what. Li Muan suddenly halted. This would be their first photo together. Chen Fan, wait for me. After a moment of hesitation, she called out. Sure, Chen Fan replied, still uncertain of her intentions. Turning around, Li Muan approached the couple near the entrance. The man, initially engrossed in his phone, lit up upon seeing her approaching. Excuse me, may I borrow your lipstick? Or, if you're done, I'd gladly buy it from you. Li Muan directly addressed the girl applying makeup. The girl glanced at Li Muan, stunned by her breathtaking beauty, and instinctively handed over the lipstick. Here, use it. Thank you. Li Muan replied, taking the lipstick and applying it to her lips with her fingertip. Why would you need makeup when you're already so beautiful? The girl marveled at Li Muan's every move, mesmerized. Beauty, it seemed, transcended all. The man discreetly captured the moment on his phone, admiring her with a mischievous grin. This woman must be interested in me, he thought, captivated by her alluring features, certain she was trying to attract his attention. As the camera's shutter clicked, the crisp sound echoed loudly. What are you looking at? The girl furrowed her brow at the man, who hastily tucked his phone away. Your girlfriend isn't pleased. She noticed everything, including your sneaky photography of another woman. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to take a selfie? You're not even married to me yet. So why are you so controlling? The man's voice escalated, as if the loudest voice held the most truth. The girl trembled with anger, realizing her boyfriend was lying without a hint of remorse. If he could lie so easily, who knows how many times he had done so before? What do you mean? Do you even want to marry me? There are plenty of women who would love to marry me. I'm not missing out on you. The man scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Let us not even discuss others. This stunning beauty before me clearly has her eyes on me. Otherwise, why would she be flaunting herself in front of me? He thought, convinced that this beautiful woman was infinitely more attractive than his own girlfriend. At this moment, he truly harbored no desire to wed her. You think I'm being unreasonable? The woman gazed at the man before her in disbelief, as if she were encountering him for the first time. Are you interested in her? She accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Lee Muen. Lee Muen, who had been using her phone as a mirror, looked up in astonishment at the woman's outburst. What did this have to do with her? Throughout this entire exchange, she had not uttered a single word to the woman's boyfriend, nor had she even cast him an unnecessary glance. How had she suddenly become entangled in this drama? Let us focus on our own matters. Why involve someone else? I was merely speaking the truth. Given your demeanor, perhaps you should cancel today as ceremony. I believe we are incompatible. Why not just break up? The man felt a twinge of guilt as he witnessed his girlfriend's blatant accusation towards Lee Muen. Yet, recalling that the latter harbored feelings for him, he quickly regained his confidence. What? You want to break up with me? The woman was utterly taken aback. They had already entered the Civil Affairs Bureau to take photos and obtain their marriage license, and now he was declaring their incompatibility and suggesting a split. Realization dawned upon her as she recalled the man had just surreptitiously taken pictures of the stunning woman before them. It became clear. He had chosen this moment to propose a breakup in order to flaunt his single status before the beautiful lady. A surge of unarticulated anger and sorrow welled up within her. The man glared at the woman, his gaze tinged with disdain. He then turned to Lee Muen, swiftly adopting an apologetic expression, and gently remarked, "My dear, please don't take this to heart. She's always so suspicious, it exhausts me. That's why I've decided to end things. I simply cannot tolerate her vile temper any longer." Upon hearing this, the woman could no longer contain her fury and retorted loudly, "Am I mistaken? You are breaking up with me because of her. Don't think I didn't see you sneakily taking pictures of her, pretending it was a selfie." With that, she shot a furious glare at Lee Muen, her eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Yet, the man remained unresponsive to her accusations. He merely stared at her coldly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. As if mocking her foolishness, Lee Muen, caught in the crossfire, appeared awkward and bewildered. She was at a loss on how to navigate this unexpected situation, standing quietly to the side in an effort to avoid further complications. "You're talking nonsense." The man, caught off guard by the revelation of his clandestine actions, flushed with embarrassment and protested defensively. "Nonsense, you say?" The woman, now incensed, seized the phone from his grasp while he was distracted. Upon unlocking it, the screen illuminated with a photo of Lee Muen. "Care to tell me this is nonsense? If you had no interest in her, would you have secretly photographed her and then denied it, insisting it was a selfie?" With a huff, she displayed the photo. "Please delete my picture. Taking it without my consent infringes upon my right to privacy." Lee Muen's expression turned stern and icy as she addressed the man, who now faced her wrath. "How deluded! Are you truly oblivious to your own appearance? Do you honestly think that just because you fancy her, she would reciprocate?" The woman mocked scornfully. Infuriated by her words, the man snatched the phone back and snapped at Lee Muen. "What are you trying to prove? What do you mean I've infringed upon your rights? Are you threatening to sue me? You think I'm intimidated? You were the one who deliberately flirted with me, drawing my attention. I flirted with you?" Lee Muen trembled with indignation. "Do not utter such nonsense." "Am I speaking nonsense? You have feelings for me. What is wrong with saying it? Now that I'm single again, you can pursue me openly. Don't be shy. I despise women who play hard to get. It's irritating." The man took her blushing as mere embarrassment. What on earth? Lee Muen thought, astonished by his shamelessness. Before she could respond, the man audaciously reached out to grasp her hand. "There's a nice restaurant nearby. I haven't eaten anything yet. Let us chat while we dine." However, before he could finish his sentence, another hand seized his hair. "Remove your hands," Chen Fan warned coldly. Startled, Lee Muen turned to see Chen Fan had silently approached her side. "Ouch, that hurts," the man yelped, his face paling as he released his grip on Lee Muen without hesitation. Seeing this, Lee Muen too relinquished her hold on his hair, initially intending to resolve the situation herself. "Damn you. You are just a shameless harlot, luring men everywhere. You flirted with me, and now you're on to another man? Do you think you can't survive without a man? How dare you pull my hair?" As he spoke, the man raised his hand as if to strike Lee Muen. Ding. System alert. Task updated. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Fan immediately opened the virtual interface. Task: teach the opponent a lesson. Each punch rewards 10 billion Dahua coins. No limit on attempts. Chapter 126. Earned hundreds of billions in Dahua coins. Wait, what? 10 billion for each punch? Am I seeing this correctly? He thought, astounded. However, even without the full amount, the zeros promised a substantial reward. Just as Chen Fan closed the virtual interface, a scream pierced the air. He turned to see Li Muin strike with precision, her elbow driving sharply into the man's abdomen. The man recoiled in pain, crashing against the wall and letting out a pained cry. Chen Fan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Was that it? He had expected a fierce confrontation, yet it concluded in an instant. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze, Li Muin straightened, elegantly adjusting her attire before turning to face him. Curious, Chen Fan asked, "How are you so skilled?" Li Muin smiled slightly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "I've trained in combat since childhood. Dealing with such small fry is no issue." Chen Fan nodded in understanding, realizing why she had so swiftly resolved the predicament. However, the defeated man was not ready to concede. Clutching his aching abdomen, he stared at Li Muin in disbelief and shock. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate and enchanting woman possessed such formidable strength. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" The man glared furiously, cursing as he struggled to rise. Chen Fan smirked coldly. "What's wrong? Still want to take another hit?" Realizing he was outmatched, the man resorted to threats. "You'll regret this. I won't let you off." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Chen Fan called after him. "Leave your phone behind." The man shot Chen Fan a venomous glare before begrudgingly relinquishing his phone. Chen Fan picked up his phone and deleted every photo related to Li Muin before forcefully smashing it to the ground. In an instant, the device shattered into countless pieces to such an extent that it would be beyond repair. "This was a phone I purchased through a loan of 10,000 yuan. I had barely used it for a few days." Gazing at the remnants scattered on the floor, the man felt a profound sense of loss. He hadn't even finished repaying the loan when his phone was destroyed. "Humph, rather than lamenting the phone, you ought to be more concerned for your own safety," Chen Fan remarked, sneering at the audacity of the threats directed at him. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly seized the man by the collar and, without the slightest hesitation, delivered a punch squarely to his cheek. The man emitted a muffled groan. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10,000,000 Dahua coins. 1. Following that, Chen Fan raised his fist and struck the man in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, his complexion paling further. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10,000,000 Dahua coins. 2. I am curious to see just how capable you are to dare threaten me. Chen Fan scoffed. He held the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng in disdain, let alone this insignificant lackey before him. With relentless punches directed at the man's abdomen, he continued his assault. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10,000,000 Dahua coins. 3. In mere moments, the man coughed up blood. "Please, stop hitting me." A nearby woman, witnessing the scene, rushed to intervene. The staff member who had been fiddling with the camera, hearing the commotion from the entrance, immediately set down the camera and approached. "What are you doing? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau, not a venue for brawls. If you have grievances, settle them outside. Miss, you must make your boyfriend stop. He is not an ordinary person. If you injure him, the consequences will be dire." Seeing that her words seemed to have no effect, the woman turned to Li Muin for assistance. "What do you mean by not an ordinary person?" Li Muin inquired, observing Chen Fan, who showed no signs of relenting. "He is a rich second generation with a wealthy family. His elders hold esteemed positions. He is not someone we ordinary folk can provoke." "Let us just forget about this incident," the woman urged. "No, please stop. I realize my mistake. I should not have provoked your girlfriend." The man, nearly numb from the blows, pleaded with Chen Fan. "If this continued, he might lose his life. If you think I will stop just because you ask, that would strip me of my dignity," Chen Fan retorted, unleashing a punch with considerable force directly to the man's jaw. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10,000,000 Dahua coins. 10. In an instant, the man was propelled upward as if launched by a rocket, crashing down with tremendous force, producing a dull thud upon impact. Lying on the ground, he twitched slightly, his eyes shut tight, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The staff and the woman were momentarily paralyzed with shock, unsure of how to react. Someone's died. The staff member was the first to regain her composure. Shrieking in terror, her voice piercing the air, the woman, also shaken from her stupor, was at a loss. However, Chen Fan remained remarkably calm. He sauntered over to Li Muin's side and asked languidly, "Are we done now? It's time for our photo." "Yes, We are, Li Muwan nodded. After Chen Fan and Li Muwan entered the room, the woman cautiously approached the fallen man, attempting to assess his condition. With trepidation, she placed her hand beneath his nose and, feeling his breath, exhaled in relief. He was still alive. Upon hearing this, the staff's anxiety lessened slightly, yet she remained unsettled, expressing her disapproval of Chen Fan's actions. That person is outrageous. How can he just hit someone? This is illegal. The police should arrest him. In the face of the staff's accusations, Chen Fan remained unfazed. If calling the police were truly effective, I wouldn't be here at all. I'm busy. When can we have our photo taken? Chen Fan inquired. Upon hearing his indifferent tone, the staff member shivered and, without uttering another word, returned to the room, fearful that her fate might resemble that of the man lying motionless outside. Chapter 127. Obtaining the marriage certificate and receiving rewards. Soon, the two had their photos taken. Not just one, but several. In comparison to the real-life Chen Fan, the photos depicted him as slightly less impressive, yet still strikingly handsome. Holding the picture in her hands, Li Muwan gestured toward Chen Fan. Is that so? Chen Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. When others praised his looks, he considered it merely a matter of fact. But when Li Muwan complimented him, it elevated his spirits, making him feel as though he were not just handsome, but extraordinarily so. Indeed. Li Muwan replied with a smile, and the two walked side by side toward the entrance. The woman had not left. She glanced at Li Muwan and Chen Fan before rushing over. Blocking their path, she stammered, "You can't just leave. I've already called the police. You can't go anywhere until they arrive. Are you implying you called the police on us?" Li Muwan carefully placed the photo into her bag. Her previously radiant smile now replaced by a serious expression. If he hadn't spoken disrespectfully to me first, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But you could have just taught him a lesson. Why did you have to hurt him so badly? If you leave now, how will I explain this to his parents? The woman said, her voice filled with grievance. It was bad enough that her marriage was falling apart. Now she faced the ire of the man's family. He got what he deserved. Chen Fan scoffed, feeling he had shown considerable restraint. Regardless, you cannot leave. The woman, realizing her position was weak, refrained from saying anything further. Rest assured, since we have done this, we will take responsibility. However, we must first obtain our marriage certificate. Li Muwan, sensing the woman's unwavering stance, wore a conflicted expression. Remembering how the woman had generously lent her a hand earlier, she decided to shoulder all the responsibility. As long as she and Chen Fan acquired the marriage certificate, her father's disapproval would matter little, for they would then be a legally recognized couple. Are you really not going to leave? The woman asked cautiously, noting Li Muwan's assertive tone. If you don't believe us, you may follow us closely. Li Muwan stated, growing weary of further explanations. Taking Chen Fan's hand, she headed toward the lobby. The woman hesitated, glancing between Li Muwan and Chen Fan's retreating figures and the motionless man on the ground. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Li Muwan glanced back at the woman who had followed her, then took Chen Fan by the hand and seated herself in an empty chair. Raising her gaze to the number displayed at the service counter, there were still about 10 people ahead of them, but it should not take long. Given that there were 5 counters available, albeit one was dedicated to divorce proceedings. Chen Fan, what are your thoughts? Li Muwan withdrew her gaze and turned to Chen Fan, feeling a flutter of anxiety within. What do you mean by thoughts? Chen Fan was absorbed in the joy of soon becoming a married man, reveling in the excitement of no longer being single. I mean, do you think I am meddling? That I shouldn't be concerned about her? Li Muwan explained softly, glancing at the woman standing not far away. Not at all. You have your convictions. And all I can do is support you unconditionally, Chen Fan replied, following Li Muwan's gaze. He instantly understood her unspoken thoughts without needing further elaboration. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Muwan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such a sentiment had come from him. Thank you, she said, her heart swelling with a mix of excitement and gratitude. No one had ever offered her such unwavering support before. Perhaps it was due to her privileged upbringing that her friends often seemed disingenuous, forming friendships with ulterior motives. Why are you thanking me? Chen Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, it's nothing, she said with a smile, lowering her head to hide her emotions. Despite his somewhat oblivious nature, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him, even developing a sense of admiration. Before long, their number was called. 152. Li Muwan exclaimed, springing to her feet. Chen Fan, it's our turn. All right, Chen Fan responded, rising from his seat as well. The two approached the service counter, and after they sat down, the staff requested their identification cards and household registration books. Li Muwan and Chen Fan promptly placed the documents on the table. The staff member glanced at them and, after a moment of scrutiny, asked with some confusion, "Are you both marrying of your own free will?" "Of course." Li Muwan nodded affirmatively. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Fan felt a tinge of annoyance. Did they appear unwilling? I apologize if I offended. I merely thought you two seemed somewhat unfamiliar with each other. Almost like strangers, the staff member quickly rectified her statement. Realizing her mistake, she had encountered couples who rushed into marriage before, but it was rare to see both parties presenting their own documents. That's all right. Could you please expedite the process of our marriage certificate? Li Mu-wan urged, gently tugging at Chen Fan's sleeve beneath the table. Once Chen Fan turned to her, she subtly shook her head, signaling him not to pursue the matter further, emphasizing the importance of the marriage certificate. As the photographs were affixed and the official seal was stamped, Li Mu-wan's anxious heart finally settled. Congratulations to both of you on your union, the staff member announced, placing two pristine red marriage certificates before them. Eagerly, Li Mu-wan picked up the certificate and opened it, revealing a wedding photo of herself and Chen Fan against a crimson backdrop, followed by their names and identification numbers. She could hardly believe that her identity was now intertwined with Chen Fan's. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, you now have a wife, she said with a beaming smile as she handed the other certificate to him. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment before responding, Congratulations, Ms. Li. You are now Mrs. Chen. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the divine skill restoration. Next, 153. The staff member, accustomed to the couple's gaze locked upon each other, had long since grown indifferent to such displays of affection. After all, they consumed enough dog food in their line of work. However, she had to admit that in her over a decade of issuing marriage certificates, this was the most aesthetically pleasing couple she had encountered. Handsome and beautiful, their mere presence was a delightful sight. Meanwhile, a woman waiting nearby turned her head and was met with a sharp slap. If anything happens to my son, you must take care of him for the rest of your life. Chapter 128. Reward. The most powerful law firm, Pizza Hut. Madam, I have not yet married him. And besides, he deserved what he got. Why should it concern me? The woman retorted angrily, covering her face. It was already a generous act to notify his family at this point. Why should she be subjected to violence? Growing up, although her family was not wealthy, she had always been a cherished child, never having experienced physical punishment. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Fan. Your son is the one who assaulted him. If you have any grievances, go seek him out. The middle-aged man turned to look at Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan, momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a strikingly handsome man and a stunning woman. Is it you who rendered my son unconscious? Before the man could speak, the woman beside him rushed forward to confront Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan admitted candidly. However, in the next moment, the woman raised her hand, preparing to strike Chen Fan's face. Ding. System alert. Task updated. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Chen Fan immediately accessed the virtual interface and opened the taskbar. Task. Slap the couple. Reward. The most powerful law firm, Pizza Hut. What? The most powerful law firm? Chen Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. It sounded quite impressive. I see you're not young anymore and wish to enjoy your twilight years. I advise you to behave yourself. Chen Fan seized the woman's raised hand, coldly warning her. Just because you're older doesn't mean you can bully me. I, Chen Fan, will not tolerate such antics. Let go of me. Don't you know the difference between the sexes? How uncouth. The woman, caught in his grip, panicked, trying to avoid the curious gazes directed at them, fearing being misunderstood. The uncouth one here is you, madam, Li Mu-wan interjected, unable to restrain herself from retorting at the absurdity of the situation. Humph. Chen Fan scoffed, releasing the woman's hand, causing her to stumble backwards several steps before barely regaining her balance. How were you raised? Don't you know how to behave? Respect your elders. The woman, her face flushed with indignation, scolded Chen Fan. Chen Fan shot her a cold glance, and the woman, who had been so boisterous moments ago, fell silent, intimidated into submission. Is there a security officer here? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau. How could there be security? To their surprise, security personnel entered the room, followed closely by medical staff. What is happening? The crowd began to murmur as they observed the unfolding scene. That's him. He's the one who assaulted my son. The woman immediately pointed at Chen Fan as soon as she saw the security officer. Where's the injured party? The officer scanned the area, finding no one visibly harmed. Where are you? I'm asking you a question. The old man immediately directed his inquiries towards the woman. The woman, glancing at Li Mu-wan, lowered her head in evident guilt. She did not wish to act in this manner, but she felt utterly powerless. The opposing family was of such high standing that she could not possibly confront them. She could not jeopardize her entire future for two complete strangers who bore no relation to her. Upon hearing the woman's response, the security officer cast a glance at Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan before turning to the direction indicated by the woman. He spotted a man lying motionless on the ground. The security officer quickened his pace, prompting the medical personnel behind him to hasten as well. Soon, after assessing the injuries. He instructed the medical team to take the man away. Sir, I must ask you to accompany me to the police station to provide a statement. Please cooperate with us. The officer said solemnly as he approached Chen Fan. Wait, weren't these two just married? To head to the security bureau right after their wedding seems rather ominous. Doesn't he it? Murmured a bystander. Who knows? I certainly wouldn't want to spend my wedding day at the police station. That would be incredibly unlucky, another replied. The crowd began to engage in a lively discussion. All right, it's just a trip, I assent it. We'll cooperate. Li Muin exclaimed, addressing the murmurs around her. Before long, Chen Fan and Li Muin followed the officer in their car to the police station. Now, would you kindly explain the situation? The security officer inquired, jotting down notes as he questioned Chen Fan. Officer, why are you asking so many questions? He has already admitted to beating my son to this state. You should arrest him immediately. The old man interjected. Do you think we need your instructions to carry out our duties? The officer shot back, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Just then, another officer entered. Who among you is Wu Peng's guardian? Your son requires payment for the surgery. You must hurry to the hospital to settle the bill. How much do we need to pay? The old man and the woman exchanged nervous glances. 50,000. The officer replied. 50,000. They exclaimed in unison. They then turned to the woman beside them. Xiaohua? We left in such a rush that we didn't bring any money. You're Xiaoping's girlfriend, our future daughter-in-law. You need not concern yourself with this. Please help us pay the surgical fee, and we promise to return it to you double. No, tenfold. I don't have that much money, Xiaohua frowned, having exhausted her entire salary. Xiaohua, are you afraid we can't repay you? After all, we are the wealthiest family in Jiangqing. We can certainly come up with this amount. The old man attempted to slam the table, but thought better of it, retracting his hand upon realizing the officer was still present. The wealthiest family in Jiangqing? Chen Fan and Li Muin exchanged knowing glances upon hearing this. TSK. I was pondering how to embarrass this couple, and now the opportunity has presented itself. Xiaohua, if you don't have that amount on you at the moment, why not borrow it from a friend? We will definitely repay you, and with substantial interest, the woman continued to persuade. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree, Xiaohua replied hesitantly. Wait, I recall that the wealthiest family in Jiangqing is named Lei, not Wu. When did that change? Chen Fan asked, feigning confusion. Indeed, the wealthiest family in Jiangqing is indeed named Lei. There are reports corroborating this, Li Muin added, seamlessly supporting him. Xiaohua, who had been busy messaging friends for a loan, suddenly looked up in disbelief at Chen Fan and Li Muin. What? You're saying the wealthiest family in Jiangqing is named Lei, not Wu? You're talking nonsense. We are the wealthiest family in Jiangqing. We are indeed the Wu family. The woman and the old man exchanged furtive glances, attempting to defend their claim. If you are the wealthiest, then what is he? Li Muin, seemingly prepared for their rebuttal, produced her phone, displaying an article about Lei, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, with the headline prominently stating the 4 characters for the wealthiest family. Are you deceiving me? You are not the wealthiest family in Jiangqing. Xiaohua glared at the woman and the old man with fury as she observed the photograph on Li Muin's phone. No, don't listen to their nonsense. The Wu family is definitely the wealthiest in Jiangqing. The old man stammered, struggling to find a rebuttal. He is one of our people. The woman quickly interjected, trying to salvage the situation. The old man nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, he is one of our people. Your people? Xiaohua questioned skeptically. You see, we of the Wu family prefer to remain low-key, afraid that others may approach us with impure intentions. Thus, we deliberately conceal our identities and have someone else represent us. The woman explained anxiously. Listening to their claims, Chen Fan calmly took out his phone and dialed the butler. Have Lei Haoyuan come to the Nanshan Security Bureau, he instructed before hanging up, continuing to observe how the couple would manipulate others. Is that so? Xiaohua, who had initially doubted their words, found their explanation plausible, easing her suspicions. After all, she had visited their lavish residence, which was clearly a mansion only the affluent could afford, along with their fleet of luxurious cars. If they weren't the wealthiest family in Jiangqing, how could they possibly live in such opulence? Of course, we wouldn't deceive you. You must understand. Had our Xiaoping not taken a liking to you, someone from a small town like you would never have caught our attention. We only pursue the daughters of Jiangqing's elite. The woman continued as Xiaohua's attitude softened considerably. Auntie, that's not what I meant. I'm just unfamiliar with everything, Xiaohua replied awkwardly with a smile. Since you believe us, quickly transfer me the 50,000 so I can check on my son's condition, the woman commanded haughtily, raising her chin. All right. My friend is in the process of transferring it now, Xiaohua replied, hastily reaching for her phone to borrow money from other acquaintances. After much effort, she managed to gather over 50,000, sending every last cent without keeping a dime for herself. You must have some cash on you, right? I left in such a rush that I didn't bring any money to take a taxi, the woman said, eyeing Xiaohua greedily. Xiaohua, wanting to save a few coins for her bus fare home, hesitated but ultimately handed over all the cash she had. Old man, you must hurry to the hospital to help our son. I've transferred the money to you, the woman said, shoving the cash she had taken from Xiaohua into the old man's hands. And what about you? He inquired, puzzled. Me? I must remain here. They injured our son. And we need to ensure we receive compensation, the woman replied disdainfully. You staying here isn't of much use. It's better for you to go and watch over our son, she insisted, dismissing him. Fine, I'll go to the hospital. By the way, since they've hurt our son so severely, we must demand a substantial compensation, not a single penny less, the old man stated, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Chen Fan. I am well aware, must you reiterate? The woman exclaimed, casting a significant eye roll at the elderly man. Young lady, do not be deceived, interjected a bystander from the security personnel, unable to endure the unfolding scene. Although he lacked knowledge about who the wealthiest individual in Jiangqing might be, it was abundantly clear that these two did not fit the profile of affluent magnates. After all, when have the wealthy ever needed to hail a cab for themselves? Deceive? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we are misleading our future daughter-in-law? Before Xiaohua could utter a word, the woman, with a voracious glare, accused the security officer. You are intentionally sowing discord between us. I see you are in cahoots with them. Such baseless accusations you hurl. The officer retorted, bemused. I am not allied with anyone. This is a matter of principle. Since he has admitted to the offense, would you prefer a private settlement, or shall we proceed with formal proceedings? The woman's face reflected utter confusion. What do you mean by private settlement? It entails discussing compensation between you and them. If both parties agree, we shall consider the matter resolved. Should a settlement fail, we will have to proceed with formalities, which may involve detaining him, the officer explained patiently. Detain him? Will he still compensate us then? The woman asked, her urgency palpable. Certainly not, the officer replied, shaking his head. Then we cannot allow that, she exclaimed, her voice rising. Fine, you wish to settle privately, correct? I will step outside. The officer gathered his notes and provided sufficient space for the parties involved. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded on the closed door. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, Lei Haoyuan. Ah, you have arrived, Chen Fan remarked coolly. Mr. Chen, you summoned me. What is the matter? Lei Haoyuan entered, having just been in a meeting, only to pause it upon receiving a summons from the mansion's steward, fearing he might miss something of significance. The steward had informed him that Mr. Chen required his presence at the security bureau, and though perplexed, he dismissed the meeting and arranged for transport. Please, take a seat. Chen Fan gestured toward an empty chair beside him, exhibiting no haste. Very well. Although Lei Haoyuan was perplexed, he dared not refuse. Obediently taking the chair Chen Fan had indicated. Let me make this clear. Do not presume that simply because you summon someone, we are intimidated. You have assaulted my son to such an extent. As soon as the officer departed, the woman seized the opportunity to demand, you will pay us 5 million. And we shall let this matter rest. 5 million? Lei Haoyuan gasped in disbelief. Is that all you seek? This is an affront to Mr. Chen. 5 million. Xiaohua's voice rose in astonishment. The elderly man tugged at the woman's sleeve, murmuring, Wife, do you truly think they will pay such a sum? The officer, closing the door, shook his head in resignation. Encountering such individuals was merely inviting misfortune. This young man, still untouched by the harsh realities of society, would likely learn his lesson from this experience. What of 5 million? He has left my son in such a state. 5 million is barely sufficient. The woman huffed, recalling that the vehicle driven by that young man was indeed of a prestigious brand, a fact her son had previously shown them. Clearly, someone who could afford such a luxury vehicle was not lacking in wealth. She was determined to seize this opportunity for extortion, otherwise, her son's suffering would have been in vain. Chen Fan smirked, amused that the woman was so audacious. You are quite bold to make such demands, he noted. The woman, brimming with self-importance, threatened, 5 million is the absolute minimum. Otherwise, we will sue you, and the authorities will have you imprisoned, ruining your life forever. Was this truly a threat? Chen Fan's expression darkened, a chill creeping across his features. Some individuals simply did not know their place. You may as well forget the 5 million. Not even a single cent will you extract from me. He retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you not concerned about being imprisoned, leaving a stain on your life? The woman was taken aback by his apparent lack of fear. Fear? Why should I fear? Do you truly believe you can imprison me? Chen Fan scoffed. His willingness to engage with the authorities was but a matter of cooperation. Moreover, he had a task to fulfill, and now that he was here, it would be accomplished. Lei Haoyuan, do you recognize these two? Chen Fan leaned back, casually surveying the woman and the man. Following Chen Fan's gaze, Lei Haoyan scrutinized the couple, shaking his head in certainty. I do not know them. Mr. Chen, why do you ask such an odd question? You do not suspect that I am allied with them, do you? The mere thought sent a shiver down Lei Haoyan's spine. His expression shifting dramatically, he quickly raised his hand to swear. Mr. Chen, I have truly never encountered these individuals, and I have no relationship with them whatsoever. Xiaohua had been eyeing Lei Haoyan since his entrance, feeling an odd familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. How is it then that they claim you are one of theirs? Chen Fan countered. What? Lei Haoyan exclaimed, immediately rising from his seat. His demeanor now serious as he glared at the couple. I have no connection to you. How dare you slander me? Who has slandered you? We do not know you at all. Those words were not ours, the elderly man stammered, intimidated by Lei Haoyan's intensity. Mr. Chen, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Lei Haoyan turned to Chen Fan, his expression shifting. Indeed, they did claim that you are one of theirs, that they summoned you to act on their behalf. Chen Fan reiterated. That is precisely what they said, asserting that you are their agent. Li Muan chimed in, fully aware of Lei Haoyan's standing, unlike the others. We have never made such claims. The woman protested, but was interrupted by Xiaohua's sudden exclamation. You are the Lei Haoyan, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. What? The wealthiest man in Jiangcheng? The woman and the elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lei Haoyan. He, the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng? This was unfathomable. How could these two possibly know the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng? Are you insinuating that I am here to act on your behalf? Lei Haoyan stared incredulously at the couple, incredulous that they would drag him into their murky waters. And no, it's a misunderstanding, the elderly man stuttered. At a loss for how to clarify, they had never imagined their paths would intersect with the affluent. What were they, and what was he? How could there be any connection? Yet, they had never dreamed that such a connection would indeed materialize. What misunderstanding? You were just so adamant in declaring that you are the wealthiest in Jiangcheng. And he is merely a puppet, a false tycoon thrust into the public eye, Li Muan remarked coldly, observing the two individuals rendered speechless. Lei Haoyan. What nonsense is this? He has become someone else's stand-in, a mere pretender to wealth? What exactly did these two say to Mr. Chen? His curiosity was now fervently piqued. Is that so? If you are the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, then what am I, Lei Haoyan? Lei Haoyan demanded sharply. Surely, they are not exploiting his name to deceive others and then extort Mr. Chen, are they? No, it's a misunderstanding, merely a jest, the woman retorted. Her previous boisterous demeanor replaced by a conciliatory smile in the face of Lei Haoyan's formidable presence. A jest? Is it not you who proclaimed yourselves the wealthiest in Jiangcheng? Are you attempting to deceive me? Xiaohua interjected, taking the woman's words to task. The woman thought, this is over. It's utterly finished. She cast a glance at the old man beside her, who was doing his utmost to diminish his presence, and promptly nudged him. Say something. What can I say? Aren't you the one who is so eloquent? The old man crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of helplessness. If you are not the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, you must at least be affluent, right? Xiaohua clung to the last vestiges of hope. Let us speak reasonably. The true tycoon is present, and he knows numerous wealthy individuals. Anyone could verify it. Chen Fan interjected at the opportune moment. The woman's expression darkened as she shot a venomous glare at Chen Fan. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, their meticulously crafted lie would never have unraveled. As silence enveloped the two, Xiaohua felt as though the world had collapsed around her. Ding. System. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired the most formidable Pizza Hut law firm. Before the woman could articulate a coherent explanation, the chime of the system echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Oh, the task is complete? Chapter 131. The general manager of the most powerful law firm, Dong Shui. Old man, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and go to the hospital to see our son. The woman urged, noticing Xiaohua's distressed expression fixed upon them. Ah, yes. I almost forgot about our son. The old man, overwhelmed with embarrassment, was eager to escape, but the woman hastily pushed him toward the door. Stop right there. Xiaohua sprang up, rushing forward to block the old man's path with outstretched arms. You crooks, return my money. Return it? By what right should I? The woman retorted, brimming with disdain. It's not as if I held a knife to your throat, forcing you to hand it over. But you said that after receiving this money, you would repay me. Xiaohua could hardly fathom the other's audacity. What I said, do you have any evidence to prove it was I who said that? The woman scoffed, utterly dismissive. Xiaohua pressed her lips together, glaring at the woman before turning her gaze towards Chen Fan and Li Muan, who had both heard the woman's claims. If they were willing to testify on her behalf, perhaps she could reclaim her money, which was not even hers, but borrowed from friends. Noticing Xiaohua's gaze shift behind her, the woman turned her head, disdain evident in her voice. You don't mean to ask them for help, do you? You called the authorities on them. Do you truly believe they would assist you? Silly girl, stop dreaming. At those words, Xiao Hua's complexion darkened further. Yes, she had indeed contacted the authorities to report them. Humph. The old man grunted, sidestepping Xiao Hua to continue on his way. Suddenly, as if resolute, Xiao Hua shoved past the old man blocking the door and shouted, "Security! Security! I wish to report them." Her words drew the attention of several security personnel. The earlier officer approached her with a notebook and pen, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem?" As he entered the room and took a seat, he posed a question to Chen Fan and Li Mu Wan, seated opposite him. It is as follows: my boyfriend first insulted this beautiful lady and even took clandestine photographs of her. Xiao Hua hastily interjected before either Chen Fan or Li Mu Wan could speak. Thus, he deserved the beating he received. Xiao Hua, what nonsense are you spouting? You are my son's girlfriend. How can you not defend him, but instead side with a stranger? The woman looked incredulously at her future daughter-in-law, unable to comprehend her betrayal. Ma'am, I'm not lying. It's all true. Otherwise, Wu Peng wouldn't have been beaten. Xiao Hua countered defiantly. Initially, she had felt guilty for leaving Chen Fan and Li Mu Wan behind and accusing them, but now, realizing that Wu Peng's parents were not truly the wealthy tycoons of Jiangxing, but rather deceivers, she felt no compunction. She would speak nothing but the truth. Truth? I see you have been bought by this pair of scoundrels. The woman slammed her hand on the table in outrage. Knock it off. We are in the security bureau, not your home. The officer rebuked sternly. Yes, my apologies, I was too agitated. It pains me to see her wrongfully accuse my son. The woman quickly backtracked. Are you a witness? Also the girlfriend of the victim? Do you know these two? The officer directed his inquiry at Xiao Hua. Yes, I was with my boyfriend when this lady approached me asking to borrow some cosmetics, and my boyfriend thought she was trying to seduce him, so he took her picture. Xiao Hua explained. Before she could finish, the woman interrupted. Xiao Hua, think carefully before you speak. If you dare to continue with this nonsense, you will never be with my precious son again. Xiao Hua bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and mockingly replied, Ma'am, even if you forbade your son from seeing me, I would not want to be with him. I have seen through his character and the vile nature of your entire family. You dare to call anyone vile? The woman's fury ignited, and she lunged toward Xiao Hua, initiating a scuffle. The officer, witnessing the altercation, promptly set aside his notebook and moved to intervene. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained composed, arms crossed, resolutely silent until his lawyer arrived. Xiao Zhang, this is Lawyer Dong. As the commotion between the woman and Xiao Hua escalated, a knock echoed at the door. Everyone turned to see the director accompanied by a sharply dressed man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, yet harboring an unmistakable intensity. Isn't this the general manager of the most prestigious law firm in Jiangxing, Dong Shihui? Upon seeing the man at the entrance, Lei Haoyuan could no longer remain seated. He had always maintained a collaborative relationship with Pizza Hut's law firm, spending considerable sums on their services each year. Yet, even so, the only individuals who received him were merely a handful of renowned lawyers, among whom was General Manager Dong Shihui, with whom he had only exchanged fleeting glances on a few occasions. Dong Shihui? The women embroiled in a scuffle, and the young Hua froze momentarily upon hearing that name, instinctively ceasing their actions. They might not be familiar with the name of the Pizza Hut law firm, yet they had certainly heard of Dong Shihui's reputation. He was a figure of considerable renown across various online platforms. There was no case he could not win. It was said that since he embarked on his legal career over 20 years ago, he had never lost a case. The arrival of such a prominent figure, what could it signify? Dong Shihui surveyed the room, his gaze eventually settling upon Chen Fan as he approached him with purposeful strides. You must be Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Dong Shihui inquired respectfully upon reaching him. Yes, Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chen. From this moment forth, I shall handle all matters. Upon receiving Chen Fan's affirmative response, Dong Shihui placed his briefcase upon the table. This declaration left everyone astounded. He had come to work for Chen Fan? The women and the elderly gentleman exchanged incredulous glances. It seemed this young man had connections with the wealthiest individual, who treated him with utmost deference. Now, with the arrival of Dong Shihui, a figure of such stature, making a beeline for him, it was hard not to wonder if this young man possessed some significant influence. Chapter 132, A Psychological Blow of 100, Reward, the Divine Skill. All-seeing eye. Mr. Chen, you may now attend to your affairs, Dong Shihui remarked after a brief exchange with the director. Very well, Chen Fan replied, rising from his chair and extending his hand toward Li Muan. Shall we? All right. Li Muan hesitated momentarily as she regarded Chen Fan's outstretched hand. His palm bore numerous calluses, appearing somewhat coarse, yet it emanated an inexplicable sense of security. She couldn't help but think that these hands had surely endured numerous hardships to become so resilient and strong. It was precisely this fortitude and strength that instilled within her an overwhelming sense of comfort. Cautiously, she placed her hand into Chen Fan's, feeling the warmth of his palm. The moment their fingers made contact, a jolt of electricity surged through her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In that instant, she felt as though she had discovered a sanctuary to lean upon. With her hand resting in Chen Fan's palm, he exerted a gentle pull, effortlessly drawing Li Muyun to her feet. Just as they were about to depart, the woman hastily blocked Chen Fan's path, gripping the fabric of his clothing tightly while uttering fervent protests. "You can't leave. You cannot leave." The director, witnessing the commotion, wore an expression of exasperation and promptly approached the woman, firmly grasping her arm. "If you dare to obstruct Mr. Chen again, I will have you arrested." Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, then shot a furious glare at the director, exclaiming, "Arrest me? On what grounds? He put my son in the hospital, and you want to arrest me instead of him? He hasn't even compensated me. How can he leave?" With that, the woman broke free from the director's grip and lunged at Chen Fan. Sensing the impending charge, Chen Fan swiftly stepped back, prompting the woman to redirect her attack toward Li Muyun. She seized Li Muyun's clothing forcefully, shouting, "You can't leave. You must provide an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." At this point, the woman had completely lost her rationality, disregarding any words of reason. Her eyes were wild with fury as she glared at Chen Fan and Li Muyun, as if she wished to consume them whole. The director, recognizing the escalating danger, rushed forward to restrain the woman. However, she violently pushed him away, causing his expression to harden as he exchanged glances with several security personnel. In a coordinated effort, the officers managed to pull the woman away from Li Muyun. Ignoring the chaos, the woman sat down on the floor, throwing herself into a fit of rage. As she wailed, she declared, "If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will ensure that the entire city knows your security bureau is in league with them." Ding dong. System notification, task updated. The voice of the system echoed once more in Chen Fan's mind. Subsequently, he manipulated the virtual interface with his thoughts, opening the taskbar. Task: deliver a psychological blow of 100 to this couple. Reward: the divine skill, all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye? Chen Fan was taken aback. System reminder: the all-seeing eye, as the name suggests, allows one to see objects 1,000 miles away. Chen Fan closed the virtual panel. This skill, combined with the ability to hear from afar, made him akin to a deity from ancient legends. "How splendid. Where is your son hospitalized?" Chen Fan inquired, casting his gaze toward the woman rolling about on the floor nearby. "At Jiangqing Renai Hospital," the nearby security officer answered before the woman could respond. "Renai Hospital, is it?" Chen Fan smirked slightly before picking up his phone and dialing his bodyguard. "Go to the hospital and locate a man named Wu Peng. Have him expelled from the premises. Additionally, inform every hospital not to admit him." After issuing the instructions, Chen Fan hung up the phone right in front of the astonished gazes of the woman and the elderly man. A psychological blow? This would be straightforward. Wu Peng was their cherished son, and to accomplish the task, it was evident that he needed to resolve the issue at its core. "What did you say? You want the hospital to expel my son?" The woman shot up from the ground, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Chen Fan. Her instincts told her he was not merely threatening her. Chen Fan remained silent, merely tilting his chin slightly. Was his message not clear enough? "You dare. If my son is indeed expelled, I will ensure you pay dearly." The woman attempted to voice further threats when her phone rang unexpectedly. Casting a wary glance at Chen Fan, she retrieved her phone, answering the unfamiliar call. "What? You're going to expel my son? On what grounds? He is a patient. If you kick him out, that's illegal. I want to accept that." Before she could finish her tirade, the other end abruptly hung up, unwilling to entertain her outburst. Listening to the dial tone, the woman gazed incredulously at Chen Fan. Who was he? And how did he possess such power and authority? "Old woman, what is going on? Is it true the hospital is really expelling our son?" The elderly man, noticing his wife's intense focus on Chen Fan, quickly inquired. Their family had only one heir, Wu Peng, and if anything were to happen to him, the Wu lineage could face extinction. "Security officers, aren't you going to do anything? He is endangering my son." The woman turned to the nearby security staff for assistance. "This matter is your personal affair. We cannot intervene." The director waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in getting involved. "You can't intervene? Then what's the purpose of your security bureau? You are merely shielding him, even if he has committed a crime. I will sue you all." As the security personnel continued to ignore her and fawn over Chen Fan, the woman seethed with anger, spitting venomous words. "Old woman, what shall we do now? Our son is gravely injured. If he is expelled from the hospital, we must quickly find another place for him. His injuries cannot be delayed." The elderly man immediately grasped the nearly frantic woman, inquiring with palpable anxiety. The woman paused, realizing that this was not the moment for venting frustrations, but rather for urgently seeking another hospital for their son. Chairman Chen had already made it clear that no hospital in Jiangcheng would dare to admit their son. It was best for them to abandon all hope. Lei Haoyuan let out a cold snort, advising the couple to count their blessings for having incurred Chairman Chen's ire. As the woman's hopes flickered and dimmed, she understood that this man truly possessed the formidable power he wielded. Ding. System notification. The woman suffers a mental blow of 50. System notification. The elderly man suffers a mental blow of 70. Chapter 133. The mayor has arrived. I kneel before you. Chairman, is it? I implore you. Spare my son's life. The elderly man fell to his knees before Chen Fan, weeping and wailing. We were wrong. We truly understand our mistakes. How about this? We won't ask for compensation. We only wish for you to let my son go. As he spoke, his trembling hands clutched at Chen Fan's pant leg, his face a mask of terror and despair. If Wu Peng were to meet any misfortune, how could the Wu family face their ancestors after his demise? Let him go? Chen Fan scoffed. Do I appear to be a man of mercy? He then kicked the elderly man away, clearly remembering their previous vile behavior. Now, they were groveling before him, believing him to be a soft target, easily manipulated. The unprepared elderly man tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Security personnel. Did you see that? This young man has assaulted our elder. The woman rushed to her husband's side, examining him, then turned to the security officers, pleading. Look at my husband's leg. He can't even stand up in pain. She pointed at the elderly man's thigh, who joined her in a chorus of groans. Your husband was the one who provoked Chairman Chen first. The head of the security bureau interjected coldly. How dare you defame Chairman Chen? You must have a death wish. Even the mayor gives him face, and you dare accuse him? Lei Haoyuan's icy reprimand echoed. These two won't shed tears until they see the coffin. What? Even the mayor shows respect to Chen Fan? At this revelation, all eyes turned to Chen Fan. Xiao Hua trembled uncontrollably. She had initially thought him merely a remarkably handsome man, never imagining that beneath that facade lay an individual of such extraordinary capability. In that moment, she was filled with regret, yet also relief, grateful she had not aligned herself with the deceitful Wu family. You must be lying. The woman shook her head vehemently, denying the reality before her. How could such a young man possess such power? Not only does the richest man curry favor with him, but even the mayor shows him respect. This is impossible. Chairman, a resonant voice rang out from the entrance. Chen Fan turned to see the mayor being escorted by a security officer. Mayor. The head of the security bureau stood at attention upon seeing him. The mayor nodded and approached Chen Fan, quietly inquiring. Chairman, I hear from Mr. Lei that you are in some trouble with these unsavory individuals? The woman, already in shock, was yanked aside by her husband. He seemed to recognize the mayor, having seen him on television. It's not just a resemblance, it's truly him, she said, her face paling. While she might not recognize others, the mayor was a familiar figure, appearing daily in news broadcasts. Observing the mayor's demeanor towards the young man, her heart sank. She had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man, who bore a striking resemblance to her beloved son, would wield such incredible influence. Just them. Chen Fan gestured towards the woman and her husband. At that moment, both collapsed to their knees before him, entirely bereft of control. Just them? The mayor followed Chen Fan's gaze before turning to the head of the security bureau. Old Yao, how could such an incident occur in your jurisdiction? Yes, Mayor. I acknowledge my negligence. The head of the security bureau quickly conceded. I assure you I will provide you and Chairman Chen with a satisfactory explanation. A satisfactory explanation? Upon hearing this, the woman and elderly man's heart sank, realizing that their options for survival were dwindling. Ding. System, congratulations, host has completed the task, gaining the extraordinary skill of clairvoyance. Chen Fan's mind was soon filled with the familiar notification sound from the system. Since you've said that, I shall leave them in your capable hands, he said, ready to collect his reward. The task was complete, and he saw no reason to waste further time on these two. Understood, Chairman. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure these two are dealt with appropriately. Chen Fan merely nodded, his demeanor unfazed. Chairman, allow me to escort you. Lei Haoyuan rose from his seat, seizing the rare opportunity to curry favor with Chen Fan. Chairman, I shall accompany you as well. I have matters to attend to, the mayor chimed in. Chairman, Mayor Mr. Lei, I should see you off as well, the head of the bureau quickly added, eager to align himself with the esteemed figures before him. Chen Fan did not refuse, taking Li Muin's hand as they made their way outside. In contrast to the animated conversation behind him, Chen Fan remained silent, standing apart from the others. It's all your fault, you disastrous calamity. If you hadn't insisted on dragging my son to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a marriage certificate today, How could this have happened? Once the prominent figures had exited, the woman sprang up, rushing to confront Xiaohua, and raised her hand to slap her. As she prepared to strike again, a nearby security officer intervened, pulling the woman aside. If you cause any more disturbances, we will have no choice but to detain you. Hearing this, the woman could only glare fiercely at Xiaohua. If anything happens to my son, you will be responsible for it for the rest of your life. What does that have to do with me? He brought this upon himself. Xiaohua retorted, already aggrieved by the woman's earlier slap. Her anger flared, and she cursed. Your entire family deserves to perish. Better to spare the world from your misdeeds. What did you say? The elderly man was taken aback by Xiaohua's words, his fury igniting. Have the courage to say that again. Let us see if I want to teach you a lesson. Xiaohua scoffed, a mocking expression on her face. Go ahead, if you dare kill me. You're all nothing but frauds. One pretends to be a wealthy heir, the other poses as the richest man. How does it feel to have your facade shattered? Chapter 134, The 9-Digit Red Flag Car. Mr. Chen. The commotion emanating from the office left the young girl's supervisor at a loss for what to do. Let her go. She has done nothing wrong. Li Muwan interjected. Moreover, in the end, this girl even assisted them. We should heed my wife's guidance. Chen Fan cast a glance at Li Muwan, aware that she felt compassion for the young lady. He, however, held a different perspective, believing that it was a matter of mutual consent. Had the girl not been lured by the allure of wealth, she would not have fallen victim to deception. Nevertheless, since Li Muwan had spoken, he would graciously acquiesce. Indeed, Mr. Chen, the supervisor promptly replied. Exiting the Public Security Bureau, Chen Fan made his way towards his understated yet stylish red flag limousine. That's enough. You needn't see us off any further. We shall return now, he said, opening the car door to address the trio who had been trailing him and Li Muwan. Very well, Mr. Chen. Safe travels, the mayor responded with a slight bow. Until next time, Mr. Chen, Lei Haoyuan added, bending low in a servile manner. Observing their deference, the supervisor nearly bent at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, Mr. Chen, take care. Once inside the vehicle and fastening his seatbelt, Chen Fan started the engine, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Mayor, Mr. Lei, just who is Mr. Chen? The supervisor inquired, perplexed, after the car had vanished from view. Isn't that vehicle merely an ordinary red flag? His confusion deepened upon witnessing their abject reverence towards Chen Fan, leaving him incredulous that this young man possessed such remarkable influence. An ordinary red flag. Lei Haoyuan scoffed at the supervisor's words. Yao, you clearly do not understand. While this car may appear similar to any common vehicle, the distinction is monumental. Many who see that emblem might presume they could afford it. However, the reality is far different. Young Yao, this vehicle is valued at this amount. The mayor gestured with his hands. 90 million? Supervisor Yao stared incredulously at the mayor's gesturing fingers, scoffing. It's merely a car worth 90 million. I can afford that. What is the fuss about? 90 million? You truly dare to dream. Lei Haoyuan shook his head in exasperation, realizing Supervisor Yao's limited perspective. Then how much is it? Yao sensed the atmosphere shift and recognized he had miscalculated. It's at least a 9-digit figure. Not 90 million. Lei Haoyuan corrected him. What? You mean the car that Mr. Chen drove costs at least a 9-digit sum? Supervisor Yao was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. The young woman, along with the elderly man, stood frozen upon hearing Supervisor Yao's words. What had they just heard? A single vehicle costing 9 digits? Dear, I feel as though my mind is failing me at this moment. Please tell me, how much is a 9-digit figure? The elderly man turned to his wife, his voice tinged with urgency. She remained silent, counting on her fingers, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Upon reaching her 9th digit, she exclaimed, 100 million. 100 million? The wife was stunned by her own revelation, staring wide-eyed at her husband. So, the car that young man drove must cost at least 100 million? Suddenly, she felt her legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground without warning. Heavens, have we inadvertently crossed paths with a titan? The elderly man crouched beside her, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. Nearby, the young woman clutched her chest, trembling at the realization that a car could so easily be worth 100 million, revealing the immense wealth of those two individuals. Grateful for her repentance and the magnanimity of the other party, she shuddered to think of the consequences had they pursued her accountability. Are we heading back now? Li Muwan, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, glancing at Chen Fan. Do you have other matters to attend to? Chen Fan turned to look at her before returning his gaze to the road ahead. Not particularly. I simply haven't visited a mall in quite some time and wish to purchase something for Nuan, she replied, shaking her head. Now that she was Nuan's de facto mother, it was only fitting to prepare a thoughtful gift. Very well, Chen Fan finally acquiesced after a moment's contemplation. turning the steering wheel towards another shopping center. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a bustling street in Sanlitun. While it lacked the opulence of Wall Street, its reputation was equally formidable, boasting a plethora of luxury goods while also serving as a haven for children. Additionally, the area was alive with street fashion, showcasing an array of eclectic trends. Wow, what kind of car is that? It looks absolutely stunning. As Chen Fan drove into Sanlitun, he quickly garnered the attention of many. That should definitely appeal to Nguyen Nguyen. Li Muwan pointed to a panda adorned with rhinestones at the entrance. Indeed, Chen Fan responded, following her gaze. The sparkling design was undoubtedly to Nguyen Nguyen's liking. Please let me off here. I will go ahead and make a reservation, Li Muwan eagerly declared. Her excitement palpable. Understood, Chen Fan replied, knowing that parking in Sanlitun was notoriously difficult. He recalled the challenges he faced while delivering food on his electric scooter, let alone maneuvering such a lengthy vehicle. Soon, he found a suitable spot and parked. I will come find you once I've parked, he said as Li Muwan exited the car. All right, she nodded, closing the door behind her. As Li Muwan stepped out, the men who had initially been captivated by Chen Fan's car now turned their attention to her. Goodness, what a captivating woman. One exclaimed. What defines captivating? She is stunningly beautiful. I must say, I have never encountered a woman so striking, even more so than any star. Please. I bet she has had quite a bit of work done. A woman like that is clearly a sugar baby. How else could she afford to step out of such a car? Another chimed in. I'd wager she is definitely being kept by an older man. And the price must be steep. Do you really need to speculate? At her age, with a car like that, it's clear she is not doing it on her own. Various whispers and rumors erupted among the crowd, as if Li Muwan had become the centerpiece of their gossip. Hey brother, isn't that also a two-seater sports car worth over $1 million? Why don't you go ask that beauty how much she charges? Enlighten us, one man suggested, confidence emanating from him as he adjusted his collar. Why not? After all, besides my car, I'm not too shabby myself, at least better looking than those old geezers. With the proposal made, another man enthusiastically replied, Go on, do it. You're practically benefiting all of humanity. We're counting on you for our future happiness. I hope in this lifetime, I too can find such a beauty. I'd willingly meet my end for that opportunity. As the man agreed, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting news as if Li Muwan were already laid out before them as a feast. All right, you guys wait for my good news. After saying this, the man stepped out and quickly caught up to Li Muwan. Hey, beautiful, beautiful, the man called out. Hearing the teasing voice behind her, Li Muwan didn't stop. Her only thought was to hurry and buy that bear. Seeing that Li Muwan simply ignored him, the man glanced back at the group of people watching in his direction. Instantly, he felt they were mocking him, which made him even more embarrassed. In a few strides, he reached Li Muwan's side and immediately reached out to grab her slender arm. I'm talking to you. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Bitch. Hearing this, Li Muwan raised her other hand and, without a second thought, slapped the man squarely across the face. The slap was solid and resounding. Ouch. Seeing the man get hit, the people nearby flinched in shock. One even raised a hand to cover his own face, as if he were the one who had been struck. This top-tier beauty sure is different. What a fiery temper, going straight to violence. She has the capital for it. Otherwise, how could she snag a rich old man? TSK, does being pretty mean you can be so reckless and arrogant, showing no respect at all? If it were me, I'd definitely teach her a lesson right back. Let her know I wouldn't spoil her like some old man. Anyway, that slap. I couldn't take it either. You dare hit me. The man, ears ringing, snapped back to reality and stared at Li Muwan in disbelief, his eyes seeming to spit fire, as if he wanted to skin her alive. Let go. If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Li Muwan frowned, trying to pull her arm free from his grip, but he held on tightly, even squeezing until her arm ached. Not polite. The man instantly sneered, then straightened up and said mockingly, All right, I'd like to see how you're going to be not polite to me. Bitch, you're just asking for it. Before the man could finish, Li Muwan raised her foot and kicked him squarely in the crotch. Instantly, the man looked as if struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. He immediately let go, clutched his crotch with both hands, and collapsed straight to the ground. I did warn you. Looking at the man lying pale on the ground, Li Muwan shook the hand he had touched, her face cold and stern, then turned to leave. Seeing this, the other men quickly ran toward Li Muwan, several of them immediately surrounding her. You think you can just leave after hitting someone? Nothing in this world is that easy. That's right. Unless you compensate us somehow, we won't let you go so easily. Looking at their ugly expressions, Li Muwan knew very well these men were no different from the one on the ground. You seem pretty quick on your feet. Must have some training, huh? Too bad. Against so many of us, that's just flashy moves. I suggest you give up quietly. One of the men looked Li Muwan up and down, stroking his chin with a sinister laugh. Just bring it on. Li Muang couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. Whether it's just flashy moves or not, try and see. You won't give up until you see the coffin. The man snorted, then said to the others, brothers, let's rush her together. I don't believe a few of us guys can't handle one bitch. All right, I've been itching for this anyway. Everyone agreed, their eyes glowing with a green light as they stared intently at Li Muang, as if she were prey within reach. Go. At the command, the men surged toward Li Muang. Seeing the nearest man, Li Muang grabbed his shoulders and, without hesitation, threw him over her shoulder to the ground. The others, seeing this, gave her no chance to counter. They seized her limbs, immobilizing her. At that moment, Li Muang was like a condemned prisoner about to be drawn and quartered, her limbs no longer under her control. The pain of being pulled and stretched spread from her limbs throughout her entire body. Oh, aren't you tough? Why can't you move now? This little lady isn't just pretty. Even these slender arms and legs feel so smooth and tender. Another man, while gripping Li Muang's arm, took advantage of the opportunity to stroke the back of her hand. As if unsatisfied, he even lowered his head and sniffed her hand deeply. So fragrant. No wonder she's so popular with old men. I like it too. Disgusting. Seeing the man's mouth almost touch the back of her hand, Li Muang showed a look of revulsion. Goosebumps erupted all over her body, and her hair stood on end. She tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't muster any strength. Chen Fan. Where's Chen Fan? So disgusting. At this moment, Li Muang's mind was filled with thoughts of Chen Fan. If only he were by her side. These people wouldn't dare lay a hand on her, wouldn't dare bully her so brazenly. Thinking this, Li Muang felt utterly desolate inside. Why was she so useless? Why wasn't she even half as capable as Chen Fan? Damn it, bitch. The man on the ground, having recovered somewhat from the pain, stood up and walked straight to Li Muang. He gripped her slender neck, her limbs still held fast by the others. If this leaves me with any lasting issues, I'll make sure your whole family pays with their lives. Cough, cough. Suddenly choked, Li Muang coughed violently. In no time, her pale face turned bright red. Seeing her flushed cheeks, the man instantly had a wicked idea. TSK, weren't you so tough just now? What do you think would happen if I stripped you right here? Chapter 136, Reward, Divine Skill, Erase Memory. You dare. Hearing this, Li Muang's eyes widened instantly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Though she said this, deep down she knew better than anyone. This man wasn't just trying to scare her. He was truly capable of doing such a thing. Oh, still threatening me? Don't you know your brother's song here isn't afraid of threats? As he spoke, the man released Li Muang's neck, and his fingers brazenly touched her cheek. TSK. This little face is so tender, feels like you could squeeze water out of it. Don't touch me. Li Muang turned her head away. Fear and terror had already filled her heart. What should she do? How could she save herself? Would these people ever let her go easily? Damn it, you ungrateful bitch. Seeing Li Muang's disgust, the man grabbed her chin, forcing her to face him directly. Then he gave a wicked smile, and his other hand slid from Li Muang's cheek down to her collar. She's so pretty. Wonder what her figure's like. Looks pretty good from here. Brother, what are you waiting for? Let us have a look, feast our eyes. From what I see, she's at least a 36C. This bitch might be thin, but she's got curves where it counts. Everyone looked at the man expectantly, waiting for his next move. All right, I'll grant your wish. Can't have me being the only one enjoying such a good thing and taking advantage of her. Encouraged by the others, the man let out a lewd, evil laugh. Fingers rested upon Li Muang's collar button. No. Despair filled Li Muang's eyes. Chen Fan. Suddenly, the man who was eagerly unbuttoning Li Muang's collar was sent flying a great distance. In the next moment, Chen Fan appeared before Li Muang, his expression ashen as he beheld her tear-streaked visage, terrified and trembling. He had merely stepped away to park the car. Yet someone dared to lay their hands on Li Muang. Who was this man? When did he appear? I don't know. I didn't even see him clearly. He just showed up. The crowd was filled with bewilderment at Chen Fan's sudden emergence, as if he had sprung forth from the ground. Damn. Upon noticing the tears glistening at the corners of Li Muang's eyes, an inexplicable fury surged within Chen Fan. He kicked the several men restraining her limbs, sending them sprawling, and swiftly enveloped Li Muang in his embrace. Is it really you, Chen Fan? As she gazed at him, Li Muang could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, one after another. She thought she was on the brink of being undone by those men. It's me. I'm here. Everything will be all right. Gently, Chen Fan reached up and wiped away the tears from her eyes, soothing her distress. I will not let them go unpunished. Li Muang nodded, her body still trembling uncontrollably. She could hardly bear to think of what might have transpired had those men succeeded in unbuttoning her collar. Thankfully, Chen Fan had arrived, like a savior, rescuing her from her misery. Once she was calmed, Chen Fan turned to shield her from view, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the men who had begun to rise from the ground. their intentions to flee evident in their fearful demeanor upon sensing the wrath emanating from Chen Fan. With a cold snort, Chen Fan thought, having bullied Li Muwan, they now sought to escape? Such a thing would not be tolerated in this world. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. With a snap of his fingers, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Chen Fan promptly manipulated the virtual interface, accessing the taskbar. Task: eliminate all who have bullied Li Muwan. Reward: divine skill, memory erasure. Memory erasure, is it? Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and activated the skill to pause time. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Every object, even the particles in the air, was rendered still. Stepping forward, Chen Fan approached the men, observing their frantic attempts to flee. His gaze icy. He struck swiftly and mercilessly, landing a punch squarely on one man's chest. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking ribs was unmistakable. The man, struck by Chen Fan, skidded across the ground for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned to engage the others, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. In a matter of moments, several men lay dead at his feet. The last remaining man found himself under Chen Fan's piercing glare. If he had arrived just a second later, Li Muwan's collar would have been undone by this beast, exposing her to the gaze of onlookers. Since he so relished exposure, Chen Fan would grant him that. With a swift motion, he stripped the man bare and bound him to a pole with rope. Allowing him to perish so easily would be far too merciful. He intended for this man to endure torment and humiliation before his demise. Landing a punch to the man's abdomen, Chen Fan was far from satisfied. He followed with blow after blow. Within moments, the man's internal organs lay shattered, and he would not survive the day. With all tasks complete, Chen Fan returned to Li Muwan's side and snapped his fingers once more. The still world resumed its chaotic motion. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Dead, he is dead. Exhibitionist. How disgusting. My heavens, I'm going to explode. At this moment, some individuals, frightened by the sight of the naked man, hastily turned away, while others seized their phones to capture the moment, eager to bask in the ensuing chaos. What just happened? Li Muwan asked, her mind clouded. It seems something significant has occurred, and someone has died? Don't worry about it. Let us go. Chen Fan took Li Muwan's hand, deliberately positioning himself to shield her from the unsightly scene, lest her eyes be tainted by such filth. Though curious, Li Muwan did not insist on discovering the truth. Ding. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired the divine skill, memory erasure. As the man, engulfed in shame and humiliation, attempted to evade the crowd's gaze, he suddenly coughed up blood and, without uttering a word, succumbed to his fate. The sight of blood streaming from his orifices sent the crowd into a frenzy. So much blood. He can't be dead, right? Chapter 137. Reward. 500, 000, 000, 000 Dahua coins. Noticing Li Muwan's fingers still trembling, Chen Fan understood that the events she had just endured had left a profound shadow on her heart. Are you all right? Chen Fan halted his steps. I'm fine, Li Muwan replied, withholding the truth, not wanting to burden Chen Fan with her worries. Chen Fan furrowed his brows, but before he could voice his thoughts, Li Muwan pointed to a bear not far away. Let us go. We should finish our shopping and return home quickly so that Nwan isn't left waiting. With that, Li Muwan strode forward. Watching her feigned bravado, Chen Fan let out a deep sigh. Soon, the two arrived at the shop's entrance. I want that bear, Li Muwan declared, pointing to the shimmering bear at the entrance. Cough, cough. Dear customer, that is not a bear. It's Mickey, and we do not sell it. The shopkeeper's eyes twitched. This was a popular Mickey, not to be mistaken for a bear. The only similarity was the pair of ears. Not for sale. Li Muwan paused, then added, I'm willing to pay a high price. Madam, no matter how much you offer, we cannot sell it. This is a collectible in our store, solely for exhibition. The shopkeeper remained resolute, shaking his head. Li Muwan, but if I bring it home, Nwan would surely love it. Is there anything similar? Li Muwan pressed. None, madam. Currently, this diamond-studded Mickey is a unique treasure in Jiang City. There is only this one. The shopkeeper continued to shake his head. Li Muwan, not even something similar? Seeing the dejection on Li Muwan's face, Chen Fan stepped forward. What should we do? Chen Fan, the merchant says it's not for sale. Li Muwan asked helplessly as Chen Fan approached. She was willing to pay a high price, yet they remained obstinate. However, there was only one in all of Jiang City. Not for sale. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, they said it's for exhibition only, no matter the price. Li Muwan sighed, realizing she might have to select another gift for Nwan. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Suddenly, a familiar system notification resonated in Chen Fan's ears. He paused momentarily before manipulating the virtual interface with his thoughts to open the taskbar. Task: successfully purchase Mickey. Reward: 500 billion Dahua coins. How much? 500 billion. Chen Fan counted and recounted, confirming that he was not hallucinating or miscounting. It was indeed a staggering 500 billion. Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan turned to Li Mu Wan and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to speak with the shopkeeper." Li Mu Wan was taken aback. But Chen Fan had already made his way into the store. Standing at the entrance, she craned her neck to peer inside. She had offered a high price. Yet the shopkeeper had refused. Could Chen Fan succeed where she had not? "Are you the shopkeeper?" Chen Fan inquired, addressing the man meticulously polishing every item in the store with a cloth. "I am. Are you here to make a purchase?" The shopkeeper turned around, setting down the cloth. "I'm willing to offer 100 million for that diamond-studded item at the entrance." Chen Fan gestured towards the entrance, understanding that the man was a businessman. He knew the reluctance to sell stemmed from inadequate offers. What did you say? You want to spend 100 million on that diamond-encrusted Mickey?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at Chen Fan. Surely, this man was not jesting. No, he must be mocking him. Who in their right mind would spend 100 million on a mere ornament? It was not even an antique. It hardly held such value. "Swipe the card now." Without hesitation, Chen Fan produced his black card. "Sir, are you certain you are not joking?" The shopkeeper's gaze shifted from the card to Chen Fan's expression, which bore no hint of levity. Did this man genuinely appear to be joking? Was he doubting his ability to produce 100 million? The shopkeeper met Chen Fan's probing gaze, feeling inexplicably anxious, as he repeatedly swallowed hard. Is 100 million insufficient? Noticing the shopkeeper's hesitance to accept the card, Chen Fan lifted his chin slightly. "Why, yes, it's sufficient." The shopkeeper hastily replied, shaking his head. "Even 1 million would be too much. Pack it up for me," Chen Fan instructed, placing the card on the counter beside the shopkeeper. "Sir, are you absolutely certain you wish to purchase our Mickey for 100 million? "I must inform you that all sales are final," the shopkeeper cautioned, realizing that the card was no ordinary card. And anyone who possessed such a card was likely extraordinary as well. "Enough with the small talk. Hurry up," Chen Fan urged impatiently, glancing at Li Mu Wan, who was still peering curiously from the doorway. A businessperson who would refuse money must surely be deranged. "Why, yes, I'll get it wrapped for you right away." The shopkeeper, now compliant, quickly instructed his staff. In mere moments, several employees brought the diamond-studded Mickey into the store. Li Mu Wan, did this really happen? Once packaged, the shopkeeper swiped Chen Fan's black card, his heart racing. After all, the total value of items in the store hardly reached 100 million. Ding! 100 million paid. As the shopkeeper completed the transaction, the familiar system notification sounded in Chen Fan's ears. Yet, Chen Fan, unfazed, did not even bat an eyelash. As if spending 100 million were of no consequence to him. This was the true essence of a low-profile, yet cultured, wealthy individual. "Sir, shall we deliver the item to you, or would you prefer to carry it yourself?" the shopkeeper offered, presenting Chen Fan with his card. "No need," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, tucking the black card into his pocket before easily lifting the Mickey, which weighed several hundred pounds, with one hand. The shopkeeper gaped in astonishment. How could he lift such a heavy item so effortlessly? "Let us go," Chen Fan said to Li Mu Wan as he approached the entrance. "You really bought it?" Li Mu Wan asked incredulously, wondering what Chen Fan had said to persuade the shopkeeper to agree to the sale. "Yes. It was a piece of cake," Chen Fan nodded, downplaying the difficulty. "What did you say to the shopkeeper? He wouldn't sell before." Li Mu Wan, curious, followed closely. "Oh, nothing much, just that I was willing to spend the money." Chen Fan shrugged, noting that business people rarely turn down a profit. "And how much did you spend?" Li Mu Wan halted, instinctively sensing that Chen Fan must have spent a considerable sum. "Not much, just 100 million, he replied casually. "What?" Li Mu Wan's voice involuntarily rose. 100 million. This isn't real diamonds, she protested, rushing to catch up with him, certain that it couldn't possibly be worth such an amount. "Never mind. A fortune cannot buy your happiness," Chen Fan remarked lightly, for after all, exchanging 100 million for 500 billion left him at no loss. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Mu Wan was momentarily frozen in place. A fortune could not buy her happiness? Did Chen Fan truly think this way? Was his willingness to spend such an extravagant sum merely to bring her joy? In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Joy, astonishment, disbelief. Ding! As Chen Fan walked a few meters away, the system notification chimed again. "System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving 500 billion Dahua coins. Content with his reward." Chen Fan closed the virtual interface and turned to Li Mu Wan, who had yet to catch up. "Would you like to buy anything else?" "And no." Li Mu Wan snapped back to reality, shaking her head fervently. "Then, shall we head home?" Chen Fan continued. Yes, Li Muwan nodded emphatically. The word home felt like a warm ray of sunshine illuminating her heart, dispelling the shadows within. She realized she had a home now, with family that belonged to her. She jogged to Chen Fan's side, clasping her hands behind her back, glancing back at him every few steps. Is there something on my face? Chen Fan wondered. Sensing her frequent glances. No, Li Muwan's cheeks flushed as she quickly denied it. Was she being too obvious? Then do you have something to ask me? Chen Fan probed, puzzled by her demeanor. No, Li Muwan replied softly, her gaze lowered. She was unsure why she felt compelled to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, something feels off, very off. As he pondered further, his phone rang from his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw the caller ID and couldn't help but smile. It was his beloved daughter calling. Hello? He answered, his voice softening unconsciously. Daddy, when are you and pretty mommy coming back? Wan misses you. Came the sweet, melodious voice of his daughter from the other end. Don't worry, my dear Wan, your mommy and I will be back shortly. We just bought you a little treasure you love. Chen Fan cast a glance at Li Muwan, who was looking at him. Mistakenly believing she wanted to converse with Wan, he promptly handed his phone to Li Muwan. Li Muwan raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, but accepted the phone nonetheless. Wan, she gently called. Pretty mommy. Upon hearing Li Muwan's voice, Wan instantly erupted in joyous exclamation. Pretty mommy. Are you and daddy on a date? Li Muwan's face flushed crimson in an instant as she hurriedly denied. No, we're not on a date. Oh, not on a date. What a pity. Wan's voice fell immediately, her disappointment palpable even through the phone. Li Muwan pondered. Had she perhaps misspoken? Nevertheless, it was fine. If there were no date today, there would still be tomorrow and many days thereafter. Before she could formulate a comforting response for her darling Wan, the little girl's uplifting voice reached her ears. Hee. Li Muwan chuckled at Wan's words, continuing along her train of thought. You're right. There will be plenty of time ahead. Hee. Then pretty mommy must do her best. My daddy, he is very shy, so mommy needs to be more understanding of him. Shy. Li Muwan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Chen Fan. Was he truly shy? Rather than shy, it would be more accurate to describe him as reserved and low-key. A man who did not seek the limelight. After all, if other men possessed his strength and power, they would likely crave the world's recognition. All right, I will. Li Muwan replied earnestly, pulling her gaze back. She would not let Wan down. Then, Wan will wait for you to come back. Wan said with a beaming smile. Okay. Li Muwan nodded before ending the call. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Wan, who was playing with her doll, turned her head towards Aunt Yang. Aunt Yang, I want daddy and mommy to have a younger brother or sister for me. What should I do? Aunt Yang, sipping milk, was startled by Wan's innocent inquiry and inadvertently sprayed milk from her mouth. Young lady, you cannot say such things carelessly. Aunt Yang quickly wiped her mouth and approached Wan. Innocent words. Wan pouted, holding her doll high. When daddy and mommy are busy, there is no one to play with her, and she feels so lonely. Aunt Yang, can you help me think of a way? I want a brother or sister. She tugged at Aunt Yang's clothing, her voice sweet and pleading. Cough, dear young lady. The prerequisite for wanting a brother or sister is that daddy and mommy must truly love each other. Right now, Mr. Chun and Miss Li, they are not in love. So they cannot have a little brother or sister for you. Aunt Yang bent down and picked Wan up, given her current understanding of the situation. It seemed Mr. Chun and Miss Li were still in the phase of getting to know one another. What does it mean to be in love? A look of confusion spread across Wan's small face. Like in fairy tales, the prince and Cinderella get married after being together. That is love. Aunt Yang glanced at the fairy tale book on the bedside table and immediately provided an example. I see. Wan nodded, somewhat understanding. Then, Wan wants to hold a wedding for daddy and pretty mommy, so they can get married. Dear young lady, marriage is not so simple. You need to obtain a marriage certificate to get married, and only after having a marriage certificate can they have a brother or sister for you. Aunt Yang was amused by Wan's earnest demeanor. The world of children is so pure. So, if they have a marriage certificate, they can have a brother or sister for Wan. Suddenly, Wan's eyes widened. Then I must think of a way to get daddy and pretty mommy to get a marriage certificate. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. Aunt Yang nodded in agreement. Yay! Wan cheered, raising her hands in triumph. As long as she could get daddy and pretty mommy to obtain a marriage certificate, she would have a brother or sister to play with. But how could she persuade them to do so? Wan began to fret over this predicament. Chapter 139. Donating to the Nation, Rewarding the Extraordinary Skill of Appraising Treasures. Mr. Chun, you have returned. Seeing Chen Fan emerge from the elevator, the butler immediately approached him. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Mr. Chun, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Mr. Lei, has sent something over. The butler reported, indicating that the item was heavy and encased in a visibly exquisite box. leaving them uncertain of its contents. What is it? Chen Fan paused, suddenly recalling that he had encountered Lei Haoyuan while leaving the White House with Li Muwan, but at that time, he had been too preoccupied to engage with him. Uncertain. We are awaiting your inspection. The butler shook his head. Without Mr. Chen's permission, and given that the gift was from Mr. Lei, they had no authority to open it themselves. All right, I will take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan decided to personally examine what Lei Haoyuan had sent him. Setting down the diamond Mickey, he instructed, send a few people to deliver this to Wan Wan's room. Yes, Mr. Chen, the butler responded promptly. I will head up to check on Wan Wan, Li Muwan said, curious about Wan Wan's reaction to the gift she had chosen. Originally, she should have purchased this gift herself, but 100 million was currently out of her reach. Essentially, all her bank cards were frozen, leaving her with only a fraction of her private assets, merely a few million. All right, I will come find you both shortly, Chen Fan nodded. He watched as Li Muwan and two sturdy gardeners carried Mickey to the freight elevator. Where should we place it? Chen Fan inquired, retrieving his gaze from the scene. This way, Mr. Chen, the butler quickly led him towards the right. As the butler opened the door, a heavy-looking box came into view. Is this what Lei Haoyuan sent? Mr. Chen, shall I open it? The butler asked. Chen Fan replied with a hint of indifference. He stood still as the butler cautiously opened the box. Mr. Chen. The butler turned to Chen Fan with a look of astonishment upon seeing the contents. If this item had been sent by anyone else, he might have suspected it was a counterfeit, but it was a gift from Jiangqing's wealthiest man, and surely it could not be a fake. Observing the butler's shocked expression, Chen Fan strode over, eager to see what could evoke such a reaction. Leaning in, he immediately spotted one of the 12 zodiac animal head bronze statues within the box, the dragon head. Is this genuine or fake? Chen Fan asked the butler. As he was not particularly knowledgeable about collectibles, Mr. Chen, it is undoubtedly authentic. While replicas are not inexpensive, considering Mr. Lei's attitude towards you, he would not send a counterfeit, the butler explained. Such a lifelike dragon head statue, even if merely a replica, would still be valued at several million. However, based on his understanding of Mr. Lei, if he chose to give a gift, it would certainly be genuine. TSK, Chen Fan stroked his chin. If it had been a replica, it would have been easier, but receiving the real deal put him in a bit of a predicament. Ding dong. System prompt. Task updated. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He set his hands down and, using his thoughts, manipulated the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task. Donate the dragon head to the National Museum. Reward. Super divine skill. Appraisal ability. Appraisal ability? System warm reminder. Should the host acquire this skill, he will be able to authenticate antiques, distinguish between genuine and counterfeit, and even ascertain the year of an object through its reading. What the heck? Upon reading the system's explanation, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Such a skill exists? Even without system rewards, with this appraisal ability, wouldn't he be able to profit from reselling antiques? Impressive indeed. It seems that Jiang City lacks a museum? Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan turned to the butler. Yes. The butler was momentarily taken aback, but eventually replied truthfully. Mr. Chen, why are you suddenly inquiring about a museum? Well, have someone deliver this dragon head to the museum in the capital, Chen Fan instructed. Huh. The butler was instantly bewildered, staring incredulously at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, are you suggesting we donate this dragon head to the nation? Well, I have no use for it anyway. Chen Fan shrugged. He held no interest in collecting, and besides, donating it to the nation would also grant him a system reward. What's not to like? Mr. Chen. Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, the butler gazed at him with immense admiration, marveling at the existence of someone as magnanimous as Mr. Chen. What? Noticing the butler's excitement, Chen Fan furrowed his brows, wondering if there was an issue. No, nothing. Mr. Chen, is this a voluntary donation? The butler shook his head. Mr. Chen truly deserves his reputation. No wonder he possesses such strength. Of course. Chen Fan smirked. Was he supposed to ask the nation for a reward? Yes, Mr. Chen, I will arrange everything at once. The butler nodded emphatically. With Mr. Chen's foresight, his future development will undoubtedly be even more formidable. As Chen Fan turned to leave, he suddenly remembered that Lei Haoyuan had also assisted him quite a bit. He realized that Lei Haoyuan's eagerness to please him was merely to avoid him pursuing matters concerning the Lei family. Call Lei Haoyuan and inform him that everything is forgiven. Stopping in his tracks, Chen Fan addressed the butler behind him. Huh. Oh, understood. Although the butler did not fully grasp the meaning behind Chen Fan's words, he nonetheless complied. After Chen Fan departed, the moment Lei Haoyuan received the butler's notification, the weight on his heart finally lifted. He couldn't help but feel relieved that Chen Fan did not pursue the mistakes of the Lei family. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Sweet darling. Arriving at Wan Wan's door, Li Muwan gently knocked. Captivated by the television, Nuan turned her attention to the door upon hearing Li Mu-wan's soft voice. As soon as she spotted Li Mu-wan standing at the entrance, she leapt down from her toy pony and dashed towards her. Pretty mommy. Reaching Li Mu-wan, Nuan opened her arms and tightly hugged her leg. You're back. Where's Daddy? Looking around, Nuan noticed Chen Fan was absent, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Your daddy is downstairs. He will come up shortly. Li Mu-wan bent down and lifted Nuan into her arms. Nuan, your daddy and I have selected something special for you. Gently rubbing Nuan's adorable nose, Li Mu-wan turned to the gardener and instructed. Bring the item inside. Something Nuan will like. Nuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Is it the marriage certificate Granny Yang mentioned? Chapter 140. Mommy wants to kiss Daddy. When the gardener brought the item into Nuan's room, she finally saw what it was. Wow, such a beautiful Mickey. Nuan was immediately captivated. Do you like it? Li Mu-wan observed Nuan's joyful expression, her heart swelling with happiness, knowing that Nuan would surely adore it. After all, what little girl doesn't love something sparkly? I love it. Nuan nodded vigorously. As soon as Li Mu-wan set her down, Nuan rushed toward the Mickey placed on the ground. She reached out, her face glowing with a radiant smile as she eagerly touched it. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you. Daddy. Clutching Mickey tightly, Nuan didn't forget to express her gratitude to Li Mu-wan and her father. I'm glad you like it. Li Mu-wan approached, bending down to stroke Nuan's head. But, Nuan, I like the marriage certificate even more. Holding Mickey, Nuan gazed intently at Li Mu-wan with her big, round eyes. Once we have the marriage certificate, Daddy and Mommy will love each other very much, sleep together. And then they can have a little brother or sister for me. The television always portrayed it this way. Pretty Mommy, Nuan's birthday is coming up. Releasing Mickey, Nuan earnestly took Li Mu-wan's hand and said, Can you fulfill a small wish for me? Your birthday? Li Mu-wan was taken aback. She, as a mother, truly felt incompetent for not knowing when Nuan's birthday was. Yes, it's next month. Nuan nodded. Next month? Suddenly, sadness filled Li Mu-wan's eyes. Her child had been born in this month. Such a pity. Pretty Mommy, can't you? Seeing Li Mu-wan silent, Nuan shook her hand and innocently asked, Can't you grant my wish? Of course, you may tell me your wish. The sadness in Li Mu-wan's heart was masked by a gentle smile as she squatted down to hold Nuan's small hand and softly inquired, My wishes. Can Pretty Mommy kiss my daddy? Nuan said, carefully observing Li Mu-wan's expression. From the television she watched, couples kissed before getting married, leading to a marriage certificate. And then they would sleep together and have babies. Li Mu-wan was taken aback by Nuan's request. Surely she must have misheard. Is that not possible? Seeing Li Mu-wan's expression, Nuan's spirits dampened. It seemed this approach wouldn't work. Li Mu-wan found herself in a dilemma. After all, kissing Chen Fan was not particularly difficult for her. The main concern was whether he would be willing. Pretty Mommy, please don't be mad at Nuan. I don't want this wish anymore. Please don't dislike Nuan. Please don't abandon me. Nuan looked up, shaking Li Mu-wan's finger, fearful that her words might cause Li Mu-wan to dislike her. Nuan, Mommy isn't angry with you. Seeing Nuan's anxious and worried demeanor, Li Mu-wan felt a pang of compassion as she pulled Nuan into her embrace. It was evident that such a trivial matter could cause Nuan to be so fearful, afraid of being disliked or abandoned, revealing the hardships she had faced prior. Mommy, I promise you. Li Mu-wan gazed down at Nuan's red nose, as if she were on the verge of tears, and spoke softly. Mommy promises me. That means you'll kiss Daddy? Nuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Li Mu-wan, her round eyes blinking unblinkingly. Yes, indeed. Li Mu-wan nodded. If she couldn't even fulfill such a small wish for Nuan, how could she qualify to be Nuan's mother and bring her happiness? However, this matter required her to privately consult Chen Fan, hoping that he would acquiesce. Oh, how wonderful. How delightful. Mommy is going to kiss Daddy. And the beautiful Mommy is finally going to kiss Daddy. Overjoyed at receiving a positive response, Nuan exuberantly leaped up on the spot, clapping her hands in sheer delight. A testament to her immense joy. Initially burdened with worries, Li Mu-wan was captivated by Nuan's radiant smile, and her heart was warmed by the child's laughter, causing her to forget all her sorrows and troubles. No wonder so many people say that children are angels. They truly possess the power to heal the heart. What? Chen Fan, who had just arrived at the doorway, halted in his tracks. Was he imagining things? How could he possibly hear such incredible words from Nuan's lips? Beautiful Mommy, are you really going to kiss Daddy? Nuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at Li Mu-wan, her voice brimming with curiosity and anticipation. As if this question held paramount importance for her. Li Mu-wan smiled gently, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes, and nodded softly, replying, Of course. She then extended her hand to gently tidy Wan's slightly disheveled hair. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan, standing at the doorway, was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Li Muin, his mind racing with thoughts. Did I hear that correctly? She actually wants to kiss me? The news was so shocking that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts were a whirlwind. Struggling to comprehend why Li Muin would suddenly utter such words, leaving him uncertain about how to face the potential events that might unfold. He felt his heart race. His cheeks flushed slightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of nervousness. Hooray! Hooray! Wan clapped her hands again in joy. Oh, Daddy. While twirling around, Wan spotted Chen Fan at the door and immediately dashed from Li Muin's embrace toward him. She reached out and tugged at the hem of Chen Fan's shirt, exclaiming, Daddy, you're here. What are you doing standing outside? Come on in. Li Muin, what? Chen Fan is here? Did he overhear what I just said to Wan? At this thought, Li Muin felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. Okay. Chen Fan bent down and scooped Wan into his arms. As he walked inside, he caught sight of Li Muin, who was looking down, her face hidden, but her ears were undeniably flushed. It was supposed to be he who felt embarrassed. Yet here was Li Muin turning red for wanting to kiss him. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. I feel a bit tired. I think I'll go rest for a while. As Li Muin lifted her head and met Chen Fan's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. All right. Seeing Li Muin's face nearly crimson, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually aloof and composed Li Muin to display such an endearing side. It was truly hard to imagine. Wan, goodbye. With a hurried wave to Wan, she lowered her head and swiftly walked past Chen Fan. Once Li Muin had left, Chen Fan finally spoke. Wan, sweetheart, can you tell Daddy what you and the beautiful mommy were discussing before I arrived? Surely. You two must have talked about something. Otherwise, Li Muin wouldn't have randomly said such things. Chapter 141. Wan's daddy is a superhero. Nothing much. Wan shook her head, determined that her wish for the beautiful mommy to kiss Daddy must remain a secret from him. Otherwise, Daddy would surely feel bashful. Nothing. Chen Fan furrowed his brow at her response, then playfully began to tickle Wan, saying, Wan, sweetheart, you're being naughty, keeping secrets from Daddy. Ha. Wan burst into laughter, evading Chen Fan's playful assault and darting around. Daddy, stop tickling. Wan is ticklish. She quickly squeezed into a gap between the bookshelves. Seeing Wan behind the bookshelf, Chen Fan sighed with a touch of exasperation, raising a hand to his forehead in mock despair. Oh dear. Ever since you had a mommy, you've become quite distant from Daddy. Are you going to abandon Daddy and only be close to Mommy? Not at all, Daddy. It's not like that. Upon seeing Chen Fan's forlorn expression, Wan immediately emerged from her hiding spot behind the bookshelf. Chen Fan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Children are so easily swayed. Daddy, don't be sad. Wan will never abandon you. Wan will always be with Daddy. Approaching Chen Fan, she took his hand and gently patted the back of it as if comforting him. Daddy will always be Wan's favorite person. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a warmth spread through his heart. The words he had spoken were meant to tease Wan. Yet she took them to heart. Bending down, Chen Fan lifted Wan into his arms, asking, Now tell Daddy the truth. What did you discuss with Mommy that led you to say she's going to kiss Daddy? He pinched her slightly chubby cheek, continuing to coax her. No way. After a moment's consideration, Wan turned her head away from Chen Fan, resolutely stating, I can't tell Daddy yet. Chen Fan pursed his lips and lightly flicked Wan's forehead with his finger, saying, You just said Daddy is always your favorite person. Is that a lie? You're keeping secrets with your mommy. Pouting, Wan looked up at Chen Fan with teary eyes, feeling quite wronged. Wan is doing this for Daddy's sake. Oh dear. Upon seeing Wan's tear-filled eyes, Chen Fan felt his heart melt, even doubting whether he had been too rough earlier. Perhaps he had been too strong, making it difficult for him to gauge his own strength. All right, sweetheart, don't cry. Daddy won't ask anymore. Daddy won't ask anything at all. Please don't cry. It makes Daddy feel sad. As he saw the tears welling in her big, watery eyes, he hurriedly reached out to wipe them away. Really? Sniffling. Wan blinked her glistening eyes at Chen Fan. Really? When has Daddy ever lied to Wan? Chen Fan nodded, glancing at her forehead. Well, there's indeed a red mark there. It seemed he needed to control his strength better. He couldn't afford to harm his precious daughter, or he would regret it deeply. Does it hurt? Chen Fan asked, full of concern. It doesn't hurt. It just stung a bit when Daddy first tapped it. Wan shook her head, pouting her lips as she spoke in a small voice. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, Chen Fan realized that Wan was not being entirely truthful. If it truly didn't hurt, she wouldn't have added the latter part. Raising his hand, Chen Fan placed his finger on Nuan-Nuan's forehead and used his mental power to transfer the pain away. Oh, Nuan-Nuan suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, "How come it doesn't hurt anymore?" "Because Daddy has superpowers." Chen Fan gently pinched Nuan-Nuan's cheek. "Wow, Daddy is so amazing." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Nuan-Nuan looked at him with adoring eyes, proclaiming, "Daddy is a superhero." Hee. Chen Fan chuckled at Nuan-Nuan's exaggerated reaction. Having a precious daughter is truly wonderful. Just seeing her smile seems to banish all his worries and sorrows in an instant. "Mr. Chen." Aunt Yang appeared at the doorway of Nuan-Nuan's room. Chen Fan gently set Nuan-Nuan down and turned to Aunt Yang, inquiring about what Nuan-Nuan had done that morning. "Daddy." Nuan-Nuan's soft voice chimed in before Aunt Yang could respond. What is it?" Chen Fan knelt down, affectionately ruffling Nuan-Nuan's hair. "When can I go to school?" "Daddy, I want to play with the other kids." Observing the eager expression on Nuan-Nuan's face, Chen Fan asked, "Do you enjoy going to school?" "Yes, I love kindergarten. I want to make lots of friends." Nuan-Nuan nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm evident. A gentle smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he stroked her hair, feeling a sense of relief. After all, Nuan-Nuan had previously resisted attending school and interacting with other children. The fact that she could express such sentiments now indicated she had truly opened her heart. "All right, my dear Nuan-Nuan, if you want to go to kindergarten, we shall go." "Wow, Daddy is the best in the world," Nuan-Nuan exclaimed joyfully, pulling Chen Fan's hand and showering him with praise. Chen Fan chuckled at her exuberance, pondering whether the person who abandoned her would ever regret their decision. After spending some time playing with Nuan-Nuan, he eventually left her room once she had drifted off to sleep. "Old Zhang," Chen Fan called out to the butler who was ascending the stairs. "Mr. Chen," the butler replied, looking up at Chen Fan, who was leaning against the railing with his arms outstretched. "How may I assist you? Are there any kindergartens nearby?" Chen Fan inquired. Old Zhang paused before responding. "There is a kindergarten at the foot of the mountain specifically for the children of our Nangang community." "Mr. Chen, are you considering enrolling Miss Nuan-Nuan?" "Yes," Chen Fan nodded. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. However, Mr. Chen, it may require you to pay a visit, as the school will need to gather more information about you," Old Zhang informed him. After all, the residents of Nangang were either wealthy or affluent. Hence it was essential to ascertain the background of their students. "Understood," Chen Fan replied, recognizing he had ample time on his hands. "By the way, Mr. Chen, the photographer has arrived. What time do you plan to have the photos taken?" The butler reminded him. "The photographer has arrived?" Chen Fan momentarily felt bewildered, recalling his earlier promise to Li Mu-Wan about taking a family portrait. A family portrait. Reflecting on the marriage certificate he had recently received, a subtle smile spread across his face. It truly was a family portrait now. "Please have him wait," Chen Fan said before heading upstairs, wondering if Li Mu-Wan was resting and if he might disturb her. Chapter 142. The hero saves the beauty, rewarded with the divine skill of wall passing. Arriving at Li Mu-Wan's door, Chen Fan knocked softly. "Come in," her voice floated from within. Pushing the door open, he immediately spotted Li Mu-Wan seated cross-legged on a yoga mat, stretching her limbs. Clad in snug athletic wear, her perfect S-curve was on full display. Chen Fan found himself momentarily entranced. He had always known she had an admirable figure, but he had never anticipated it would be so striking. It was simply breathtaking. His heart raced as he felt an undeniable attraction. Despite being fully clothed, she exuded a sensuality that surpassed even those who wore revealing attire. "Chen Fan, do you need something?" Li Mu-Wan took a deep breath, noticing the prolonged silence at the door. She slowly lifted one leg, bending it gracefully like a crane, and turned her head towards the entrance. Suddenly, upon recognizing Chen Fan, she lost her balance and began to wobble. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. In an instant, the system's prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind. A task had arrived. He focused his thoughts on the virtual interface, opening the task panel. Task: Hero saves the beauty. Reward: Divine skill of wall passing. Seeing Li Mu-Wan on the verge of falling, Chen Fan promptly teleported to her side and caught her just in time. With a thud, she tumbled into his embrace, her face pressed against his solid chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "Are you all right?" he asked with genuine concern. I'm fine. Li Mu-Wan's face flushed crimson as she quickly stepped back, creating distance between them. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced as if someone were urgently knocking on a door, the rhythm so pronounced that even she could hear her heart's accelerated pace. Noticing her desire to maintain distance, Chen Fan felt a twinge of frustration. Did Li Mu-Wan truly need to keep him at arm's length? Were her previous statements genuine or mere platitudes? "Did you come to see me for something?" Li Mu-Wan asked, her gaze averted, her head lowered. "Oh, I mentioned wanting to take a family portrait to hang on that wall in the lobby, and the photographer has arrived," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Logically, with his good looks, physique, and wealth, any woman would be drawn to him. Why then did Li Mu Wan behave differently from others? Should he feel grateful or disheartened? Grateful that Li Mu Wan was unlike other women, compromising for Wan Wan. Disheartened, realizing his allure was insufficient, as he still couldn't win her over. He's here? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Li Mu Wan quickly raised her head. I need to freshen up and change my clothes. How long will that take? Chen Fan asked, noticing her avoid his gaze even as their eyes met, intensifying his annoyance. Half an hour. Give me half an hour, and I will join you. Li Mu Wan replied after some thought. All right, I'll wait, Chen Fan said, sensing he should refrain from pushing further, especially given her evident desire to maintain some distance. As he turned to leave, Li Mu Wan watched him go, her heart gradually settling from its previous tumult. Once the door closed behind him, Li Mu Wan cradled her face in her hands and slowly crouched down. What was happening to her? Why did her heart race and her cheeks flush whenever she was near Chen Fan? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? The mere thought caused her to vigorously shake her head. Impossible. How could she possibly fall for Chen Fan? She was only interacting with him for Wan Wan's sake. If she did develop feelings for him, he would surely think she was merely using her role as Wan Wan's mother to get closer to him. In that case, she would be no different from those women who approached him with ulterior motives, and he would likely come to despise her. With this realization, her racing heart began to calm. She definitely did not like Chen Fan. It was simply the absence of male friends in her life that led to her misplaced closeness with him. No, she must maintain a safe distance from Chen Fan in the future. Otherwise, she feared she would lose control of her heart and make something ephemeral all too real. Turning around, Li Mu Wan dashed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet and splashing her face with cold water. Meanwhile, Chen Fan tidied himself up in the room, donning a tailored suit before heading towards the warmly lit space. Mr. Chen, as soon as he opened the door, Aunt Yang was taken aback by Chen Fan's elegant yet aristocratic appearance in a suit. It was the first time she had seen him dressed so impeccably, and it was truly captivating. I'll go call Wan Wan, Chen Fan said as he stepped inside. He quickly approached the plush bed where Wan Wan lay, gently shaking her petite frame. Sweetheart, it's time to wake up. Wan Wan slowly opened her eyes, raising her hand to rub the sleep from her eyes. Daddy? Come on, Wan Wan. It's time for the family portrait, Chen Fan urged as he lifted her into his arms. Family portrait? Wan Wan tilted her head, still a bit groggy. Yes, a photo with Daddy, Mommy, and our little Wan Wan, called a family portrait, Chen Fan patiently explained. Really? Wan Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Fan. Will we really have a family portrait? Indeed. So, Wan Wan must dress beautifully, Chen Fan nodded. Yay. Yay. Wan Wan loves family portraits, Wan Wan exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the bouncy bed. Leave it to me, Aunt Yang interjected. All right, I will wait for you both outside, Chen Fan replied, straightening up and walking out. Before long, Aunt Yang emerged from the room with Wan Wan, her hair styled into 2 playful pigtails, adorned in a pure white frilly dress, and a crown perched atop her head, resembling a little beauty queen. Let us go, Chen Fan said as he scooped Wan Wan into his arms and descended the stairs. As they reached the bottom, the servants were momentarily stunned. How handsome, how charming. Mr. Chen looks like a nobleman, and Miss Wan Wan resembles a princess. My goodness, I've never seen such a strikingly handsome man with features so perfect, devoid of any flaws. Is he a celebrity? So dashing. Perhaps he is a model? Just look at him. He is a living mannequin. The photographer team whispered among themselves. The sound of high heels clicking against the marble echoed closer. Wow. Oh my. Is that a fairy descending from the heavens? The crowd gasped, hearing the approaching footsteps. Chen Fan turned to look. Suddenly, he was mesmerized, his eyes filled with awe. Chapter 143. Has Wan Wan's biological mother come knocking? On the staircase stood Li Mu Wan, adorned in a strapless little white dress that showcased her delicate shoulders and knee-length fitted silhouette, revealing her long, fair legs. A pearl necklace graced her slender neck, adding an elegant touch, while her crimson lips resembled the embodiment of a seductive fairy or a fallen flower deity. Chen Fan had rarely encountered someone who so flawlessly combined allure and grace. Stunning. It was a beauty that captivated the heart and ensnared the gaze. Do I look good? As she approached Chen Fan, noticing his intense stare, Li Mu Wan quickly lowered her head, checking for any imperfections on her attire. Indeed, you look beautiful, Chen Fan replied candidly. He had seen many beautiful women, yet none had left him as spellbound as Li Mu Wan. Mommy, you look so pretty. Wan Wan chimed in with admiration. Hee, Li Mu Wan chuckled, thinking to herself that if she didn't make an effort to look presentable, she wouldn't deserve to stand beside the two of them. After all, one was strikingly handsome, and the other irresistibly adorable. She couldn't afford to diminish their brilliance. Mr. Huang, This is our Mr. Chen, along with his wife and the young miss, the butler said, retracting his gaze from the trio to address the photographer team. Oh, understood. The team finally snapped back to reality, redirecting their attention from the Chen family. What stunning looks. Are they celestial beings? Soon. After a brief arrangement of the setting, the photo shoot was completed in just over an hour. I must say, these photos are the most satisfying I have ever taken in my photography career, Mr. Huang remarked, gazing at the images. They require no retouching, not a single edit needed. The raw images are perfect. The trio is flawless from every angle, exuding unparalleled beauty and charm. Thank you all, the butler said, presenting the prepared red envelopes. No need for formality. We will send it over as soon as we've cleaned up, Mr. Huang replied, glancing at the three who were already heading upstairs. He had never seen such a remarkably beautiful and blissful family. It was envy-inducing. After all, the lady was stunning, and the gentleman was no less impressive. Their looks could easily rival top celebrities in the entertainment industry. Daddy, can we stop taking pictures? Wan is sleepy, she yawned, holding Li Mu Wan with one hand and Chen Fan with the other. No more pictures, Chen Fan nodded. Strangely enough, even the act of taking photos had made him somewhat drowsy. After placing Wan in her room and ensuring she was snugly asleep on the grand bed, Chen Fan and Li Mu Wan quietly exited the room. I'm curious about how our photos will turn out, Li Mu Wan said, her anticipation growing as she closed the door. Aside from the wedding certificate photo, this was the first family portrait she had taken with Chen Fan and their little Wan. It should turn out beautifully. Chen Fan took up her sentiment, initially at a loss for words as he admired her beauty, especially with her makeup done. Yes, Li Mu Wan nodded, feeling quite pleased with herself. She then turned her gaze towards Chen Fan, noting how dapper he looked in his formal attire, even sporting a tie, a stark contrast to his usual self. He appeared especially refined and handsome. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, during the brief interludes of the photo shoot, her eyes would inevitably drift towards Chen Fan. Throughout the journey, they exchanged no words, stealing glances at one another until they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Chen Fan was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. What is it? He groaned, sitting up with a furrowed brow as he stared at the door. Mr. Chen, there is a woman claiming to be Miss Wan's biological mother. She is demanding to see you. The butler hesitated before bluntly delivering the news. What? The remnants of sleep vanished from Chen Fan's mind upon hearing the butler's words. Wan's biological mother? Without a second thought, he threw off the covers, slipped on his slippers, and hurried to the door, too rushed to notice that one of his slippers had flown off. Barefoot, he stepped onto the plush carpet and urgently opened the door. Say that again, Chen Fan commanded. The butler reiterated his previous statements once more. Where is she? Where is that person? As he comprehended the butler's words, Chen Fan's heart began to spiral into chaos. This individual seeking him out, could it be to contest for custody? The mere thought of such a possibility darkened Chen Fan's expression. No, he would never relinquish Wan. He would not yield to anyone, not even if they were her biological parents. Though Wan was not his flesh and blood, merely a child he had found one fateful night without any ties of kinship in his heart from the moment he adopted her. He had treated her as his own daughter. His life was finally on the upswing. He had yet to provide Wan with a life of luxury, nor had he given her the royal treatment she deserved. He was resolute in his determination to hold on tightly. If the opposing party was willing to forfeit their claim to her custody, he would pay any sum necessary. However, should they refuse to relent, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. They would not escape his wrath, and he would ensure they disappeared entirely from this world. Regardless, this matter would remain hidden from Wan. Still at the entrance of the White House, the butler replied, Isn't Nangang a place that anyone can enter? How did they manage to get in? Chen Fan inquired. They followed the photographer's team today, the butler responded. The photographer's team? Very well. I will prepare to come down shortly. Have someone keep an eye on them. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan resolved to confront this individual personally. Yes, Mr. Chen. The butler answered promptly. As Chen Fan turned to leave, he seemed to recall something, then addressed the butler again. Do not disclose this matter to anyone else. Also, instruct Aunt Yang to ensure that Wan does not step outside her room. He needed to guarantee that everything was foolproof, preparing for the worst-case scenario. Understood, Mr. Chen. The butler replied. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Li Mu Wan listened intently to the receding footsteps, her hand clutching her clothes tightly against her chest. Chen Fan. He is not Wan's biological father. Chapter 144. Refusal of Demands. Reward. God-level memory insight. Suddenly, Li Mu Wan recalled something, her eyes flickering with doubt and unease. If Wan is not Chen Fan's biological child, then who is her real father? And what of her biological mother? This cascade of questions sent her mind into disarray, as if countless little insects were crawling through her thoughts, leaving her feeling restless. She began to spiral into wild conjecture. Various possibilities flooding her mind. Could it be that this child was being raised by Chen Fan on behalf of his ex-girlfriend? Had he become the kind-hearted, unsuspecting caretaker? Yet, if that were true, why had Chen Fan been so shocked upon hearing this news? These queries gnawed at Li Muwan's heart, entangling her in a web of confusion. She found herself lost in contemplation, attempting to untangle these complex relationships. However, the more she pondered, the more bewildered she became. Should she also go downstairs to meet them? Wan was such an adorable and warm-hearted child. How could she have been abandoned and become Chen Fan's child? Li Muwan was desperate to uncover the truth behind this situation. Thus, when Chen Fan emerged from his room, she coincidentally stepped out as well. Their eyes met. Chen Fan, may I accompany you to meet them? Li Muwan inquired, taking the initiative. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Meet whom? I'm sorry. I overheard what the butler said earlier. I intentionally waited for you to come out before following you, Li Muwan admitted. Her head bowed like a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Chen Fan chuckled softly at her words. He saw nothing amiss in her behavior. After all, Li Muwan was, in every sense, both nominally and practically, Wan's mother. She indeed held that right. Then let us go, Chen Fan said. Li Muwan looked at him in surprise and astonishment, initially expecting him to be somewhat irritated by her words. However, she never anticipated such a reaction from him. Clearly, she still did not understand Chen Fan well enough, or she would not have prepared for the worst. All right, she nodded, quickly following Chen Fan's lead. They took the elevator down to the grand hall on the first floor. Mr. Chen, Madam, the bustling servants greeted them immediately upon their arrival, bowing respectfully. The synchronized sound drew the butler's attention, who stood at the top of the grand staircase. Without hesitation, he turned around. Mr. Chen, Madam, you have arrived. Where are they? Chen Fan inquired. They are below, the butler indicated promptly. Chen Fan said nothing, merely glanced at Li Muwan before striding up the stairs. Looking down from the top, below, in addition to the staff who had come to assist with the photo shoot, stood a stranger. You must be Chen Fan. A woman, not unpleasant in appearance, stared at him in surprise, her eyes fixated on him as though he were the sole object of her attention. Yes, that is me. Chen Fan replied. You wouldn't happen to be Wan's biological mother, would you? Li Muwan frowned. Although the woman was attractive, she bore no resemblance to Wan. It was difficult to fathom that she could be her biological mother. The woman hesitated. Speak. What is your purpose for being here today? I am here to take Wan away. She is mine, the woman declared. Her gaze locked on Chen Fan, clearly enraptured by his handsome visage. Take her away? Chen Fan scoffed coldly. Aside from that, you may propose any other conditions. Really? The woman had anticipated some negotiation, but was taken aback by his directness, inviting her to state her terms. In truth, she had already formulated her conditions before arriving. However, upon seeing Chen Fan in person, she felt compelled to reconsider. Since he had made such a statement, she saw no reason to hold back. Since you said it yourself? Aside from taking Wan, I can set any condition I desire. The woman inhaled deeply, her gaze boldly meeting Chen Fan's. Indeed, Chen Fan acknowledged. Very well. The woman suddenly raised her hand, pointing at Li Muwan. I want to take her place. To become your wife. After all, I am Wan's biological mother. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. In his mind, the system's voice echoed instantly. Chen Fan quickly focused, navigating the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task, coldly refuse the opponent's demands. Reward, God-level memory insight. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Chen Fan interrupted her coldly. Not a chance. For both emotional and rational reasons, he could never acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. To aspire to be Chen Fan's wife was not a privilege afforded to just any woman. Li Muwan turned her head in shock. Her gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan, realizing that his response was not as she had anticipated. She had assumed that, given his affection for Wan, he would readily agree without a second thought. Instead, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. In her heart, there was an inexplicable flutter of excitement. Was Chen Fan's refusal to acquiesce to the demands of the woman before him rooted in the belief that she was more suited to be Wan's mother? Even though the woman standing in front of him was indeed Wan's biological mother. Did you not say that apart from taking Wan away, I could dictate the terms? The woman, hands firmly on her hips, publicly accused Chen Fan of wrongdoing. How much will it take for you to forever vanish from Wan's life? Chen Fan asked coldly, lacking the patience to engage in further trivial discourse with her. The thought that this woman had abandoned the newborn Wan at his doorstep instantly extinguished any remaining goodwill he might have harbored. If he were not a person of conscience, he feared that Wan might never have survived to this day. Now, She had the audacity to demand his child. The woman had not anticipated Chen Fan's directness. Her gaze shifted to Li Mu-wan beside him, and a sense of dissatisfaction bubbled within her. She believed she was not significantly inferior to this woman. Was it merely that this woman was slightly taller and more beautiful? Why should she be entitled to be his wife while she was not? Mr. Chen, I believe my earlier proposal is entirely reasonable. After all, I am Wan Wan's biological mother, the woman declared through clenched teeth, attempting to negotiate once more. Silence. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of coldness. Do not presume to speak for her. Chapter 145. Blood is thicker than water. As those words left his lips, the previously tumultuous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone present dared not utter a sound, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from him. This pressure was not derived from Chen Fan's authority or status, but rather from an intangible force that enveloped him. Under this influence, all present became exceedingly cautious, fearful of uttering a word or committing an error that might provoke Chen Fan's ire. The expressions of those around him turned grave, their heads bowed, avoiding his gaze. The whispers that had previously filled the air ceased abruptly, as a tense stillness enveloped the room, as if time itself had frozen. It was evident to all that Chen Fan was furious, and his rage had seemingly reached a boiling point. In the face of this situation, no one dared to speak. You should say less and take what you can get and leave. A bespectacled girl beside the woman tugged at her sleeve, offering a quiet warning. How can that be? If I leave with just a little benefit, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? The woman dismissed the girl's hand with a flourish, defiantly addressing Chen Fan. It seems you don't truly care for Wan Wan. If you did, you would allow me to remain by her side. After all, blood is thicker than water. Those four simple words struck Chen Fan's heart like a dagger, rendering him speechless, while Li Mu-wan's expression darkened. Observing the silence from the two, the woman felt triumphant and continued, rather than allowing a stranger to assume the role of Wan Wan's mother, why not let me take that place? After all, I am her true mother. How could someone with no relation to Wan Wan genuinely care for her? Perhaps her kindness is merely a facade for ulterior motives. Enough. The bespectacled girl interjected, noticing Chen Fan's face darkening further. This isn't what we discussed on the way here, is it? I am merely stating the truth. I refuse to believe that someone with no connection to Wan Wan would simply act kindly toward her for no reason, the woman retorted, her voice rising in agitation as she shoved the bespectacled girl aside. You all put on a show in front of me, but behind my back. Who knows how you might mistreat my precious daughter? No, you misunderstand. I genuinely care for Wan Wan, from the depths of my heart. I even regard her as my own daughter, Li Mu-wan attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted. Spare me your theatrics. Even if you are kind to Wan Wan now, it is only to project an image of virtue and compassion. But can you guarantee that once you have your own children, you will continue to care for Wan Wan? The woman shot a disdainful glance at Li Mu-wan. Li Mu-wan was taken aback, her thoughts racing to the possibility of having her own children. She had never contemplated this before. No, it was impossible. The sorrow of losing her child had rendered her incapable of accepting another pregnancy. Moreover, she found fulfillment in being Wan Wan's mother. For her, that was a remarkable blessing. You need not worry. I have no intention of bearing children. In this lifetime, having Wan Wan is more than sufficient. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu-wan turned back to the woman, her tone resolute. Do you think I would truly fall for your manipulations? Today, no matter what, I will take Wan Wan with me. She is my child. I have both the obligation and the right. The woman scoffed coldly, clearly dismissing Li Mu-wan's words. Obligation? Right? Chen Fan sneered, his gaze filled with scorn and fury. If you truly possessed any sense of responsibility for Wan Wan, why did you abandon her at my doorstep when she was less than a month old, indifferent to her fate? Those words struck Li Mu-wan like a sharp blade, draining the color from her face as her lips trembled, unable to articulate a response. So this was the truth behind Chen Fan's adoption of Wan Wan. Suddenly, Li Mu-wan glared at the woman before her. How could one so callous discard Wan Wan after just a month? Had Wan Wan encountered anyone other than Chen Fan, the outcome would have been unthinkable. This woman had the audacity to appear here now, brazenly demanding to take Wan Wan away. What gave her the audacity? Chen Fan's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the woman's very soul. He continued, you treated her as a burden, carelessly cast her aside. And now you wish to reclaim her. What does that even signify? The woman's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her voice softening as she murmured, I acknowledge my mistakes. But I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Compelled? Chen Fan interrupted with derision. Why did you not seek help from the appropriate authorities? Why did you not explore other solutions, instead opting for the most irresponsible route? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tempest within him, though the flames of rage remained unextinguished. It is not my fault. I had just given birth to Wan and was in a frail state. My family took her away without my consent, deceiving me into believing she had perished. As she spoke, tears welled in the woman's eyes, and she squeezed out 2 droplets of sorrow. Mr. Chen, you must not blame Sister Zhao. She is innocent. The bespectacled girl gently patted the woman's back while addressing Chen Fan. At that time, Sister Zhao was far too young, and her parents disapproved of the man she chose, which led to her being deceived. If it weren't for our return to the studio today to develop photographs, Sister Zhao would remain oblivious to the fact that her daughter still exists in this world. Upon hearing this, Li Muan felt a jolt in her heart. Wasn't this akin to her own plight? However, she was far less fortunate. Her daughter had indeed passed away. She hadn't even been granted the chance to see her one last time. How can you be so sure that Wan is your daughter? Chen Fan furrowed his brows, feeling a touch of irritation. He had initially intended to exploit this revelation to castigate the other party, shifting all blame onto them. Yet, he never anticipated that they too were a victim. Still, he couldn't resign himself to the notion of letting Wan go. How could he bear to part with her? She was the delicate flower he had painstakingly cared for whom he had sacrificed his admission to prestigious universities in the capital. Now, he was being asked to return her personally. How could he possibly do that? How can I prove it? Am I unable to recognize my own daughter? She is the one I carried for 10 long months. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was my child. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly began to plead anxiously, fearful that others might doubt her words. Indeed, I witnessed the birth of that child myself. When I first saw Miss Wan, I was also taken aback, Sister Zhao chimed in, affirming the woman's claims. Chen Fan's brow creased in contemplation. This shouldn't be the case. After all, when he had found Wan, though her little face was far from perfect, there were still discernible differences compared to now. Regardless of the stage, Wan had always been endearing and charming in his eyes. Could it be that this woman's certainty stemmed from an innate bond of blood? Was that why she could so confidently identify Wan? Meanwhile, Li Muan pressed her lips together tightly. She too had briefly tasted motherhood. If her child were to appear before her, she would undoubtedly recognize her. Unfortunately, her child would never have the chance to return, having vanished 3 years prior. She hadn't even had the time to meet her before her parents had sent her off for cremation. As she lifted her gaze towards the woman once more, Li Muan's eyes reflected a newfound sympathy and sorrow. She understood all too well the torment of losing a child. It was akin to having one's soul wrenched away. An unbearable agony. Now, witnessing another mother's child thriving in this world, she could empathize deeply. If she were in that position, she would stop at nothing to reclaim her child, for to a mother, a child is her entire world. Nothing could be more paramount. Thus, seeing this mother's relentless desire to find her child invoked a profound sense of emotion within her. However, Li Muan's expression grew somber. While she empathized with the woman, it did not imply she would yield and return Wan to her. She felt for the woman's plight, but was equally selfish. She cherished Wan and wished to be a good mother, providing the love that was absent in her life. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, she would oppose returning Wan. Moreover, the woman was dressed in exceedingly simple attire, indicating that she did not lead a prosperous life. It was evident that Wan would suffer should she go with her, and her quality of life would plummet drastically. If you truly wish for what's best for Wan, you ought to allow her to stay. Following you would only ensure her a life of hardship. Li Muan spoke. Of course, I can offer you 10 million, provided you relinquish custody of Wan. I can also arrange accommodation and employment for you. 10 million? The woman with glasses gasped in astonishment. Such a sum was staggering. No wonder the people of Jiangxing claimed that only the truly affluent could reside in Nangang. This gossip now seemed rather credible. Quickly, the bespectacled woman tugged at Sister Zhao's sleeve, signaling her with wide eyes. 10 million? Do you think you can simply shoo me away with money? I want my precious daughter. Sister Zhao shouted defiantly at Li Muan, seemingly oblivious to the hints from her companion. The woman in glasses was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. This was not the response they had anticipated. Had Sister Zhao become addicted to this charade? 50 million. Li Muan ground her teeth, raising the stakes. If money could resolve the issue, she would employ it. If not, she would resort to legal channels. After all, should it come to a lawsuit, she would not only avoid compensating the other party, but could also retain Wan. 50 million. The bespectacled woman gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, stifling a cry of excitement. How had the offer skyrocketed from 10 million to 50 million in mere moments? Seeing Sister Zhao's expression shift, the woman realized the plan had evolved due to Sister Zhao's insatiable ambition. Impossible. I won't budge an inch, not even for 50 million or 100 million. Sister Zhao responded defiantly, her neck craning as she faced Li Muan. Enough, the woman with glasses urged, tugging at Sister Zhao's hand. Don't push it too far. Do you truly believe that blood ties can be measured in monetary terms? Sister Zhao remained unmoved. Observing Sister Zhao's unwavering stance, Chen Fan interjected, regardless of the circumstances. I will not allow you to take 1 yuan. Ding. At that moment, Chen Fan's mind was flooded with the system's alert. He mentally navigated through the virtual interface. Accessing the task list. Task. Prevent the opposing party from taking 1 yuan. Reward. Godly skill. Healing. Ding. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Acquiring the godly skill. Wall passing. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Acquiring the godly skill. Memory peaking. As he accepted the task, Chen Fan also claimed the rewards for the 2 tasks. Ding. System alert. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random task. Task. Use the memory peaking skill on any person present. Reward. 100 billion Dehua currency. 100 billion Dehua currency? Chen Fan inhaled sharply, astonished by the simultaneous arrival of tasks. Closing the virtual interface, he scanned the room. He would not allow that woman to take 1 yuan. Ultimately, Chen Fan resolved to employ the memory peaking skill on the woman. After all, the system's requirement was simply to target anyone present. Fixing his gaze, Chen Fan successfully infiltrated the woman's memories, uncovering the events of that fateful year. What? Moments later, Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare she deceive him? Ding. Just as Chen Fan was on the brink of exploding with rage, the system's alert echoed once more in his mind. He had no choice but to endure, opening the virtual interface and navigating to the task list. Task. Give the opponent a severe lesson. Reward. Godly abilities of immense power. Astonished, Chen Fan was taken aback. 3 tasks bestowed upon him all at once. Very well. After all, in the absence of system tasks, he would certainly not show leniency towards this woman who seemed oblivious to the meaning of danger. Chapter 147. Reward of 10 beachfront villas. Old Zhang. Chen Fan beckoned to the steward Zhang beside him. Upon hearing Chen Fan's call, Old Zhang promptly approached, lowering his voice to inquire, Mr. Chen, what are your instructions? Chen Fan gestured again. Zhang, instantly comprehending, moved closer to Chen Fan. Go. Find a few individuals and seize this woman. Give her a good beating. After Zhang drew near, Chen Fan spoke with an impassive expression. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Fan, yet he quickly regained his composure, replying, Understood, Mr. Chen. Chen Fan, however, was aware that Li Muan had no inkling of his true intentions. She assumed that the negotiations were still in progress, and that Chen Fan had, in his impatience, summoned Zhang to teach that woman a lesson. Rest assured, I know my limits. Chen Fan could see through Li Muan's thoughts at a glance. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Very well. With Chen Fan's assurance, Li Muan ceased her inquiries. In no time, Zhang returned with a few burly men from the lower steps. Upon seeing these imposing figures approaching, the bespectacled woman felt a wave of panic wash over her. They couldn't possibly be coming for us, could they? Shut up. Zhao Yu interrupted the bespectacled woman. It's just a few people. What is there to fear? Don't lose your composure. Yet the bespectacled woman remained unsettled, glancing up at Chen Fan, who stood atop the steps, exuding an aura of calm authority akin to that of an emperor. This man, no matter how one looked at him, did not seem like a tyrant. Surely he would not resort to violence against them. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you trying to capture me? Just as the bespectacled woman became entranced by Chen Fan's handsome visage, Zhao Yu's sharp voice pierced through her thoughts. Let her go. We can talk this over. We can negotiate. Upon witnessing this, the bespectacled woman rushed forward to assist Zhao Yu, only to be seized by another burly man, her struggles proving futile. Negotiate? Chen Fan scoffed at the bespectacled woman's words. What qualifications do you possess? These 2 deceivers had truly managed to dupe him, nearly causing him to falter. Did they genuinely believe their presence here signified they could take Yuan away from him? If you dare lay a finger on me, I will ensure Yuan never has to live with someone like you. Zhao Yu's heart raced. She sensed an inexplicable intensity in Chen Fan's gaze, one that brimmed with lethal intent. This man surely couldn't be contemplating silencing her, thus eliminating any competition for Yuan's custody? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, her heart skipping a beat. Perhaps there was a possibility of that happening. Was it because she had previously demanded too much? Let us do this. I want to ask for more. Didn't you just mention 1 billion? Fine. 1 billion it is. If you give me 1 billion, I'll leave immediately. I want to even appear before Yuan, much less in front of you. Zhao Yu, fearing she might miss this opportunity, realized she was cornered with no escape. After all, a cornered dog will bite, let alone a human. Previously, she had entertained the thought of using Yuan to usurp that woman's position. But now it seemed merely obtaining the money or leaving was a stroke of good fortune. It was too late for a change of heart. As soon as Chen Fan spoke, he pronounced Zhao Yu's sentence. Act. Zhang, ever observant of Chen Fan's demeanor, immediately commanded the burly men upon hearing Chen Fan's order. Without further ado, the men seized Zhao Yu, throwing her to the ground and pummeling her mercilessly. Zhao Yu curled into a ball on the ground, wailing in agony. What you're doing is illegal. The bespectacled woman, helplessly bound beside her friend, struggled and shouted at Chen Fan from the steps. Illegal? Chen Fan merely scoffed. Do you think your collusion to defraud us isn't a crime? What do you mean? Defraud? Li Muin turned incredulously to Chen Fan, questioning the implication of his words. Had he truly uncovered something? What? What are you saying? I don't understand. The bespectacled woman instinctively averted her gaze when meeting Chen Fan's penetrating eyes. Don't understand? Chen Fan coldly retorted, raising his hand to point at Zhao Yu, who was spitting blood on the ground. She has no blood relation to Wan. It was not a question, but a definitive statement. Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, the bespectacled woman's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him. Impossible. He must be trying to confuse us to throw us off balance. No. Sister Zhao is truly Wan's biological mother. Wan was born after her 10 months of pregnancy. The bespectacled woman fervently defended. Humph. Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. He had gleaned the truth from the memories of the other party. Everything was merely a ruse concocted by the two of them, masquerading as Wan's biological mother to extort him. How unfortunate that greed knows no bounds. If they had simply stated their demands from the outset, matters would not have escalated to this point. Yet Zhao Yu, in her audacity, had still coveted Li Muin's position, aspiring to replace her as his partner. Such foolish aspirations. Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering cold demeanor, the bespectacled woman's heart sank entirely. Clearly, his expression conveyed disbelief in her claims. What course of action should she take? How could she persuade him to release them? In desperation, her gaze fell upon Zhao Yu, who was being mercilessly kicked and howling in pain. Fear gripped the bespectacled woman, terrified she might become the next victim. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Another task? Surprised, Chen Fan focused his thoughts on the virtual interface, accessing the taskbar. Task: compel the opponent to reveal the truth to the world. Reward: 10 beachfront villas. 10 beachfront villas? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Could such fortune truly exist? Not just one, but a full 10. There was no room for hesitation. Chapter 148. Task completed, claiming 3 rewards. Closing the virtual interface. Chen Fan leisurely gazed down the steps at the increasingly pale and visibly anxious bespectacled woman. Slowly, he spoke in a chilling tone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Speak the truth of your presence here, and I shall release you. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the bespectacled woman felt her heart plummet. Indeed, he knew everything, for otherwise, he would not have uttered such a statement. The purpose, the goal, our objective, is simply to take away my biological daughter. Before the bespectacled woman could utter a word, Zhao Yu, who had been kicked and beaten, preemptively shouted, enduring the intense pain coursing through her body. She absolutely could not afford to reveal even the slightest hint of weakness at this moment. The man known as Mr. Chen appeared gentle and amiable, yet in reality, he was ruthless and exceedingly cruel. His current intimidation tactics were merely a ploy to coerce them into relinquishing their claim on Wan. Were he to discover their true intentions, it was likely they would meet a fate worse than death. Now that they had been cornered to such an extent, conceding was not an option. If they did, given this man's nature, it would likely result in a fate that was far from desirable. Continue the beating. Chen Fan commanded. Still have the energy to resist, do you? It seems the strength of my subordinates is lacking. With Chen Fan's order, the henchman became even more reckless, mercilessly assaulting Zhao Yu. The air was filled with her heartfelt cries of anguish, causing the bespectacled woman's mental defenses to crumble little by little. She never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. It was entirely contrary to what she and Sister Zhao had envisioned. Still unwilling to speak the truth, Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, his entire demeanor radiating a chilling coldness. The bespectacled woman lifted her gaze to meet Chen Fan's dark, penetrating eyes, and an icy dread enveloped her heart. Goosebumps erupted across her skin, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Speak. Chen Fan's voice was cold and commanding. I can't withstand the immense pressure, the bespectacled woman stammered, her legs weakening. Had her hands not been restrained by the henchmen behind her, she would have collapsed to the ground. She had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome, yet exuding such a terrifying aura. It was as if a malevolent spirit sought her demise, offering no chance for respite. Hurry up, Li Muin urged, her curiosity piqued about the truth Chen Fan alluded to. We are here for Miss Wan. Just as the bespectacled woman began to divulge their intentions, Zhao Yu's agonized screams pierced the air once more. Don't say it. Don't say anything. Please, stop kicking me, or I will die. Zhao Yu cried out, overwhelmed by pain that coursed through her entire being. Such stubbornness. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy as he instructed the butler nearby to intensify the punishment. Yes, Mr. Chen, the butler promptly complied, retrieving a toolbox. What? What is this? As the henchman opened the toolbox, the bespectacled woman's heart plummeted into despair. Could it be that they intended to employ torture? Mr. Chen demands you speak. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The butler produced a pair of pliers, and the prospect of having their nails pulled out one by one sent shivers down their spines. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Please, please don't treat me this way. I am terrified of pain. Before the butler could finish, the bespectacled woman was already in a state of panic. Her face pale and ashen. This is your final opportunity. We have little patience left. Li Muin glanced at Chen Fan before turning her attention back to the sobbing, bespectacled woman at the bottom of the steps. Was there an underlying truth she was unaware of? How did Chen Fan come to possess this knowledge? We deceived you. We have no connection to Miss Nuan. We were simply swayed by greed upon hearing her background, which led us to conceive this malicious scheme to extort you. Ultimately, under the immense pressure, the bespectacled woman divulged everything. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. We shall never do this again. She knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu had already lost the strength to speak, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Ding. System. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have received 100 billion Dahua coins. Ding. System. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have acquired 10 seaside villas. Ding. System. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have gained an extraordinary skill set. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Chen Fan accessed the virtual interface to claim his rewards. Now, only one task remained unfulfilled. How audacious of you to dare to deceive us. Li Muin seethed with anger, realizing that her earlier sympathy for the woman was misplaced. It had all been a fabrication. We were wrong. We truly understand our mistakes. We promise to never return to Jiangqing, nor will we ever appear before you again. The bespectacled woman lamented, filled with regret. Had she known this would be her fate, she would have never allied with Sister Zhao. Unfortunately, it was uncertain whether her repentance would come too late. Spare you? Chen Fan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the bespectacled woman. Did he appear to be a man of mercy? Old Zhang, call the police. Chen Fan's gaze settled on Old Zhang. Take these two to the Public Security Bureau. This is the most appropriate punishment for them. After all, even the director of the bureau would give me some face. Yes, Mr. Chen. Zhang, the butler, responded promptly, pulling out his phone to make the call. Within moments, several police cars rushed toward the White House, sirens blaring. The first to disembark was Director Yao of the Public Security Bureau, who, upon receiving the call from the Southport White House, hastily abandoned his work, fearing to delay Chen Fan's time. Mr. Chen, Director Yao addressed, surveying the nearly lifeless Zhao Yu and the weeping bespectacled woman. He then looked up at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, here is what transpired. The butler recounted the events. These two truly deserve punishment. Director Yao's expression darkened as he ordered his subordinates to take them away and detain them. The occurrence of such an incident within his jurisdiction sent a chill down his spine. Immediately afterward, Director Yao turned to Chen Fan with an apologetic expression. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was my mismanagement and oversight. Rest assured, I will ensure these two face severe consequences and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 149. Acquired the super skill of healing. Very well, take them away. Chen Fan merely nodded indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu and the bespectacled woman were swiftly escorted away by the security personnel. Mr. Chen, do you have any further instructions? Director Yao inquired, trembling slightly, silently wishing not to face any repercussions for the incident, for it would spell his doom and cost him his position. No, you may leave, Chen Fan replied succinctly. Understood. Understood, Mr. Chen. Upon receiving Chen Fan's words, Director Yao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he and his team departed. The police cars roared back down the mountain. Who would have thought that Director Yao would personally intervene? Upon the arrival of Director Yao, Li Muwan found it difficult to believe. After all, he was the head of the Jiangqing Public Security Bureau, and one would assume he would be perpetually occupied. His presence here for such trivial matters seemed implausible. Do not pay it any mind, Chen Fan interjected. The only reason old Yao has shown up is merely to assert his presence before me. Ding. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the super divine skill of healing. Hearing the system notification resonate in his mind, Chen Fan deftly manipulated the virtual interface to access the taskbar and claim his rewards. The day's gains had indeed been substantial, within a short span. He had completed several tasks and received multiple rewards, all of which posed no challenge whatsoever. How did you know they were deceiving us? Li Mu Wan withdrew her gaze and turned to Chen Fan, her expression one of bewilderment. Having navigated the business world for many years, one would expect her keen perception to be deeply ingrained, yet she had failed to sense anything amiss. Intuition, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Knowing he could not disclose the truth to Li Mu Wan about his divine skill of memory probing. Even if he did, she might not believe him and could very well think him deranged. Intuition? Li Mu Wan's eyes widened at his response. There was a semblance of validity to it. After all, some individuals do possess remarkably acute instincts. I was merely conjecturing. Look, they have become quite anxious. To bolster Li Mu Wan's belief in his words, Chen Fan added, it's no wonder. Li Mu Wan raised her hand to touch her chin, everything suddenly making perfect sense. With a sigh of relief, she felt grateful that the other party was indeed a fraud. Otherwise, there would be greater concerns regarding Nguyen Nguyen. Yet, a sense of worry crept in as she contemplated that Chen Fan was not Nguyen Nguyen's biological father, and eventually, her true relatives would seek her out. Chen Fan, does Nguyen Nguyen truly have no connection to you at all? Li Mu Wan was aware she should not pose such a question, but she wished to ensure that a second Zhao Yu would not emerge in the future. Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Fan nodded. While Nguyen Nguyen bears no blood relation to me, I have always regarded her as my own daughter. I have raised her single-handedly. Even if her biological parents were to return, I would never relinquish Nguyen Nguyen to them. What if Nguyen Nguyen wishes to leave with them? Li Mu Wan gazed into Chen Fan's resolute eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy as she recognized the weight of his burdens. Leave? Chen Fan was taken aback. He had never considered such a scenario. To Nguyen Nguyen, he was her most cherished figure, her beloved father. How could she possibly wish to depart from him? However, Li Mu Wan's suggestion was not without merit, for despite his kindness, he was not her biological father. With a deep breath, Chen Fan looked into the distance and casually remarked, if she insists on leaving me, then I shall let her go. If she does not value the years of care I have bestowed upon her, why should I keep such an ungrateful wolf by my side? I, Chen Fan, am not one to cling to the unworthy. Rest assured, Nguyen Nguyen will certainly not leave you, Li Mu Wan said, gazing at Chen Fan, who was enveloped in a veil of subtle sorrow, offering him comfort. Surprised by her certainty, Chen Fan turned to her. How could she be so confident? Nguyen Nguyen is certainly not the kind of child devoid of conscience. The Nguyen Nguyen you have nurtured would not lack such self-assurance, Li Mu Wan chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement at Chen Fan's inquisitive gaze. Chen Fan, as he observed her crescent-shaped eyes and the way she covered the lower half of her face, he found himself momentarily seeing Nguyen Nguyen's reflection in Li Mu Wan's visage. It was strikingly similar. It was no wonder that people claimed those who spend prolonged periods together begin to resemble one another. However, a pressing question lingered. Suddenly, the smiling Li Mu Wan adopted a serious demeanor. What question? Chen Fan inquired. How did they come to know that Nguyen Nguyen is not your biological daughter? And how many others are aware of this? Li Mu Wan's expression turned grave. Chen Fan. Indeed, he had overlooked this crucial matter. There had to be a traitor within their ranks. Chen Fan, if you trust me, may I handle this issue? Li Mu Wan asked. Chen Fan had assisted her in numerous ways and even facilitated her official recognition as Nguyen Nguyen's mother. She felt that it was time for her to contribute something in return to him. Very well. Meeting Li Mu Wan's earnest gaze, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. He had complete faith in her ability to uncover the mastermind behind this situation. Thank you. Li Mu Wan was taken aback by how readily Chen Fan had acquiesced. Old Zhang, summon everyone to the main hall immediately. With Chen Fan's consent, Li Mu Wan instructed the butler below. Understood, Butler Zhang replied promptly. I will check on Nguyen Nguyen, Chen Fan stated. Having entrusted the matter to Li Mu Wan, he felt no need to interfere or merely observe. He only required her to inform him of the final outcome. All right, Li Mu Wan agreed. As Chen Fan approached Nguyen Nguyen's room, he could already hear her lively chatter. Can I see my mommy and daddy? No, Miss Nguyen Nguyen. Mr. Chen has instructed that you are not to leave this room. They are occupied with very important matters, Aunt Yang said patiently. When can I see mommy and daddy? When will they finish and come to play with Nguyen Nguyen? Clutching her doll, Nguyen Nguyen sat on the woolen blanket, fussing with the doll's lovely skirt as she asked with a sweet, childlike voice. Well, Miss Nguyen Nguyen, I'm not sure. However, once Mr. Chen and Madam are done, they will come to accompany you right away, Aunt Yang replied, momentarily caught off guard. Then quickly found a reasonable excuse. Okay, Nguyen Nguyen said, accepting Aunt Yang's response without further protest. Then I will patiently wait for Daddy and Mommy to finish, she pouted, speaking in her adorable, soft voice. Chapter 150. Who is it? 1-1. Observing her obedient demeanor, Chen Fan's heart melted like ice cream beneath the warm sun. Daddy? Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice at the doorway, 1-1, who had been engrossed in her doll, suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she turned to him. Seeing Chen Fan at the door, she sprang to her feet and scampered toward him. Daddy, weren't you busy with Mommy? Why are you here to see 1-1? She asked, joyfully grasping his leg. Daddy has finished his work. Chen Fan effortlessly lifted 1-1 into his arms. And Mommy? 1-1 peered behind Chen Fan. But the space was empty, and she felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing Li Mu-wan. Mommy is still busy, but once she is done, she will come to keep you company, Chen Fan reassured her, gently stroking her fluffy little head as she rested it on his shoulder, resembling a small puppy with drooping ears. All right. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, 1-1 lifted her head, her small hands encircling Chen Fan's neck. Daddy, I'm a bit hungry. Can we eat now? Of course, Chen Fan replied with a smile, playfully pinching 1-1's cheek before instructing Aunt Yang to summon the kitchen to prepare today's meal. What does 1-1 wish to eat? He inquired, glancing down at the exceptionally obedient 1-1 in his arms. I'm not picky, I'll eat anything. She beamed back, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. That's a wonderful habit, Chen Fan chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Aunt Yang, who promptly nodded and departed. Cradling 1-1, Chen Fan stepped into her room. To his recollection, 1-1 had never caused him any trouble, unlike other children, who often cried and fussed. She remained quiet and composed, always seeking opportunities to stay by his side, endearing, yet also evoking a sense of tenderness. He had always believed that it was his own inadequacy that led 1-1 to suppress her emotions, afraid to express herself. Yet, now that life had improved, he had never witnessed her throwing a tantrum. She remained as she had always been. 1-1, do you like everything now? He asked sincerely as he placed her among her dolls. I do. She nodded vigorously. And what about before? Chen Fan continued. I liked it. She said after a moment's thought, nodding again. Which do you prefer, now or before? He asked, gently ruffling her small head. Now, 1-1 replied without hesitation, her excitement palpable, because before, it was just Daddy. Now, I have both Daddy and Mommy. Upon finishing, she flashed a broad smile at Chen Fan. Standing at the door, Li Mu-wan felt a warmth in her heart. 1-1 truly was a little sunbeam. Chen Fan, Li Mu-wan gently tapped on the door. You're here? Chen Fan turned to see her at the entrance. Yes, things are starting to take shape, she replied. Come in, he invited. He hadn't anticipated that the investigation would yield results so swiftly. Casting a glance at 1-1, who gazed at Li Mu-wan with wide, sparkling eyes, Li Mu-wan stepped inside. After all, every family has its own methods of education, and Chen Fan's approach was perhaps a bit more stringent, not indulging 1-1 excessively. Who is it? Chen Fan inquired. It should be Aunt Yang, Li Mu-wan sighed. She too wished to suspect Aunt Yang, but ultimately, all evidence pointed in her direction. After all, Aunt Yang had spent the most time with Chen Fan and 1-1, even more than Li Mu-wan herself. Aunt Yang? Chen Fan was taken aback. He never imagined this matter would implicate her. Had his remuneration not been sufficient to satisfy her? Was she conspiring with outsiders to deceive him? But how could Aunt Yang possibly know that 1-1 was not his biological child? He had scarcely mentioned this to anyone, aside from Zhao Tingting's family, who were the only ones aware of 1-1's origins. Even Li Mu-wan had only recently learned of it. I just want to call Aunt Yang up. Should we ask her directly? Li Mu-wan suggested, sensing that Chen Fan likely shared her disbelief regarding Aunt Yang being the mastermind. Yes, Chen Fan nodded. He needed to question Aunt Yang about how she came to know of this matter and who had informed her. Mr. Chen, madam. Just as Li Mu-wan was about to turn to leave, Aunt Yang's voice echoed from the doorway. Come in, Chen Fan instructed. Aunt Yang entered the room, her expression one of confusion. She wondered why Mr. Chen and Ms. Li looked so serious, as though something troubling had occurred. Aunt Yang, who told you that 1-1 is not my biological child? Chen Fan intended to be straightforward but reconsidered, deciding it would be better to keep 1-1 unaware, fearing she might overthink the situation. Mr. Chen, are you inquiring if Miss 1-1 is not your biological child? Aunt Yang interjected. Who let you say that? Li Mu-wan immediately turned to 1-1, anxious that she might take it seriously. 1-1, don't listen to her. She is talking nonsense. Aunt Yang isn't talking nonsense. 1-1 really isn't Daddy's biological child, the little girl stated earnestly, shaking her head. Pretty Mommy, didn't you know? 1-1 was picked up by Daddy. Extending her small hand, 1-1 grasped Li Mu-wan's finger, inquiring gently, Pretty Mommy, will you not like me anymore? Li Mu-wan was taken aback. She turned to Chen Fan, incredulity etched on her face. This development was entirely different from what she had envisioned. 1-1 was aware of her own origins? No, Mommy will always love 1-1, she reassured quickly, noticing Nuan Nuan's lips quivering as if she might cry. Mommy loves Nuan Nuan, no matter whose child she is. Even if Nuan Nuan's parents were criminals, Mommy would still love her. Really? Nuan Nuan's bright round eyes sparkled as they met Li Muan's gaze. Of course. Don't you feel how much Mommy loves you? Li Muan replied, enveloping Nuan Nuan's tiny hand within her own. I do. Nuan Nuan loves Mommy too. The little girl nodded vigorously, then leaped into Li Muan's embrace. She adored her beautiful Mommy immensely. Nuan Nuan, who told you that you aren't Daddy's biological child? Now, Chen Fan simply wanted to ascertain who had so thoughtlessly divulged such a cruel truth to a mere 3-year-old child. Daddy, don't be angry, Nuan Nuan said. Nuan Nuan said, she stammered, retreating a little in Li Muan's arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at Chen Fan, feeling wronged. Daddy isn't angry. Daddy isn't upset with Nuan Nuan, he reassured her, feeling the tremor of her delicate body. Daddy, you really aren't angry? Nuan Nuan asked, her apprehension evident. Daddy isn't angry with Nuan Nuan. Daddy is just upset with himself for not protecting Nuan Nuan well enough. Chen Fan sighed, feeling his heart soften. He realized his earlier expression had been too fearsome, frightening her. Daddy, don't be angry. Suddenly, Nuan Nuan leapt from Li Muan's embrace, taking Chen Fan's hand in hers. Nuan Nuan will listen to Daddy. Don't be angry. All right. Now, Nuan Nuan, please tell Daddy who informed you, okay? Chen Fan nodded, as any lingering anger dissipated upon hearing her sweet voice. It was Aunt Zhao who said so. She said that one day, Daddy would abandon Nuan Nuan because she isn't your biological child, but one you picked up. With her head bowed, Nuan Nuan spoke softly, like a child confessing a misdeed, avoiding Chen Fan's gaze. In the past 6 months, Zhao Tingting had not seen Nuan Nuan, so it seemed she must have revealed this when Nuan Nuan was just over 2 years old. Chen Fan's brow furrowed deeply, his face hardening as anger surged within him, flames igniting in his eyes. He could hardly contain his fury at the thought of Zhao Tingting, that wretched woman, for having told Nuan Nuan such a thing behind his back. It was utterly despicable. Yet, fearing that his rage would terrify Nuan Nuan, he struggled to restrain himself, resulting in the veins on his forehead bulging alarmingly. No wonder Nuan Nuan had never dared to throw a tantrum. She must have feared that if she did, he would no longer want her. Upon contemplating this, Chen Fan felt an immense pang of sorrow as he tightly embraced Nuan Nuan, cradling her head with unwavering resolve. Do not worry, my dear Nuan Nuan, he affirmed with steadfast conviction. Father will always be by your side as you grow, and I shall never abandon you. Indeed, Nuan Nuan replied earnestly, when I grow up, I will also take care of both Daddy and Mommy. She lifted her small hand and gently patted Chen Fan's back, offering her own innocent comfort. Daddy seems a bit strange today, but that's all right. Mommy and I will always be here with you. Unbeknownst to Li Muan, who had not fully grasped Nuan Nuan's response, she watched the two embrace, and for reasons unclear, her eyes suddenly brimmed with unshed tears. Some individuals, despite lacking blood ties, become the closest of family, while others, even by blood, may feel more like strangers. Straightening his posture, Chen Fan turned to Aunt Yang with a chilling gaze, infused with an undercurrent of menace. So, you conspired with others to extort us, did you? Unjustly accused, Mr. Chen, Aunt Yang exclaimed, immediately kneeling before him in fright. I only learned of this matter from Miss Nuan Nuan today, and I believe she was merely jesting because you and Madame did not take her out to play. I never took it seriously and certainly did not inform anyone else. Mr. Chen, you must believe me. I am innocent. I have never committed such an act. Upon hearing Aunt Yang's words, Chen Fan exchanged a glance with Li Muan, sensing that Aunt Yang did not appear to be lying. Ding dong. System notification. Task updated. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind. He ceased his inquiries and opened the virtual interface to check the taskbar. Task: investigate the truth behind the matter. Reward: God-level skill of discerning truth from falsehood. Truth or falsehood? Chen Fan paused momentarily. He then lifted Nuan Nuan into his lap, casting a glance at the anxious Aunt Yang, pondering whether she was indeed lying. This matter could not be too complicated. With a subtle raise of his finger, Chen Fan initiated his memory probing once more, delving into Aunt Yang's thoughts. As he withdrew from the memory probe, Chen Fan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Daddy, are you all right? Why is your forehead so sweaty? Nuan Nuan asked, lifting her head to see beads of sweat glistening on Chen Fan's brow. Without hesitation, she tugged at his sleeve to wipe it away. I am fine, my dear Nuan Nuan. There is no need for concern, Chen Fan reassured her, his heart warmed by her care. He then turned to Li Muan, clarifying, this incident truly has nothing to do with Aunt Yang. It was simply a slip of the tongue from Nuan Nuan that the bespectacled woman overheard. Here, have some water, Li Muan said. Noticing that Chen Fan's lips had grown pale, she promptly rose to pour him a glass of water. How could it be that in such a brief moment? Chen Fan felt so much weaker. Thank you, he said as he accepted the glass from Li Mu-wan, indeed feeling parched. The mental exertion required for the skill was far more taxing than direct action. It seemed that both his mental and spiritual fortitude needed significant enhancement. Mr. Chen, does this mean you want to be dismissing me? Aunt Yang ventured cautiously. Of course not, Chen Fan replied, setting down the now empty glass. Since Aunt Yang was innocent, there was no reason for him to terminate her employment. However, I do not wish for others to learn of this. If 4 individuals become aware, you should know the consequences, he warned, casting a sidelong glance at Aunt Yang, reminding her to harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. As Aunt Yang met Chen Fan's gaze, she trembled involuntarily, fully aware of his capabilities. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I am quite discreet and will not share this matter with anyone, she promised earnestly. Very well, Chen Fan nodded, gently placing Nuan aside as he shook off the lingering weakness. Taking a deep breath, he employed his healing skill once more. His body felt somewhat better, yet his mind remained heavy. Chen Fan, are you all right? Li Mu-wan inquired with concern. I am fine, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. He merely needed a moment to recuperate. Mr. Chen, madam, the meal is ready, a voice from the doorway announced alongside a knock. Come, Nuan. Let us have our meal. Chen Fan extended his hand. Yay, Nuan exclaimed, rising to grasp Chen Fan's hand, while her other hand took hold of Li Mu-wan's. Mommy, let us go eat. Indeed, Li Mu-wan nodded with a smile in response. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, madam, Aunt Yang said, standing aside at the doorway. Grateful for the opportunity, Chen Fan said nothing, hoping Aunt Yang would act wisely and refrain from making any foolish decisions that could jeopardize her future for immediate gain. Chapter 152, Nuan sleeps with Daddy and Mommy. Early the next morning, Chen Fan and Li Mu-wan arose early, preparing for Nuan's entrance into kindergarten. Daddy, are you ready? Nuan's sweet voice accompanied the knock on the door. Nuan is awake. Chen Fan, already prepared to leave, smiled as he observed her small head peeking through the door. Mr. Chen, Miss Nuan has been up for quite some time, eager to attend her new school. Aunt Yang chimed in, noting Nuan's excitement about starting school. Hearing this, Chen Fan approached Nuan and lifted her into his arms. Are you feeling nervous, my dear? Not nervous. I am very happy, Nuan replied, shaking her head. She then glanced behind Chen Fan and asked, Daddy, where is beautiful Mommy? Ah, she is next door. Chen Fan responded instinctively without a second thought. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the adjacent room opened, and Li Mu-wan stepped out. Why don't Daddy and Mommy live together? Nuan inquired, biting her finger in confusion. Daddy, Mommy, did you have a fight? Chen Fan, Li Mu-wan. The two exchanged a tacit glance. Nuan, sweetheart, we did not have a fight, Li Mu-wan quickly reassured her. Mommy is busy with work and didn't want to disturb Daddy's rest, so she is staying over here. Is that so? Nuan turned her gaze toward Chen Fan. Indeed, Chen Fan confirmed. So, will Daddy and Mommy sleep together tonight? Nuan asked with her big, sparkling eyes wide open. Li Mu-wan was momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan was equally caught off guard. No one had anticipated Nuan would pose such a question. I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy, Nuan pouted, noticing her parents' silence. Chen Fan exchanged an awkward glance with Li Mu-wan, uncertain of how to respond. He was indifferent, but wondered what Li Mu-wan thought about it. All right, Li Mu-wan said, merely glancing at Chen Fan before agreeing. Chen Fan. She agreed just like that? No deliberation at all. Did she not feel it was a disadvantage? Yay, Nuan cheered, her excitement evident as she danced joyfully. Nuan can sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Daddy and Mommy will have little brothers and sisters for Nuan. Chen Fan immediately placed a hand over Nuan's babbling mouth, then turned to Li Mu-wan, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. Children say the most innocent things. Do not take it to heart. Li Mu-wan nodded, feeling a bit shy. Come, let us have breakfast. The time should be just about right, she suggested. Shifting the topic. Okay. Chen Fan acknowledged with a sound, cradling Nuan as he followed behind Li Mu-wan, admiring her tall silhouette. Today, Li Mu-wan wore a pair of elegantly simple white leather shoes. Though they possessed a slight heel, it was not excessively high. This choice accentuated the graceful lines of her already slender calves, her legs resembling delicate goblets rather than being merely thin. Coupled with Li Mu-wan's naturally curvaceous and enchanting figure, her mere profile could easily capture the attention of many men. One glance was enough to reveal her status as a goddess. Seeing that Chen Fan's gaze had not strayed from Li Mu-wan, Nuan stifled a giggle beside him. She had uncovered a secret. Huh. Chen Fan, startled by her sound, turned to Nuan and asked, What's the matter? Daddy, do you like beautiful Mommy? Nuan leaned closer to Chen Fan's ear, her hand covering her mouth as she whispered. Shoo, you mustn't say such things. Chen Fan's heart raced at her words, fearing that Li Mu Wan might overhear. Then does that mean Daddy doesn't like Mommy? Wan Wan's eyes drooped in disappointment. But just now, Daddy was staring at beautiful Mommy. She's so pretty, why wouldn't you like her? Well, that is not entirely true. Chen Fan hesitated. Li Mu Wan was indeed stunning and remarkable. Any man would be drawn to her. Hee, if Daddy likes beautiful Mommy, then you should quickly fall in love and get a marriage certificate with her. Otherwise, other bad people might take beautiful Mommy away. With a cheerful smile, Wan Wan leaned in closer to offer her advice. Little one, how come you understand more than I do? Who taught you this? Chen Fan looked at Wan Wan in disbelief. She was wise beyond her years. Nobody taught me. I learned it from the television. Wan Wan replied. Daddy, you need to hurry, or beautiful Mommy will be taken away by bad people. She shook her head, explaining that the television always depicted such scenarios, where initially, Daddy didn't like Mommy, and after Mommy left, other bad men would be with her, leaving Daddy lonely and sad. She didn't want to see her father turn into the sad character from the television. Television? Chen Fan paused, glancing at Aunt Yang, who was following them. He frowned slightly, wondering if animated shows had indeed descended to such melodramatic depths. Aunt Yang, what kind of animated series does Wan Wan watch? Well, Mr. Chun, Miss Wan Wan is watching the current hottest melodramatic short videos. Aunt Yang responded somewhat awkwardly. Those short videos are as dramatic as they come, featuring domineering CEOs and their entangled romances, with countless variations. Although the plots can be cringeworthy, I must admit they can be quite addictive. Short videos? Chen Fan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was no wonder Wan Wan was speaking in such a manner. She was clearly influenced by those videos. He resolved to prevent her from watching such unwholesome content in the future. Please refrain from letting her watch those non-nutritious things, he instructed. Understood, Mr. Chun. Aunt Yang quickly replied. After finishing breakfast, the group emerged from the villa and boarded the Maybach, heading towards the new school. After more than half an hour, the car came to a halt in front of a kindergarten that resembled a vibrant playground. Sir, vehicles are not allowed to enter our kindergarten. The security officer approached as the car stopped, immediately recognizing that this Maybach was no ordinary vehicle. Please park over there. Thank you for your cooperation. He gestured toward a nearby empty space. All right, Chen Fan nodded, proceeding to park the car in the indicated spot. TSK. Who does this person think he is? Showing off so ostentatiously? Doesn't he fear the consequences? If he wants to flaunt, let him. It won't be us facing the repercussions. Who needs to show off a luxury car just to drop off a child at kindergarten? Is he all right in the head? As Chen Fan entered the premises, murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. What a nobody, they scoffed, observing him with keen scrutiny. No wonder he is so brazen. He is just an insignificant figure we've never seen before. Could he be some sugar baby to one of the female teachers here? One speculated. With that kind of car, he must be connected to the principal. Right, and the principal is probably in her 40s. He looks barely in his 20s. She could be his mother. How could he even consider that? Doesn't he seem a bit too young for her? What else with these young men today? They'll do anything for money. As the chatter continued, Chen Fan paid no heed, moving to the back seat to lift Wan Wan out of the car. As she emerged, Li Mu Wan followed suit. The moment her legs appeared, gasps of admiration filled the air. Wow, what beautiful legs. So incredibly fair, like fine porcelain. What must she look like? As Li Mu Wan made her entrance, the men who had previously found amusement in Chen Fan's appearance were now entranced. What a gorgeous woman. Her beauty is entirely different from the current trend of fragile and slim figures. She resembles royalty from the land of women in Journey to the West. Clearly, she has had work done. With a figure like that, she must have undergone numerous procedures. Another seductress. If she dares to pursue my man, I'll make sure to mar that enticing face of hers. She better not try anything. I'll ensure she disappears from Jiang City. Doesn't she look familiar? Isn't she the archetype of a mistress? As Li Mu Wan stepped into view, the discourse shifted from men to women. Chen Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers, recognizing that those with impure hearts would see everything as tainted. Initially suspicious of him, they now cast aspersions on Li Mu Wan. Their minds must surely be filled with nonsense. Daddy, this place is so beautiful, Wan Wan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the pink pony at the kindergarten entrance. I'm glad you like it, Chen Fan responded, redirecting his attention. Let us go. Our appointment time is nearly here, Li Mu Wan reminded, glancing at her wristwatch. Chen Fan replied in agreement. The trio made their way towards the kindergarten entrance. Are they a family? One onlooker mused. It's obvious that the little girl resembles both of them. Anyone can see that. TSK. This little girl's life is ruined. Her father is a pretty boy, and her mother is a seductress. What kind of person can she be? She'll probably grow up to be just like her mother, either being kept or... Suddenly, Chen Fan halted. turning his gaze toward a woman who was mocking Wan. You, a parent, how can you speak such words? Don't you fear that your own children might bear the brunt of your cruel remarks? As Chen Fan cast a cold glance, the woman was instantly petrified, as if encased in frost, rendering her utterly immobile. What a terrifying gaze. Let us go, Wan remarked, noticing Chen Fan halted in his tracks, following the direction of his gaze. Although she couldn't decipher the words exchanged among them, she could distinctly sense a palpable hostility. It was evident that these individuals were unlikely to utter anything pleasant. What are you staring at? Do you think your intimidation frightens me? A mere-kept man dares to look at me with such disdain? Do you believe I could have you expelled in an instant? Recovering from her stupor, the woman felt a surge of indignation. How could she be intimidated by the gaze of such a trifling figure? What was her status compared to his? Ding dong. System notification, mission updated. As Chen Fan turned, the system's alert echoed in his mind. He then focused on the virtual interface, opening the taskbar. Mission, slap the faces of the crowd. Reward, 90 shares of Nangwa Kindergarten. Nangwa Kindergarten? Chen Fan lifted his gaze to the sign above, realizing it was indeed the very kindergarten where he currently stood. 90% of the shares, an impressive stake, essentially granting him ownership of the entire institution. Warm. I leave you in her care, Chen Fan said, extending his arms to pass the child to Wan. Please take her to meet the principal first. Ah, okay. Wan did not pry into Chen Fan's intentions. After receiving warm, she proceeded to register at the entrance before stepping inside. Pretty mommy. Isn't daddy coming with us? Warm asked curiously, peering through the crowd at Chen Fan, standing at the door. Daddy must have something important to attend to. He will come find us once he has finished, Wan reassured her. All right. With that, Warm nestled against Wan's neck, exclaiming, Mommy, this place is so beautiful, like a little garden. At Warm's remark, Wan finally took notice of her surroundings, which indeed resembled a garden. Aside from the main avenue, lush greenery surrounded them, teeming with vibrant flora, creating a lively atmosphere ideal for children, coupled with whimsical cartoon sculptures. One might easily mistake it for a fairy tale town if they weren't already aware it was a kindergarten. No wonder this institution was hailed as Jiangqing's premier private kindergarten. It truly lived up to its reputation, possessing such caliber. Though Tianfu was not lacking, in comparison, it fell short in terms of infrastructure. Not to mention, the children attending here were offspring of prominent figures. The parents at the school gate were all of district director caliber. One couldn't help but wonder what Chen Fan was busy with and when he would return. As Chen Fan watched Wan and Warm gradually fade into the distance, he strode up to the woman, standing before her with a commanding presence. Without warning, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sharp crack reverberated through the air. The onlookers, initially fixated on Chen Fan's every move, were taken aback by his sudden action, momentarily stunned. Did he really just strike someone at the kindergarten entrance? Was he courting disaster? Why you dare hit me? The woman clutched her reddened cheek, shock and fury mingling in her gaze as she glared at Chen Fan, disbelief etched across her features. Who gave him the audacity to lay a hand on the wife of a district director? Chapter 154. This slap is not that slap. I'm slapping you. Chen Fan, unfazed, casually tucked his hands into his pockets, casting a glance at the crowd behind him. Listen closely. Should anyone dare to provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. Such bravado. Mercy? Do you even know to whom you are speaking? The men stepped forward, their irritation growing as they scrutinized Chen Fan. How dare he act so arrogantly? Did he truly believe they were to be trifled with? Without hesitation, Chen Fan surveyed the identity information above one of the men's heads and strode directly toward him, delivering a powerful punch. How dare a mere deputy bureau chief speak to him in such a manner? Even their superior would not dare to be so brazen. You dare strike me? Are you seeking death? The man, having been knocked to the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth as he rose with the assistance of others, glaring daggers at Chen Fan, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. You've crossed paths with Deputy Huang. You've truly kicked a steel plate. Even the principal cannot save you now. Never having encountered such audacity before, the onlookers were astounded. This young man clearly did not understand the gravity of his actions, believing the principal could rectify all matters on his behalf. Chen Fan's actions elicited a wave of condemnation from the crowd. Today, I shall make you aware of the strength of my fists. Deputy Huang pushed aside those who supported him, raising his fists to strike Chen Fan. In a swift motion, Chen Fan evaded the blow and seized Deputy Huang's wrist, twisting it painfully. Ah, it hurts. Deputy Huang cried out, hunched over as Chen Fan held him in a compromising position. Release Deputy Huang. If you do not let go, do not blame us for seeking justice. Seeing Deputy Huang being bullied, the others rallied to confront Chen Fan. Come at me. I fear no one, Chen Fan scoffed, dismissing the threats with ease. Very well. Let us see how long you can keep this up. One man shed his jacket, revealing a muscular physique. Secretary Zhang, you shouldn't be the one to handle this. Others urged, attempting to restrain him. It's fine. I've been training lately and am in need of a worthy opponent, Secretary Zhang replied nonchalantly. Then Secretary Zhang, kindly teach this man a lesson. Humph, teach him? Chen Fan coldly smirked, eager to witness who would truly be taught a lesson. As Secretary Zhang made his move, Chen Fan swiftly kicked Deputy Huang away and met Secretary Zhang's punch head-on. Haven't you eaten? Chen Fan taunted, raising an eyebrow. I just hadn't exerted myself. Secretary Zhang felt greatly insulted and swung his other hand toward Chen Fan's face. Is that all? Chen Fan sidestepped effortlessly, lifting his leg to deliver a sharp kick to Secretary Zhang's knee, causing him to collapse to the concrete with a resounding thud. The sound of impact made it clear just how painful it was. Damn it, I cannot stand by and watch this. How dare he bully Secretary Zhang? Those already displeased with Chen Fan's demeanor surged forward, eager to retaliate against him. Are you all coming to his rescue one by one? Chen Fan laughed at the absurdity of it all. He welcomed each challenger. One by one, he dispatched them with ease. To their surprise, those who had previously spoken ill of Chen Fan, or even those too timid to confront him, soon shared the same fate as the others. Alas, please cease the violence. The crowd lay scattered on the ground, clutching their heads in desperation, fervently pleading for mercy from Chen Fan. None could have anticipated the extent of his prowess. Despite their combined numbers exceeding several dozen, not a single hair on Chen Fan's body was harmed. Ding. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Acquiring 90 equity in Nankang Kindergarten. Upon realizing the task was accomplished, Chen Fan lifted his foot from the chest of the last man. His initial intention was merely to teach these despicable individuals a lesson, but unexpectedly, he had inadvertently fulfilled the task. Wasn't the task meant to be a slap in the face? Perhaps this slap was not merely a metaphor, but rather an active verb. You don't get too cocky. We will not let this slide. You and the principal just wait. As Chen Fan made his way toward the school entrance, Secretary Zhang, grimacing in pain, scrambled to his feet and shouted after him. Chen Fan, however, did not pause. Upon reaching the entrance, he cast a glance at the indifferent security personnel. Aren't you going to intervene? Sir, the school has its regulations. As long as the incident does not occur on school premises, we are not obliged to intervene. After all, these parents were all exceptional individuals, each a distinguished figure in their own right. Their presence represented the school, making it difficult to take sides. Thus, they opted to remain uninvolved, allowing the scene to unfold as it would. Chen Fan merely chuckled lightly, completed his registration, and proceeded inside. How dare you let him in? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Indeed, just look at his skills. It's evident how dangerous he is. How could you allow such a perilous individual entry? With the security's acquiescence, the crowd began to point and murmur among themselves. Dear parents, this gentleman has an appointment. I am merely adhering to protocol. The security personnel, seemingly accustomed to the criticism, responded with calm composure. The wealthier and more influential individuals became, the more trivial grievances they seemed to possess. This was the security guard's genuine sentiment. Relying on their status, they often sought to create trouble, disregarding those of lesser standing. When he witnessed that gentleman decisively dealing with them earlier, he felt immense satisfaction. At last, someone had avenged their grievances. I will report the principal. I will report you. Just wait to be dismissed. Report? To whom? Chen Fan, overhearing their clamorous threats from a distance, scoffed disdainfully. After all, among the crowd he had just vanquished was even a minister from the Ministry of Education. If he dismissed that individual, what had he to fear from their complaints? Chapter 155. Reward. Admission letters from the top 10 universities worldwide. Soon, following the signposts, Chen Fan located the office of the person in charge. As he approached the door, he overheard a conversation from within. Mrs. Chen, we have made an exception to allow you to discuss this matter, considering you're in Mr. Chen's residency at Nankang White House. I understand, but must I fill out all this personal and family information? Li Muwan furrowed her brows at the forms on the table. If it were merely standard personal details, it would be manageable. However, the forms required information spanning 3 generations. This was no longer just personal information. It felt akin to a household registration inquiry. Indeed, this is our school's protocol. You are aware that only individuals of exceptional caliber are admitted here, and we must be thorough. If there are any criminal records or unsavory backgrounds, we cannot accept them. After all, the character of the parents directly influences that of the children. We must consider the future of our nation's blooming talents and pillars. We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Li Muwan grasped the form, her brow knitted in distress. She had long been aware of the stringent admission criteria for Nankang Kindergarten, but she had not anticipated the extent of their rigor. comparable to civil service examinations. Mom, does this mean I won't be able to attend school here? Observing Li Mu Wan's troubled expression while engrossed in her play, Wan Wan approached her mother, gently tugging at her fingers and inquiring softly. Not at all, Wan Wan. If you love this place, Mommy will find a way to keep you here. Li Mu Wan set the form down, reaching out to ruffle Wan Wan's hair. She could not bear to disappoint her daughter. Well, if it makes Mommy uncomfortable, I cannot attend. Wan Wan shook her head, wishing to avoid seeing her lovely mother unhappy. That won't happen. Hearing Wan Wan's heartfelt words, Li Mu Wan smiled gently. For her daughter, she was willing to go to great lengths. You must be Mr. Chen, the person in charge remarked, raising their gaze to the tall figure standing at the door. Yes. Chen Fan strode directly inside, noticing the forms scattered beside Li Mu Wan. He sank into a nearby single sofa, picking up a form to glance over it. The initial sections were acceptable, akin to employment information, yet as he progressed further, Chen Fan found the requirements increasingly absurd. Not only did he have to list his father and mother, but also his grandparents, even extending to his maternal and paternal uncles and aunts. More ludicrously, he was required to detail his family's assets and the vehicles they owned in meticulous detail. Was this truly the documentation needed for his child's enrollment? One might think the police were investigating a criminal's embezzlement. Mr. Chen, would you kindly fill this out? The person in charge presented another form, placing a pen on the table beside Chen Fan. I do not have a job, Chen Fan replied, setting the form down and speaking coolly. Not only do I lack a formal job, but my education level is merely that of a high school graduate. A high school graduate? The person in charge exclaimed, incredulously. Mr. Chen, are you jesting? You reside at Nankong White House. How could you lack a degree or a formal job? You truly have a delightful sense of humor. The person in charge paused, then realized that Chen Fan was indeed serious. Do I appear to be joking? Chen Fan crossed his legs, his expression turning grave. He indeed did not possess a legitimate job with benefits, nor was he lying about his education. He was simply a high school graduate. I apologize. But if your educational qualifications do not meet the minimum requirement of a bachelor's degree, we cannot allow your child to enroll in our Nankong kindergarten. The person in charge, noticing Chen Fan's serious demeanor, finally recognized that he was not joking. To them, individuals without a college degree were often perceived as illiterate and uncouth, making communication with such individuals exceedingly cumbersome. Ding dong. System prompt. Task updated. With the official's declaration, the familiar notification chimed in Chen Fan's ear. He narrowed his eyes, mentally navigating the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task. Successfully enroll Wan Wan in Nankong kindergarten. Reward. Admission letters from the top 10 universities worldwide. What? Chen Fan thought he was seeing things. Admission letters from the top 10 universities worldwide? Surely, this was not a jest. Though he could manage to enter a university, it would only be a third-rate institution. The gap to a prestigious school remained significant, let alone globally renowned universities. Globally renowned universities, such as Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, and others, were beyond his wildest dreams. Academic qualifications did not define a person's worth. Li Mu Wan abruptly rose from her seat, her expression grave as she continued. It is not your disdain that holds any merit. Mrs. Chen, do you truly believe someone who couldn't even attend university possesses any significant abilities? What sort of children could they possibly nurture? The person in charge could discern the fury in Li Mu Wan's voice, yet she remained unfazed. Countless individuals vie desperately for admission to their esteemed Tiankai Nankong kindergarten, and they are hardly in need of students. Abilities? Li Mu Wan scoffed at the remark. I do not believe Chen Fan is inferior to anyone. As a PhD graduate from Harvard, I find myself lacking compared to him. What right do you have to look down upon him? A Harvard PhD? Chen Fan, taken aback, glanced at Li Mu Wan in astonishment. She appeared to be of a similar age to him. How had she attained such an advanced degree? Her academic record must be exceptional. After all, she was already a formidable businesswoman, suggesting her intellect and learning capacity were indeed remarkable. Remember, it is not that you disdain us. Rather, we do not covet your school. Students educated with such prejudice are unlikely to excel. With that, Li Mu Wan strode to Wan Wan's side, scooping her up in an embrace. Wan Wan, let us leave. There are better schools out there. Mama will find one for you. Okay. Wan Wan nodded obediently, always following her mother's lead. There's no need to rush off. As Li Mu Wan passed by Chen Fan, he reached out, grasping her slender arm. Li Mu Wan, still fuming, spoke with a muffled tone, clearly still upset. Your opinion does not hold weight. Chen Fan released her, casting a frosty glance at the person in charge, who had returned to her desk, oblivious to the tension. The person in charge, hearing Chen Fan's words, was taken aback and then laughed in anger. You dare suggest my words carry no weight? What a joke. I alone decide which children may enroll in Tiankai Nankong kindergarten. How can you claim my authority is insignificant? Do not think that just because you reside in Nankong no. One White House, you can wield power unchecked. Remember, Tian Kai precedes Nankong. It is you who must seek our cooperation. Chapter 156. Regret value reaches 100. Reward. Super skill. Huh. Listening to the pompous words of her adversary, Chen Fan chuckled disdainfully. It seems that no matter the stage of life, there will always be those who are self-righteous. Why are you laughing? Get out of my office immediately. I have other guests to attend to. The person in charge, perceiving Chen Fan's smile as mockery, felt insulted. Leave. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, emanating a chill. Suddenly, the previously arrogant individual shivered, questioning whether it was merely her imagination, as if an invisible frost enveloped her. Ding dong. System notification, task updated. Another task? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that a new task had appeared before he had completed the last one. He swiftly manipulated the virtual interface to access the task list. Task: raise the opponent's regret value to 100. Reward: super skill. Invisibility. Invisibility? That sounded rather enticing. Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan stood up and abruptly declared, "You will come to regret this." What a joke. Regret? Me? Because of you? Don't be ridiculous. The person in charge, watching the trio at the door, retorted with unwavering certainty. Do not think your empty threats will intimidate me. I fear not the sky falling. Chen Fan took Wan from Li Mu Wan's arms and departed without looking back. She should remember her words well. People like you bring shame to Tian Kai. Li Mu Wan halted, turning to the still arrogant person in charge and retorting. Without allowing her adversary a chance to respond, she hurried to catch up with Chen Fan. Chen Fan, are we not going back? Where are we headed? Realizing Chen Fan was ascending the stairs instead of descending, Li Mu Wan was perplexed. To the principal's office, Chen Fan replied matter-of-factly. Logically, the principal should have already been informed of the share transfer. The lack of communication was suspicious. If they refused to contact him, he would have to seek answers himself. The principal's office? Li Mu Wan hesitated but ultimately followed. She wondered if the principal and the person in charge shared a similar mindset. Given the latter's arrogant demeanor, it was likely they were cut from the same cloth. Yes. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon entering the principal's office, Chen Fan heard an anxious voice, abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Hello? Oh. About this matter, I am not entirely sure what has transpired, but rest assured, I will have someone look into it and provide the families with a satisfactory explanation. Ding ding ding. Another phone rang. I apologize for not answering your call. I have been overwhelmed with work. Yes, I have received reports and complaints from parents. Rest assured, this is not the case. As the principal, I must set an example. How could I possibly engage in such activities? From the sounds emanating from the office and the incessant ringing of phones, it was clear the principal was swamped. Sir, I apologize, but may I ask who you are? As the principal finally set down the phones, she was taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan at the door. This man is incredibly handsome. His striking appearance and noble demeanor clearly indicated he was not an ordinary individual, compelling her to suppress her anger and inquire softly. Chen Fan, he introduced himself. What? The principal froze, momentarily stunned. Could you repeat that? What is your name? Chen Fan. Did you not receive the notification? I now own 90 of Tian Kai Nankong Kindergarten. He stated, lifting his gaze and speaking coolly. Li Mu Wan, following closely behind Chen Fan, abruptly raised her head, bewildered. Did she just hear correctly? Did Chen Fan really say he owned 90 of Tian Kai Nankong? After all, though Tian Kai Nankong appeared to be a private institution, it had significant backing, with the government holding 45 of its shares. It's you. Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, the principal's expression shifted dramatically. She never expected to meet him in person, especially so soon after receiving the notification. It is I. Chen Fan sidestepped, casting a glance at Li Mu Wan before stepping into the office. Li Mu Wan silently followed, perplexed, wondering when Chen Fan had acquired Tian Kai Nankong Kindergarten. How did he manage to execute such significant moves without a word? Suddenly, Li Mu Wan realized that Chen Fan's earlier words to the person in charge were neither threats nor intimidation. They were simply statements of fact. Mr. Chen, please. Have a seat. The principal, regaining her composure, hurriedly tidied her disarrayed desk and stepped out from behind it to personally pour tea for Chen Fan. Unaware of the esteemed presence of Mr. Chen, the principal poured a cup of tea and placed it before Chen Fan. She cast a glance at Li Mu Wan, seated beside him, along with the little girl next to her. Observing the child, who bore a striking resemblance not only to Li Mu Wan but also to Mr. Chen, she quickly deduced their familial connection. It was a pity that Mr. Chen appeared so youthful, yet he was already married with children. Had he not been wed, she could have introduced her cousin to him, thus strengthening their ties even further. My daughter wishes to attend Tianfu. Chen Fan stated. Not even glancing at the steaming cup of tea, his voice cold and detached. Is that all? The principal was taken aback. Such a simple request could have been relayed through a mere phone call. No need for him to make the trip in person. Especially since he held a commanding 90 stake in Tianfu. Yes, I hope she can officially start school tomorrow, Chen Fan continued. That is no problem at all. The principal sighed with relief, grateful that he was not there to hold her accountable. I shall call the responsible party to come up and assist the young miss with her enrollment procedures. With that, she swiftly turned to her desk and picked up the phone. Ah Fong, please come to my office immediately. We need to process Mr. Chun's daughter's enrollment. Hurry. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed at the door. Cousin, cough cough, principal, I brought the necessary items. The responsible party puffed, breathless as he entered. Chapter 157. The Uncultured Nouveau Riche, the Tycoon. You, weren't you supposed to leave? What are you still doing here? Are you begging me? Or are you here to plead with my cousin? The responsible party sneered upon seeing the trio, his demeanor dismissive as he strode further inside. The principal was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Let me be clear today. You have no right to enter Tianfu Nankong. Pleading will be of no use. The responsible party asserted, stepping forward. Cousin. He's illiterate, merely a high school graduate. He pointed at Chen Fan, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap interrupted him. Holding his face in disbelief, he stared wide-eyed at the principal. Cousin, you actually struck her? Without any reason? Without warning? Who is your cousin? Address me as principal. The principal snapped back. Her eyes now filled with concern as she glanced at Chen Fan, who had given Feng Qingqing such audacity to speak to Mr. Chen in that manner and label him illiterate? Principal, Feng Qingqing pouted, feeling wronged. Since childhood, her cousin had treated her like a sister, never once reprimanding her. Yet now, she disregarded her dignity and self-respect for the sake of an outsider. Mr. Chen, is there some misunderstanding between you and Director Feng? The principal inquired cautiously, turning her attention back to Chen Fan. Cousin, I have no misunderstanding with him. Their educational qualifications do not meet our requirements for admission, Feng Qingqing interjected, looking down her nose at Chen Fan. Silence. The principal's previously affable expression turned furious as she forcibly shook off Feng Qingqing's hand. Apologize to Mr. Chen now? What? Feng Qingqing was taken aback, staring incredulously at the principal. You want me to apologize to someone like him? Am I negotiating with you? The principal's brow furrowed, her voice stern. Why should I apologize to him? Feng Qingqing retorted, confused, feeling unjustified. Because he is the owner of Tianfu Nankong Kindergarten, the principal exclaimed, exasperated as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She had tried her utmost to defend Feng Qingqing, but her cousin was too foolish to grasp the gravity of the situation. Huh, cousin, don't scare me. How could he be the owner of Tianfu? Our school has government shares. Feng Qingqing scoffed, but as she observed the principal's increasingly grim expression, she began to sense something was amiss. Cousin, you can't be serious. Can you? She asked incredulously. Ding. System notification. Target S regret value 20. Who is joking with you? The principal glared at Feng Qingqing before turning back to Chen Fan with exaggerated deference. Mr. Chen, I failed to teach Qingqing properly. I shall have her expelled immediately. Expelled? Is it that simple? Chen Fan scoffed, revealing his stingy nature. Allowing Feng Qingqing to leave so easily was not in his character. The principal's face turned pale upon hearing his words. Before Feng Qingqing could protest, she dropped to her knees, crawling towards Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. Had I known she would disrespect you, I would have dealt with her long ago. Feng Qingqing, still in shock, stood frozen as her cousin, usually so composed, now resembled a restless ant on a hot stove, flustered and anxious. She could not comprehend why they were afraid of him. Knowing that their institution garnered both public and private backing, and many sought to curry favor with them. Don't take it to heart, Chen Fan coldly replied, silencing the principal's unvoiced pleas. The principal was left in a daze, her gaze filled with despair as she turned to her inept cousin. She had done all she could. The blame could not rest upon her shoulders. Feng Qingqing, you will now kneel and apologize to Mr. Chen. This was Feng Qingqing's final chance. What, cousin? You want me to kneel to him and apologize? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the principal's words. Surely, she must be mistaken. Impossible. I assure you. It will not happen. Feng Qingqing, I am not asking you, the principal said with a furrowed brow, her tone grave. Why should I kneel to him? Feng Qingqing protested, feeling unjustified. Because he is the owner of Tianfu Nankong Kindergarten. The principal was exasperated, raising her hand to pinch her nose. She had tried her best to mitigate the situation, but her cousin was too dense to understand her true intentions. Huh, cousin, you must be joking. How could he be our boss? Our school has government shares. Feng Qingqing reacted with disbelief, but as she noted the principal's increasingly darkening expression, The realization struck her. Cousin, you cannot be serious, she asked, her voice trembling. Ding. System notification. Target S regret value 30. Cousin, you cannot abandon me. From a young age, the two of us have been inseparable, closer than sisters. You cannot treat me this way. Approaching Gao Lingling, Feng Qingqing tugged at her arm, pleading earnestly. Get away. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. Do not involve me. I have given you opportunities before. As Feng Qingqing clung to her like a persistent leech, Gao Lingling, without a moment's hesitation, pushed her away. The indifferent look on her face clearly indicated her desire to sever all ties with Feng Qingqing. Ding. System notification. Target's regret value 20. Sister, are you truly going to abandon me? Feng Qingqing, pushed aside by Gao Lingling, stumbled on the ground, rolling several times before managing to rise. Gao Lingling remained silent, her attitude speaking volumes. Fine, fine, fine. Gao Lingling, you think you are so superior. Do you believe that I, Feng Qingqing, can only rely on you? With Gao Lingling's dismissive demeanor, Feng Qingqing stood up, a sinister grin forming on her face. Without you, I have other support. She then turned to Chen Fan. Do you think I fear you just because you are the owner of Tianfu Nankang Kindergarten? Let me tell you. My boyfriend is from the education department. Chapter 158. Complete the task, gain rewards. Humph. If you wish to continue operating this kindergarten, you need to apologize to me right now. Who knows? I might even consider sparing you. Feng Qingqing, have you lost your mind? You dare to threaten Mr. Chen at this moment. Gao Lingling could not believe that Feng Qingqing not only refused to apologize to Chen Fan, but also had the audacity to threaten him. Humph. Why shouldn't I? I have someone backing me. Why should I fear him? Feng Qingqing retorted nonchalantly. Hurry up. My patience is limited. I will only give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Turning her head, Feng Qingqing arrogantly glanced at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with disdain. Chen Fan leaned back languidly on the sofa, his gaze indifferent. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was something Feng Qingqing could not bring herself to utter. This man, he seemed utterly unperturbed. How could that be? Anyone running a school, whether private or public, must show respect to the education department. He could not possibly be an exception. Principal, my patience is finite. Chen Fan stated lethargically, looking at the principal. Yes, I understand. I understand. Casting a fierce glare at Feng Qingqing, Gao Lingling returned to her desk and promptly dialed the security department. Before long, several security personnel appeared at the principal's office door. Teach Director Feng a harsh lesson, Gao Lingling declared, turning away without a glance. This was all Feng Qingqing's doing. If she did not teach her a lesson now, Mr. Chen would ensure she faced the consequences. Between her and Feng Qingqing, one of them had to take the fall. Cousin, what do you mean? Feng Qingqing was utterly unprepared for Gao Lingling to summon security to punish her. She had assumed Gao Lingling called them to expel the three from the office. How had her expectations gone so awry? No one answered Feng Qingqing, and soon the office was filled with her cries of despair. The batons in the security personnel's hands fell relentlessly upon her. Ding. System notification. Target's regret value 30. In just a few minutes, Feng Qingqing's screams had become hushed. Her throat hoarse, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Mr. Chen, is this enough? Gao Lingling inquired with concern. If this continues, Feng Qingqing may not survive. What do you think? Chen Fan posed the question back to Gao Lingling. She bit her lip, casting one last resolute glance at Feng Qingqing before gritting her teeth and declaring, continue. With the security's relentless blows, Feng Qingqing let out a final, agonized scream before collapsing into unconsciousness, entirely unresponsive. Qingqing. Gao Lingling could not help but call out. Immediately enroll my daughter, Chen Fan commanded. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Lingling, not daring to delay, grabbed the forms from Feng Qingqing and began to write furiously. I will relay this right away. After completing her tasks, Gao Lingling picked up the phone to inform the other party. Mr. Chen, it is all set. Your daughter can now attend our school. After hanging up, Gao Lingling beamed. Ding. Immediately, a notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the admission letter from a global top 10 university. Rising from the sofa, Chen Fan stood. Seeing this, Gao Lingling immediately dropped to her knees, fully aware that despite her efforts to distance herself from Feng Qingqing, Mr. Chen would undoubtedly hold her accountable. To avoid implicating her family, she had no choice but to plead, Mr. Chen, I will find someone to take over my position. Please spare my life. Let me off this once. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then glanced at the barely conscious Feng Qingqing. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, from now on, I guarantee we will never appear before you again. Gao Lingling continued, her head bowed. Daddy, Nuan wants to explore the school and make new friends, can I? Before Chen Fan could respond, Nuan tugged at his pinky, softly asking. All right, Chen Fan readily agreed. Turning to Gao Lingling, He ordered, "Get lost." "Yes, yes, yes. I will pack my things immediately." Gao Lingling sighed in relief, promptly complying. Cradling Wan, Chen Fan and Li Muin headed toward the office door. "Just how many identities do you possess?" Li Muin inquired, glancing at Chen Fan, who never ceased to amaze her. "Well, that is uncertain," Chen Fan replied after some thought. Shaking his head, his identities depended on the rewards given by the system. What he could guarantee was that he had far more than what was currently visible. Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, Li Muin halted, casting a complex look in his direction. It was truly surprising. "Is it?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Is it good or bad?" "Certainly good," Li Muin replied without hesitation. Each time she thought they were out of options, Chen Fan managed to resurrect what seemed hopeless, turning the tide in their favor, making her acutely aware of the sweet satisfaction of being proven wrong. "Heh," Chen Fan chuckled, surprised by Li Muin's directness. "Ahem. Let us go." ISN Teen 11 eager to tour the school? As Chen Fan smiled charmingly, causing hearts to race, Li Muin shyly turned away. This was simply too unfair. He was already so handsome, and that smile made it impossible to concentrate. Watching Li Muin's hurried steps as she turned her back, Chen Fan's smile widened. "Daddy," Nuan suddenly called out. What is it?" Chen Fan momentarily diverted his gaze, looking down at his little treasure in his arms. "Daddy." Mommy's face turned red just now. "Is she feeling shy?" Nuan, having spoken, turned her gaze towards Li Muin's retreating figure. How lovely it was to witness her beautiful mother blush, resembling a ripe peach. Did she indeed flush? Chen Fan cast a look of mild astonishment towards the direction in which Li Muin had vanished. It appeared so, yet what could possibly induce such shyness? After all, he had done nothing at all. Chapter 159, Acquiring the Divine Skill of Invisibility. After meandering through the school grounds, Chen Fan, Li Muin, and Nuan arrived at the entrance, where they beheld Feng Qingqing throwing a fit. "It's you. You are the reason I lost this job. And now I've been thrown out." Upon spotting Chen Fan, Feng Qingqing sprang up from the ground with an energy reminiscent of a caffeine-fueled frenzy, her eyes brimming with resentment. Chen Fan, however, did not spare her a glance. With one arm around Nuan and the other holding Li Muin's hand, he resolutely strode towards the vehicle parked nearby. "I will not let you get away with this." Feng Qingqing seethed, preparing to pursue them, but was interrupted by the murmurs of those around her. It must be him. He just caused a ruckus at the school entrance and assaulted several individuals. Then, when the police arrived, after reviewing the surveillance footage, they didn't take action at all, and even warned those who reported him. Is this world turned upside down? The victims report the crime, and the police threaten them instead? The director of the education department was also beaten black and blue by him, and he was the one who led the report. Yet, who knows what the security officers whispered to him, for he immediately retracted his statement and left in disgrace. And what of the others? Ultimately, it all faded away, as if nothing had ever occurred. How could this be? Could it be that this man possesses significant influence? I suspect even the director of the education department dares not provoke him. He certainly has connections. Feng Qingqing felt as though her heart had plummeted into an abyss. She had initially intended to leverage her boyfriend's position in the education department to intimidate him, but it appeared he disregarded even the director, let alone anyone else. Was it possible that this man was indeed a personage of considerable stature? The thought of her cousin's attitude towards him jolted Feng Qingqing's mind into clarity. It was over. In her previous rage, she had completely overlooked the fact that her cousin had ascended to her position not solely through her own merits, but also with the backing of numerous influential figures. It seemed she had truly bitten off more than she could chew this time. My goodness, I recognize that vehicle. It's worth over 100 million. What? Suddenly, a limited edition Maybach glided past the crowd, stirring up clouds of dust. Surely not. There are plenty of affluent individuals in Jiang City, but this is just a fifth-tier city. Who would dare flaunt a car worth over 100 million? Indeed. If you don't believe me, look. The individual promptly retrieved his phone and displayed a saved image. I have no particular hobbies, but I have a passion for cars. This model is the latest release of the year. Moreover, it is globally limited, with only 10 units produced. The man was visibly excited, pointing at the image on his phone that perfectly mirrored the vehicle Chen Fan was currently driving. By heavens, it's true. My goodness. We have such a powerful and mysterious figure in Jiang City. Absolutely. One must never underestimate anyone when out in the world. As the conversation unfolded, despair seeped into Feng Qingqing's eyes, and she felt as though all strength had drained from her body. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. This time, she was truly beyond saving. Ding. System notification. Target's regret value 100. Ding. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring the divine skill of invisibility. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Chen Fan, who was driving, was momentarily taken aback. Had he not already caused Feng Qingqing's regret value to reach 100? Why was it increasing again? Ding. Whatever, the task is completed. And the reward is obtained. It no longer concerns me. Upon returning to South Harbor No. 1, Chen Fan found that the staff had already prepared the hall. Stepping out of the elevator, he was momentarily frozen in place. Before his eyes stood an enormous wall adorned with a trio of photographs, appearing like a harmonious family. Radiating sheer happiness. Was this not the idyllic life he had always yearned for? Wow, Daddy looks so handsome. Mommy is so beautiful. Nuan immediately released Chen Fan's hand and scampered over. She was utterly delighted. From now on, she had a loving father and a beautiful mother. She would no longer be referred to as the unwanted child of a mother who abandoned her. To her astonishment, the impact of this revelation was profoundly moving. Li Muwan gazed at the photograph where she and Chen Fan wore matching outfits, tilting her head while cradling Nuan, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. At that moment, she felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, having regained his composure. Although it appeared to be merely a simple photograph, it exuded an unmistakable aura of bliss. Nuan, your birthday is approaching, is it not? Li Muwan turned to Chen Fan. Yes, Chen Fan replied, nodding. He was uncertain of Nuan's exact birthday, so he regarded the day he found her as her birth date. As he calculated, it indeed was only a few days away. Is that so? Li Muwan pondered. She then turned to Chen Fan and said, I may need to leave Jiang City for a few days. Leave? Chen Fan was taken aback by her statement. Yes, Li Muwan responded, glancing at the wall of photographs beneath which she had embraced Nuan, a smile curving her lips. She wished to prepare the finest gift for Nuan. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Chen Fan inquired. After having moved into the White House for a few days, it was evident that Li Muwan wore a more frequent smile on her face, revealing her genuine fondness for this lifestyle. Yet, her sudden mention of leaving must surely relate to her family exerting pressure on her again. No need, Li Muwan shook her head. Since it was her endeavor to prepare a gift for Nuan, she would naturally undertake it herself. When do you depart? Chen Fan questioned, curiously. Perhaps due to his growing accustomed to Li Muwan's presence, the news of her leaving stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Tomorrow, Li Muwan contemplated before answering. She needed to act swiftly, otherwise, she feared there might be no opportunity left. At this thought, a shadow of sorrow crossed Li Muwan's exquisite visage. Very well. Chen Fan was at a loss for words, yet he felt an overwhelming urge to ask a myriad of questions. Would she return after leaving? Or would she, before her departure, head to the Civil Affairs Office to finalize their divorce? The more he thought, the heavier his heart felt. After all, he and Li Muwan were merely bound by a nominal relationship. It was inevitable that she would leave, whether it was today, tomorrow, or the day after. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 160. Donating 100 carnivals to the streamer, reward acquired. If there is anything you need help with, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Fan turned to glance at Li Muwan once more. Their relationship was ultimately just a matter of formality, and there were many things he could not voice. Yes, I will, Li Muwan nodded, then walked towards Nuan. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Fan let out a soft sigh before turning to head towards the elevator. At this very moment, Li Muwan must be yearning to spend more time with Nuan, for in the future, such opportunities may become scarce. Beautiful mommy. What's wrong with daddy? Nuan, cradled in Li Muwan's arms, inquired as she fixed her gaze on Chen Fan, who was turning away to leave. Li Muwan, puzzled, shifted her body only to catch a glimpse of Chen Fan's retreating silhouette. Chen Fan, what troubles him? She wondered. After all, nothing seemed amiss just moments ago. Daddy looks unhappy. Beautiful mommy, did you have a quarrel with him? Nuan asked innocently. Her small arms wrapped around Li Muwan's neck. Quarrel? Li Muwan exclaimed, taken aback. I haven't quarreled with your father at all. Suddenly, a laugh escaped her lips. How could she ever argue with Chen Fan? What sort of fanciful notions danced in Nuan's little mind? Beautiful mommy, I want to tell you a secret. Nuan whispered after contemplating for a while, leaning closer to Li Muwan's ear. All right, Li Muwan nodded. It's about my daddy, Nuan began. Your daddy? Li Muwan was startled, turning to face Nuan. Aren't you afraid he will scold you for revealing his secret? Not at all, Nuan giggled, shaking her tiny head. Okay then, do tell, Li Muwan acquiesced, her curiosity piqued by a desire to uncover Chen Fan's secret. Actually, my daddy seems strong on the outside, but he is very fragile inside. Moreover, he fears loneliness, so, beautiful mommy, please don't let him be lonely, okay? Nuan earnestly implored, her little mouth moving as she spoke. Although her father said nothing, she could sense that ever since beautiful mommy joined them, he had been significantly happier. Upon hearing Nuan's words, Li Muwan instinctively glanced in the direction Chen Fan had departed. realizing that he was indeed a sensitive and tender-hearted man. Beautiful mommy, is that too much to ask? Seeing Li Mu-wan remain silent, Nuan clung tightly to her neck, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Beautiful mommy, are you going to leave me and daddy to abandon us? By the end of her plea, there was a quiver in Nuan's voice. Of course not. Li Mu-wan immediately shook her head in denial. I am your mother. How could I ever abandon you, or your father? Really? Nuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at Li Mu-wan. So, beautiful mommy will live with daddy and me forever, accompanying me as I grow up? Upon hearing Li Mu-wan's assurance, Nuan declared with utmost certainty that when she grew up, she would treat both her father and beautiful mommy with immense kindness. So, please don't leave us, all right? The earnestness in her tone melted Li Mu-wan's heart. Silly child, I would never abandon you, Li Mu-wan said, lowering her head to plant a kiss on Nuan's cheek. Unless, of course, Chen Fan found someone he cherished and whom Nuan also adored. She would gracefully step back, no longer intruding upon their family happiness. Returning to his room, Chen Fan felt a sense of gloom weighing heavily on his chest. Frustrated, he stripped off his clothes and, after taking a shower and changing into comfortable attire, collapsed onto his bed. To be honest, he might truly be a fool for his own existence. Perhaps it was the result of being accustomed to a relentless schedule from dawn till dusk that, now that he had some leisure time, he felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. This monotonous existence, coupled with a tinge of emptiness, left him feeling unmotivated. Money, cars, and houses were all within his grasp, rendering the drive to strive forward nearly non-existent. Picking up his phone, Chen Fan downloaded the latest trending application. Previously, he had been too busy for anything beyond calls and orders. Soon, he installed Dosha and, upon opening it, was prompted to log in. Chen Fan bypassed the login, diving straight into the content, scrolling through several videos. He couldn't help but smirk. No wonder everyone seemed to have this app on their devices. It was undeniably captivating. The array of handsome men and beautiful women dazzled him, each possessing their own unique talents. In the past, would such free users have been privy to this? Suddenly, Chen Fan was struck by the next video. The person bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Mu-wan. At first glance, he thought he was seeing her. The individual was live-streaming a singing performance. For reasons unknown, he clicked into the live stream. 3 parts resemblance, already a stunning beauty. The chat was rife with comments like, "What a beautiful host, what song is she singing? She should be charging for this. And you're better off selling yourself than singing." The live chat was filled with a dozen or so people, and Chen Fan could clearly read the comments. "Sorry, but I'm not that kind of person," the host replied, her expression shifting from embarrassment and anger to a more composed demeanor. Yet the comments grew more vulgar and relentless, reducing her to tears, resembling a fragile little flower. Seeing her distress, Chen Fan's thoughts drifted back to Li Mu-wan's face. Just then, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. System alert. Task updated. Taken aback, Chen Fan hadn't anticipated receiving a task at this moment. He instinctively navigated to the taskbar. Task: reward the host with 100 carnival tokens. Reward: 300 billion Hua coins. 300 billion? Chen Fan double-checked, ensuring he hadn't misread. He had indeed seen correctly. Although he had previously encountered tasks with billion-level rewards, this was astonishingly 300 billion. It was remarkable how, in just a month, the rewards had skyrocketed from a mere 100 million to such astronomical figures. Closing the virtual interface, Chen Fan promptly accessed the gifting page. Brothers in the live stream, come on, hit 1 so the host can perform a more provocative dance, or sing an irresistible song. If it's a song, let it be something enticing. That song is simply alluring. Count me in. The host must sing it close to the original, or we'll report you and get your account banned. Exactly. When the time comes to call, you must shout it out. There are 14 of us in the live stream, and there's still 1 brother missing. Don't dawdle, just hit 1 quickly. Now is not the time for disunity. Yet, Chen Fan was utterly uninterested in the public screen and was engrossed in examining the gifts of Dosha. Damn, that brother with the string of numbers, stop playing dead. Hit 1 right now. Soon after, Chen Fan noticed a notification pop up. Oh, the streamer had actually followed him? Upon opening it, he was taken aback and, in a moment of confusion, accidentally clicked to follow back. Unfazed, Chen Fan returned to the gift interface, solely focused on locating the carnival that Tongzi Gu had arranged for him to brush through. What the heck? So this is where it was. Damn, that account with the string of numbers must be a machine, right? It hasn't responded for ages. I just checked, it's a new account, and only the streamer follows it. I suspect it's just the streamer's alternate account. There's no need to pay it any mind. Streamer, hurry up. Sing already. Once you finish, we'll each send you a little heart. I'm sorry, I can't sing. Please, esteemed gentlemen. Let me off this time since I'm just a newcomer. How about I sing something else for you? The streamer's trembling voice resonated through the phone. If she hadn't spoken, Chen Fan would have nearly forgotten he was in a live stream. Suddenly, a sign floated across the screen, pleading for attention. Stop dawdling. I've already sent you gifts. Whether you want to or not, you must sing today. Otherwise, I'll have your account banned. Oh, so this is how they threaten the young lady? Chen Fan pursed his lips, observing the streamer on the video, who looked ready to cry. Just as he was about to say something, the system abruptly notified him that the live stream had ended. What? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. The stream had ended? He hadn't even sent her a tip yet. How could it have closed? Just as he was at a loss, the stream restarted, and he clicked back in. He saw the streamer standing before the camera with a grim expression, her lovely face filled with desperation. Dear gentlemen, I beg you. Spare me and don't torment a newcomer like me. Humph, who told you not to listen to us? If you keep stalling, I'll report your live stream and have your account permanently banned. Speaking of which, if she doesn't want to sing, why force her? There's no need to be so aggressive. Chen Fan looked at the streamer, whose face bore a resemblance to Li Muin, and he could no longer restrain himself from typing. Streamer, this isn't fair. Why hide behind your alternate account? I'm not the streamer's alternate account. Chen Fan frowned. He was merely a new account, with no ties to the streamer. What are you pretending for? Among your followers, only the streamer follows you. Don't act like you're important. Streamer, don't be shameless. Stop whining and sing for us. I really am not her alternate account. I can sing something else. But I absolutely cannot sing this song. Singing it will get the stream banned. The streamer shook her head, looking utterly aggrieved. Damn, you want to sing, huh? I've already sent you gifts. You still refuse? Fine. Just wait. I'll report you. Streamer, I advise you not to oppose this level 35 brother. Otherwise, you want to come out unscathed. It's just a song. Why not sing when asked? Why the reluctance? With this kind of attitude. What kind of streamer do you think you are? You're embarrassing yourself. Various unfriendly comments flooded the public screen directed at the streamer. Watching the streamer, whose mouth was slightly agape, seemingly struggling to find words for her defense, Chen Fan felt a pang of sympathy. This young lady was ultimately too soft-hearted. Had it been Li Muin, she would never allow such rubbish to bully her. Even if banned, she would ensure these people didn't get the satisfaction. After all, they were not the same person. Enough. You all shut up. Can't you see the poor girl is about to cry because of you? If she doesn't want to sing, find someone who can. Why treat her like this? Chen Fan sighed deeply and typed this message on the public screen. Who are you calling inhuman? You're just a new account. What right do you have to speak here? If you have the guts, come back with your main account and talk to us. If not, just shut your mouth. You call us inhuman? Take a look at yourself. Hero saving a damsel? Do you even have the qualifications for that? Uft. This person must be brain dead, using this opportunity to show off in front of the streamer? It's laughable. Don't you know streamers are very practical? Whoever pays, that's who her big brother is. With a loser like you. No matter how much you try to defend the streamer, it's futile. You just look like a clown. Brother, if you're not the streamer's alternate account, then I must say, your behavior resembles that of a seasoned sycophant. I've seen many sycophants, but never one as shameless as you. You're truly embarrassing us men. Damn, he.s. a man. I see him as a peach boy. A peach boy? What is that supposed to mean? Before Chen Fan could figure it out, the live stream abruptly closed again. What the hell? Had he been reported again? If he had known, he wouldn't have engaged with those people and would have just sent gifts first. Whatever, he needed to complete real name authentication first. Otherwise, he couldn't send or recharge anything. With that thought, Chen Fan exited the live stream and proceeded to operate, binding his bank card to his black card. After completing real name authentication, Chen Fan recalled what the other party had said about being a peach boy. So he searched for it in the search bar. What the hell? Turns out, it means to call someone effeminate. Just then, the system kindly reminded him that the streamer he followed was live again. So, Chen Fan clicked back in once more. Please, don't do this. I just want to earn a little pocket money to lighten my family's burden. I beg you. Stop reporting me. As soon as he entered the live stream, he heard the streamer's melodious voice, tinged with tears, pleading. The public screen was filled with arrogant attitudes. Now you know your mistake, huh? If you know, then kneel before me. Sing conquer. Haha, that's a good suggestion. Best if you sing while holding your phone and occasionally stick out your tongue. Chapter 162. Trigger random task. Reward. 70 shares of dosha. This is outrageous. Just the thought of that scene made Chen Fan acutely aware of the filthy thoughts these men harbored. They were using this as an excuse to make the streamer engage in borderline behavior. No, it cannot happen. She could get banned. The streamer shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Damn, streamer, you're truly despicable. You want to even take the money. The streamer doesn't think that earlier clown could really save her. Does she? Laughable. A loser like him can help her with what? Can he send you gifts, or can he ensure your live stream isn't banned? With a frown, observing the tears cascading down the streamer's cheeks, Chen Fan snorted coldly. Opening the gift interface, he scrolled to the end and directly clicked on the carnival. Damn it. There's even a restriction? Only 10 can be recharged each time? 10 would suffice. He needed to hasten to fulfill his task, lest the streamer's live broadcast room be shut down again, preventing him from completing his mission. Having recharged 10 festival tokens, Chen Fan clicked to send one forth. Suddenly, the entire public screen was dominated by the festival's dazzling effects, rendering the obtrusive comments virtually invisible. It was not until the effects faded that Chen Fan noticed the streamer, covering her mouth, wearing an expression of utter astonishment. What? An unremarkable live room has unexpectedly attracted a big shot? Surely, this cannot be true. Ignoring the chatter on the public screen, Chen Fan continued to send out festival tokens. As he dispatched more tokens, other similar live rooms received notifications in succession. The sign of showing off has discreetly sent 10 festival tokens in the silent live room. With the system's alert, it was but a moment before a throng of viewers surged into the streamer's room, most of whom were merely there to join the excitement. My goodness. Watching the viewer count soar rapidly, the streamer was left utterly dumbfounded. She had been broadcasting for over a month, and the number of viewers had never surpassed 20. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the count had exceeded 2,000, and it was still climbing. Oh my, I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. This big shot seems to be that previously unnoticed low-tier account. No way, the new account with the digits? Indeed, the profile picture remains unchanged. Impossible. Was it not said to be the streamer's secondary account? Would she really gift herself 10 festival tokens? That would be a loss. Observing the fervent discussion on the public screen, Chen Fan disdainfully continued to recharge the festival tokens, truly a nuisance. Could they not allow him to recharge 100 at once? After completing the recharge, he directly sent out 10 festival tokens. Before the effects of the 10 tokens had even concluded, he continued to recharge. In one breath, he sent a staggering 80 festival tokens to the silent live room. Just as Chen Fan contemplated further recharging, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 300,000,000,000 Dahua coins. Oh, the task has finally been accomplished. Thank you, the big shot known as the sign of showing off, for the festival tokens. In his ears, he heard the streamer's voice, filled with shock and gratitude. As the effects gradually dissipated, Chen Fan noticed 2 blue numerical levels beside his name, 49. Everyone, do not be deceived. This name, the sign of showing off, is merely the streamer's secondary account. They are certainly not a big shot. This streamer is merely putting on a show. Do not be fooled into sending her gifts that would elevate her fame. Glancing at the previous rants from an individual who had viciously criticized both the streamer and his own ID, Chen Fan curled the corner of his mouth in disdain. Ding dong. System notification, congratulations, host, for triggering a random task. Oh, a random task? Chen Fan mentally navigated the virtual interface to open the taskbar. Task, slap the faces of the crowd. Reward, 70 shares of dosha. Holy moly. What? 70 shares of dosha? It is known that dosha is currently the most popular software. Possessing 70 of its shares would undoubtedly inflate his worth. Without a moment's thought, Chen Fan exited the virtual interface and opened the gift menu. Scrolling to the very bottom, he selected dosha's most lavish gift, the Supreme Gift Cannon, valued at 66,666, and recharged 10 of them. Without blinking, he dispatched the gifts. Holy moly. Mom, I have truly made it. In my lifetime, I can actually witness the effects of the Supreme Gift Cannon. My goodness. This esteemed gentleman, if you have excess funds, please direct them my way. I would do anything you ask. What constitutes a big shot? This is the very essence of a true big shot. Just now, that individual called fat, yet not greasy. Where are you? You claim that this was the streamer's secondary account? Where is your evidence? Who would be so foolish as to lavish such sums upon themselves? Why willingly allow the platform to take half the profits? I suspect you are merely sour grapes, unable to partake. This person previously claimed that big shots were impoverished, lowly individuals. Huh. Have they received a slap in the face now? Not merely a slap. Their face is likely swollen. As the effects faded, Chen Fan continued to recharge and sent forth 10 more Supreme Gift Cannons. Ding dong. System, congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have obtained 70 shares of dosha. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Chen Fan waved his sleeve, leaving without taking a single cloud with him, and exited the live room. Who would have thought that watching a live stream could trigger a task? TSK. Pondering this, Chen Fan suddenly realized that recharging was indeed too cumbersome. What if he encountered a similar situation in the future? With that thought, he promptly contacted customer service. After dialing, a sweet voice soon greeted him. Hello. How may I assist you? Could you possibly modify the recharge limit for gifts? It's quite bothersome to be restricted to 10 at a time, Chen Fan stated. Sir, I apologize, but that is the regulation. It cannot be changed, the voice on the other end replied, slightly taken aback before smiling. Whose regulation? Please put me in touch with them. Chen Fan raised a hand to rub his forehead. Sir, I apologize. The sweet voice was abruptly interrupted by another. Who are you to speak so boldly? I am the manager of Dosha. I am Chen Fan, he replied. Chen Fan? Who is Chen Fan? The manager scoffed. Glancing at the tablet handed by an assistant and scanning the identity information obtained through Chen Fan's phone number. Speaking condescendingly, he said, Oh, you are merely a level 50 user. You are not even qualified to negotiate with us. Ding dong. System notification. Task has been updated. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Is another task coming?